Chapter 001. Aha! On the pier, a slightly dilapidated iron-clad ferry roared and set sail. Sitting in the window seat, looking at the clear blue sky outside the cabin, the endless sea, Yang Fan's eyes were quite complicated. There is nostalgia, sadness, and a trace of unconcealable excitement. For Yang Fan, although he returns to his hometown fishing village every 2 years. But this time back, the meaning is clearly different. Because this time, he wasn't leaving. After studying and working in the bustling magic capital for 6 years, Yang Fan was already a little tired of the fast-paced life in the big city. Plus that adventure the other day. It made him instantly firm the idea of immediately returning to his hometown fishing village and living a leisurely life by the sea. After all, with the existence of that adventure, the small fishing village is undoubtedly more suitable for him to develop than the big devil. Looking at the blue sea and sky of your hometown. Thoughts fluttered. Soon, the ferry arrived at the pier in Longwang Town. Yang Fan's hometown is in a small fishing village under Longwang Town. After getting off the ferry, Yang Fan took a tricycle in the town and drove a few kilometers after bumpy mountain roads. Only then did he finally arrive at his hometown, Big Whale Village. Big Whale Village is built on the mountain, facing the sea on one side and mountains on 3 sides. The natural scenery is really not to say, surrounded by mountains and rivers, the scenery is picturesque, and it has the most simple and original rural fishing village style. However, due to the remoteness of the road and the underdevelopment, there is no development for a long time. Whew! Looking at the small fishing village in front of him that had lived for more than 10 years, Yang Fan took a deep breath. In the fresh air, there is a faint fishy smell. This smell is incredibly familiar. Instantly reminded Yang Fan of some childhood pictures. The so-called homesickness is cowardly. Stepping on the homeland again, Yang Fan's mood was still quite complicated. After standing at the entrance of the village for a while, he pulled his suitcase and walked slowly towards his house. This will be when the sun is hot, and the villagers usually go out to sea to fish during this afternoon. So I didn't meet any acquaintances along the way, and I saw a few children running around the village, and Yang Fan had been away from home for many years and didn't know whose family they were. Soon, I came to a small 3-story bungalow building. Compared with most of the tiled houses in the village and a few scattered 2-story buildings, this small 3-story bungalow is undoubtedly quite magnificent. Not only is it close to the coast, the location is perfect, but it also surrounds a large open space as a courtyard. The whole thing is like a villa estate with sea views. But obviously, this house has not been lived in for a long time. The large closed iron gate was rusty, and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds. A deserted scene. And these 3-story small bungalows are Yang Fan's home. 6 years ago, Yang Fan's parents went fishing in the far sea when they encountered a sudden storm and never returned. Yang Fan, who had just entered his freshman year, couldn't stand such a blow, and he was so depressed that he almost wanted to drop out of college. But thinking of the proudest thing about his parents, it was that his son was admitted to a prestigious university. Yang Fan eventually endured his grief and completed his studies. In the past 6 years, although Yang Fan has also returned to his hometown to worship on the death day of his parents, he left on the same day every time he came. So this house hasn't been inhabited for 6 years. Time can take away everything, including grief. 6 years have passed, and Yang Fan has long walked out of the darkest moment when his parents were accidentally killed. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Yang Fan stood at the door and muttered, then took out a bunch of keys from his bag and opened the lock of the big iron door. I was about to push the door and walk in. But at this time, in the weeds that were as tall as a man in the courtyard, there was a sudden sound of crackling. Immediately afterwards, I saw a skinny old yellow dog limping out. Wong! Woof! Woof! Although the old yellow dog couldn't stand steadily, he still roared at Yang Fan with great momentum, with a fierce posture that as long as Yang Fan dared to enter the door, it would pounce. Rhubarb. Seeing this old yellow dog, Yang Fan was instantly a little excited. This old yellow dog, raised by his dog cub brought back from a neighbor's house when he was 10 years old, can be said to be his closest childhood playmate. Now, the old guy is over 15 years old, and he is already dying. Seeing big yellow Lao Chang like this, Yang Fan's nose soured, and he quickly stepped forward 2 steps and squatted next to the old yellow dog. The old yellow dog was already dizzy, and he didn't recognize Yang Fan at first. Yang Fan almost exploded as soon as he approached it. But then, the incomparably familiar smell on Yang Fan's body was immediately recognized by Big Yellow. This is the master who has been waiting for himself. Woohoo! After recognizing the owner, the old yellow dog threw himself into Yang Fan's arms and rubbed around kindly, looking extremely excited. Big Yellow and Yang Fan have a very deep relationship, and Yang Fan gave it to one of the best buddies in the same village before leaving the fishing village. But Big Yellow still likes to go into the courtyard of Yang Fan's house every day, waiting bitterly, waiting for the master to come home. Touching the old yellow dog's skinny and bone-like body, Yang Fan burst into tears. When Rhubarb was young, he used to be the most powerful male dog in the village, but now he has become such a weak look. Rhubarb, I'm sorry. I'm back, not leaving. Yang Fan stroked Big Yellow's dull grassy hair, and muttered under his red eyes in a low voice. I saw that the old guy Big Yellow was still waiting for his home to return 6 years later. Yang Fan was really moved, and he was extremely guilty. At this moment, he remembered the story of Hachiko the loyal dog. The Akita dog in the movie waited for his owner until he died of old age after the death of his owner. Woohoo! As if he understood Yang Fan's words, Big Yellow was extremely excited to circle around Yang Fan's legs. Yang Fan touched his head with a smile, and then suddenly thought of something. By the way, I wonder if the gold drops refined by Dragon Ball can improve Rhubarb's body. Chapter 002. One thought of this. Yang Fan immediately collected his mind and ran the Dragon Ball suspended in his danshan. Then, a drop of golden liquid oozed out from Yang Fan's right index finger. Come, Rhubarb, open your mouth. Yang Fan immediately stretched out his finger and fed the gold drop into Big Yellow's mouth. Wong! Woof! Woof! The golden drops were like throats, and Big Yellow's originally cloudy old eyes immediately flashed with a fine light. The gold droplets turned into strands of strange water vapor energy threads, which merged into Big Yellow's limbs. Rhubarb immediately felt a strange energy rushing through its body, which made Rhubarb extremely excited and restless. It feels like it has regained the energy it had when it was in its prime, chasing a group of little in the village. Then, an even more magical scene appeared. Rhubarb's body has changed visibly. Its body gradually ceased to be squirmish, its originally dry grass-like hair slowly became shiny, and its skinny body became more obviously lean. It really works. Looking at the changes after Big Yellow swallowed the gold drop, Yang Fan clenched his fists excitedly. This Dragon Ball is really against the sky. Yes, there is a Dragon Ball hidden in the danshan in Yang Fan's body. In other words, it is a treasure similar to the demon beast Neoden in the fairy novel. The reason why Yang Fan gave up his high-paying job in the magic capital and resolutely decided to return to his hometown fishing village is precisely for this reason. Speaking of this adventure of getting Dragon Ball, Yang Fan also found it interesting. A few days ago one weekend, he bought a fresh sea base at a vegetable market in the magic capital to prepare a meal himself. But I didn't expect it. When I cut open the belly of the sea base, I found that there was a strange royal blue bead hidden inside. The material of this bead is not gold, stone, or wood, and the surface exudes a peculiar luster. Yang Fan took a deep look and immediately felt as if his soul was about to be sucked away by it. This made Yang Fan's hands shake, and his fingers were cut by kitchen knives. Then his blood flowed onto this bead. Immediately afterwards, an extremely magical and weird scene appeared. After absorbing Yang Fan's blood, the royal blue bead immediately flew up and directly penetrated into Yang Fan's body, and finally levitated in his dantian position. Yang Fan was shocked. It also took a long time to finally figure out the efficacy of this magical bead hidden in his dantian. This bead can absorb water vapor in the air on its own, and then refine it into drops of golden liquid. Some of this gold drop will be used by Dragon Ball to strengthen itself. Some of them will feed back to Yang Fan, turning into strands of golden filaments into his limbs and bones, transforming his body. Moreover, Yang Fan found out unexpectedly. It seems that where there is more water vapor, the faster the Dragon Ball will produce gold droplets. In order to verify this, Yang Fan ran directly to the swimming pool of the community without saying a word. And then, he made an even more amazing discovery. He actually has an incredible ability in the water. Not only can he be able to breathe for a long time in the water, and the sight is not affected by the water, you can see everything in the water clearly. Even, his field of vision in the water is much larger than on land. In this way, Yang Fan immediately guessed. This bead should be the same treasure as the mythical and legendary Dragon Ball or water shelter bead. Although Yang Fan has always been an atheist, the facts are in front of him, and he has to believe that there really is such a magical treasure in this world. After this adventure, Yang Fan knew very well that the sea was his destination. Go to the beach to live in order to maximize the use of this magical Dragon Ball. Moreover, with his current ability in the water, he can completely make a fortune by fishing. In addition, he was already a little tired of the busy life in the big city. So, after some thought, Yang Fan did not hesitate to board the plane back to his hometown fishing village. Since the gold drop has an effect on rhubarb, then Yang Fan naturally would not be stingy, and ran the Dragon Ball to squeeze out a few drops of gold and feed them into Big Yellow's mouth. Under the transformation of the golden drop, the big yellow dog is also more and more radiant. Soon, 10 minutes passed. A few drops of gold dripped down his belly, and the big yellow dog completely became majestic. It is a little more powerful than its most powerful period. Woohoo! The changes in his body made Big Yellow extremely excited, and he kept jumping up and down around Yang Fan. He kept licking Yang Fan's thighs with his tongue. What? In heat? In heat, don't call around Lao-tzu, wait for you to go to the village to find a bitch to ride. Seeing Big Yellow's over-energetic appearance that needed to vent, Yang Fan kicked it lightly and scolded with a smile. However, scolding and scolding, watching the old guy rhubarb from a sick and dying appearance to become full of youthful vitality, Yang Fan was undoubtedly very happy. Go, Big Yellow, follow me into the house. Saying that, Yang Fan took Big Yellow to push the door into the house. The furniture in the hall of the house is still the same as it was 6 years ago. But it has long been a matter of things and people. However, after such a long time, Yang Fan had long seen it. With a free smile, Yang Fan soon began to get busy. The house that has not been inhabited for many years, covered with dust and cobwebs, is simply dirty. Since Yang Fan was going to move back home, the first thing he naturally did was to clean the house. So the next 2 or 3 hours, Yang Fan went up and down and cleaned up the entire house. Everything that should be thrown away was thrown away, and the things that were not needed were also put into the utility room. The most important thing was to open the window to breathe, and focus on cleaning up his bedroom back then. After a busy time, Yang Fan was really tired. Fortunately, Yang Fan's body has long been transformed by the golden drop, and the recovery ability is very strong, and after drinking saliva and taking a simple rest, he is alive again. However, due to the high intensity of the work, it took several hours of work. There was a stinky sweat on his body. Sticky, heavy taste. So Yang Fan immediately decided that he had to go to the beach to take a bath. Chapter 003. Just do what you say. Yang Fan immediately took out a clean dress from the suitcase. Then he walked towards the beach with rhubarb. His home is very close to the coast, and it takes a few minutes to walk along a path to a reef coast area. This reef area Yang Fan is naturally extremely familiar. When he was a child, he used to come here to catch the sea or fish. Walking onto a huge circular reef, Yang Fan immediately smiled. This big reef he knew. When he was a child, he once came here to catch the sea, and he caught a super large orchid crab in a puddle next to this big reef. That's a pound heavy. When he found the super large orchid crab, Yang Fan, who was only 10 years old, jumped up excitedly on the spot. Remove sweat-soaked clothing. Yang Fan left only one pants and jumped directly into the sea. One into the water. Yang Fan immediately felt an incomparable sense of comfort. It's like a stranded fish back in the sea. At the same time, the dragon balls in the danchan also began to run rapidly, absorbing the incomparably abundant water vapor energy in the sea. Woohoo! Seeing Yang Fan go into the water, Big Yellow immediately jumped down excitedly. As a dog who grew up by the sea, Rhubarb is naturally watery, and his swimming ability is first class. It also loves to play with the water, and as soon as it is in the water, it begins to have fun. One person and one dog after playing in the water for a while. Yang Fan's heart suddenly moved. How about diving into the water and seeing? See if there are any big crabs or something, just catch a few for dinner. Reef areas are the easiest to hide crabs. When he was a child, Yang Fan often came here to catch the sea, and he could usually pick up a few, but they were very small. Speaking up. This is the first time Yang Fan has gone to sea after getting the Dragon Ball. He can't wait to test how strong his current water ability is. Yang Fan looked around. Found that there were no people on the surrounding coast. He didn't have any scruples, and directly plunged into the water with a fierce sun. The reef area on the shore is relatively shallow, with a maximum depth of 20 or 30 meters. Yang Fan dived for a short while, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the bottom of the sea. The shore is bare and there are no underwater ecological wonders such as coral reefs. Some are just reefs of different sizes, and a few small fish and crabs swimming from time to time in the crevices of the reef. Yang Fan searched in the sea for a while, but did not find a big guy worthy of his shot. No fish offshore. Resource depletion. Yang Fan sighed. A large number of fishing boats have been overfishing with household trawls for many years, coupled with the increasingly serious marine pollution, resulting in the fishery resources in the offshore waters really getting worse and worse. Fortunately, Yang Fan is now water-based against the sky. He swims incredibly fast without ventilation, plus his vision in the water allows him to see several kilometers of his surroundings without any obstruction. So after a carpet search, finally, in a gap in a reef dozens of meters away, he saw a big guy that caught his eyes. This big guy is very large, 30 or 40 centimeters long, full of color, with a pair of long tentacles, and is as majestic as a big general in the sea. This is not a crab, but a Chinese splendid lobster commonly known as a green lobster. Because it is colorful and bright, it is also called colorful lobster. In ancient times, it had the reputation of divine shrimp, and was highly respected by various dignitaries along the coast at that time. I'll go, such a big splendid lobster. Now get rich. Seeing this big lobster, Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and was immediately excited. It's not often like this big splendid lobster. It must weigh at least 3 or 4 pounds by sight. Thinking about it, Yang Fan immediately swam over quietly. He was water-based, casually paddled a few times, and swam almost silently to the side of this splendid lobster. Then, I saw Yang Fan shoot like electricity. With a thunderous momentum, he directly held down this splendid lobster with both hands. The splendid lobster just began to rest in the stone crevice, and it didn't know what was happening, and when it reacted, it began to frantically struggle violently with its tail bounce. But apparently it's too late. Hee, it looks like dinner tonight has ended. The big lobster arrived, and Yang Fan grinned. Holding the big lobster with his right hand, Yang Fan was preparing to dive. But at this moment, his line of sight suddenly saw that in a very hidden reef crevice not far away, there was a splendid lobster hidden. This splendid lobster is slightly smaller than the one in Yang Fan's hand, but it is also very large. I'm afraid there are more than 3 catties. Is it a male and a female? Hee, in that case, then I can't break you up, otherwise it's too cruel, isn't it? Seeing this, Yang Fan smiled. Then draw a scoop according to the gourd, like catching the first splendid lobster, and soon the second dumb splendid lobster is also included. Holding a huge splendid lobster in one hand, Yang Fan dived out of the water satisfied. Wong! Woof! Woof! Seeing that Yang Fan was finally out of the water, the anxious Big Yellow immediately swam over. Just now, Yang Fan suddenly dived into the water and didn't come out for a long time, but it scared the dog Big Yellow, and he thought Yang Fan was drowning. Seeing Yang Fan reappear, he was naturally excited. Big Yellow, don't worry, brother is now the Sea Dragon King, and the sea is my home. Yang Fan smiled and patted Big Yellow's head, and then carried 2 large lobsters ashore with great enthusiasm. Changing into clean clothes, Yang Fan returned home with rhubarb. After finding a large bucket and raising 2 splendid lobsters. It was already sunset, late afternoon. At this time, it is time for the villagers who are fishing in the village to return. Yang Fan thought of going around the village, and by the way, he went to the house of a few buddies who had a good relationship when he was a child. However, as soon as he reached the courtyard, he heard an exclamation from outside the courtyard. Groove! Sales! When did you get back? Chapter 004. Groove! Sales! When did you get back? Yang Fan turned his head and saw a flat-headed young man with dark skin, wearing a vest and revealing tendon flesh, standing not far outside the courtyard door, looking at himself with wide eyes and surprise. Does he? You came back from the sea? Seeing the flat-headed youth, Yang Fan immediately smiled. This young man's name is Yang Hungtao, he is Yang Fan's little friend in the same village. The two had the most iron relationship when they were children, it can be said that they grew up wearing open pants together. Before Yang Fan left the fishing village, he handed over rhubarb to him to take care of. Lean. Sale, you are a comparison. Don't talk to your buddy in advance when you come back, I'll pick you up. When I passed by your house just now, I found that the door of your house was open, and I thought I was thief, but I didn't expect you to come back. Yang Hungtao walked over quickly while scolding with a smile, and then directly opened his arms to Yang Fan and gave a big hug. Old friends reunite, a hug is enough. Muggle. Brother just took a bath, and your girl's smelly sweat stained me again. Yang Fan patted Yang Hungtao's shoulder and said half-jokingly. Why, college students are amazing, after spending a few years in the big city, they dislike me as a smelly fisherman buddy. Yang Hungtao scolded with a smile. Gan. Brother doesn't go to college and dislikes you. You don't smell anything on your body now, it's all so tasty. Where can I go clean with a dozen fish? Yang Hungtao rolled his eyes, and then said in confusion, Fanzi, why did you suddenly come back, and I see that you also cleaned up the house. Are you ready to go home for a few days? As Yang Fan's best iron buddy in the village, Yang Hungtao naturally knew very well how much that incident hit Yang Fan back then. This is the first time he has entered his own house since Yang Fan left the fishing village after taking care of his parents' affairs 6 years ago. It's not about staying for a few days, it's about staying forever. Yang Fan smiled when he heard this. Stay all the time? Really fake, Sale, you are ready to move back to the fishing village? Well, prepare to stay in the village for a long time. Seeing that Yang Fan didn't look like a joke, Yang Hungtao was even more puzzled at this moment. Fanzi, are you sure you're not joking? Your kid is also a graduate of a prestigious university, why do you want to go back to our fishing village where birds don't The pace of life in the big city is too fast, the pressure is high, and it is quite lonely to leave the country all the time, so I want to go back to the fishing village to live a leisurely life. Faced with his friend's question, Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and coped with it with a casual smile. The relationship between the two is iron, but this kind of thing as Dragon Ball naturally can't be said to anyone. Lean. Really, what are you going to do? Yang Hengtao's eyes widened. We have been fishermen for generations, and I will definitely be a fisherman when I come back. Yang Fan said with a smile. Catch a few. Now all the fish in the offshore waters are caught. Lao Tzu is tired of fishing every day but can't even earn his wife. This is thinking about going out to work for a while. You still come back to fish dry balls. Hearing Yang Fan say that he wanted to be a fisherman, Yang Hengtao suddenly couldn't help but burst into foul language. In recent years, offshore fishery resources have become dwindling year by year. As a result, fishermen have to run farther to fish. But going to the far seas to fish, if the fishing vessel is not large enough, the risk factor will be much higher. So the current fishermen are really hard and dangerous, and they don't make a few bucks. This makes most young people in fishing villages prefer to leave their homes to work outside the country rather than stay in fishing villages. If it weren't for Yang Hengtao's high fishing talent, he has been a fishing expert in the village since he was a child, and it is estimated that he would have gone out to work a long time ago. Special. Fanzi, are you stimulated by something outside? A famous college graduate wants to return to the village to fish. Are you afraid that your head is not funny? The more Yang Hengtao thought about it, the more angry he became. What did he think of this buddy? I was finally admitted to a prestigious university and walked out of the fishing village, and now I want to come back? Get out! Your girl's head is funny. Yang Fan rolled his eyes when he heard this, and scolded with a smile. What about fishing? Now that sea goods are so expensive, if you catch a few big yellow fish and lobsters casually, you can make a lot of money. Fart. Sea goods are expensive, but you must also be able to catch them. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hengtao also rolled his eyes. Don't say anything else. You know Fanzi, buddy, I am a well-known fishing master in the village, and now even I am about to give up fishing. Do you think you are a white-faced scholar, can eat this bowl of rice? Why, look down on my brother's fishing skills. Oh, just look down on it. Fanzi, I'm far inferior to you in terms of reading, but compared to fishing techniques, you can't even see the rear tail lights of your buddy. Yang Hengtao looked proud. Really? Fishing master, so how big is the largest splendid lobster you have caught after fishing for so many years? Seeing Yang Hengtao's smelly fart look, Yang Fan suddenly squinted his eyes and asked. Why do you ask this? Splendid lobster is too few and difficult to catch, and the largest one I have caught seems to be more than a pound. Yang Hengtao wondered why Yang Fan was doing this problem. Just over a pound? Hee, you wait. Yang Fan dropped a sentence, and then went to the kitchen to bring out the bucket with lobster. Fanzi, what are you going to carry the bucket for? Sleep, groove. Chapter 005. Seeing that Yang Fan didn't agree with a word, he came out with a large bucket. Yang Hengtao was very strange at first. But when he saw the two huge lobsters in the bucket, his eyes widened. Eileen! Such a big splendid lobster! That big one must weigh 4 pounds. Fanzi, where did you get it? Staring at the two large lobsters jumping alive in the bucket, Yang Hengtao was shocked, and his eyes were about to pop out. Of course I caught them, just now I went to bathe in the sea and accidentally found them in a crevice on the reef and caught them. Looking at his friend's shocked expression, Yang Fan smiled and explained casually. Caught in the shower? Where is it? Sail, quickly take me to sea, there are still shrimp that have slipped through the net. Saying that, Yang Hengtao stretched out his hand anxiously and wanted to pull Yang Fan out. There's a fart. If there is more, I will not capture it myself. Yang Fan scolded with a smile and slapped this guy's hand away. Yes, too. Depend on. Fanzi, you really got shit luck. Do you know how much these 2 lobsters can be worth right now? Yang Hungtao took a breath and glared at Yang Fandao. I remember that a splendid lobster weighing more than a pound is 300 or 500 yuan a pound, and these 2 can sell for thousands of pieces combined. Yang Fan hasn't stayed in the fishing village for a long time, so he really doesn't know much about the current market price of these seafood. Fart. You're talking about under 3 pounds. Now splendid lobsters with more than 3 catties are not priced according to weight at all, but directly sold according to only by weight. A few months ago, there was a guy in the next village who walked luck like you, and luckily caught a 3.5 pound splendid lobster, which was purchased by a seafood restaurant in the city at a sky-high price of 80,000. The largest one in your bucket, I estimate that it must have 4 catties, and the quality is so good that there is no damage. I am afraid that it will have to exceed 100,000 pieces when it is taken out for auction. The other one is estimated to be sold for tens of thousands. Yang Hungtao sighed in his heart while saying, "This guy is really lucky, just returned to the village to take a bath in the sea and can pick up 2 such a big splendid lobster. Maid. Thief god is unfair. I work hard every day to get up early and catch fish, and I can't make a few bucks all year round. This guy just returned to the village for a day, and he earned more than he did in a year. What? Now this thing is so expensive? One can only sell for 100,000 pieces?" Hearing Yang Hungtao's words, Yang Fan was also immediately surprised. He knew that such a large splendid lobster was worth a lot, but he really didn't know that it was so valuable. One lobster can sell for 100,000, so if he goes to the sea to catch 180 of them, won't he immediately become a multimillionaire? Fortunately, he didn't say this, otherwise Yang Hungtao would have vomited blood when he heard it. Special. Such a large splendid lobster can be encountered but not sought. You still want to catch 180? I thought this was a Chinese cabbage. Of course it's expensive. Now there are many rich people, and the Chinese people love face pomp and circumstance. If such a large splendid lobster is sold to a seafood restaurant for a lobster banquet, it is quite pressing. Saying that, Yang Hungtao immediately suggested, "Fanzi, or I will immediately help you contact a few big restaurants in the city. Take advantage of the vitality of these 2 splendid lobsters to sell them at a good price, otherwise if they burp, they will lose a lot." Yang Fan thought for a moment when he heard this, then nodded and smiled. "It's okay, I was going to use them for dinner, but since they are so valuable, I sold them. Otherwise, eating a dozen or 200,000 in one meal is too luxurious." As Yang Hungtao said, the reason why this size of a large lobster is so valuable is entirely because it can be used to hold a lobster banquet with a large number of cards. To put it bluntly, it is the rich who pretend to use it. Yang Fan didn't want to pretend to be forced. Why didn't he sell it for money? If these 2 lobsters were only worth a few thousand pieces, Yang Fan would eat one or even all without hesitation. But since they can be worth hundreds of thousands, it is still cost-effective to sell. "Okay, I'll contact you right away." Saying that, Yang Hungtao took out his mobile phone and made a few calls. He is the most powerful fishing master of the new generation of Big Whale Village, and he can occasionally catch good goods like big yellow croaker, so he has also accumulated a lot of contacts in the supply channels of seafood restaurants. A few phone calls down, the other party heard that Yang Hungtao had 2 splendid lobsters with more than 3 catties on his side, and they were all excited. On the spot, he said that he would go to the city's seafood trading terminal to see the goods. And the reason why Yang Hungtao contacted the people of several restaurants is also to let them have a competition and strive to sell the 2 splendid lobsters for maximum value. "Fanzi, get in touch. Let's quickly take these 2 splendid lobsters to the city's seafood trading pier. The better their vitality, the higher the price given by those bosses." After making the call, Yang Hungtao said to Yang Fan with a worried look, Looking at Yang Hengtao's anxious look, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really the emperor is not in a hurry, the eunuch is in a hurry, and the owner of his lobster is not panicked at all, he is afraid that the lobster will burp and will not sell it at a good price. However, after all, it is a big deal of more than 120,000, and Yang Fan can't help but pay attention. Although he just came home and didn't want to go out, who would have a hard time with money? In addition, Yang Fan thought that he still needed to go to the mall to buy some new bed sheets and quilt covers, so he decided to simply go to the city. Okay, let's go then. Okay. May Day Reading Book Day Heavenly Music, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 30th to May 4th. Chapter 006. Almost an hour and a half later. Yang Hengtao drove the new fishing boat he had just bought and took Yang Fan and the two large lobsters to the Bahai Seafood Trading Terminal at the fastest speed. This seafood trading terminal is the largest seafood trading venue in Bahai City. Almost all the seafood caught by the ocean-going fishing boats in Bahai City will be sent here for trading as soon as possible. The seafood caught by fishermen, including those fishermen in the fishing villages of the following counties and towns, will also be sent here by various seafood vendors. Find a spot after parking the boat. Yang Hengtao carried a large foam box and walked in one direction with Yang Fan's light car. Those two large lobsters were naturally packed in a large foam box. Walked for a few minutes. The two came to a row of stalls. This area is the market dedicated to selling shrimp and crabs, and the stalls are basically selling all kinds of shrimp and crabs. Yang Hengtao and the people in charge of the big restaurants he had just contacted met here to see the goods. Sure enough, just came here. Someone came up to greet Yang Hengtao. Little brother Yang, where are the two splendid lobsters with more than 3 caddies? Hurry up and give Lao Li a look. This middle-aged man who called himself Lao Li was one of the people Yang Hengtao had just contacted. He is one of the suppliers of a very famous seafood restaurant in the city, specializing in buying all kinds of fresh seafood for that restaurant. Boss Li, don't worry, I also contacted several bosses. Yang Hengtao looked at Lao Li with a smile and said. What? Have you also contacted others? Hearing Yang Hengtao's words, Lao Li's face suddenly collapsed. Little brother Yang, you and my Lao Li have also done business a few times, don't you know what kind of person my Lao Li is? If you have good goods, I will naturally give you the most fair price. Why do you still contact others? Hehe, I know that Boss Li you bid fairly, but what I brought this time is not ordinary sea goods, but the best. Of course I'm going to call a few more bosses over and sell one at the best price. Yang Hengtao smiled and said this unabashedly. He fishes and sells fish every day, and naturally knows the virtues of these seafood merchants. The so-called no adultery is not business. If there is no competition, even the best seafood will be severely underpriced by these profiteers for various reasons. The two big splendid lobsters caught by Yang Fan are definitely the best seafood that can make all seafood merchants grab their heads. He doesn't call a few seafood merchants to come, how can he sell it at a high price? Okay. Hearing Yang Hengtao say this, Lao Li spread his hands and ran out. Just now, I heard Yang Hengtao say on the phone that there were 2 large lobsters weighing 3 or 4 pounds, and Lao Li was simply excited. He originally planned to press a low price and send Yang Hengtao casually. But I didn't expect that the other party also called others chicken thieves. At this time, it is impossible for him to lower the price. There were 2 words of conversation here. Soon, several more men came over one after another to greet Yang Hengtao. They are all seafood merchants who Yang Hengtao just contacted and specialize in supplying restaurants in the city. See people coming. Yang Hengtao and Yang Fan glanced at each other and saw Yang Fan nodding with a smile. Yang Hengtao opened the foam box. Huo! What a good product! A pair of such a large splendid lobster, but it is really too rare. And full of vitality, as soon as you see the water, the time is extremely short. When those seafood merchants saw the two oversized splendid lobsters jumping alive in the foam box, their eyes couldn't help but light up. You can't find the best goods. Bosses, you have also seen the goods, absolutely superb. I already weighed it just now, the big one is 4.2 pounds of splendid lobster, and the small one is 3.5 pounds of splendid lobster. And this pair of splendid lobsters was just caught by my brother, and the water is out of the water for no more than 3 hours. You guys look at it yourself and give a price, the one with the highest price wins. When several seafood merchants had seen the goods, Yang Hung Tao said with a grin. I paid 120,000 for this pair of splendid lobsters. That big one 70,000, that small one 50,000. Lao Li, the first seafood merchant to say hello earlier, was the first to speak, wanting to take the pair of splendid lobsters first. However, he had just finished the price. A middle-aged man next to him immediately sneered, "Hee, Lao Li is not generous, only 120,000 want to buy this kind of superb seafood. Brother Yang, I give out 150,000. Lao Wang, 150,000 is not enough, I will give 160,000. I give out 170,000. I'll give out 180,000. I'll give out 200,000. As the offer began, the seafood merchants competed for the first place. Soon, the offer came to 200,000. The bidder was a fat seafood merchant with a big belly, very rich. As soon as the price of 200,000 came out, it immediately overwhelmed everyone in momentum. Other seafood merchants did not dare to increase the price for a while. After all, the price of 200,000 is already high enough, and they are not sure how much room for profit they have to make if they increase the price. And hearing this price, Yang Hung Tao on the side was laughing that the chrysanthemums were about to crack. Although this pair of lobsters is not his, it does not prevent him from being happy for his brother. As for Yang Fan, the main lord, he was not too excited to hear this price, except for being a little surprised. He's a man with Dragon Ball. It can be said that with his current water ability, the sea is simply his back garden. What superb seafood can't be found in the future? These more than 100,000 will naturally not care too much. Chapter 007. Fanzi, 200,000, you have become rich. How to say, sell or not? I feel like the price is almost over. Seeing that no one had raised the price in a short period of time, Yang Hung Tao leaned into Yang Fan's ear and whispered. Sell, make sure no one raises the price, sell it. Yang Fan smiled. Okay. After discussing with Yang Fan, Yang Hung Tao immediately turned his head. Pulling his throat, he said loudly to the few seafood merchants who were still hesitating and considering whether to increase the price, bosses, there is no price increase, if not, this pair of superb lobsters will be owned by Boss Sun, who bid 200,000. Forget it, the price is too high, there may be a risk of losing money if you accept it, I quit. The impatient old Li sighed, and the first bid was the first to give up. Yes, the price is too high, forget it. With Lao Li's withdrawal, several other seafood merchants also shook their heads and were not ready to bid. The price was so high that they gave up after careful consideration. After all, this kind of live seafood harvest is very risky. If these two splendid lobsters will not be energetic and burp, but they will be smashed. Well, since that's the case, then this pair of superb lobsters will belong to. Seeing that everyone else had given up, Yang Hung Tao waved his hand and just wanted to say that this pair of splendid lobsters belonged to the fat seafood merchant with the highest bidder. But right now, a crisp voice suddenly sounded, interrupting him. Wait a minute. Immediately afterwards, I saw a tall and sexy woman, wearing a white Chanel professional OL suit, with a mature and elegant temperament, stepping on high heels and walking over step by step. Whoa! Superb beauty! Seeing this long-legged OL royal sister wearing shredded meat, Yang Hungtao, who has been single for more than 20 years in the mother's fetus, immediately lit up his eyes, and almost didn't shed a hara. Not to mention staying in the fishing village all year round, I have never seen Yang Hungtao, an earthen turtle in the world. It was Yang Fan, who had been in the beautiful Model University of Finance and Economics for 4 years, and his eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw this OL royal sister. There is a feeling of being instantly amazed. This OL royal sister is not only white and beautiful, but also extremely elegant and noble in temperament, exuding a mature and charming atmosphere. It is definitely a superb stunner with a score of 95 or more. Compared to what Yang Fan had seen in the university before, those so-called college flowers were much more attractive. That kind of young girl in college, if she stood with this elegant, noble, and mature OL royal sister, she would definitely be dwarfed immediately. Of course, it may also be the reason why Yang Fan's older boy is more obsessed with sexy mature female royal sisters. If it were an older man, it is estimated that he would love the pure, cute, and energetic student sister more. I heard that there is a pair of Chinese splendid lobsters weighing more than 3 pounds for sale here. Who's it? Soon, the OL royal sister came to everyone and opened her mouth to ask. Her voice is crisp and gentle, like the chirping of orioles in the morning, which is very catchy. Mine. Seeing that the OL royal sister asked, Yang Fan answered. And this move immediately attracted the contempt of Yang Hungtao next to him. Muggle, this doggy sale. Just now in the face of the Hanzi seafood merchant, he had the posture of handing over the full power of the palm cabinet to me, and now as soon as he saw the big beauty coming to ask, he immediately went on himself. Penetrate. Old color batch. At this moment, Yang Hungtao had already raised a big middle finger to Yang Fan in his heart. Little handsome man, the splendid lobster you caught hasn't been sold yet, right? Can I take a look? Concubine Shenye, who is the OL royal sister, turned her head to look at Yang Fan when she heard this, and asked with a smile. Of course. Yang Fan nodded. Called little handsome guy by such a beautiful royal sister. Yang Fan really felt a little weird. However, he is in his early 20s, and the other party is obviously a few years older than him, so it is normal to call it so. Concubine Shenya smiled at Yang Fan, and then looked at the large foam box on the ground. The 2 large, energetic lobsters inside immediately brightened her beautiful eyes. The Shen family, where Shen Yafei is located, is a well-known large catering giant in China, with many chain hotels and restaurants across the country. The Shen family recently opened a new high-end seafood restaurant in the prime area of the center of Bahai City. Shen Yafei is the person in charge of this seafood restaurant sent by the Shen family. Seafood restaurant has newly opened. In order to make a sign and make it popular, it naturally needs some superb seafood as a gimmick. Therefore, as soon as Shen Yafei came to Bahai City, she ordered a few of her men to go to various seafood markets to squat and vigorously purchase some superb seafood. But after several days of acquisition, I didn't see anything really good. This made Shen Yafei, the beautiful boss, very dissatisfied, and finally decided to personally come to the largest seafood trading terminal in Bahai City. Coincidentally, she had just come to the dockside, and she wanted to meet with the person in charge of her restaurant here. But right now, she happened to hear 2 passers-by talking about the fact that someone had caught a pair of oversized Chinese splendid lobsters weighing more than 3 kilograms at the trading stall in the shrimp and crab area, and several seafood merchants were bidding wildly to break their heads. Hear the news. Without saying a word, Shen Yafei walked directly to this side. So, there is the scene that just happened. May Day Reading Book Day Heavenly Music, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 30th to May 4th. Chapter 008. After seeing these 2 large lobsters, concubine Shenya immediately made a decision. She must take down this pair of splendid lobsters with the reputation of divine shrimp. Her seafood restaurant has just opened, and if she can buy these two majestic and lively splendid lobsters and raise them in the lobby of the store, it will definitely be shocking. I believe that every customer who enters the store will be deeply impressed by her seafood restaurant. That's the gimmick, that's the noodles. With this thought, Shen Yafei turned her head to look at Yang Fan again and asked, "Little handsome man, now these two splendid lobsters, what is the highest offer someone else has given you?" 200,000. Yang Fan said truthfully. Only 200,000? I'm out of 266,000. How about it, little handsome guy, sell me this pair of big lobsters. Shen Yafei smiled domineeringly at Yang Fan, with an inevitable posture. 266. Seeing that Shen Yafei directly increased the price so much, Yang Fan couldn't help but be a little shocked. Is this the legendary rich woman? How suddenly there is a feeling that I don't want to work hard. Shaking his head to withdraw the messy thoughts, Yang Fan smiled at Shen Yafei, to do a fair bidding, the highest price will win. If there are no other bosses to increase the price, this pair of large lobsters will naturally be beautiful and yours. Boss son, do you still raise the price? Yang Hongtao on the side heard Yang Fan's words, and immediately cooperated and asked the fat seafood merchant who had previously bid 200,000. Don't add it, the price is too high. The fat seafood merchant surnamed Sun smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was the purchasing manager of a large restaurant in the city, and he thought that he had made a rich bid of 200,000 yuan just now and could successfully win this pair of superb little green dragons. But I didn't expect to kill a beautiful rich woman halfway, and directly pay a sky-high price of 260,000. Seriously, judging by Fatty Sun's many years of experience in the seafood restaurant industry, spending 266,000 to buy this pair of splendid lobsters is definitely a lot premium. However, he also knows that the best seafood is the same as antiques, and it is easy to pay a premium when it encounters demand. It's hard to buy money with money. For rich people, as long as things are good enough and rare enough, money is not a problem. And with the withdrawal of Fatty Sun, this pair of splendid lobsters was finally auctioned by Shen Yafei at a sky-high price of 266,000. After the lobster arrives, Shen Yafei added Yang Fan's V letter and transferred the money to Yang Fan as soon as possible. Later, Shen Yafei called the person in charge of purchasing at her restaurant here. They were instructed to immediately transport the pair of lobsters back to the restaurant in a seafood truck. The two people in charge saw that as soon as their beautiful boss came to the seafood pier, they bought two superb splendid lobsters, and they were ashamed to find a hole to drill into. After the transaction is completed, Shen Yafei, who was in a good mood, shook hands with Yang Fan before leaving, and left a sentence with a smile, "Little handsome man, my name is Shen Yafei, the owner of a new seafood restaurant. If you catch the best seafood like this pair of splendid lobsters in the future, you can contact me at the first time V letter O, I will definitely give you the best price." Of course. In fact, the reason why Shen Yafei left this is completely because she was a little happy to receive the best seafood, and then said it casually. After all, the best seafood is encounterable and undesirable for any fisherman, and it is enough to catch it once in this life, who can often encounter such a good thing. So what Shen Yafei doesn't know about now? It was because of this sentence she left casually. Let her family's seafood restaurant continue to be extremely good, quickly made a name for itself in the city, and became the most favorite seafood restaurant for all rich people in the city who like to talk about pomp and circumstance. The goods were cleared, and more than 200,000 were in hand. Yang Fan and Yang Hongtao also left the dock satisfied. To celebrate, but also to treat Yang Hongtao. Yang Fan specially found a good great restaurant in the surrounding area, ready for the two brothers to have a good meal. Seeing that his brother made a fortune, Yang Hongtao was not polite with Yang Fan, and when he entered the restaurant, he was like an upstart, muttering loudly and ordering several hard dishes. What more expensive dishes such as mussels, abalone, safflower crab, and large sea bass are given a whole plate. Soon, the wine was served. Two iron brothers who have not seen each other for many years drank beer and recounted the old well. Yang Hongtao told Yang Fan some interesting things that have happened in the village over the years, and Yang Fan briefly talked about his experience in the magic capital over the years. After a few glasses of wine, the topic was also discussed. At this time, Yang Hongtao's face suddenly straightened, and he asked Yang Fan in a serious tone, "Fanzi, we grew up wearing a pair of open crotch pants, you honestly tell me, did you suffer any blows outside, or why did you suddenly decide to return to the fishing village? What a blow can I take?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes when he heard this. To be honest, for him, since he learned in the school classroom 6 years ago that his parents had died in a shipwreck, nothing really hit him anymore. Then why the hell are you going back to the fishing village? Fanzi, you are a famous university graduate, stay in the big city to develop it, isn't it fragrant? Yang Hongtao was puzzled. Chapter 009. It's also fragrant to go back to the fishing village, you see I just came back today and earned more than 200,000 yuan. Yang Fan said with a smile. Fart. That's you stepped on luck. This kind of luck is estimated to be this time in your life. Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes. Hey! Yang Fan smiled and didn't want to explain any more. Anyway, when he goes to sea again tomorrow, he should be able to hit this guy in the face. Don't pull the calf, seriously, Fanzi, what are your plans to go back to the fishing village? Yang Hongtao asked again. Intend? I really didn't have time to think about this before. Yang Fan thought for a moment when he heard this, and then said seriously, the initial plan is probably to make some money by fishing in the offshore waters, and then buy a distant water fishing boat to fish on the high seas when the money is enough, and when the money is more, open a fishing ground to raise fish. What? Buying an ocean-going fishing boat to fish on the high seas? Still want to open a fishing ground? Hearing Yang Fan say such a serious word, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened, and he almost didn't have a sip of beer on Yang Fan's face. Fanzi, I have to say, you have been in the magic capital for a few years, and you have practiced well in bragging skills, and you don't blush when you blow such a big bull. Do you know how much a distant water fishing boat costs? Do you know how much it costs to open a fishing farm? Yang Hongtao looked at Yang Fan and rolled his eyes wildly. I don't believe in pulling down. Since ancient times, no one believed the truth. Yang Fan shrugged with a smile and didn't say anything more. Fanzi, it's not that Buddy doesn't believe you, of course I know that you have great ambition, but an ocean-going fishing boat is at least millions or even tens of millions, where do you get so much money? Not to mention opening a fishing ground, don't think about it without hundreds of millions of assets. Of course, Yang Hongtao knows that his brother has been a very thoughtful person since he was a child. Otherwise, he would not have become the first person in Shiliba village to be admitted to a prestigious university. But buy an ocean-going fishing boat and open a fishing ground? How can a small fisherman make so much money? If Yang Fan stays in the big city to start a business, Yang Hongtao still thinks that he may make a lot of money, but isn't it an international joke to go back to the village as a fisherman and want to make a lot of money? Unless you go every day, you can catch such a large splendid lobster. But is that possible? Of course not. Yang Hongtao immediately gave his answer. Okay, Daisy, don't worry about my business, I decided to go back to the fishing village to develop my own reasons, you will naturally know in the future. Yang Fan was too lazy to talk to Yang Hongtao about this, because he couldn't figure it out now. Well, Fanzi, you just have a number in your heart, you must think more about a famous university graduate than me. Seeing Yang Fan say this, Yang Hongtao stopped asking. Daisy, tell me about yourself, now you are not young, and the family has not given you a blind date. Yang Fan suddenly smiled and asked a little gossipy. Young people in fishing villages generally marry very early, and at Yang Hongtao's age, many children can make soy sauce. Hey! Of course, there are several phases, but none of them are suitable. Speaking of the topic of blind dates, Yang Hongtao immediately sighed. What? The requirements are too high, and the girl is ugly. Yang Fan asked with a smile. Fart. It's because others can't look at me, think I'm a fisherman who has no interest. Now this year, girls with a little conditions, they all want to marry into the city. How can any one of us be willing to marry a poor fisherman? Saying that, Yang Hongtao directly blew a bottle of beer in a depressed manner. In fact, although offshore resources are increasingly scarce, Yang Hongtao, a fishing expert, can earn a lot of money a year with hard work, at least more than ordinary white-collar workers. But how many girls are willing to stay in the fishing village to fish? Therefore, it is difficult to find a wife in the village, which is also one of the important reasons why Yang Hongtao wants to give up fishing and go to the city to develop. The eldest husband has no wife. Does he? You don't have to worry about not finding a wife. Men, poverty is the original sin. When you have money, even if you stay in the fishing village, there will be a lot of beautiful women willing to follow you. Seeing that Yang Hongtao was a little depressed, Yang Fan smiled and comforted. Who knew Yang Fan's comfort? Yang Hongtao's mood was even worse. Lean. Fanzi, you don't say, if I have money, I'm afraid I won't have a girl? The key is how much money can I make as a broken fisherman? Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Well, he was kindly treated as a donkey's liver lung. Forget it. Don't talk about me. What about you, Fanzi? After so many years outside, you haven't found a little girlfriend. Saying that, Yang Hongtao also began to gossip about Yang Fan. I didn't look for it. Yang Fan shrugged. He has been a single dog for 4 years in college, and after graduating, he was busy with work and had no energy to meet girls, so he was always single. Lean. You didn't look for it either? Fanzi, you can't do it. I look 5 big and 3 thick, no girl likes normal, but you are so handsome that you can't even find a girl like me. It's just blind, this handsome face God gave you. Brother, if he has your appearance, Baozun has talked about several times. Hearing that Yang Fan had also always been a single dog, Yang Hongtao immediately raised a middle finger to show his contempt. In this regard, Yang Fan was too lazy to say anything. He felt like this guy was absolutely gloating. However, Yang Hongtao was actually not wrong. Yang Fan has a good appearance, looks really handsome, has always been a banco-level existence. It stands to reason that it is not difficult to find a girl in college to fall in love with his appearance. But it was precisely because of the major blow of the death of his parents in his freshman year that he was depressed for a while, and he did not have the heart to talk about love, thus missing the best time to fall in love in his freshman and sophomore year. In the back of the junior and senior years, everyone is busy with internships and looking for jobs, so naturally they don't have the energy to manage a relationship anymore. Okay, stop pulling those useless calves. Yang Fan scolded with a smile, and then changed the topic. By the way, does your family have an extra old fishing boat? If you have one tomorrow, I will borrow one tomorrow, and I will go fishing. Yes. I still have an old fishing boat that I can't use for the time being, so I just park at the village pier, and you can use it whenever you want. Yang Hongtao nodded when he heard this, and then joked, but Fanzi, you just went to sea when you returned to the fishing village. Is it really hard to rob my brother's business? Gan. What is it to rob your business? The sea is yours. Yang Fan scolded with a smile. Chapter 010. The brothers drank and farted. They also lost each other at every turn, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. But the pleasant time is always short, and the meal is eaten until 9 o'clock in the evening. Seeing that the food and drink were almost over, Yang Fan called the waiter to prepare to scan the code to pay. At this time, Yang Hongtao quickly took Yang Fan's hand and said with a smile, "Fanzi, don't move, I'll pay. On your first day back to the fishing village, the brother will definitely catch the wind and wash the dust for you, how can you pay? Don't be, I just made more than 200,000 yuan, and I originally said that I invited you for this meal." Yang Fan waved his hand and smiled. "Nope. I have to say anything today. As for the fact that your kid made a windfall fortune, I will naturally eat a better meal and slaughter you in the future." Saying that, Yang Hongtao stubbornly settled the account first. Seeing that this guy was so determined, Yang Fan smiled and followed him. This brotherhood, Yang Fan will naturally remember in his heart. After paying the money and leaving the hotel, Yang Fan took Yang Hongtao to a nearby shopping mall. After quickly buying the necessary daily necessities and new bed linen and quilt cover at the mall, the two immediately returned to the dock and sailed back to the village. After a sail of more than an hour, when I returned to the fishing village, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. There is no nightlife in the fishing village, it has long been dark, and the two returned home with big bags and small bags to smear. "Fanzi, then I'll go back first, see you tomorrow." "Okay, you rest early." Yang Hongtao helped Yang Fan move the things he bought home and left. He will rush to collect the crab cage released tomorrow, so naturally he must rest early. Yang Fan cleaned up after a simple wash. "After many years, I once again slept in my cozy little room where I spent my entire childhood." Suddenly, an incomparable sense of steadiness surged into Yang Fan's heart. This was something he hadn't had in the magic capital for 6 years. Sure enough, the gold nest and silver nest are not as good as your own kennel. Yang Fan smiled. That night, he slept soundly. Early the next morning, the sun rises above sea level, reflecting the sparkling golden light of the sea. At 5 o'clock, several roosters in the village kept crowing, waking Yang Fan up. He is also not a person who likes lazy beds, stretch and get up. Walk to the balcony on the 3rd floor, look out the window at the sea stained red by the rising sun, and the small fishing village that is gradually busy. Yang Fan only felt a burst of physical and mental comfort. He suddenly thought, maybe even without the existence of Dragon Ball, returning to the fishing village should be the right thing to do, right? Since God wants to give me Dragon Balls to let me return to the fishing village, then I will try to be a good fisherman. Yang Fan smiled and muttered to himself. After watching the beautiful scenery of the sunrise over the sea from the balcony for a while, Yang Fan went downstairs to wash up simply. Then grab some bread for breakfast. So I went out and got ready to go fishing. Fishermen need to get up early to go to sea. So in the fishing village of this point, there are already many people on the road. Walking all the way to the dock. Many people recognized Yang Fan. After all, Big Whale Village is very small, and every family basically knows each other. In particular, Yang Fan, the first junior in Big Whale Village to be admitted to a prestigious university, impressed all the villagers of the previous generation. Therefore, although Yang Fan has changed a lot over the years, many people still recognize him and greet him warmly. Yang Fan responded politely one by one, greeting the elders in the village with a smile. After walking to the small pier in the village, Yang Fan found the old boat that Yang Hongtao's family did not use. When he returned to the village pier last night, Yang Hongtao gave him the keys to the boat and showed him where the old boat docked. In addition, knowing that Yang Fan wanted to go out to the sea to fish, before Yang Hongtao went to sea this morning, he specially prepared 2 sea fishing rods, some sea centipede bait, and a fresh keeping box for Yang Fan on the boat. The fresh keeping box is actually an incubator, which is one of the necessary equipment for fishermen to go to sea. It is filled with ice cubes, which can be used to refrigerate fresh keeping fish in case the fish dies and breaks down on the road. After getting on board, Yang Fan sailed all the way to a sea area where there were no fishermen to put their nets to fish for the time being. He has a big secret on him, and naturally he doesn't want to have other people in the surrounding seas, otherwise he will definitely have some scruples. Once again, after making sure that there are no other fishing boats in the surrounding seas, Yang Fan turned off the boat and stopped the boat. Then a fierce sun plunged directly into the sea. His vision in the water is now better than his sight on the shore. So he went directly to the sea to see if there were any good goods in the surrounding sea. After entering the water, Yang Fan began a carpet search. But to his disappointment, the resources in the offshore waters are really terrible. After searching for a while, he saw only a few half-sized fish. Moreover, they are all very cheap: mullet, aconitum, yellow sea bream and the like. This kind of fish, Yang Fan naturally can't look at it. Therefore, Yang Fan could only continue to swim and expand the scope of search. But what is helpless is that Yang Fan searched the range of several kilometers in this sea area, but still did not see any good goods that could make him shoot. Only a different place. Yang Fan had no choice but to dive back into the boat, and then drove the boat to deeper seas. After another hour of sailing, Yang Fan had already arrived in the sea far from the coastline, and he estimated that the resources here should be much richer, so he once again turned off the boat and plunged into the sea. Into the water. Yang Fan's eyes immediately lit up. Really? This remote sea area is much richer in resources than in the offshore sea. Here, he saw several schools of fish swimming slowly, including black sea bream, sea bass, white pomfrets, red gu, and sea carp. At the same time, the marine ecology here is much better. The seabed offshore is bare except for stones, but there are coral reefs and various algae on the seabed. In the colorful coral reef, there are all kinds of small fish hiding in pairs looking for food, which seems very comfortable and happy. Get a first-time glimpse of this magical and spectacular underwater coral reef landscape. Yang Fan also found it very interesting. However, he came to fish for money instead of diving. Therefore, while enjoying the beauty of the coral reef with great interest, he also did not forget to use his super water vision to constantly search for good goods. After a dozen minutes of carpet search, finally, the kung fu paid off. Yang Fan discovered a scene that made him extremely excited. About 1,000 meters in front of him, a group of large golden fish gathered together and foraged in a seaweed bush. "I'll go." Golden legend. Seeing this group of fish, Yang Fan was immediately excited. Chapter 011. What is golden legend? This group of big golden fish is because they are the big yellow croaker called the rich fish by fishermen. Big yellow croaker, also known as kingfish, yellow croaker, and cucumber fish, is one of China's traditional four marine products, and is also the main economic fish species in China's coastal waters. Its economic value is extremely high. The meat is tender, rich in protein, not only delicious, but also its swim bladder can also be dried into precious health ingredients fish belly, which has certain medicinal value. There were about 40 or 50 large yellow croakers that Yang Fan found, and each one looked at least 3 or 4 catties up. The largest of them are definitely more than 10 pounds. Haha! I was lucky enough to find such a big yellow fish. Now it's really going to get rich. Staring at the large yellow fish, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of excitement. This is a big yellow fish. The big yellow croaker called the rich fish by all fishermen. How precious is it? Comparable to gold, so to speak. According to the current market price of large yellow croaker, each of the big yellow croakers in this group of big yellow croakers found by Yang Fan can be worth at least tens of thousands of pieces. Those few large yellow fish that are more than 10 pounds are estimated to be able to sell for a sky-high price of more than 100,000. In other words, the total value of this school of large yellow croakers is at least a few million. It's no exaggeration to say that this is a bunch of flowing gold bars. Lean. Hungry, I really want to borrow a big trawler and directly catch this group of big yellow croaker. Looking at the group of large yellow fish swimming happily not far away, Yang Fan was excited at the same time without feeling a pity. He only brought fishing tools today, and it is impossible to catch all these large yellow croakers. He could only remember the location of the school of large yellow croaker, and then drove the boat over to catch the group of large yellow croaker in the most traditional way of sea fishing. But how many can you catch just by fishing? But don't panic, this group of big yellow croakers should stay in this sea for a long time, leave them a little life first, and wait for me to get a few fishing nets next time to do a big ticket. Yang Fan's mind was spinning, and he already had a plan. Figuring this out, he immediately dived back to the boat and drove the boat to the area where the large yellow croaker gathered. Although Yang Fan's line of sight is not as good as the line of sight directly into the sea from the boat, he can still see the scene in the sea within 100 meters without being blocked by the sea. Therefore, in this position, Yang Fan can see the large yellow fish school that is about 50 or 60 meters deep. Knowing the location of the fish, the probability of catching a fish is too great. After all, this group of large yellow fish is already foraging, and seeing the fat sea centipede suddenly sent to the front, how can they not take the bait? Even if some cunning big yellow croakers don't take the bait, but there are dozens, there are always a few dumb big yellow croakers who will take the bait. Thinking about it, Yang Fan took out a sea fishing rod, and then skillfully loaded a live sea centipede, also known as a sea earthworm. As a young man in a fishing village who grew up by the sea and loved fishing since he was a child, Yang Fan's fishing skills are naturally very proficient. Soon, he hung up the bait, then dashingly flicked the rod and flung the hook impartially above the large yellow croaker. Sink as the lead falls. The bait of the sea centipede hooked by the hook also quickly sank in front of the large yellow croaker school. Seeing a fresh and fatty sea centipede suddenly appear, several large yellow fish quickly approached, and after sniffing the smell a few times, they immediately pounced and prepared to grab food. This scene is the same as the landscape goldfish in the pool competing for a dime of food thrown by tourists. That's it. A large yellow fish of about 5 or 6 pounds took the lead and successfully swallowed the sea centipede. Then, it took the bait. At the same time, Yang Fan on the ship saw this scene and quickly pulled the rod. Directly hit the fish. The big yellow fish that took the bait immediately began to struggle violently, but it was clearly too late. Its fate was already predetermined the moment it took the bait. After struggling for a few minutes, the big yellow fish finally gave up the struggle exhausted and was slowly slipped out of the sea by Yang Fan. Seeing that the big yellow fish was finally slipped out, Yang Fan on the boat took out the net and copied it up. Cool. After many years of fishing again, Yang Fan regained the thrill of fishing that he was obsessed with. Not to mention, this time I caught a big yellow fish weighing 5 or 6 pounds. It's worth at least tens of thousands of dollars. Because the big yellow fish is very delicate and will quickly burp as soon as it goes out to sea, Yang Fan immediately put it into a small fresh keeping box and refrigerated it with ice cover. After getting it done, in the next time, Yang Fan drew the scoop according to the gourd and continued to fish for the big yellow croaker in the way he did just now. Soon, 2 hours passed. After a battle of wits and courage, Yang Fan successfully caught 8 large yellow croakers. 6 of the 8 fish are about the same size as the first one, and 2 are super large yellow fish that weigh more than 10 pounds by sight. After Yang Fan caught these 8 fish one after another, the big yellow croaker was obviously frightened and began to run around wildly. This made it extremely difficult for Yang Fan to catch them again. That's why he had no choice but to close the rods, otherwise he would definitely have to catch them all. However, after catching 8 large yellow croakers at a time, Yang Fan was already satisfied. Anyway, as long as it is in the past 2 days, this group of big yellow croakers is not unlucky to be caught by other fishing boats. Yang Fan will definitely prepare the fishing net and come back. I believe that by then this group of big yellow fish will still be in his pocket. And Yang Fan also believes that this group of big yellow croakers is cunning enough and will never be easily fished away by other fishermen. After all, they can grow so big, there must be a reason. Not everyone has Yang Fan's ability to go against the sky and search for fish in the sea like the most advanced radar. Therefore, in Yang Fan's opinion, this group of big yellow fish will be his sooner or later. Today, let them go. Chapter 012. Put away your fishing rods. Yang Fan was ready to return. They have already caught 8 wild yellow croakers, and what kind of bicycles are needed? Naturally they are fully loaded. However, the problem also arises. How to quickly dispose of these 8 wild yellow croakers? Go directly to the city's seafood trading dock to sell? Yang Fan thought for a moment and immediately denied this answer. That's just too swaggering. As soon as such a large 8 wild yellow croakers are taken out, they will definitely make a very big movement at the seafood pier. When everyone gathers around, he will definitely become famous all of a sudden. Such a high profile is definitely not a good idea. Yang Fan is very clear that with his current water ability, he will definitely catch the best sea goods in the future, and it is definitely not a good thing for him to be too high profile. So the trading process of these 8 big yellow fish, the fewer people who know the better. But if you don't go to the seafood trading dock to sell, how can you quickly and low-key sell these 8 large yellow croakers at a good price? Soon, Yang Fan had the answer. The beautiful rich woman Shen Yafei who bought my 2 large lobsters at a high price yesterday, didn't she say that she was the owner of the seafood restaurant? I believe she should be very interested in these 8 large yellow fish. Thinking of this, Yang Fan smiled, and then took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Then, he opened the crisper and took a few photos of the 8 excellent yellow croakers inside. Finally, these photos were sent directly to Shen Yafei's V-letter. And accompanied by a line of text, "Boss Shen, just caught a few fish, do you collect it?" After sending this message, Yang Fan ignited the ship and sailed back. The most prosperous city center in Bahai City. A 5-story restaurant is decorated with classic elegance and extraordinary style. This is a seafood restaurant with pure Chinese design style, and the restaurant is full of carved dragons and phoenixes, and pavilions. There is a simple wooden plaque hanging at the door, and 6 big characters are written in a small seal Shenjia seafood restaurant. It's only 9 o'clock in the morning, it's not yet time for dinner, and the restaurant has naturally not opened yet. However, Shen Yafei, as the store manager, had already arrived in her office on the 5th floor at this moment. As the store manager of this newly opened Shen family restaurant, Shen Yafei was really busy during this time, and there was a huge amount of work waiting for her to deal with every day. Among them, the one thing that troubled her the most. That is, the supply channels of their own seafood restaurants in Bahai City have not been opened for the time being, and they cannot receive any high-end fresh seafood. A high-end seafood restaurant, but there is no corresponding high-end seafood for sale. You can imagine how hard it is. For example, some local tyrant guests saw that your seafood restaurant was so high-end and forced, and invited a group of local tyrant friends to come over to entertain, but you wanted to order a few hard dishes but you said no? This kind of picture is embarrassing to think about. And this kind of embarrassment has really happened more than once in the Shen family seafood restaurant in the past 2 days. This gave Shen Yafei, the store manager, a headache. Otherwise, yesterday, she would not have personally gone to the seafood trading terminal to buy the best seafood. Although I was lucky enough to buy 2 oversized Chinese splendid lobsters, this is actually not of much use. Those 2 superb lobsters can hold up the scene a little, but without a stable supply of high-end seafood, everything is for nothing. Alas, if only I could receive the best seafood like yesterday's 2 splendid lobsters every day. At this time, concubine Shenya on the boss chair sighed and rubbed her white temples a little tiredly. During the opening of the restaurant, she could only sleep almost 4 or 5 hours a day, and she was really tired mentally. But there is no way, the character of a strong woman makes her have to grit her teeth and insist. Otherwise, if she can't run this seafood restaurant well, then her position in the Shen family will be precarious. Being born in a wealthy family like the Shen family is both a kind of luck and a misfortune. If concubine Shen Yafei cannot make a great contribution to the family very strongly, then she can only be marginalized. In the end waiting for her may be to be used by the Shen family as a tool to marry other wealthy families. And this is unacceptable to Shen Yafei, who is stubborn and strong by nature. Therefore, she can only be strong to the end. Diddy. Just when Shen Yafei was thinking about how to quickly open up the city's high-end seafood purchase channels, her WeChat rang. Habitually pick up your phone. When she saw the information about who came, Shen Yafei suddenly raised her eyebrows. Hey, is it the young fisherman who sold me the pair of superb splendid lobsters yesterday? Why did he send me a message? Could it be that he caught the good goods again? With this thought, Shen Yafei clicked on the information. Then, she was a little dumbfounded in an instant. Oh my! This is wild large yellow croaker? Such a big wild yellow croaker! Chapter 013. See these pictures of big yellow fish sent by Yang Fan. Concubine Shenya immediately blinked her beautiful big eyes with an expression of disbelief. She naturally knew the big yellow croaker and could tell at a glance that it was a real wild yellow croaker. Anyone with a little knowledge knows that large yellow croaker is divided into wild and farmed. The difference between them is very large, and discerning people can see it at a glance. The farmed large yellow croaker is not only dull in color, not golden enough, but also has a large belly and a fat body, which is very bloated. Wild large yellow croakers are shiny golden and slender. And the big yellow croaker in these photos is obviously the real wild big yellow croaker. As the owner of the seafood restaurant, Shen Yafei is very clear about the rarity of wild yellow croaker. On the market today, wild yellow croaker is worth as much as gold. Moreover, there is no market for the price, and ordinary people can't buy it if they want to. Like the sky-high bill of the magic capital Zhejiao No 5 that was hotly discussed on the internet before, the most expensive dish was the wild yellow croaker with 7.4 pounds. What is the price tag of that fish? The unit price of one catty is 15,800 yuan, and the total of 7.4 jin is 116,920 yuan. A 7-pound fish sells for hundreds of thousands, and you can imagine how high the value of wild yellow croaker is now fried. Boss Shen, just caught a few fish, do you want to collect it? See Yang Fan's line again. Shen Yafei suddenly felt a little unreal. This young fisherman who looks quite sunny and handsome and left a deep impression on her, is his luck too against the sky, right? Yesterday, he just caught 2 superb Chinese splendid lobsters, and today he caught so many such large yellow croakers? Could it be that he is the legendary Emperor Ou? Or is it not luck, but his fishing strength is super strong, and he can often catch such superb seafood? However, this idea came out for a lifetime. Concubine Shen Yafei immediately denied it. The skill and experience of fishing and casting nets may have a certain impact on the amount of fishing, but it will not have a great impact on the capture of this extremely rare and superb seafood. After all, the reason why the best seafood like the big yellow croaker lobster is expensive is because they are so small. Thinking of catching such a good product, the probability is extremely low and extremely low. No matter how good an old fisherman is in fishing, it is difficult to catch this level of superb seafood once in a lifetime. In this way, this little handsome fisherman's luck is really good, and I happened to meet him at the pier yesterday, which is also very lucky. Thinking of this, Shen Yafei smiled. Then, she made a video call to Yang Fan at the first time. Naturally, he wanted to immediately talk to Yang Fan about the acquisition of the big yellow fish. Ate such a large wild yellow croaker, if she can buy all of them, it is definitely a great opportunity for her seafood restaurant to make a name for itself in the high-end seafood catering market in Bahai City and increase its popularity. On the sea. After sending a message to Shen Yafei, Yang Fan directly ignited the ship and sailed back. However, before he could drive the boat for a few minutes, the mobile phone in his pocket rang. So soon. Yang Fan immediately guessed that it should be Shen Yafei calling, took out his mobile phone and looked at it. Sure enough. As soon as the video is connected, Shen Yafei's beautiful and delicate face appeared on the screen. This made Yang Fan very emotional. Sure enough, the real beauty, even if she uses a front camera without beauty, is still a bubble of beauty. Little handsome guy, hello. Shen Yafei said with a smile. Boss Shen, just call me Yang Fan. Hearing Shen Yafei still call that, Yang Fan smiled bitterly. Oh, the little handsome guy is still shy? Okay, Yang Fan, did you catch a few wild big yellow croakers? Can you show me? Shen Yafei smiled, not too entangled in the matter of the title, but directly into the topic. Okay. Yang Fan nodded, and then opened the lid of the small fresh-keeping box and turned the camera to the 8 large yellow fish inside. Sure enough, it's a wild yellow croaker. Yang Fan, you are amazing. Although she had been mentally prepared, seeing these 8 oversized and perfectly looking wild yellow croakers in the video, Shen Yafei still couldn't hide her excitement. Yang Fan, you're still at sea, right? Can you sail to yesterday's seafood trading pier? I will definitely give you these wild yellow croakers at the fairest price. Well, yes, I believe in Boss Shen's strength and sincerity. Yang Fan smiled. After saying a few more words, the two ended the call. After that, Yang Fan sailed all the way, and it took an hour or two to finally arrive at the seafood trading dock where he came yesterday. Yang Fan, here. As soon as Yang Fan parked the dock on the boat, he saw the beautiful royal sister Shen Yafei not far away walking down from a white luxury car and waving her hand towards him. Obviously, this beautiful royal sister drove to the side of the dock in advance to wait for him. Of course, Yang Fan also knew that strictly speaking, people did not come to wait for him, but to wait for this box of superb wild yellow croaker in his hand. Chapter 014. Today's Shen Yafei dressing style is not as mature and sexy as yesterday. A set of Berbera's playful style casual suit makes her less feminine and more lively. She wore big sunglasses, twisted her slender waist, and walked with a pair of long porcelain white legs that glowed in the sun, and soon walked gracefully in front of Yang Fan. Yang Fan, you are finally here. Seriously, my concubine Shenya has grown so big. It is the first time that I have taken the initiative to wait for a man to wait for so long. Concubine Shenya walked over, her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Fan and said hello half-jokingly. I have to say that this is her means. You can rely on a word or a half-joke to quickly close the distance with the other party. In addition, she is a big beauty, and a casual sentence can make people feel like a spring breeze. Haha, let Boss Shen wait for a long time. Yang Fan smiled, already fully feeling the powerful charm exuding from Shen Yafei. However, he is not Yang Hengtao's kind of pig brother, and when he sees the beautiful woman's eyes are straight, he is still very calm. Yang Fan, can you open the box and show me the big yellow fish? After the two exchanged pleasantries, Shen Yafei entered the topic. Her gaze had already looked at the crisper in Yang Fan's hand, which was something she was bound to get. Here? Boss Shen, if you don't change to a place with fewer people, I don't want to be watched like selling lobster yesterday. Looking at the crowded dock, Yang Fan shook his head and proposed with a smile to Shen Yafei. Oh! Hearing Yang Fan say this, Shen Yafei was surprised, but soon she guessed that Yang Fan wanted to keep a low profile, so she smiled and said, Okay, Yang Fan, let's talk in my car. Yang Fan nodded and followed Shen Yafei to her car parked not far away. This is a 7-seater white Bentley van. In the cab of the car, there is also a woman with capable short hair, which should be Shen Yafei's driver. Shen Yafei invited Yang Fan to get into the car. Yang Fan immediately felt a luxurious and elegant atmosphere rushing to his face. It is worthy of being a luxury business car of a top brand. The decoration inside is very tall, and the space is also very open, which is a car that ordinary people cannot afford to sit in. To be honest, Yang Fan is still sitting in such a luxurious car for the first time, and he feels really comfortable, much better than ordinary cars. When he has money in the future, he will also have to buy a luxury car to drive. Boss Shen, this is the big yellow croaker I caught, you see. After feeling the luxury of getting off the luxury car, Yang Fan opened the crisper box in his hand. Immediately, 8 neatly placed super large wild yellow croakers appeared in front of Shen Yafei. Shen Yafei took a closer look and felt that these 8 wild big yellow croakers were really flawless. She had seen a bigger yellow fish than this, but she had never seen such a good appearance. Because the big yellow fish is very delicate, it will struggle violently as soon as it goes online, and then its beautiful golden scales will be worn. Therefore, when the wild large yellow croaker on the market is caught by fishermen in fishing nets, the scales will be more or less missing. But Yang Fan's big yellow fish, because they were caught artificially, so the scales were almost not damaged, and the appearance was perfect. This undoubtedly makes the value of these wild yellow croakers a higher level. And these big yellow croakers have a very short time out of the water, which is even more rare. Although large yellow croaker will die soon as it comes out of the water, it will not lose any freshness and taste in a short time after keeping it fresh with ice. Therefore, Yang Fan's big yellow croakers can be called perfect in terms of size, appearance, and freshness. Then, the transaction went smoothly. Shen Yafei did not have the slightest intention of taking advantage of Yang Fan, and after admiring these 8 superb wild large yellow fish for a while, she immediately gave Yang Fan her offer. The 6 smaller ones weighing about 5 or 6 pounds of large yellow fish, Shen Yafei quoted 12,000 yuan per catty. And the 2 largest large yellow fish with a visual inspection of more than 10 catties, Shen Yafei quoted 16,000 yuan per catty. This price can be said to be very fair. Yang Fan carefully checked the price of wild big yellow croaker on the internet when he just returned home, so knowing this offer of Shen Yafei was definitely sincere enough. It may even be higher than the market purchase price gives. So Yang Fan didn't say a word, and directly agreed. Seeing that Yang Fan promised so cheerfully, Shen Yafei was also very satisfied and happy, and immediately took out the electronic scale she had prepared in advance and weighed these large yellow fish respectively. In the end, the 6 smaller fish combined totaled about 40 pounds, while the 2 largest fish were about 22 pounds. In this way, the total price of the 8 fish reached 832,000 yuan. In other words, Yang Fan went out to fish and easily earned more than 800,000 yuan. Coupled with the fact that he made more than 200,000 yuan selling lobsters yesterday, and less than 24 hours after returning home, Yang Fan has already earned more than 1 million. In this regard, Yang Fan just wants to say, being a fisherman is so fragrant. Chapter 015. After weighing the 8 large yellow croakers and recalculating the total price, concubine Shenya immediately transferred the money to Yang Fan. With the arrival reminder of Ding Dong, the deposit in Yang Fan's bank account also reached 7 figures for the first time in his life. Yesterday, his bank account deposit was only tens of thousands, but now it exceeds 1 million, and I have to say that this feeling makes Yang Fan a little fluttery. Yang Fan, seriously, seeing that when you make so much money as a fisherman, you made 1 million from me in 2 days, which makes me want to change my career to fishing. After transferring the account, Shen Yafei also said this half-jokingly to Yang Fan. She did sigh a little at Yang Fan's luck, but in 2 days, she caught the best splendid lobster and the best wild yellow croaker one after another. This speed of making money is really nobody. Haha, Boss Shen said and smiled, a big boss like you makes money, I'm just lucky. Yang Fan smiled. Good luck is also a kind of strength, Yang Fan. In the future, if you can still catch this kind of excellent goods, remember to send me a message as soon as possible, I will definitely give you the most fair price. Shen Yafei said with a smile. Okay, I guess I should contact Boss Shen again tomorrow. Yang Fan smiled when he heard this. The dozens of big yellow croakers that he didn't catch, he kept thinking about it, and he was ready to find Yang Hungtao to borrow fishing nets after returning to the village to catch them all, and then he would have to contact Shen Yafei. And hearing Yang Fan's words, Shen Yafei raised her eyebrows. Oh? So, Yang Fan, are you confident that you can catch good goods tomorrow? If nothing else, it should. Yang Fan nodded. Then I'll wait for your good news. Seeing Yang Fan so confident, Shen Yafei's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and her eyes staring at Yang Fan changed slightly. She is really looking forward to whether this handsome and sunny young fisherman in front of her really has the ability to catch the best seafood again. If he really could, it could no longer be explained by his luck alone. After all, you can't do it again and again. With luck alone, it is absolutely impossible to catch such superb seafood as splendid lobster and large yellow croaker one after another. After the transaction is completed, concubine Shenya rushed back to the restaurant with 8 large yellow fish, and she immediately ordered her subordinates to publicize her Shen family's seafood restaurant and received 8 superb large yellow croakers. I believe that as soon as this news comes out, some local tycoons who love to eat seafood in Bahai City will definitely flock to it. At that time, the name of her seafood restaurant will definitely be a hit in Bahai City. As for Yang Fan, after getting off Shen Yafei's car, he did not choose to drive directly back to the fishing village, but came to the home appliance city in the city. He slept at home last night and found that the household appliances at home had long been outdated and even some were broken, so this time he simply bought some new ones and went back. Since he wanted to live in the fishing village for a long time, Yang Fan naturally would not treat himself badly. The living conditions of the house must be properly arranged, and the electrical appliances that should be purchased must not be less, so that they can live more comfortably in the future. Even, Yang Fan planned to ask the decoration team to renovate and design his house. However, it seems a bit cumbersome, and you need to plan it out at the right time. Coming to the electric city, Yang Fan made a good purchase. With a huge amount of millions, he naturally will not be reluctant to spend money. What TV, refrigerator, computer, washing machine, what are the best and largest brand to buy? Anyway, not bad money. In the end, after some purchasing, Yang Fan spent a total of more than 100,000. Seriously, this is the first time Yang Fan has spent so much money at once. It's a bit of an upstart. In addition, when buying electrical appliances, Yang Fan also added several hundred yuan to those stores for shipping, and asked them to help them deliver the electrical appliances they bought to Dahali village tomorrow. So he didn't have to worry about how to transport these things back. Wait until everything you need to buy is done. Yang Fan found a random fly restaurant for lunch, and then returned to the dock to drive back to the village. After a sail of more than an hour, Yang Fan sailed back to the small pier in Big Whale Village. At this time, it was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and some fishermen who got up early to go to sea one after another also collected their nets and returned to the village, so there were quite a few boats parked on the pier. Yang Fan just wanted to find a suitable vacant seat at the pier to park the boat, but someone behind him suddenly called out to him. "Sail, are you back from fishing?" Yang Fan looked back and found that it was Yang Hungtao, who should have just sailed back to the dock after going out of sea. On Yang Hungtao's boat, there was also a half-sized boy with dark skin and a thin figure, who should be a teenager from the same village. Yang Fan was a little familiar for a while, but he didn't remember whose family it was. "I finished fishing early, and I just came back from the city." When Yang Hungtao drove the boat over, Yang Fan replied casually with a smile. "Hey? Fanzi, you went to the city again, why did you go?" Yang Hungtao asked curiously while stopping the boat. Chapter 016. I went to buy a few electrical appliances, and the old appliances at home were replaced after they were not used for so many years. Yang Fan did not say anything about the big yellow fish, otherwise he would be publicized by Yang Hungtao's big mouth, and he estimated that he would immediately become famous in Shiliba village. In fact, when he sold those 2 splendid lobsters yesterday, Yang Fan specially told Yang Hungtao not to tell anyone about this. Everything is for the sake of keeping a low profile, and it is good to make a fortune in a muffled voice. Lean. You kid just made a windfall yesterday, and today I went to the city to buy, right, nouveau riche. Hearing that Yang Fan went to the city to buy electrical appliances, Yang Hung Tao scolded with a half-joking smile. Roll the calf. Forgot what I told you yesterday? Yang Fan glared at Yang Hung Tao when he heard this. This guy obviously told him to keep a low profile, and he also said in front of others that he made a windfall. I was wrong. Being stared at by Yang Fan like this, Yang Hung Tao also reacted, and there were other people next to him, and he almost leaked his mouth. Don't talk about those who don't have it, Dizzy. You went to sea today, what did you catch? Yang Fan changed the subject. Hehe, the catch is okay, caught 2 big red spots weighing 1 pound and a dozen green crabs and orchid crabs and the like, which should sell for more than 1,000. Speaking of the catch, Yang Hung Tao immediately showed a stunned expression. His title as a young fisherman is not a wasted name, and among the new generation of fishermen in the village, he has caught the most every time he goes to sea. In the morning, he deliberately went to a new sea area to put a net, but he did not expect good luck and caught a lot of good goods. That's pretty good. Seeing Yang Hung Tao's stunned face, Yang Fan rolled his eyes and almost couldn't help but hit him. Otherwise, if he told him that he caught 8 large yellow croakers, this product would probably be dumbfounded on the spot. While speaking, both ships were also parked. The 3 disembarked and came to shore. At this time, Yang Fan keenly noticed the half-sized man who went to sea with Yang Hung Tao, and secretly glanced at him a few times. Moreover, the eyes are a little strange. This made Yang Fan frown. Who is this somewhat familiar little guy? Why do you want to peek at yourself with such weird eyes? However, Yang Fan did not ask on the spot, said goodbye to Yang Hung Tao and went home by himself. His 2 families live far away, one in the east of the village and the other in the west of the village, so it is not a road. After returning home, Yang Fan went upstairs to take a lunch break, and was woken up by the village rooster before he slept enough in the morning, and now he is really a little sleepy. This sleep went straight to the setting sun, and it was almost dark when I woke up. After waking up, I habitually picked up my mobile phone and glanced at the time, and found that it was already 6:30 at night. Goo! At this time, the stomach rang uncontrollably. Yang Fan smiled bitterly, and just thought about getting something to eat later, when he heard someone downstairs calling him loudly. Fanzi, Fanzi, come down to eat, my mother made a table, go to my house to eat. Yang Fan went to the balcony to take a look, and sure enough, it was Yang Hung Tao. Okay, wait. Yang Fan smiled, then went to the bathroom to wash his face casually and went downstairs. Coming downstairs, Yang Hung Tao asked strangely as soon as they met, by the way, Fanzi, have you seen Big Yellow since you came back? I just saw the dog of Big Yellow at the head of the village, and he was chasing a group of female dogs making waves. What's the matter? I saw that it was old before, why is it suddenly alive now? Ahem, that dog is chasing a group of... Yang Fan sweated when he heard this. Yes, that guy, old and fierce, a riotous horse. Well, leave it alone. Yang Fan was a little speechless. No wonder I didn't see the shadow of Big Yellow this dog this day, it turned out that I really went to ride the female dog in the village. The old color is approved. As they spoke, the 2 walked towards Yang Hung Tao's house. Halfway through, Yang Fan suddenly remembered something, so he asked Yang Hung Tao, Dizzy, which is the half of the boy on your boat today? I look very familiar but I don't remember who it is. Before being peeked at by that half-sized son with a strange look, Yang Fan could remember it. Oh? Sale, you didn't recognize it? He's Ziohei. Yang Hung Tao said. Ziohei? Is he Ziohei? Hearing this name, Yang Fan was stunned for a moment. Yang Ziohei, of course he knows. 6 years ago, Yang Fan's parents used their savings for many years to buy a larger tonnage fishing boat to fish in the far seas, and a large boat like this must need some helpers, so Yang Fan's father hired several villagers in the village to help him. Unfortunately, within a few months they encountered a major storm at sea and never returned. And that sudden storm not only took Yang Fan's parents, but also took away the few villagers who helped on Yang Fan's parents' boat. This includes Yang Ziohei's parents. So, hearing that half-sized son was Yang Ziohei, Yang Fan finally understood why he would peek at himself with that strange look. Chapter 017. Hasn't Ziohei's grades been good all the time? Why didn't I study at a young age and followed you out to fish? After being silent for a while, Yang Fan asked Yang Hongtao. Well, it's not because of that. Speaking of Yang Ziohei, Yang Hongtao also sighed. After his parents were gone, he suffered a big blow, and then this kid gave up on himself, skipping class every day to play games in internet cafes, and his grades deteriorated. After 2 years of mixing, he didn't get anything in the middle school entrance examination and didn't study, and after coming out of school, his grandfather sent him to the town to learn haircutting with his third uncle, but this kid didn't want to wash and cut other people's hair, and soon ran back to the fishing village, and then he stalked me to teach him how to fish, and I couldn't help him to let him go to sea with me. Speaking of which, in addition to you in our village over the years, this kid in Ziohei has read the most. If something happened back then, maybe our village will produce another famous college student, alas. Saying that, Yang Hongtao shook his head, feeling sorry for Yang Ziohei. But there is no way, fishermen are like this, there are unpredictable storms in the sky, and the people who seek life at sea may be gone one day, and who can reason with. After listening to Yang Hongtao's words, Yang Fan's heart was a little blocked. Speaking of which, in fact, Yang Fan has always felt a trace of guilt for Yang Ziohei, including the children of other villagers who died. After all, their parents lost their lives because they helped their parents. Now, hearing that Yang Ziohei had given up studying because of that incident and had a bad life, Yang Fan's heart was even less pleasant. Fanzi, don't blame yourself for being uncomfortable, Ziohei, this child is his own creation, it has nothing to do with you, and you can't blame your parents for that kind of thing, let alone you. Seeing that Yang Fan had not spoken, Yang Hongtao guessed that he might feel a little guilty about Yang Ziohei, so he quickly persuaded him. I'm okay. Yang Fan shrugged and smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew he couldn't blame him, but this kind of thing would always make people a little hard to let go. Okay, don't talk about this, it's almost time to my house. My mother heard that your kid is back, but she specially gave you a table of good dishes. My own son has never been treated like this. This topic made people a little heavy. Yang Hongtao quickly smiled and changed the topic. Haha, I still miss Aunt Zhang's craftsmanship. Yang Fan also smiled when he heard this. When Yang Fan and Yang Hongtao were young, they often went to his house to eat, so they were deeply impressed by the good cooking skills of Yang Hongtao's mother Aunt Zhang. Talking. The two came to a 2-story building. This is Yang Hongtao's home. Dad, Mom, I called the sales, the meal is ready. Before entering the door, Yang Hongtao shouted at the top of his voice. Then, I saw a middle-aged couple walking out, it was Yang Hongtao's parents. Yay! Xiaofan is here. Yesterday, I heard Dizzy say that you are home, and your uncle and I are happy. Yang Hongtao's mother Zhang Ziyulian saw Yang Fan and quickly greeted Yang Fan enthusiastically and held Yang Fan's hand, with a cordial look. Because Yang Fan had good academic performance and cheerful personality when he was a child. He was a child of someone else's family among the adults in the village since he was a child. Especially Yang Hongtao's parents, they did not use Yang Fan to scare Yang Hongtao. In addition, Yang Fan often comes to Yang Hongtao's house to play, so Yang Hongtao's parents are particularly rare Yang Fan, and basically treat him like a half-son. Last night, I heard Yang Hungtao say that Yang Fan was back, and the old couple ordered their son to ask Yang Fan to come to the house for dinner today. Aunt Zhang, I haven't seen you in a few years, and you're still as young as you were back then. Yang Fan smiled and said hello to Zhang Ziyulian. Look, Xiaofan can talk a lot, unlike this guy Dazi, who is reckless all day. Zhang Ziyulian smiled like a flower, and did not forget to scare her son. This made Yang Hungtao look resentful. The sales of the dog day, every time I come, I will be scolded by my parents. Yang Fan then said hello to Yang Hungtao's father, Yang Daming, and then several people entered the house. As Yang Hungtao said, his parents prepared a large table full of dishes for Yang Fan. The vegetables grown in their own fields, the grouper freshly beaten in the sea, and all kinds of wild game on the mountains have gathered, and it is not too much to say that it is a mountain and sea delicacies, and the price of this large table in the city hotel is less than hundreds of more. Several people ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious and loving. A sumptuous dinner lasted almost 2 hours, which was a pleasure for the guests and hosts. After eating and drinking, Yang Fan thanked Yang Hungtao's parents for their warm hospitality, and then took his leave and left. Of course, he didn't come back alone. There are no street lights in the village and you can't see it at night, so Yang Hungtao was still called out by his parents and sent Yang Fan home with a flashlight. This made Yang Hungtao feel very humiliated. Who is your biological son? Walk on the dark night road of the fishing village. Yang Fan inexplicably sighed that his hometown fishing village was still too poor and closed. He has been to the countryside around Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and how good the development of the people is, it is not much worse than in the city. But what about Big Whale Village? There are no street lights, and at night it is dark and lifeless. The most important thing is that the terrain of Big Whale Village is special and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the road to the city is a mountain road, which is very inconvenient. Just as the so-called want to be rich first to build roads, Big Whale Village does not even have any road access to nature and there is no opportunity for development. Otherwise, it would not be so backward. Thinking of this, suddenly, Yang Fan had an idea. Maybe he can use his ability to develop a fishing village? After all, he grew up in Big Whale Village and has great feelings for this simple and primitive fishing village. Now that he has the ability to develop fishing villages, why not? Moreover, after having the Dragon Ball, he is ready to live in the fishing village for a long time, and the better development of the fishing village will definitely be of great benefit to him. Of course, this idea seems a little early. Yang Fan himself has not yet grown. The first thing he has to do is to make himself bullish as soon as possible, so that he has enough ability to drive the villagers to get rich together and build a better fishing village together. For his future development plan, Yang Fan actually has certain ideas. His initial plan was to gang out in the offshore first. For example, like these 2 days, fishing for large yellow croaker or catching superb seafood such as splendid lobster to earn more money, and when the money is enough, buy a large tonnage fishing boat that can go out to the far sea. I believe that with his ability in the water, he will definitely make a lot of money every time he goes out to sea after having a fishing boat. When he made more money, he went to buy an oversized ocean-going fishing vessel that could go out to the high seas to fish. At that point, he will be able to sail to the high seas to catch the finest seafood like blue flag tuna. He can even buy a salvage ship to search the high seas for various shipwrecked treasures, and even go to the Somali waters to search for legendary pirate treasures. Just thinking about it, it's a little exciting. Fanzi, what are you thinking about? Why are you still laughing silly alone? At this time, seeing Yang Fan laughing inexplicably, Yang Hungtao was curious. Nothing. Yang Fan came back to his senses and shook his head with a smile, and then suddenly remembered something, so he asked Yang Hungtao, by the way, does your family have the kind of sunken net that can go down 50 or 60 meters deep? Yes, Fanzi, you want to sink the net? When to do it? Yang Hungtao replied. Tomorrow morning. Yang Fan thought about it. In order to avoid the group of big yellow fish being accidentally caught by others, he still worked hard, got up early tomorrow morning with tears, and went to sink the net to kill the group of big yellow croaker. Okay, then you can drive my new ship tomorrow. There is a net machine on that ship, otherwise you alone will not be able to pull the sinking net. You don't need the new ship yourself. Tomorrow I'll go collect the crab cages, and I don't need a net machine, so I can use the old boat. Okay, thanks. Yang Fan patted Yang Hungtao's shoulder and smiled. Lean. My own brother said such outrageous. Yang Hungtao waved his hand and scolded with a smile. Chapter 018. One night without a word. At 5 o'clock the next morning, before the sun rose, Yang Fan got up directly. That group of big yellow croakers is worth millions, and he can worry about it, sleep less and hit tightly. After a quick wash, Yang Fan came directly to the dock and found Yang Hungtao's new boat. On the boat, a 100-meter-long sunken net was piled up. The reason why Yang Hungtao was called to prepare such a sinking net was because large yellow croakers generally lived in the sea at a depth of 50 or 60 miles. Ignition, sail the boat. After more than an hour of sailing, I finally came to the sea where the big yellow croaker was found yesterday. At this moment, the sky has dawned, and a red sun slowly rises from the sea level, reflecting the golden light of the sea, which is spectacular. Take the opportunity to enjoy the beauty of the sunrise over the sea. Then, Yang Fan continued to drive slowly while using his eyes that could see through the sea to search for the figure of the big yellow fish in the sea. The resources of this sea area are much richer than those of the offshore sea. As soon as Yang Fan entered the water, he saw many fish of different shapes and colors swimming freely in groups in the sea. There are manta rays, sea wolves, mullet, groupers, octopus, sea carp, eels, golden pomfrets, little white sharks. However, I just didn't see the big yellow croaker for a long time. Lean? It won't be a run, right? After searching for more than 10 minutes, he did not find the figure of the group of big yellow fish yesterday, and Yang Fan was a little panicked. If he ran away, or was captured by someone else, he would vomit blood. Yang Fan had to increase the search area. Finally, about half an hour later, he found the group of big yellow croakers in a new sea. Lean, run so far. Finally seeing the big yellow fish, Yang Fan grinned. Subsequently, he drove the boat to find a better angle to get off the net, and then directly cast the net down. Fall with the lead. The 100-meter fishing net was overwhelming and quickly fell directly in front of the group of large yellow croakers swimming happily. As long as they follow their current swimming trajectory, they all have to go online. But alas, it's unrealistic to want to catch it all. Hula! Perhaps, because some large yellow croakers are more alert to perceive the danger coming, so the moment before hitting the fishing net, they quickly swam in different directions and avoid the catch of the fishing net. But some big yellow croakers are dumbfounded, or swim forward happily with their heads stuffed. Then they all hit the fishing net. Only when they were caught by the fishing net did they feel the danger and want to struggle violently to swim away. But it's too late, and the more they struggle, the tighter they get caught in the net. In this way, Yang Fan went down the net and caught about 10 large yellow fish of different sizes. That's about a quarter of the entire school of large yellow croaker. On the boat, Yang Fan saw that the net was caught in the fish, and he waved his fist excitedly and then began to use the net machine to pull the net up. Soon, the nets were all pulled up. Yang Fan quickly untied the 10 golden yellow fish on the net, and quickly put them into a large foam box and covered them with ice cubes prepared in the crisper box. Why not just refrigerate in a crisper? Quite simply. The fish is too big and too much to fit in the crisper box. Yang Fan, who had long anticipated this, specially prepared 2 large foam boxes before going to sea, and filled a large box of ice cubes with a fresh keeping box. In fact, if he caught ordinary fish, Yang Fan would not be so troublesome. But this is 2 yellow fish, worth a lot of money, naturally need to treat them differently to use ice to keep them fresh in the first time, otherwise it will be a big loss if it is broken. Only a quarter of the large yellow croaker schools were caught in one net. Yang Fan naturally will not be satisfied. After finishing the nets, he found the right time to place a second net. In the second net, he caught another 10 large yellow croakers. Then, he went down to the third net. In the third net, because the fish became less numerous and frightened and began to run around, he only caught 5 large yellow croakers. Then he went down to the fourth net. In the fourth net, he caught only 3 large yellow croakers. Then, Yang Fan went down to the fifth net. This net, Yang Fan is very unfortunate for the Air Force. The original 40 or 50 large yellow fish were caught by Yang Fan 36 successively, and almost only the last 10 or so remained. Seeing that this net of Air Force, and the large yellow fish group had been completely frightened and began to run wildly, Yang Fan finally decided to let them go. This time, Yang Fan really wanted to let them go, not the kind that let them go today and catch them again tomorrow. After all, you can't fish thirsty. Now that the number of wild yellow croakers is so rare, it is actually very rare to form such a large fish group. Yesterday plus today, Yang Fan has already caught 36 of them, which is almost enough. Just leave these 10 or so large yellow croakers to continue to breed. I believe that they can grow to such a large life-saving ability is still good, and expect them to continue to grow in the next year and form a more considerable large yellow croaker school. Seriously, decided to let go of these dozen large yellow croakers. Yang Fan's heart was still a little painful at first. After all, these dozen big yellow fish are worth millions. But in the end, he made the decision firmly. It is not his virgin's heart attack, nor is it that he treats money like dung. But after having the Dragon Ball, Yang Fan feels that he is the son of the sea, and the sea is a beautiful home that he needs to protect. Therefore, he must demand the resources of the sea to a certain extent, cannot abuse them indiscriminately, and cannot kill them all for his own selfish desires. These dozen large yellow croakers, just let them go. Let's go. Yang Fan smiled, put away the fishing net satisfied, and lit the fire to prepare for the return. Before the return voyage, of course. He still took a few photos of these 28 big yellow fish and sent them to Shen Yafei. Boss Shen, caught a few more big yellow fish, or. Chapter 019. Meanwhile. In the city, Shenjia Seafood Restaurant. In the boss's office on the 5th floor, Shen Yafei sat on the sofa and poured herself a cup of Blue Mountain coffee in a beautiful mood. Yesterday, after receiving the 8 wild large yellow croakers, she immediately spread the news. You know, the wild big yellow croaker this year is extremely rare, and the 8 as big and good as the 8 caught by Yang Fan are the best of the best. So not long after this news was spread, many local tycoon guests who loved to eat superb seafood heard the wind and called Shenjia Seafood Restaurant to book seats in advance. Among them, there are many people who have a lot of background in the North Sea business community and even the authorities. These people don't care how expensive wild yellow croaker is, because they are a pomp to eat, and the more expensive and rare the ingredients, the more popular they are with the rich people in their circle. So, those 8 superb wild large yellow croakers were eventually consumed overnight. This also made Shenjia Seafood Restaurant a hit in the high-end seafood consumer market in Bahai City, and was favored by many local guests. This naturally made Shen Yafei very happy, and the pressure on her body also felt lighter. However, happy to be happy, she still has to open up the purchase channel of high-end seafood as soon as possible, otherwise if the restaurant does not have excellent goods for a long time, those local rich guests will not come again. Come to think of it. Concubine Shenya suddenly thought of Yang Fan. When trading those 8 wild yellow croakers yesterday, didn't Yang Fan say that he might contact him again today? Seriously, this Shen Yafei is actually a little skeptical. This handsome and sunny young fisherman can really catch the best seafood again? Where did he get his confidence? Did he? At this moment, Shen Yafei's V letter suddenly sounded. Picking it up casually, I was surprised to find that it was a message sent by Yang Fan. Did he really do it? Shen Yafei suddenly raised her eyebrows, a little incredulous and at the same time a little expectant. Then she clicked on the V letter. Oh my god! So many wild big yellow croakers! After seeing the photos sent by Yang Fan, Shen Yafei's eyes widened, and she was really a little dumbfounded. In the 2 large foam boxes, the wild yellow croakers are neatly arranged, and you can easily judge that there are 20 or 30 at a glance. The most important thing is that these 20 or 30 wild large yellow croakers are not only numerous, but also at least 5 or 6 catties or more in size. Surely he found a large yellow croaker. Surprised, Shen Yafei immediately figured this out. Yang Fan must have found a large yellow croaker group, otherwise he would not have been able to catch so many wild large yellow croakers. No wonder he was so confident yesterday, saying that he should contact me again today. It turns out that he knows where there are schools of big yellow croakers. Shen Yafei blinked her eyes, thinking that this Yang Fan was really lucky, and even the wild large yellow fish could be found. Maritime. After Yang Fan sent the message, he estimated that Shen Yafei should contact him soon. Sure enough, within a minute, his guess came true. Shen Yafei's video quickly called. Yang Fan smiled and clicked connect. Yang Fan, you are really amazing. You actually caught so many wild big yellow fish again. As soon as the video was connected, Shen Yafei's pretty face appeared on the screen, and she gave Yang Fan a thumbs up with an excited look. Hehe, luckily ran into a large school of yellow croaker. Yang Fan smiled low-key. Sure enough, you found a school of big yellow croaker. Seriously, Yang Fan, your luck is also nobody. This is a wild big yellow croaker. Other fishermen are estimated to die happily when they encounter 1 or 2. You actually found a whole school of big yellow croaker. Hearing Yang Fan say this, Shen Yafei said with great emotion. Haha, it's okay. Yang Fan shrugged with a smile. Okay, no more small talk, Yang Fan, you quickly show me those big yellow croakers you caught. Okay. Subsequently, Yang Fan used the camera to shoot Shen Yafei of the wild yellow fish in the foam box, and Shen Yafei was naturally very satisfied after watching it, and asked Yang Fan to rush to yesterday's dock as soon as possible to trade. The rest is simple and straightforward. Yang Fan came to the dock with 28 superb wild yellow croakers, while Shen Yafei rushed to the dock in advance to wait for Yang Fan as yesterday. After the two met, Yang Fan still got into Shen Yafei's Bentley commercial car. In the car, Shen Yafei weighed the 28 large yellow fish with an electronic scale and gave Yang Fan the same purchase price as yesterday. In the end, Yang Fan's 28 wild big yellow croakers were sold for 3.03 million. I have to say that this is really a very scary rate of making money. It has only been 2 days since Yang Fan returned to the fishing village, and the balance on the bank card has already reached more than 4 million. It's terrifying. But there is no way, the life of the open hangs does not need to be explained. With Dragon Ball, with the magical ability in the water, it is too simple for Yang Fan to make money. P.S. Guys, the flower ticket didn't move. It seems that I don't ask everyone not to send it. Please everyone, give a few flowers and a few tickets to give some encouragement. Oh. Chapter 020. After more than 3 million arrived, Yang Fan sailed back to the fishing village. As soon as he got home, he received a phone call. The call came from a merchant in Electric City, saying that the electrical appliances he bought yesterday were going to be delivered. So in the afternoon, Yang Fan was not ready to go to sea again. He was busy at home for an afternoon, cooperating with the installation master to install all kinds of newly bought electrical appliances. After all the electrical appliances were ready, he also went to the town's telecommunications office, pulled a broadband to his home, and solved the problem of internet access by the way. That's it. Yang Fan's Sea View cottage can be regarded as a good look. There should be all the electrical equipment, and the net is also connected. To be honest, this kind of living conditions, but it is much stronger than the bachelor apartment he rented in the magic capital before. I have a villa by the sea, facing the sea, with spring blossoms. After finishing his busy day, Yang Fan looked at the 3-story small bungalow that had been cleaned up and smiled gratifyingly. However, laughing and laughing, he suddenly thought of something, and then he couldn't laugh a little. His 3-story small bungalow is cleaned up, but the oversized courtyard enclosed by the house is still barren and weedy. Yes, you can't rest yet, and the yard has to be cleaned up. Thinking about it, Yang Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly, then went to the utility room to find a shovel and went to the yard to weed. It was busy for more than an hour. Yang Fan finally cleaned up the large courtyard supporting the small bungalow, and the weeds that were as tall as those people were ruthlessly eradicated by him. The grass was shoveled. The whole courtyard became empty. This is actually not very good looking, so Yang Fan plans to see when to find a time to get some beautiful flowers and plants to plant in the yard, and strive to make this yard a garden full of flowers. In that way, it can be called spring blossoms. However, this is not in a hurry, and it will be done slowly in the future. After everyone was busy inside and out, it was already evening. Yang Fan washed his hands and slowly went out to wander around the village. As the sun sets, wisps of afterglow fall, adding another beauty to the pristine seaside fishing village. In the evening, the fishing village is quite lively. Families began to cook, smoke rose, fishermen who had gone out to fish gradually returned, tin boats large and small sailed back to the docks, and children from all families began to play in the village after school. Along the way, many villagers who knew Yang Fan greeted warmly. Yang Fan responded politely with a smile. While walking, Yang Fan slipped to the head of the village, and at this time, he heard several dog barks. Following the prestige, I saw that in a weed at the head of the village, a majestic big yellow dog was with a small white female and dog. There are some scenes that are not suitable for children. And this big yellow dog that is not good at happy is the big yellow of Yang Fan's family. This dog, since Yang Fan fed the golden drop and became alive, has not appeared for 2 days. Now it seems that it has really been busy with the little in Huoho village. Special. Rhubarb, this old color batch. Seeing Big Yellow doing this kind of thing with his own eyes, Yang Fan was really a little crying and laughing. This dog is old and shameless, and he has been riding a bitch for 2 days. In fact, what Yang Fan didn't know was that he really couldn't blame Big Yellow old color batch. It's really the golden drops refined by Dragon Ball are too fierce. After Rhubarb was fed a few drops of gold by him, not only did his body become strong and energetic, but his body was also filled with an abundant energy that was about to explode. This makes Rhubarb have to go vent. To put it bluntly, Big Yellow's state in the past 2 days is like eating too much of that brother whey. Only by constantly looking for the little in the village can we vent the flood power in her body. So in the past 2 days, Rhubarb has been fighting with the little in the village day and night. After a wheel war, it basically gave all the little in the village to Huo. It's a fierce horse. Forget it, don't care about this goods, let it continue to harpy. Seeing that Big Yellow had been doing that thing without feeling, Yang Fan really didn't look at it, glanced at it and quickly walked away. He was afraid that he would grow the eye of a needle if he looked a little longer. Sneak all the way to the pier. It was also a coincidence that I met Yang Hungtao here. At this time, he should have just returned from fishing, and was sorting out fishing nets with Yang Ziohei on the boat. Oh, the fishing master is back. Yang Fan immediately walked over and said hello with a smile. Yang Hungtao was originally looking down to sort out the fishing net, and when he heard the voice, he subconsciously raised his head, and immediately smiled when he saw that it was Yang Fan. Haha, the sail is you, why are you here? I came out for a walk, just walked here, what did you get out of the sea today? Saying that, Yang Fan also glanced at Yang Ziohei and found that this kid saw that he was coming, and his expression was a little uncomfortable. Hehe, today is good luck, it is another day of a bumper harvest, I caught a lot of valuable goods, it is estimated that I can sell more than 1,000. Speaking of the catch, Yang Hung Tao was stunned again. However, he does have the capital of Hisar, and today he caught a lot of good goods, which is the right name for his fishing master. Yes, you can sell more than 1,000, you kid makes a lot of money every day. Yang Fan smiled when he heard this. Hehe, it's average. Yang Hung Tao smiled modestly, and then turned to Yang Fan and said, Fanzi, what about you, did you catch a fish at sea today? Caught 2 dozen. Yang Fan said with a smile. Caught a dozen of them? That's okay, isn't it worth something like grouper? Yang Hung Tao asked again. Not grouper. There are no groupers. So did you sell the fish? Sold. How much does it cost? Not much, billion a little. Okay, then Fanzi, you will continue to work hard next time, and strive to earn more than 1,000 a day like your brother one day. Hearing that Yang Fan was embarrassed to say how much money he had sold, Yang Hung Tao smiled. In his opinion, what Yang Fan caught must be worthless goods, not even groupers, and he could sell them for a few dollars. Hey! As for Yang Fan, after hearing Yang Hung Tao's shameless words, he just smiled and did not refute this guy. Otherwise, if he dumped the 3 million earned from selling big yellow fish today in this guy's face, it is estimated that this product would be dumbfounded on the spot. By the way, Fanzi, how about you go to sea with me from tomorrow? I teach you a little fishing experience, anyway, I take Ziohe alone is also a belt, plus you are no different. At this time, Yang Hung Tao thought about it and said such a sentence with a sincere face. He was completely out of kindness, and felt that Yang Fan had no experience in fishing, so he wanted to bring him. But what Yang Hung Tao didn't know was that Yang Fan needed him to bring. However, after thinking about this proposal for a while, Yang Fan did not refuse. Okay, then I'll go to sea with you tomorrow. Yang Fan agreed with a smile. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for all kinds of support and encouragement. Chapter 021. After chatting with Yang Hung Tao for a few words, Yang Fan was almost the same, and went home. When he arrived home, it was already past 7 o'clock, and when it was time for dinner, he ate a bowl of instant noodles casually, and just made a living for dinner. Originally, Yang Hung Tao wanted to ask Yang Fan to go to his house to eat tonight, but Yang Fan was most afraid of troubling others, so he refused his kindness. Over the years, alone outside, Yang Fan himself often cooks, following some food-up masters on Station B to learn to cook. His cooking skills have actually practiced very well. When he bought electrical appliances yesterday, he also bought all the kitchen utensils, so the house was fully equipped to fire. When he goes to the supermarket one day to buy chai, rice, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar tea, and then put some ingredients in the refrigerator, he can cook for himself every day. Eaten instant noodles. Yang Fan took a shower and went upstairs to his room to play with his mobile phone. I wanted to play 2 Kings for fun, but at this time I received a new message on the V-letter. Click on the V-letter and find that there is someone in the college class group in Ada. Lu Wiki, in other words, our Magic Capital squad hasn't gotten together for almost half a year, otherwise we have a meal together this weekend. Zhang Zhupeng, I seconded. Anyone who has time on the weekend raises his paw. Chen Long, raise claw, emoji. Qian Jiajia, raise your claws. Zhang Xiao, raise your claws. Shen Qian, raise your claws. Lu Wiki, there may be many people who haven't seen the news, I'll divide it up, at Yang Fan at Lu Yunyan at Zhang Xin. After reading the group chat message, Yang Fan smiled bitterly. It turned out that the Magic Capital squad wanted to organize a dinner. After graduating from college, these classmates who stayed in the Magic Capital to develop would come out to gather every once in a while, so it was not strange. But the embarrassing thing is that he is no longer in the magic capital. Yang Fan smiled, and then sent a message in the group. Yang Fan, you guys gather, I'm no longer in the magic capital. Lu Wiki, old Yang, you are no longer in the magic capital? Where is it? Yang Fan, back to my hometown fishing village. Lu Wiki, why are you going back to your hometown? Yang Fan, go back to your hometown and be a fisherman. Lu Wiki, lie in the groove. Really fake? What are you kid and I doing here? Yang Fan, why did I lie to you? I just resigned the day before yesterday and returned to my hometown. Look, my 3-story cottage with sea view is all taken care of, or the life in the fishing village is leisurely, and you can see the sea every day as soon as you open the window. After typing, Yang Fan also accompanied a few pictures. They are all some landscape pictures taken in the past 2 days back to the fishing village, as well as pictures of their own 3-story villa. And as soon as he sent these messages, the group immediately became lively. Lu Wiki, I understand. Lao Yang, are you coming really? Did you really quit your job and go back to the fishing village to become a fisherman? Zhang Zhupeng, I'll go. Are you sure you're not kidding? Yang Fan, you quit your job at the Industrial and Commercial Bank and went fishing in a fishing village? Shen Jian, isn't it? Yang Fan, what's wrong with you? You've been hit by emotional injuries? Qian Jiajia, Yang Fan, you really went back to the fishing village to fish? Black question mark face emoji. Chen Long, why don't I believe it? Yang Fan, you are definitely pretending to be a calf. You should go back to your hometown for a few days on annual leave, right? Seeing Yang Fan say that he had resigned and returned to the fishing village to fish, some of his classmates were undoubtedly stunned. You know, when Yang Fan was recruited in the junior year, he applied to work in the Industrial and Commercial Bank, one of the 4 major state-owned banks, and can enter the 4 major banks, even for graduates of prestigious universities such as Motu University of Finance and Economics. It is a very rare opportunity. Therefore, Yang Fan's work is envied by many students. But now, he actually said that he had quit his bank job and returned to his hometown fishing village to fish? If this were true, isn't that counterintuitive? Seeing that the classmates in the group were shocked by themselves, Yang Fan also shrugged his shoulders and didn't know how to explain. Can't you say that you have Dragon Ball, have magical underwater abilities, and earn millions after only 2 days of fishing in your hometown fishing village, right? After thinking about it for a while, Yang Fan had to casually explain perfunctorily. Yang Fan, well, dear students, don't guess, I didn't suffer any emotional injuries, and I did quit my job and went back to my hometown fishing village to become a fisherman. The reason why I made this decision was simply to go back to my hometown fishing village to live a leisurely life. Okay, I'll dive first, let's talk. Send this sentence. Yang Fan directly quit the group chat diving, otherwise the more he chatted, the more he didn't know how to explain. However, diving in the group does not mean that he can be clean. For the rest of the day, his V-letter kept tinkling. Many classmates who cared about him sent messages privately, asking him why he had to quit his job and return to the fishing village to become a fisherman. Did he encounter any trouble? If you really encounter trouble, you can say it, and the students will do their best to help. In the end, even the homeroom tutor of the university sent a message. After all, in the eyes of the class teacher tutor, Yang Fan is a very good and motivated and promising student. Why should he quit his good job in the 4 major trades and return to the fishing village to become a fisherman? Could it be that he was tired of the world for some reason? Therefore, after the class teacher saw the group news, he also hurriedly sent a message, wanting to see if he could persuade Yang Fan to solve it. In this regard, Yang Fan was a little helpless. The concern of teachers and classmates made him feel warm, but at the same time it made him a little crying and laughing. But there was no way, he had to be patient, one by one to explain to others that he was okay and didn't have to worry about it. After all, people are only concerned about him before they send him a message to ask him about the situation, and he must not reply. I'll go. Finally playing with the information, my hands are sore. More than an hour later. Yang Fan flicked his somewhat sore arm and let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, he kept replying messages. Explaining to every classmate and teacher who cared about him, explaining that he really didn't encounter trouble or be hit, but simply wanted to go back to the fishing village to live. Although those classmates and teachers still didn't understand Yang Fan's choice in the end, they were no longer blindly worried. Yang Fan's purpose was achieved. Yes, it's almost 11, don't play games, go to bed directly, tomorrow you have to get up early and go to sea. Yang Fan glanced at the time and found that it was already past 10 o'clock, so he thought of simply putting down his mobile phone and going directly to bed. Ding! But at this time, his cell phone rang again. Who is it again? It's endless. Yang Fan smiled bitterly, opened the V letter and took a look. After seeing who sent the message, he couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, why did she send me a message too? Chapter 022. Qin Yuxiu, Yang Fan, just saw that you actually left the magic capital and returned to your hometown fishing village to live? You are so dashing, admire your attitude to life, like. Also, the scenery of your hometown fishing boat is really beautiful. I saw that it was a message from Qin Yuxiu. Yang Fan was really a little surprised. He and Qin Yuxiu didn't communicate much, and the two basically didn't talk much when they were in college. Therefore, she could take the initiative to send a message to herself, which Yang Fan did not expect. And speaking of Qin Yuxiu, this classmate, Yang Fan was still very impressed. There is no reason, it is really Qin Yuxiu, this girl is too good. She is not only beautiful, but also a strong competitor recognized by all male students in the class, but also has a cheerful and lively personality and a very good popularity. Of course, none of this is critical. One of the most crucial factors that impressed Yang Fan, including all the students in the class, was that Qin Yuxiu became a big internet celebrity in college. That's right, Qin Yuxiu is a big internet celebrity. When the self-media short video industry was just emerging, Qin Yuxiu began to shoot videos. She first started shooting food videos, and spent all day looking for some delicious food as material on the campuses of famous colleges and universities in the magic capital. Because she has a sweet voice and a good temperament, she speaks very well-mannered and has high emotional intelligence. In addition, the quality of the video shooting is also quite good, so she slowly became popular. Just a few months after shooting the video, Qin Yuxiu has accumulated more than 100,000 fans. But it's just beginning. Qin Yuxiu only took the video for fun, and the update was also very slow. But later, when more and more fans grew, she slowly began to develop this as a career. Then she shot the video more attentively, the update was faster, and then logically, she naturally had more fans. That's it. By the time of her senior year, Qin Yuxiu was already a big internet celebrity with more than 1 million fans on the whole network. After graduation, Qin Yuxiu also officially became a full-time upmaster. She started shooting videos based on traveling around the world and introducing local specialties. And as her videos became more and more interesting, and became taller, her fan base began to soar exponentially. Up to now, Qin Yuxiu has more than 10 million fans on the whole network, and more than 3 million in Station B alone. It can be called a big internet celebrity. So seeing this beautiful classmate who has become a big internet celebrity, he suddenly sent a message to himself. Yang Fan was really a little surprised. After thinking about it, Yang Fan replied to Qin Yuxiu in a mocking tone. Hey, Qin, the internet celebrity actually sent me a message, a little flattered, didn't you travel abroad to shoot videos? Meanwhile, in the living room of a duplex mansion with river views on the Bund of Motu, Qin Yuxiu, who had just taken a bath and her hair was still wet, was sitting on the soft sofa with her snow-white long legs in a bathrobe, and was still watching the video with an iPad in her hand. Screen. It is a video of catching the sea shot by a famous up master of Station B. Some time ago, the video of catching the sea exploded on the whole network, and Qin Yuxiu, as the owner of Up, was also very curious, what is the charm of the video that can make so many viewers like it? With this curiosity, Qin Yuxiu will brush a video at Station B for a while to catch the sea when she has free time. Don't say, brushing and brushing, Qin Yuxiu herself was quickly attracted by the video of rushing to the sea. She found that the video of catching the sea is really interesting. Especially in the video, when those who catch the sea up main to collect the hook or collect the crab cage, it is really very exciting. Just like opening a treasure chest, you never know if the next row of hooks or crab cages will have something in them. Plus, nowadays, many people living in the city have longed for the countryside and the sea, so it is really natural that the video of catching the sea fishing is a very natural thing. After being deeply attracted by the charm of the video of catching the sea, Qin Yuxiu has begun to ponder in the past 2 days, should she find a big coffee to catch the sea and take 2 videos? That would be fun, right? Moreover, this will not only give her the opportunity to experience the fun of fishing in the sea for herself, but also provide her with a good video material. Maybe she can also attract those fans who like to watch videos to become her own fans. Think about it, it's a lot. Therefore, Qin Yuxiu finally decided that she was going to find a big coffee to catch the sea to link. But before she could think about which sea up master linkage she wanted to contact, she suddenly found out in the university group chat that her classmate Yang Fan had given up his superior job in the 4 major trades and returned to his hometown fishing village to fish. For Yang Fan, an old classmate, Qin Yuxiu's impression is still very good, and in his memory, he is a sunny and handsome big boy with a cheerful personality. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be so personal, and he didn't do the work of the enviable 4 major lines, and he resigned and went back to his hometown fishing village to fish. This is also too dashing and too wavy, right? This is the case. Qin Yuxiu found it very interesting. She suddenly began to think, what else is she looking for to catch the sea up master? It is better to find her old classmate to catch the sea and play. Plus, when Qin Yuxiu saw the photos of the scenery of the fishing village sent by Yang Fan, she became even more determined to this idea. Because Yang Fan's hometown fishing village is really beautiful, not only the scenery of the mountains and rivers is excellent, but also retains a very original and unique fisherman style. Therefore, Qin Yuxiu decided on the spot. She had to ask Yang Fan if he could take him to experience the fun of fishing at sea, and by the way, shoot 2 videos in his beautiful hometown fishing village. Ding! At this time, Qin Yuxiu's mobile phone rang. She guessed that it should be sent by Yang Fan, so she immediately put down the iPad and picked up the mobile phone. At first glance, it is indeed so. Yang Fan, hey, Qin the internet celebrity actually sent me a message, a little flattered, didn't you travel abroad to shoot videos? Chapter 023. I saw Yang Fan send this message. Qin Yuxiu immediately laughed, and then quickly typed and chatted. Qin Yuxiu, just a few days after returning from abroad, isn't it shocked by your feat of your old classmate, resolutely quit the work of the 4 major lines and returned to the hometown fishing village to be a fisherman fishing. I have to say, Yang Fan, you are really too personality and dashing. Yang Fan, haha, it's okay, I'm just tired of being in a big city, and I want to change my taste to live a leisurely life in a fishing village by the sea. Qin Yuxiu, cow. Enough to be free. That old student, I have a reluctant please want to trouble you, can you do you a favor? Yang Fan, oh? Do big internet celebrities still have to ask me for help? It's good to say anything directly, and it's not troublesome to say what troubles between old classmates. Qin Yuxiu, well actually, it's nothing, it's that I recently liked watching videos of catching the sea, so now I am particularly interested in catching the sea to fish. Originally, I thought about going to find a sea-up master to take me to experience it, but I just saw that your old classmate actually resigned and went back to your hometown fishing village to fish, so I felt very coincidental, so I wanted to ask you, is it convenient to take me to experience fishing in the sea? A look of anticipation. Yang Fan, you mean you want to go out to sea with me to experience catching the sea fishing? Big internet celebrity, are you serious? Qin Yuxiu, of course it's serious. Yang Fan, if you are willing to receive me, I will book a ticket immediately. Cute emoji. Meanwhile, the other side. When Yang Fan saw that the reason why Qin Yuxiu was looking for him was that he wanted to go fishing with him, he couldn't help but laugh a little. This big internet celebrity old classmate is really doing things. However, Yang Fan thought about it, but there was no reason to refuse. Since people proposed to come and experience the life of fishing in the sea with themselves, as an old classmate, he naturally wanted to welcome him warmly. It's not a hassle, just a show of hands. Plus, Qin Yuxiu is also a beautiful magic capital CAI university, which can be called a big beauty at the level of a flower. She wants to come to play with herself. Yang Fan has no reason to refuse. With a smile, Yang Fan immediately typed and agreed to Qin Yuxiu's request. Yang Fan, okay, old student, when are you coming? Just contact me directly, I will definitely let you experience the ultimate fishing fun. Qin Yuxiu, hehe. Yang Fan, then it's decided. As for when to go, it should be just these few days, I will arrange the time and tell you immediately. Yang Fan, okay, I'll see you then. Qin Yuxiu, I'm looking forward to it, hehe, I don't know if Yang Fan is more handsome than when you were in college? An expectant meme. Yang Fan, haha, it's not handsome for me to say it. Innocent white eye memes. Qin Yuxiu, hehe, then it's settled. Yang Fan, well, good. After chatting happily with Qin Yuxiu for a while, it was almost 12 o'clock at night. Yang Fan yawned and put down his phone directly and slept. He said to Yang Hongtao that he would go to sea tomorrow to put the row hook, so he had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and he wouldn't be able to sleep long if he didn't sleep quickly. One night without a word. At 5 o'clock the next morning, Yang Fan was woken up by an alarm clock set in advance. Then, without saying a word, he rolled over and got up. The golden drops condensed by the Dragon Ball had transformed his body, making Yang Fan's physical strength and energy unconsciously far beyond ordinary people. Although he had only slept for 5 hours last night, he woke up the next day feeling less tired. On the contrary, the energy is incomparable. After a simple wash, Yang Fan came to the pier in the village. Come to the agreed place. It was found that Yang Hongtao and Yang Ziohe had already sorted out the hooks on the boat. Fanzi, you're here, I thought you would be lazy in bed, I just wanted to make a call to urge you to come. Seeing Yang Fan coming, Yang Hongtao stopped his hand and greeted with a smile. Roll the calf, say that it will start at 5 o'clock, brother is the kind of person who does not believe in his words. Yang Fan scolded with a smile when he heard this. Hehe, okay, get on the boat quickly, while it's not yet dawn, we have to find a place to put a floating net first, catch some fresh green fish and small white fish and other live fish as bait, so that the effect of the lower row of hooks will be the best. Yang Hongtao said with a smile. Yang Fan nodded, and then got on the boat. When the people came, Yang Hongtao directly ignited the boat and came to a sea area where he often went under the net. He is very familiar with this sea, and before dawn, there will be a lot of green fish here. As long as you put down a floating net, you can often catch dozens of them. However, this fish is small and worthless, so it can only be used as bait. After coming to this familiar sea, Yang Hongtao directly sprinkled a floating net. Floating nets, as the name suggests, are nets that float on the surface of the sea, suitable for catching shallow water fish that prefer to move in the upper layers of the sea. After getting off the net, Yang Hongtao fortunately explained to Yang Fan as a teacher. Sail, for our fishing method of hooking, the quality of the bait is particularly important. If you use the kind of dead fish that has been frozen for a long time as bait, the fish in the sea are not very hooked, which will lead to a very poor effect on the hook, but if you use the freshly caught fish cut into pieces as bait, the effect of the hook will be significantly better. So every time I want to put a row hook, I will come to the sea before dawn to put a floating net and catch some live blue fish as bait. How's that, Fanzi? Have you learned? Saying that, Yang Hongtao also looked at Yang Fan with a rather arrogant look. That little look seemed to say, brother's fishing skills are very hanging, you kid learns a little. In this regard, Yang Fan gave a thumbs up in cooperation and said with a smile, after learning and learning, the fishing master really has a set. Hee, it's over, it's over. Yang Hongtao smiled heavily, as if he couldn't hear the ridicule in Yang Fan's words. Chapter 025. The next row of hooks takes much longer. You need to wait at least 2 or 3 hours for more fish to catch. So after finishing the 3 baskets of hooks, the 3 of them sat on the boat and waited with peace of mind. To wait so long at sea, to be honest, it's really boring. The sea is indeed magnificent and spectacular at first glance, but it is easy to get tired after watching it for a long time. After all, there is no change, just a bare sea, endless is full of water. However, this is the real life of fishermen. Many people who like to watch videos of catching the sea always find fishing fun, as exciting as opening treasure chests. But where do they understand that the wonderful picture presented in the video in just a few minutes requires a day for fishermen to prepare and wait? Fanzi, plus you are exactly 3 people, let's fight the landlord. At this time, Yang Hongtao suddenly took out a deck of poker with a thief's smile on his face, and wanted to call Yang Fan to fight the landlord. This product likes to play cards the most when he is idle, but usually he and Yang Ziohe go to sea with 2 people, and they can't play any cards, but now with Yang Fan, the 3 of them can just fight a landlord. Okay. Seeing that Yang Hongtao went out to fish and prepared a deck of cards, Yang Fan was really a little crying and laughing, but he still nodded and agreed. After all, it is really a long time to wait for 2 or 3 hours, and it is better for the fighting landlord to pass the time. That's it. The 3 sat on the boat and fought the landlord. Fighting the landlord is still quite interesting, and the time has passed in a flash. After waiting for about 3 hours, Yang Hongtao then sailed back to the sea where he had placed the first 2 baskets of hooks. After finding the buoy that connects the row hook, Yang Hongtao directly fished up the buoy with a hook, and then began to pull the line to close the hook. It didn't take long for Gang La. Yang Hongtao felt a sinking feeling, which made him laugh. Haha! Great start! The first hook is there. Sure enough, with his movements, when the first row hook was pulled up, a large wolffish that was struggling violently surfaced. Ziohe, quick, take the net! Yang Hongtao shouted. When Yang Ziohe on the side heard this, he immediately skillfully picked up the net in his hand and copied this big sea wolf fish weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. These 2 have been at sea together for a long time, and the cooperation has been quite tacit. Soon, this big wolffish was put into the living warehouse on the boat by Yang Ziohe and raised. Hee, Fanzi, see brother's fishing strength. Seeing that the first hook under his row hit the big goods, Yang Hongtao did not forget to scream at Yang Fan. In this regard, Yang Fan just smiled and did not take care of this product. A cheap sea wolf fish, although it is quite large and weighs 5 or 6 pounds, but the sea wolf fish is only a dozen pieces a pound. This one is estimated to be only sold for 60 or 70 yuan, what a sigh! Yang Fan really didn't want to crack down on this goods. Boom over. Yang Hungtao began to continue to close the hook again. But then he wasn't so lucky, and since the first hook opener, he pulled more than a dozen hooks in succession to no avail. Of course, this is actually normal. The catch rate of the lower row of hooks is not high. Generally only one fish per 20 hooks. Otherwise, if every hook can catch fish, then it is estimated that everyone will come to catch fish as fishermen. Continue to pull the row hook. Finally, when Yang Hungtao pulled the 30th hook, he hit another fish. This time the fish is a sea carp, about 3 or 4 catties. The price of sea carp is much higher than the price of sea wolffish, and a pound can be sold for about 30 pieces, so such a large sea carp can almost sell for more than 100 pieces. This made Yang Hungtao scream a little. With the row hooks are pulled up one by one. The number of fish in the live warehouse gradually increased. This time under the hook, Yang Hungtao's luck is good. By the time the 2 baskets were all collected, he had caught more than 20 fish. This fish rate is a little higher than usual, which is a good harvest day. Of course, not every 20 or so fish is very large, most of them only have 1 or 2 catties, and some do not even have a catty. The biggest one is the 5 or 6 pound sea wolf fish caught in the first hook. But overall, the catch is good. Yang Hungtao estimated that these fish could be sold for at least 600 or 700 yuan. Hehe, today's harvest is bumper, just put 2 baskets of hooks to catch so many fish, cool. After happily tidying up the hooks and catch, Yang Hungtao turned his head again and raised his eyebrows at Yang Fan as if showing off, and said with a smile, "How about it, Fanzi, brother, this fishing technique is a bar, right? It's really okay." Yang Fan nodded with a smile when he heard this. His words were sincere, and there was no ridicule. One day to observe. Yang Fan found that Yang Hungtao's fishing skills were indeed not said, very sophisticated and skillful, whether it was under the net or under the row of hooks, he controlled many skills and details quite well. It is worthy of being a new generation of famous fishing experts in Big Whale Village. Fanzi, I'm about to collect the basket you put up, how about it, do you have the confidence to surpass me? Yang Hungtao asked rather hesitantly. Is there faith that surpasses you? Hehe. Hearing Yang Hungtao's words, Yang Fan just smiled and didn't say anything more. Soon, after cleaning up the 2 baskets of hooks that Yang Hungtao put up, while chatting casually, the 3 of them drove the boat to the reef area where Yang Fan had put the hook before. After arriving at the place, it is still the first to find the buoy connecting the row hook. Fanzi, do you accept this basket or do I accept it? Yang Hungtao asked Yang Fan after hooking up the buoy. You take it, let your kid experience what it's like to be crazy on fish. Yang Fan smiled and said. Hey, Fanzi, it seems that you are very confident in the place you have chosen. It's also crazy to fish, don't pull up a fish at that time. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hungtao pouted. Hehe, you'll know if you pull it. Yang Fan smiled meaningfully. In fact, he has seen the situation of the hooked fish in the sea. The catch rate is terrifying. Basically, for every 2 rows of hooks, you will hit a fish. Moreover, they are all the kind of groupers that are expensive thieves. Yang Fan is a little looking forward to it, when Yang Hungtao pulls the row hook up, what kind of expression will be on his face. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes. Ask for all kinds of support and encouragement. Chapter 026. After 2 jokes, Yang Hungtao began to pull the line to collect the basket of hooks that Yang Fan put up. Pull and pull. Yang Hungtao immediately felt that the first hook was hit by a fish. When pulling the row hook, the feel of the medium fish and the feel of the non-hit fish are completely different. As a fisherman who often rows down the hook, Yang Hungtao can tell at once whether the hook pulled up has hit the fish. He could even immediately guess how big the fish was pulled. Fanzi, I have to say that your luck is good, the first hook is a fish. However, I feel that this fish should be very small, at most half a catty. As he spoke, Yang Hung Tao pulled the hook up. Sure enough, he guessed well. This hook caught a tiger fish that weighed about 3 or 4 times. Huo, it's a tiger fish, that's pretty good. It's not easy for a tiger fish to grow so big, it can be regarded as a big brother level. Seeing that it was a tiger fish, Yang Hung Tao smiled. Stellar's fish, also known as shigaogong, shishogong, stonefish, etc., generally inhabit rocky reefs and seaweed. This fish has a reputation for small groupers, and is extremely popular in seafood markets, whether used in braised or soup. Of course, its price is also relatively high. Like this 3, 4, or 2 tiger fish, 1 pound can sell for about 100. Although the first hook under Yang Fan was hit. And it's still a relatively expensive tiger fish. But Yang Hung Tao obviously did not realize the seriousness of the matter at present, he just thought that Yang Fan was lucky. Then, he started pulling the second hook. Pull and pull. Suddenly, Yang Hung Tao felt the thread in his hand sink violently. This strength, at a glance, is a big fish. Hey? Caught in the fish again? And it seems that it is not small? With surprise, Yang Hung Tao slowly pulled the hook up. Then, his eyes widened instantly. Groove. Such a large red grouper? Sales, get rich. Seeing this big fish that was pulled out of the water, Yang Hung Tao couldn't help but shout. That's right, it's a red grouper. And it's an oversized red grouper with at least 4 pounds. With the current market price of wild red grouper, a large one like this will cost at least 700 or 800 pounds. In other words, this fish can be sold for more than 3,000. Quick! Ziohei, quickly take the net, don't let this big grouper run away. Yang Hung Tao shouted. Yang Ziohei on the side was also immediately excited when he saw such a big red stone spot, and when he heard Yang Hung Tao shouting, he quickly picked up the net without saying a word, and copied the red stone spot. Ha ha ha! Fanzi, you are also too lucky, such a large red grouper has been caught by you. Now get rich! After pulling the fish up, Yang Hung Tao laughed at Yang Fan, and while holding the big red grouper, he kissed him fiercely. As a fisherman, it is normal to be excited to see this rare good product, but Yang Hung Tao seems to be a little too excited about this product, and even kissed a fish. Seeing this, Yang Fan was a little chilly. I thought this guy wouldn't have been single for a long time and have some kind of evil thoughts about a fish, right? Okay, Dizzy, don't get too excited, it's just a grouper, fuss, continue to pull the row hook. Seeing that Yang Hung Tao was holding a large grouper for a long time, and he didn't even pull the row hook, Yang Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's just a grouper, is it so excited? If this cargo sees those big yellow fish he caught 2 days ago, isn't it to burp on the spot with excitement? Just a grouper. Fanzi, your special meow tone is quite big. Do you know how much this big grouper is worth? At least more than 3,000 pieces. This is the most expensive fish I've caught in so many years, can I not be excited? Seeing Yang Fan's disapproving look, Yang Hung Tao suddenly muttered excitedly. This is a big red grouper worth more than 3,000 pieces, which fisherman can't jump his feet with excitement? Yes, then your old man will continue to hold this grouper and kiss his mouth, I'll pull the row hook. Saying that, Yang Fan shrugged, and then squeezed Yang Hung Tao away and pulled up the row hook with his own hands. And as he pulled up one by one, Yang Hung Tao's eyes are getting bigger and bigger, and the sound of lying groove is getting louder and louder. Groove. How is it possible, another big red grouper? Groove. No way. Another big blue spot. Groove. That's right, another great eastern star spot. Groove. I'm not dreaming, am I? Here comes another big rat spot. accompanied by Yang Hungtao's endless lying groove. Yang Fan finally put all 150 hooks up. In the end, he harvested a full 78 fish. In other words, the catch rate of this basket under Yang Fan is more than 50%. I have to say that this is really an extremely exaggerated number, but what is even more exaggerated is that the fish in this basket are basically all kinds of grouper and tiger fish, such valuable goods. Of course, this was indeed an exaggeration for others, but Yang Fan had expected it for a long time. After all, he had seen through the sea and knew that there were several different species of groupers hidden under the reef area, and when the tempting fresh bait was dropped, these groupers would naturally go crazy. Ultimately, or Yang Fan's ability is 2 against the sky. Wait until the big grouper almost fills the entire live warehouse on the ship when it is about to burst. Among the 3 people on the boat, Yang Fan was still calm. Yang Hungtao and Yang Ziohe were already stunned and completely shocked. It took a long time. Yang Hungtao finally slowly recovered from his great shock. Then, he turned his head to stare at Yang Fan and asked loudly in disbelief. "Oh my god! Fanzi, how can you catch so many groupers at once with this basket of hooks? How the hell did you do it? It's completely unscientific." At this moment, Yang Hungtao looked at Yang Fan's expression as if he had seen a ghost alive. He couldn't figure out why he could catch so many groupers with this basket of hooks under Yang Fan. Chapter 027. Looking at Yang Hungtao's expression, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. This guy, didn't he still scream just now, but now he was slapped in the face, right? You boy, didn't you catch a few fish before? Why don't you continue to scream now? Yang Fan glanced at Yang Hungtao obliquely and teased. No more bothering. Don't dare to shout in front of you anymore. Yang Hungtao smiled sarcastically, and then turned his eyes and said curiously, by the way, Fanzi, seriously, did you accidentally take shit luck, or did you really have a premonition in advance that there are a lot of fish here? In the face of Yang Hungtao's inquiry, after Yang Fan pondered for a while, he said with a smile. Half and half. I found that my hunch is sometimes quite accurate, and when I came here, I felt that there should be a lot of fish in this area of the reef, so I told you to put the row of hooks here. Of course, luck also played a large part of being able to catch so many fish in the end. Yang Fan definitely couldn't tell Yang Hungtao the real reason. He can only credit the catch of so many fish to his premonition and luck. Well, Fanzi, I have to say, your luck and your hunch, there is really no one. Saying that, Yang Hungtao sighed. He thought to himself, why didn't he have Yang Fan's super premonition and good luck? If there is, maybe he can catch so many large groupers like Yang Fan on a regular basis. Alas! Thief God is unfair. Well, Yang Hungtao still doesn't know that Yang Fan caught dozens of superb wild big yellow croakers. If he knew, it was estimated that his mental activities would be even more exciting than they are now. Why, now I believe my hunch is accurate, right? Seeing Yang Hungtao sighing, Yang Fan said with a smile. Believe? Believe it so much? Sales, you are really hanging. Saying that, Yang Hungtao also played a treasure. Fanzi, I announce that from today onwards, the title of the first fishing master of the new generation of my big whale village will be handed over to you. In front of you, I'm a little fart master. Don't, the little master is still yours, brother is not rare. Yang Fan rolled his eyes when he heard this. Nope. The name of the fishing master, you are none other than the sail. Gotta, stop me. Don't be nonsense here, hurry up and sail back to sell the fish. Now the live warehouse is full of fish, they will definitely die easily when they are crowded together, we have to hurry back. Yes, yes, yes. Almost forgot about this. Hurry back and sell fish, these large groupers can be sold for at least tens of thousands, if they die, they will lose a lot. Subsequently, the 3 sailed home. Of course, they did not choose to return to the fishing village, but drove directly to the direction of the city's seafood trading terminal. If you catch so many wild large groupers at once, you must go to the city to sell them at the best price. According to Yang Hengtao's ideas, he wanted to sell these large groupers to the seafood merchants and fishmongers at the trading pier. But Yang Fan thought about it, and still sent a message to Shen Yafei when he was on the road, saying that he had caught some wild large groupers and asked her if she was interested in buying them. The reason for sending a message to her. It is also Yang Fan considering that such a good product as wild grouper must be the most cost-effective to sell directly to a seafood restaurant. If they sell to seafood traders and fishmongers, they will definitely make a large difference as middlemen. So Yang Fan simply contacted Shen Yafei. Based on the experience of the first two trades of large yellow croaker and splendid lobster, Yang Fan still trusts Shen Yafei, the beautiful owner of the seafood restaurant. This rich woman does not say that she is very particular about business, and the bid is very fair. Here, Yang Fan's news was not long after it was sent. Soon, she received a reply from Shen Yafei. In reply, Shen Yafei said that she was very willing to buy this batch of wild large groupers and let Yang Fan wait for her to meet at the trading dock. For this result, Yang Fan was not surprised at all. Although wild grouper is not as precious and rare as wild yellow croaker, it is also a very high-end seafood. For any seafood restaurant, the real wild grouper must be in short supply. It is normal for Shen Yafei to be willing to buy these wild large groupers. However, what Yang Fan didn't know was, after learning that he caught a lot of wild large groupers again, Shen Yafei attached great importance to it. She quickly put down the important work at hand and personally drove to the seafood trading terminal. Speaking of which, as the owner of a high-end seafood restaurant, concubine Shenya didn't want to come in person for some wild large groupers. She could just call a subordinate to buy it. But the person to face was Yang Fan, then Shen Yafei's attitude was completely different. Receiving such superb seafood as splendid lobster and wild yellow croaker from Yang Fan one after another made Shen Yafei very curious about Yang Fan. She guessed that Yang Fan must have some unique fishing skills, otherwise he would never have caught so many superb seafood one after another. No, today Yang Fan actually caught some wild large groupers. This seems to confirm her speculation even more. Therefore, at this time, concubine Shenya had already made up her mind that she must make good friends with Yang Fan. If Yang Fan really has the ability to catch the best seafood non-stop, then making Yang Fan's friend will definitely be of great help to her to run a good seafood restaurant. Chapter 028. After more than an hour of sea sailing, the three finally sailed to the city's seafood trading terminal. Find a place to park the boat later. Yang Hengtao took the net and fished up all the fish in the live bin and put them in an oversized bucket. This large bucket is Yang Hengtao usually used to hold fish. Pour some seawater into it, and then use an oxygen machine to oxygenate. You can maintain the activity of fish well. Large and small, a total of more than 100 fish, instantly filled this large barrel. Whoops! These big fish, which were still jumping alive, squeezed into the large bucket and began to struggle violently, and there was a sound of flowers. Ha ha ha! Cool! This sound is cool. I haven't heard the sound of so many fish playing flowers together for a long time. Looking at these fish jumping alive in the big bucket, Yang Hengtao couldn't help but grin. For their fishermen, the favorite sound may be the sound of fish hitting flowers, because this sound is the same as the sound of counting banknotes to them. Come on, don't giggle, let's get the fish on the dock. Seeing Yang Hengtao giggling there, Yang Fan scolded with a smile. Hehe, it's not the first time I've caught so many fish, I'm happy. Yang Hengtao smiled when he heard this, and then asked Yang Ziohei to take the handle, and the two of them carried the large bucket full of fish to the dock together. They just got to the dock on their front feet. Immediately, several fishmongers surrounded them. These fishmongers, who specialize in waiting for business on this side of the pier, will immediately gather around to see if they can receive a little good goods when they see a fisherman with their catch. Hey! Strange! So many large groupers? The first middle-aged fishmonger who came over immediately exclaimed when he saw that the large bucket was full of fish, and most of them were large groupers. Little brother, are you wild groupers or farmed? How much is a pound? If the price is right, I will take it all. The middle-aged fishmonger quickly asked for a price and proposed to buy. Hee, of course it's a wild big grouper, our brothers just put a row hook to catch it. Yang Hung Tao smiled proudly. Wild? That's even better, how much money can be sold? The middle-aged fishmonger was even more excited when he heard that it was wild large groupers. If he could receive these wild large groupers, he would definitely make a lot of money. Kung fu of speaking. Several other slow-legged fishmongers heard the wild grouper and hurried around. Huo! What a good product! So many wild groupers, rare things. Little brother, how much can these wild big groupers be sold? Give a price, my old Zhang has collected them all. Little brother, sell it to me, I will ask for a fairer price. These fishmongers were excited when they saw the wild grouper in the bucket, and they all opened their mouths to rush to buy it. But at this time, Yang Hung Tao spread his hands and said with a smile, Bosses, I'm sorry, these fish have been booked in advance, and everyone has collected them. Upon hearing this, the fishmongers' faces instantly collapsed. Gotta! Booked again! Brothers, disperse! Alas! There are good goods but can't receive them, this business is difficult to do. The fishmongers shook their heads in disappointment and left. However, they often encounter this situation, and it is not surprising. Ordinary old fishermen have familiar customers, and it is normal to catch good goods and sell them to regular customers first. Fanzi, didn't you say that you contacted the beautiful royal sister last time? When will she come? After waiting for the fishmonger to leave, Yang Hung Tao turned to Yang Fandao. Just now at sea, after Yang Fan contacted Shen Yafei, he briefly mentioned this matter with Yang Hung Tao, so Yang Hung Tao knew that Shen Yafei was coming to buy these groupers. I asked if she had arrived. When Yang Fan heard this, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Shen Yafei. Soon, Shen Yafei wrote back, saying that she was late because she had been stuck in traffic on the road for a long time, and it would take a few minutes to reach the dock. She's stuck in traffic, but she's almost there, we'll wait. Yang Fan put away his mobile phone and said to Yang Hung Tao. Okay. Yang Hung Tao nodded. After that, the three of them waited on the dock side. It took about 5 or 6 minutes. Concubine Shenya finally arrived. This time, she didn't come alone, but also brought 2 restaurant guys and drove a seafood truck. Yang Fan, we meet again. After Shen Yafei came over, she immediately walked to Yang Fan with a smile and said hello with a smile. Yes, Boss Shen, meet again. Seeing Shen Yafei, Yang Fan also smiled. It's also interesting to say. Since the last time he sold Splendid Lobster and met this beautiful boss, he has come to the dock for 4 consecutive days to face with her. It is said that once born and cooked twice. After 4 days in a row, the relationship between Yang Fan and Shen Yafei really became familiar slowly. The two of them greeted each other familiarly. Yang Hung Tao over there immediately widened his eyes with a surprised expression. Eileen! What's the situation? How did Fan Zi get acquainted with this beautiful royal sister? Could it be that after selling Splendid Lobster last time, Fan Zi was talking to this beautiful royal sister on the V-letter? Yang Hung Tao didn't know about Yang Fan's sale of big yellow fish to Shen Yafei 2 days ago. So when he saw that the two were so familiar, he immediately guessed that Yang Fan might have chatted with Shen Yafei, a beautiful royal sister, on the V-letter behind his back, otherwise how could they be so familiar? Hey! Fan's bag is really quite capable, and he actually got involved with this big beautiful royal sister. Looking at Yang Fan and Shen Yafei chatting familiarly, Yang Hongtao smiled, and the relationship between YY and the two was already beginning in his heart. Chapter 029. Over here, Yang Hongtao couldn't stop in his heart. Over there, Shen Yafei was chatting with Yang Fan for a few words, and then looked at the large bucket on the ground. When she saw that the large bucket was full of fish, she was immediately surprised. So many fish, I'm afraid there are more than 100, right? Moreover, more than half of them are all kinds of precious large groupers. Yang Fan, so many groupers, are you really all caught by putting a row hook? Concubine Shenya immediately turned her head, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Fan, and asked in surprise. To know. Yang Fan didn't tell Shen Yafei how many fish he found before, he just caught some groupers himself on the information. So before coming, Shen Yafei didn't know what Yang Fan said some, it turned out to be so much. What's wrong? Yang Fan nodded when he heard this. Oh my god! Is it really all caught by putting a row of hooks? Then your technique of putting row hooks is also too good. Hearing Yang Fan's affirmative answer, Shen Yafei blinked her beautiful big eyes and suddenly exclaimed. As a restaurant owner who often deals with seafood, Shen Yafei is actually very good at liberating the fishing method of row hooks. It is also because of understanding. So she knows very well that the fishing method of putting row hooks is actually relatively inefficient, and generally speaking, it is impossible to catch so many fish at once, not to mention that most of these fish are precious large groupers. This is the case. The look in Shen Yafei's eyes when she looked at Yang Fan was even more intriguing. At this moment, this beautiful boss's curiosity about Yang Fan has undoubtedly reached a whole new height. The next thing is simple and straightforward. Shen Yafei was very satisfied after seeing these wild large groupers. Then she asked the two restaurant guys she brought to weigh the fish one by one. Wait until the guys weigh all the fish. Shen Yafei directly gave Yang Fan a price that was at least 3% higher than the market price, and bought all these groupers. Of course, not only groupers, but also those sea wolves and sea carps that Yang Hongtao caught, Shen Yafei also collected. Anyway, in the end, count it down. In total, more than 80,000 of these fish were sold. This number, Yang Fan naturally does not care much now. But Yang Hongtao and Yang Ziohe were happy. Fishing a fish earned more than 80,000. This was before, the two of them did not dare to dream of it. Yang Hongtao has been fishing for many years, and he has earned more than 3,000 yuan in one day. That time, he still walked luck and caught a great white shark of more than 100 pounds. So you can imagine. These more than 80,000 pieces had a great impact on Yang Hongtao and Yang Ziohe. After the transaction is completed, the two restaurant guys brought by Shen Yafei immediately sent these fish to the Shen family seafood restaurant with a seafood transport truck. As for Shen Yafei herself, it was still on the luxury Bentley business car that Yang Fan was familiar with. Seeing that concubine Shenya was leaving, Yang Fan politely went to see her off. At this time, Shen Yafei, who was already sitting in the car, suddenly smiled charmingly at Yang Fan outside the window. Yang Fan, you see that we are all so familiar, or you won't call me Boss Shen in the future, call me Sister Yafei or Yafei, you say. Okay. Sister Yafei. Yang Fan glanced at concubine Shenya when he heard this, and then smiled indifferently. Anyway, calling such a beautiful rich woman sister, he felt that he was not at a loss. Then I'll call you Brother Fan in the future, okay? Seeing that Yang Fan really changed his title, Shen Yafei blinked her eyes and then asked again. As you wish. Cluck, that's it, Brother Fan. Shen Yafei's smile trembled, and it seemed that recognizing Yang Fan, the cheap brother, made her very happy. In this regard, Yang Fan just smiled. After sending away concubine Shenya, Yang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was keenly aware that Shen Yafei, a mature, beautiful and charming woman, seemed a little ambiguous towards him just now. Is she deliberately bringing her relationship closer to herself? However, after thinking about it for a while, Yang Fan was quickly relieved. Within 4 days, he caught different superb seafood one after another, and all of them traded with Shen Yafei. This must have made Shen Yafei guess that he had special fishing ability. And Shen Yafei, as the owner of a seafood restaurant, sees that she has the ability to catch the best goods often, and naturally wants to make friends. So, it's normal. Chapter 030. After selling the fish, it was already 11:30 in the afternoon. The three of them got up before 5 o'clock and went to sea, and they have been busy for 6 or 7 hours now, and they have long been hungry. Therefore, Yang Fan proposed not to go back to the village for the time being, and first find a restaurant in the city for lunch before going back. Yang Hongtao and Yang Ziohe naturally had no objection to this. Then the three of them found a restaurant near the pier. After ordering, Yang Fan took out his mobile phone and directly transferred 55,000 yuan to Yang Hongtao on the V letter. After seeing the transfer information, Yang Hongtao immediately looked up at Yang Fan and shouted, "Fanzi, why are you transferring so much money to me? The money for selling fish just now, more than 80,000 is divided into 3 parts, and one person is more than 20,000, so this 55,000 is the money divided between you and Ziohe." Yang Fan smiled and said. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hongtao immediately shook his head and refused. "Fanzi, this can't work, I can't collect this money. Being able to catch those big groupers is basically the credit of you alone, how can I be embarrassed to divide so much? According to my thoughts, it would be good to give me and Ziohe 1 or 2,000 at most, I'm really embarrassed to ask for more." Seeing that the goods refused to be accepted, Yang Fan glared at him and said, "The three of us went out to sea together, and it was still your boat, and if we caught the fish and sold it, the money must be divided equally, what credit is not credited? Hurry up and collect the money." "No, Fanzi, I'm really embarrassed about this." Without waiting for Yang Hongtao to finish speaking, Yang Fan directly burst into foul language, "Don't say these. I asked you if you should be a brother? Do you think brother is the kind of person who can be comfortable enough to swallow this money alone? But don't be special, no matter how much Bibi says, my brother won't have to do it. Sales. Alas, that's okay." Yang Hongtao originally wanted to refuse, but seeing that Yang Fan had said everything, he didn't say anything more after thinking about it. The two grew up wearing open pants together, and he naturally knew Yang Fan's character very well. "I'll take the money. Fanzi, the other brothers will not say much, thanks." After tearfully collecting the money, Yang Hongtao looked at Yang Fan with a touched face. "Stop. This money was originally earned by everyone together, why thank me? Also, don't look at me like this, brother is panicking." Seeing Yang Hongtao looking at himself with such a rather meaty look, Yang Fan waved his hand and quickly scolded with a smile. Here and Yang Hongtao said a few words. Then, Yang Fan turned to look at Yang Ziohe again and said, "Ziohe, you are still young, you don't spend it indiscriminately after Dazi gives you your share of money, it's best to give the money to your grandfather for safekeeping, and keep it for your kid to buy a house and marry his daughter-in-law in the future, you know." Got it, brother Fan." Yang Ziohe nodded obediently when he heard this. Seeing that Yang Ziohe seemed to have heard what he said, Yang Fan smiled. After a day with this taciturn teenager, Yang Fan could obviously feel that this boy who was only 16 or 17 years old was actually very tough and stubborn, much more precocious and sensible than children of the same age. The unexpected grief may have broken his young heart, but it also allowed him to grow tremendously. At the same time, Yang Fan also felt it. When he first went out to sea today to put the row hook, his addition seemed to make Yang Ziohe very uncomfortable, and the whole person has been silent like a stuffy gourd. But as the day slowly gets along, Yang Ziohe seemed to slowly let go in front of him, and it was more natural. This made Yang Fan very gratified. He sympathized with the teenager who had suffered the same grief as him. He even wanted to play the role of a big brother in the past to help this teenager so that he could grow up better. Of course, Yang Fan knew that this had to be done slowly. Mimi after a big meal. The three returned to the dock and drove the boat back to the village. Afterwards, the three went home separately. As soon as Yang Fan walked to the door of his own courtyard, he saw a familiar figure suddenly popping out of the courtyard, and directly pounced and bit his trouser leg. Lean. Room. You son still knows how to go home? Seeing that Big Yellow had finally returned, Yang Fan rolled his eyes and couldn't help but kick this guy. This old color batch. Unexpectedly surfed outside for 3 consecutive days. I don't know how many little females and dogs have been housed by it in the past 3 days. Wong. Woof. Woof. Was kicked by Yang Fan, although it was very light, but Big Yellow was still very aggrieved. It looked at Yang Fan pitifully, as if to say, Master, I am wronged. If you hadn't fed me so many gold droplets so that the surging flood power in my body had nowhere to vent, would I have been guilty of going out to fight for 3 days and 3 nights? Although that's really quite harpy. But for 3 days and 3 nights in a row, my old Huang almost didn't collapse and died. Of course, Rhubarb can't speak. Otherwise, he would definitely cry to Yang Fan. After playing for a while with the old guy Big Yellow who he hasn't seen for a few days, Yang Fan went directly upstairs for a lunch break, and he was really tired after running outside all day. This sleep, Yang Fan slept exceptionally soundly. But unfortunately, he was woken up by a phone call halfway, otherwise he might have slept until dark. The call was from his internet celebrity classmate Qin Yuxiu. Qin Yuxiu told Yang Fan on the phone that she had booked a ticket for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and she would arrive in Bahai City at about 12 o'clock at noon. Knowing that her old classmate was coming, Yang Fan naturally said on the spot that he would pick her up at the airport tomorrow. In this regard, Qin Yuxiu accepted it gladly after being a little polite, and said that she was looking forward to seeing Yang Fan tomorrow. After hanging up the phone with Qin Yuxiu, Yang Fan thought that this afternoon would be fine, so he simply went to the town to buy some flowers and plants, and put the big bare yard in front of his house a little tidy. Otherwise, such a large open space looks quite empty, and it is still necessary to reclaim and plant some plants to decorate it beautifully. Pay attention! Yang Fan went to Yang Hungtao to borrow a motorcycle, and then drove the motorcycle to the town. After arriving in town, Yang Fan soon found a shop in the only commercial street here that operated a flower and plant potting business. The name of this shop is also a bit literary and artistic, called Floral Life. After parking the motorcycle, Yang Fan walked into the Floral Life. As soon as he stepped into the store with his front foot, a crisp voice sounded inside. Welcome, do you need to? Hey? Are you, Yang Fan? Chapter 031. As soon as he entered the door, he heard someone calling his name. Yang Fan was really surprised, raised his head with doubts, and found that it was a girl sitting behind the cash register who called him. She is probably in her early 20s, her temperament is very gentle, she has a big ponytail, and her duck egg blush is very sweet. According to Yang Fan's aesthetics, this is undoubtedly a very beautiful girl, although she is not the kind of big beauty who can be stunning at a glance, but she is very attractive, and she has a unique simple beauty of a small town girl. This girl obviously knew Yang Fan and was looking at him with big black eyes with a hint of smile and surprise in her eyes. But after Yang Fan looked at her carefully, he had no impression of her at all. Beauty, you know me? Yang Fan looked at the girl and asked strangely. Gee, handsome guy Yang, you really forget things a noble, it's only been a few years since graduation, and the old classmates who have been in the same class for 3 years in junior high school don't remember anything at all. Seeing that Yang Fan did not recognize herself, the girl covered her mouth and chuckled and teased. We're junior high school classmates? I'm sorry, I can't really remember. What's your name? Yang Fan scratched his head, he really couldn't remember who this girl was. Su smiled, remember. Su smiled. Hearing this name, Yang Fan muttered, and then suddenly remembered, oh yes, I remembered that you were the representative of the English class in junior high school, and my English scores were not very good, and I often asked you questions. Finally remembered me? It seems that my sense of existence was too low before, and I didn't leave a little impression on you, handsome guy Yang. Alas, I was too failed. Saying that, Su Xiao also shook his head and sighed, pretending to be disappointed. No, just as the so-called 18 changes of the female university, I haven't seen Su Xiao classmate for a few years. You suddenly become so beautiful, it's normal that I can't recognize it at once. Yang Fan waved his hand and smiled. He, handsome guy Yang, do you really think I'm beautiful now? I'm really happy to hear handsome guy Yang praise me like this. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Su Xiao said with a little snicker. Well. By the way, old classmate, you don't need to call me a handsome guy all the time, weird, just call me Yang Fan. Cluck, Yang Fan, you were originally recognized as the most handsome of all the girls in the class back then, and now you seem to be a little more handsome than you were back then. Su Xiao covered his mouth and smiled, and then stared at Yang Fan a little curiously and asked, old student, how can you appear in the town at this time? Shouldn't you be in the magic capital? The news that Yang Fan was admitted to a prestigious university was basically known among junior high school students, so Su Xiao naturally knew this. I can't get mixed up in the magic capital, so I simply went back to my hometown fishing village a few days ago to become a fisherman. Yang Fan shrugged and smiled. Fisherman? Yang Fan, are you sure you're not joking with me? Hearing this, Su Xiao blinked her big black and bright eyes with a look of surprise. Of course, no kidding, I just came back from the sea in the morning. Isn't it? Yang Fan. Did you really go back to your hometown to fish? Seeing that Yang Fan didn't look like laughing, Su Xiao was suddenly shocked. Even if a graduate of a prestigious university is bad, he won't have to go home to fish, right? I really didn't lie to you, I am now an authentic fisherman. Of course, I went back to my hometown for other reasons, so let's not talk about the specifics. Yang Fan smiled, and then changed the topic. Don't talk about this, old student, say that this shop is opened by your family. Yes, are you here today to buy some flowers and plants? Su smiled and nodded, seeing that Yang Fan didn't want to say why he went back to his hometown. She didn't ask again, she was not the kind of person who broke the casserole and asked to the end. Well, yes, after I returned to my hometown, I found that the big yard at home was empty, so I wanted to plant some plants to decorate. Old classmate, what plants do you think will look good? Su Xiao, since her family is a flower shop, she must know this aspect better, so Yang Fan simply asked her for advice. If you want me to suggest, it depends on how big your yard is. When Su Xiao heard this, he brushed a strand of hair scattered around his ear, and then said, if your yard is not big enough, I suggest you use a little of that pure ornamental flowers and trees. But if your yard is large enough, I suggest you reclaim the vacant land as a vegetable plot and grow some fruits and vegetables such as grapes, strawberries, tomatoes, greens, etc., which will not only meet your purpose of decorating the yard, but also if you take care of it well enough, you can also eat the fresh fruits and vegetables you grow in the future. Growing fruits and vegetables. Hearing Su Xiao's suggestion, Yang Fan thought for a while, and instantly felt that this could really be had. As Su Xiao said, growing fruits and vegetables can not only decorate the empty yard, but also allow him to eat fresh fruits and vegetables. If he really grows vegetables, he can really be self-sufficient in the future, and he doesn't have to think about going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. If he wants to eat meat, he will go to the sea to get some seafood, and if he wants to eat vegetables, he will go to the vegetable field to pick some green vegetables and radish. Come to think of it, it's pretty good. And thinking of planting fruits and vegetables, Yang Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration at this time and thought of something. After the experience he gained with rhubarb, he already knew that gold drops had an effect on animals. So are gold drops useful for plants? If he dilutes the gold droplets into the water and then uses the water to water the fruits and vegetables, will it finally cause the fruits and vegetables he grows to be different from ordinary fruits and vegetables? Will it be tastier and more nutritious? Thinking of this, Yang Fan instantly became a little interested. He couldn't wait to go home and experiment with it. Chapter 032. Okay, old student, then I'll just grow fruits and vegetables in the yard. What seeds of fruits and vegetables do you have in your store? After Yang Fan made up his mind, he turned his head and asked Su Xiao Xiao. Cherry tomatoes, peppers, green peppers, carrots, white radish, strawberries, greens. In general, it is the seeds of ordinary homemade fruits and vegetables, which I have in my store. Su smiled and said. Then give me a pack of each seed, and I'll try to plant them all. Yang Fan didn't bother to pick it when he heard it, and simply bought all the seeds. All seeds? Old student, are you going to change your career to become a vegetable farmer? Su Xiao covered her mouth with a smile and said with a smile. Haha, there is nothing wrong with being a vegetable farmer, watering and weeding every day is leisurely and self-sufficient. Yang Fan also smiled. Okay, then I'll pack you a little of each seed. Saying that, Su Xiao got busy, and soon she wrapped a small package of all the fruit and vegetable seeds in the store for Yang Fan. After getting the seeds and handing them to Yang Fan, Su Xiao also briefly taught Yang Fan how to cultivate seeds. Old student, how much is this? After receiving the seed, Yang Fan asked. It is said that it is an old classmate, so what kind of money to talk about with such a seed? I gave it to you. Su Xiao shook his head and smiled. This is not okay. Yang Fan still wanted to say something, but Su Xiao interrupted him with a straight face that pretended to be angry. Yang Fan, if you give money, I won't sell you. Well, okay, then thank you old classmate. Seeing Su Xiao say this, Yang Fan expressed his gratitude and stopped talking about money. Such a little seed must not be worth a few dollars, and it is not interesting to pull it, just remember this friendship between old classmates. After that, the two chatted casually and reminisced, and after the chat, Yang Fan said goodbye to Su Xiao and rode back to the village on a motorcycle. Returning home with a large bag of fruits and vegetables. Yang Fan looked at his big yard and suddenly smiled. He seemed to see the scene that this large courtyard would be hung with vines, planted with strawberry fields, and all kinds of fruits and vegetables growing in the future. Come to think of it, that scene is quite beautiful. A 3-story sea view villa, a large yard in front of the door, planted with a variety of fruits and vegetables, a grapevine high coiled full of grapes, under the grape rack there is a lounge chair, sit on the lounge chair, when thirsty will reach out to pick a bunch of grapes to eat. Haha, my saliva is about to flow out of my thoughts, don't say anything, hoe the ground. Yang Fan Miiza fantasized for a while, smiled, and went directly to the utility room to find hoes and shovels. Then he said nothing. He worked hard, wielding hoes and shovels in his hands to reclaim the big wasteland on the edge of the corner of the yard. Although he did not have any experience in hoeing, his technique was very clumsy, but fortunately, his body was transformed by gold droplets, and his physical strength and absolute strength were far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, under the operation of his punch to kill the teacher, the big wasteland was quickly reclaimed. After hoeing, Yang Fan opened the packet of seeds that Su Xiao had given him and took out a small packet of small tomato seeds from it. Small tomatoes are cherry tomatoes. This fruit is sweet and juicy, cool and thirst-rich in vitamin C. The most important thing is that it is very convenient to eat, and you can swallow it in one bite without spitting out the skin and seeds. Yang Fan usually likes to eat cherry tomatoes, so he took cherry tomatoes as his first planting target. In the following time, Yang Fan began to sow seeds. He sowed the seeds of cherry tomatoes in rows in this freshly cultivated vegetable field. Compared to hoeing, sowing is undoubtedly a delicate task. Yang Fan could no longer punch the teacher to death, he could only bend over and patiently sow the seeds little by little. By the time the seeds of the tomatoes were evenly and neatly sown in the entire clearing, it was already sunset and late afternoon. "I'll go, sowing seeds is much more tiring than hoeing." After finally getting it done, Yang Fan stood up and stretched his body, feeling that his waist was a little sore. However, tired is tired. But looking at this small vegetable field that he personally reclaimed, Yang Fan still felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. This made him deeply appreciate the old saying, "Working people are the most glorious, do it themselves, rich food and clothing." In the following time, Yang Fan took a short break, and when the rest was almost over, he went to the kitchen to get a bucket and filled a small half bucket of water. The reason why I brought water in a bucket was naturally to water the vegetable field. And this is also the most critical step next. The reason why Yang Fan was so motivated to quickly reclaim a vegetable field was not that he couldn't wait to experiment and see if the golden drops refined by the Dragon Ball had any effect on the plant. Then, Yang Fan ran the Dragon Ball at the danshan in his body, and soon refined a few drops of gold oozing out from his right index finger, and then he dripped all these drops of gold into the bucket. As soon as the gold drops enter the water, they are immediately diluted. After that, Yang Fan irrigated the half bucket of water diluted with gold drops little by little in the vegetable field that had just been cultivated. "You're done. Next, let's see if the gold drop is powerful." When everything was finally settled, Yang Fan stretched out with a smile and stretched his somewhat tired body. Looking at this small vegetable field that he had reclaimed, sown, and irrigated, Yang Fan, who had hoed and planted vegetables for the first time, felt extremely satisfied and full of expectations at the same time. Will these little cherry tomato seeds germinate and grow smoothly? Does the water that diluted the gold drop have any magical effect on it? Wait for time and we'll give an answer soon. Chapter 033. It took Yang Fan about 2 or 3 hours to successfully reclaim this vegetable field. After working hard for so long, he was not tired much, but there was a sticky smelly sweat on his body, which made him suddenly decide to go to the sea to swim. Speaking of the same, a few days ago, Yang Fan also worked for an afternoon to live in a stinky sweat that day when he first went home, and then he went swimming in the sea. As a result, he was lucky enough to catch 2 splendid lobsters. Thinking of this, Yang Fan smiled, "Tonight's dinner has not yet landed, and I don't know if I can be as lucky as last time when I go to the sea, if I can still get big lobsters and crabs this time, even if it is expensive, I won't sell it, keep it for myself." It has to be said. People with deep pockets and millions of dollars are different. Before catching good goods, Yang Fan would definitely give priority to selling them for money, but now he wanted to satisfy his stomach first. After all, he is also a rich man now. With a smile, Yang Fan went upstairs to get a clean dress and went directly to the beach. Big Yellow ran away again, and I don't know if I went to the little in Huo village again, otherwise Yang Fan still wanted to take it with him. Alone. Come to the reef area last time. Yang Fan still observed the surroundings first, and after finding that there was no one else except himself, he took off his clothes without any scruples and plunged directly into the sea. One into the water. Yang Fan immediately felt extremely refreshed. This is not ordinary comfort, but the ultimate comfort, as if every cell is cheering and jumping. That's the magic of Dragon Ball. His body was constantly transformed by the Dragon Balls, making Yang Fan closer and closer to the sea. As soon as he entered the sea, he would immediately feel that his body was completely relaxed. It can be said that Yang Fan's affinity for the sea now surpasses that of land, and he can even survive in the sea all the time. But after all, he is a person, not a fish. So he still has to stay on land most of the time. However, Yang Fan had already made up his mind, and he would come to the sea to stay longer when he had time in the future. Of course, you can't stay in a sea all the time, it's easy to get tired of it. Especially offshore is even less interesting. The offshore sea is bare, not only without spectacular schools of fish, but also without magnificent and strange underwater coral landscapes, which is really not fun. Yang Fan thought that if he had the opportunity in the future, he would definitely go to every ocean in the world to enjoy different underwater wonders, which would definitely be very interesting. Of course, that was for later, not something he should think about now. Now what he needs to think about most is to quickly find the big lobster and crab for dinner. After an afternoon of work, his stomach was already protesting. Take back your cluttered thoughts. Yang Fan began to dive. While swimming, he kept searching for seafood in the sea with his eyes. The problem of poor offshore fishery resources was once again clearly presented to his eyes. In the bare sea, there is not a single decent school of fish, only a few fish of 3 or 3/2 swimming nearby, which looks very barren and desolate. After searching here for a while, Yang Fan did not find anything worthy of his shot. So he had to expand the scope of his search, using his surprisingly fast swimming speed and super sea vision to carpet search farther and larger areas of the sea. But this time, he didn't seem to be lucky last time. He searched the sea for a long time, looking for quite a large area of the sea nearby. But I still didn't find anything. Search all the way down. The most valuable sea goods Yang Fan saw were just a few large black sea bream weighing about 2 or 3 pounds. This kind of big black sea bream is generally 60 or 70 pieces a pound, and 2 or 3 pounds can also be sold for 1 or 200 pieces. Of course, in fact, the meat of the black snapper is still quite delicious. If Yang Fan can catch them, he will definitely take these big black sea bream. But helpless sea fish are very flexible in the sea. Even though Yang Fan is now water-based, it is still far worse than sea fish. Fish and lobster crabs are different. Lobsters and crabs generally hide in the crevices of the reef, not only slow to react but also very clumsy, so they are easy to catch. But the fish are very agile. As soon as Yang Fan gets close, they will all run away, and they swim fast, so it is impossible for Yang Fan to catch fish with his bare hands in the sea. It is precisely for this reason. Yang Fan only considered catching some crabs and lobsters for dinner, and did not consider catching fish for dinner. Helplessly. His luck today was really not good. After looking for a long time, he couldn't find a big crab and a big lobster that could make him shoot. Of course, even if the offshore resources are barren, there are still some small shrimp and crabs. After searching for so long, Yang Fan has also seen some stone crabs, orchid crabs, safflower crabs, and whatnot. But they were not very big and could not reach the crab life and death line set by Yang Fan, so he did not catch it. Yes, Yang Fan set a life and death line for the crab. No matter what kind of crab, he will not catch less than 1 pound. Conscientious old fishermen often have the principle that fish and crabs that are not up to standard or have seeds will be released. But crabs that generally exceed 2 taels are already very large, so in the old fisherman, the life and death line of crabs is generally about 2 taels. But here in Yang Fan, the crab life and death line he set is 1 pound. This is undoubtedly very demanding. It is very rare to see more than a pound of crabs in the offshore this year. There are so many trawlers, generally crabs are directly dragged to the table by the trawlers' nets before they grow up, where is the opportunity to wait for them to grow up? So under this harsh crab life and death line, it was a little difficult for Yang Fan to find a big crab that met the standard. However, this is the principle that Yang Fan set for himself, and he will not change it. Other fishermen Yang Fan can't care about it, but he has the dragon ball, which is an open existence. Of course, he must be more kind to the creatures of the sea. Even, Yang Fan thought that even if he bought a large fishing boat in the future, he would definitely use that kind of net with a large mesh to fish, so that he would not catch small fish and crabs. The reason why offshore fishery resources are getting worse year by year. It is that many people are too greedy and use small mesh extinction nets to kill small fish and shrimp when fishing with trawlers. Without small fish and shrimp, where can the big fish and prawns come from? Yang Fan can't control others, but since he himself is favored by the Dragon Ball, then he must be principled, and he must treat the sea well and be moderate. I looked for it for a while. Yang Fan still hasn't found a big crab that meets his conditions. Forget it, go back, it seems that you can only eat bowls of instant noodles tonight to cope with it. He shook his head a little disappointed, smiled bitterly, and then prepared to dive. At this moment, though, Lady Luck seems to have come again. Out of the corner of Yang Fan's eyes, he suddenly found that on a large undersea reef 300 meters away, there was a big guy who made his eyes shine. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for all kinds of support and encouragement. Chapter 034. The appearance of this big fellow is extremely deceptive, and at first glance it looks like an ordinary stone attached to the reef. If people who don't recognize the goods see it, they will definitely miss it. But Yang Fan, as a child who grew up by the sea, how could he not recognize it? Where is this ordinary stone? It is clearly a huge wild abalone. This wild big abalone is attached to the big reef, slowly wriggling and eating the seaweed on the stone. Its appearance is too similar to a stone. If it is not squirming to eat, Yang Fan may not be able to see its identity at a glance. Abalone, the name is fish, but it is not actually a fish. It is a primitive marine shellfish, a single-shelled mollusk that is also called sea ear because of its shape that resembles a human ear. Abalone usually grows in the reef area with low water temperature. It is very delicate, the requirements for the growth environment are very high, so it is very rare. But often, if abalone appears in a place, there cannot be only one, there should be a litter. Wild abalone grows here? Hehe, this is the rhythm of getting rich again. Thinking that there might be an abalone nest hidden in the reef area in front, Yang Fan suddenly raised his eyebrows, and instantly became a little excited. Then, without saying a word, he directly kicked his legs and swam towards the reef area in front of him. Soon he swam to his destination. Then, his eyes lit up. Sure enough, there's an abalone nest hidden here. In this rocky reef area, almost every reef is adsorbed with wild abalone of different sizes, and there are at least 100 by sight. These wild abalone are large and small, the largest ones are definitely more than 1 catty, the smallest may only be more than 1 or 2, but most of the abalone is still about 3 or 4 to half a catty. You should know that the price of wild abalone is very high, and the larger the size, the more exaggerated the price. As the saying goes, it is difficult to buy a double-headed abalone when you have money. According to the current market price, the price of a wild double-headed abalone is at least a few thousand yuan, and there is often no market. Double-headed abalone is so expensive, not to mention that in this nest of abalone, there are several oversized single-headed abalones. If those single-headed abalone were to be sold now, one would definitely sell for tens of thousands. In other words, the total value of this nest of abalone discovered by Yang Fan reached at least hundreds of thousands. Hehe, this trip didn't come in vain. Seeing that there were so many wild abalone growing densely in this rocky reef area, Yang Fan suddenly smiled. Of course, although this nest of abalone is very valuable, Yang Fan does not plan to catch them all now. He went to the sea to find dinner, not to make money, so this time he was only going to grab a few and go back, enough to eat by himself. Moreover, because abalone will be tightly adsorbed on the reef, so fishing nets cannot catch them, there is only one way to catch abalone, that is, diving fishing, but this sea is not a diving resort. Who will be idle egg pain with professional diving equipment to dive here? Therefore, Yang Fan is not worried that this nest of abalone will be discovered by others in a short time. The next thing is simple. Yang Fan thought that he couldn't eat much alone. So he only caught 4 double-headed abalone of about half a catty. Such a large abalone, 4 was completely enough for him to eat. Grabbing 2 large abalone in one hand, Yang Fan began to dive satisfied, returning to the place where he had put his clothes before. Chapter 035. After Yang Fan landed, he found that it was dark at this time, and he had been in the sea for more than an hour just now, and now it was almost 8 o'clock. Changing into clean clothes, taking advantage of the last hint of sunset, Yang Fan walked home slowly. The first thing to do after returning home is to sneak to the bathroom and take a shower. There is salt in the sea, so you must rinse it again with fresh water after swimming in the sea, otherwise it will be very uncomfortable. After taking a bath, Yang Fan began to make dinner. After working all afternoon, it was already very consuming, plus he had not eaten so late, his stomach was already protesting. However, since there were no other ingredients, he could only simply cook a noodle with abalone tonight. Quickly get out and wash the meat of the 4 large abalones, then put them in a pot and cook them with the noodles. Often the more advanced the ingredients, the simpler the way to cook. When cooking abalone, Yang Fan did not put any ingredients, but only put a little salt and oil, so that the deliciousness of the abalone can be cooked to the greatest extent. If you put some other miscellaneous ingredients, the umami of the abalone will be covered. With the addition of 4 valuable wild double-headed abalones, the value of this pot of noodles has undoubtedly skyrocketed instantly. If Yang Fan took a video of this bowl of abalone noodles at this time and posted it on the internet, he would definitely be frantically complained by netizens. Nima. Is the life of a rich person so unpretentious? Actually use thousands of pieces of wild double-ended abalone to cook noodles? And also used 4 at once? In particular, this is too inhumane. Seriously, if Yang Fan had been before, he would definitely not be willing to use this superb wild double-headed abalone to cook noodles. Even, he would not be willing to eat such expensive things at all. But now it's different, he is also a $1,000,000 bigwig. How about eating a wild double-headed abalone? Mimi ate 2 bowls of abalone noodles. Yang Fan smiled, patted his somewhat protruded stomach with satisfaction, and then went directly upstairs to rest. Today is also a little tired after a busy day. Lying on the bed to play 2 kings for a pastime, he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, several big roosters at the head of the village called again at 4 or 5 o'clock. But this time Yang Fan was not woken up. He slept soundly, slept until 3 o'clock in the morning, and did not get up refreshed until 8:30. After a simple wash, and then changing into a more handsome dress, Yang Fan was ready to go out. Today I have to go to the airport to pick up my old classmate Qin Yuxiu. Her flight arrived at 12 o'clock at noon, and there are only 3 hours left from now, so Yang Fan has to leave as soon as possible to catch up. After cleaning up, Yang Fan walked out of the door and was about to take out the key to lock the door. Suddenly, he felt that something was not quite right. Turning his head, he finally realized where this feeling that something was wrong came from. I'll go. How can it be? Yang Fan turned around and looked blankly at the small vegetable field that he had only reclaimed yesterday afternoon, with a confused expression. At this moment, the small vegetable field that had just been sown was already green. The seeds of cherry tomatoes actually broke through the soil and grew into seedlings overnight, and the seedlings had grown to more than 10 centimeters long. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Even if ordinary seeds germinate and want to grow to more than 10 centimeters, it will take at least 10 days and a half month, right? Is this what the golden drop does to plants? Isn't that too overbearing? Staring at the green cherry fruit seedlings, Yang Fan was completely shocked. He had guessed that watering cherry tomato seeds diluted with gold drops would speed up its growth, but he didn't expect it to speed up such an exaggeration. This is also too overbearing and amazing. With great surprise, Yang Fan walked quickly to the vegetable field. He squatted down and carefully examined the cherry tomato seedling, and found that its rhizome was very thick, much thicker than ordinary vegetable seedlings, and its color was more emerald green. Obviously, the golden drops not only plucked these cherry tomato seedlings, but also made them healthier than normal growing vegetable seedlings. In this regard, Yang Fan just wants to say, golden drops are awesome. At this time, he suddenly began to think about a question again. Since under the action of golden drops, cherry tomato seeds will break the ground overnight, when these cherry tomato seedlings grow to blossom and bear fruit, how will the cherry tomatoes they bear be different from ordinary cherry tomatoes? Yang Fan is really looking forward to it. Of course, he also knows that this is in a hurry, just wait slowly. After admiring the green cherry tomato seedlings with great interest for a while, Yang Fan calmed down and left for the airport. After changing several means of transportation, after a long journey of more than 2 hours, Yang Fan finally arrived at Bahai International Airport. This tortuous process made Yang Fan inevitably complain about the closure of his fishing village. The traffic was too inconvenient, and it took more than 2 hours to get to the airport. Coming to the exit of the airport, Yang Fan found a shady place and waited patiently. It was only 11:50, and Qin Yuxiu's flight would take 10 minutes to arrive. After playing with the phone, the time passed quickly. Estimating that Qin Yuxiu should get off the plane, Yang Fan called directly. The phone was quickly connected, and immediately came Qin Yuxiu's crisp voice with a little baby voice. "Hey, Yang Fan, I got off the plane, I'll leave the airport immediately, where are you?" "I'm already at the airport exit, you should be able to see me when you come out and look to the right, the white tee black camouflage shorts and white sneakers I'm wearing." "Hee, Yang Fan, you have arrived, very punctual. Oh. Seriously, I'm a little excited to think I'll be able to meet your old classmate right away." "Haha, me too." Yang Fan smiled. Hanging up the phone with Qin Yuxiu, Yang Fan waited for a few more minutes. Soon after, he saw the person he was waiting for in the crowd at the airport exit. Gee, it's worthy of being the big flower of the year, this temperament, this long legs. Directly killed everyone around in seconds. Looking at the long-legged girl in the crowd wearing sunglasses and jeans, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile and narrow his eyes. Although this girl was wearing big sunglasses far away and couldn't see her face clearly, Yang Fan still recognized her as his old classmate Qin Yuxiu at first glance. It's not Yang Fan's sharp eyes, but Qin Yuxiu's long legs that are comparable to supermodels, which are really impressive. Chapter 036. Qin Yuxiu, here. After seeing Qin Yuxiu come out, Yang Fan immediately waved at her, and then slowly walked over. At the same time, after Qin Yuxiu, who was not far away, walked out of the airport, she was looking to the right according to Yang Fan's previous instructions, and when she saw someone waving, she immediately noticed it at a glance. Finding that the person waving was Yang Fan, she immediately smiled, and then took off her sunglasses and walked towards Yang Fan with a smile. But she apparently underestimated her popularity a little, and almost as soon as she took off her sunglasses, an exclamation sounded next to her. "Wow! Little fairy! Is it really you?" As the exclamation sounded, a man with a face full of acne in his 20s trotted to Qin Yuxiu with a surprised face. He looked at Qin Yuxiu very excitedly and said, "Little fairy of Yuxiu, it's really you. I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet you at the airport. Idol, I have been following you on Station B for more than 2 years, you are my favorite up master, I watch your videos every day, so, can idols take a picture with me?" It turned out that this young man was a fan of Qin Yuxiu. When he just left the airport, he had already noticed Qin Yuxiu in the crowd, but Qin Yuxiu almost covered half of his face with big sunglasses, so he didn't dare to confirm it for a while. And the moment Qin Yuxiu took off her sunglasses, everything was clear, she was indeed her favorite up master Yuxiu Little Fairy. Yuxiu Little Fairy is Qin Yuxiu's screen name, which is now quite well known on all video platforms on the internet, and the total number of fans has exceeded 10 million. Yang Fanhui was already about to walk in front of Qin Yuxiu, but he didn't expect that Qin Yuxiu was stopped halfway by enthusiastic little fans to take a photo, and he smiled and stopped temporarily. As for Qin Yuxiu, in the past 2 years, as she has become more and more popular and has more and more fans, being recognized by fans on the walk is a frequent occurrence, so she has long been surprised by this situation. Okay, then let's take a photo, and thank you for your attention and support. Qin Yuxiu smiled at the acne-faced little fan without a shelf, and then asked her photographer to take a few photos of herself and this enthusiastic fan. Yes, Qin Yuxiu did not come alone. As a full-time up master, she certainly has her own personal photographer, and her photographer is actually her cousin, a little girl with eyes and a medium to high appearance. This acne face fan is still very rational. He is not the kind of rice circle brain dead star chasing fan, he just simply appreciates Qin Yuxiu, so he quickly walked away after taking a photo with Qin Yuxiu. With this vignette ends. Yang Fan walked slowly towards Qin Yuxiu again. As the two got closer and closer, he also took the opportunity to take a closer look at his beautiful classmate who he had not seen for a long time. I have to say that Qin Yuxiu is worthy of being a beautiful woman at the level of the department flower in the beautiful Modu University of Finance and Economics. She's really, really beautiful. Big eyes, with beautiful long eyelashes and a curved willow eyebrow, the water spirit seems to be able to speak. The small vermilion lips are light, and they always exude an alluring luster. Her nose is straight and delicate, making people feel the urge to scrape with their fingers. Not only is her facial features perfect, but her figure and temperament are even better. The long legs that are comparable to international supermodels are tightly wrapped in a pair of sky blue long barrel jeans, and the extremely exaggerated curves immediately give people a very enjoyable visual impact. Her long straight black hair was a little messy in the breeze, but it also added a different style to her. Coupled with her little and fresh campus style today, it made Yang Fan's eyes shine. Straight long leg jeans, paired with a simple tight off-white cartoon short tee, vividly highlight her good figure and youthful vitality. Seriously, if there is a street photographer here to secretly take a few high-definition photos of Qin Yuxiu and put them on the internet, it will definitely make many otaku beautiful and enjoy it every day as a screensaver. All in all, Qin Yuxiu is definitely a girl with a very perfect body and temperament. For his beautiful classmate Qin Yuxiu, who has not been seen for a long time, Yang Fan also gave an evaluation in his heart, pleasing to the eye. Look at Qin Yuxiu's kung fu. Yang Fan had already walked in front of her, and then he smiled and directly ridiculed Qin Yuxiu. Hey, old classmate, I haven't seen you for 2 years, you've become a big star, and you can meet little fans on the road to ask for a group photo. Hearing Yang Fan ridicule himself as soon as he came up, Qin Yuxiu brushed a strand of hair scattered around her ear and chuckled, Yang Fan, are you hurting me? What a big star I am, at most a small internet celebrity. If a real big star appears, believe it or not, this airport has long been surrounded by fans. Saying that, Qin Yuxiu blinked her big eyes of the water spirit, and also began to look at Yang Fan. Tall figure, handsome face, clean dress, always with an indifferent and determined temperament, still the handsome and sunny big boy image in her impression, Yang Fan does not seem to have changed much in the past 2 years. The only change may be that he seems to have tanned a lot after returning to the fishing village to fish. Chapter 037. Yang Fan didn't know that Qin Yuxiu would already start complaining in his heart that he had turned black. He took Qin Yuxiu's words and said with a smile, haha, now your old classmate may not be a big star, but not necessarily in the future. I think if you enter the entertainment industry, it will definitely be popular. Seriously, Yang Fan feels that with Qin Yuxiu's appearance and temperament, she can definitely kill many so-called beautiful stars in China in an instant. If she enters the entertainment industry to make a variety movie in the future, maybe it will really catch fire. Hee, it's impossible in the future, I don't want to be a big star. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yuxiu shook her head with a smile. In fact, with more and more fans, she has long been targeted by the scouts of many brokerage companies, and many managers in the entertainment industry want to sign her to take her into the entertainment industry, but Chin Yuxiu firmly refused. She just wants to be a free-up master, take the videos she wants to shoot, and share and record her life. If you enter the entertainment industry and become a star artist, it will completely deviate from your original intention, and everyone knows the depth of the entertainment industry this year. Thinking that if he entered the entertainment industry, he would probably have to face all kinds of unspoken rules that were extremely ugly and disgusting, and Chin Yuxiu completely eliminated the possibility of entering the entertainment industry by himself. In recent years, some beautiful girls have unscrupulous means to sacrifice their lives for righteousness and dream of the entertainment industry, but Chin Yuxiu resolutely chose to refuse on the premise that she had a good chance of becoming a big star. I have to say that this girl is really a clear stream. Yang Fan naturally didn't know that Chin Yuxiu still had this mental journey. Of course, if he knew, he would definitely only raise his hands in agreement. When old classmates meet, it is inevitable to exchange pleasantries. The two had been standing in place and chatting for several minutes, and Yang Fan remembered to ask Chin Yuxiu if she had eaten lunch. "Old student, did you eat on the plane?" "No, I hate eating food on the plane the most. Just wait to get off the plane and slaughter Yang Fan for you, let you take me to taste the special food of your hometown." When Chin Yuxiu heard this, she smiled slyly at Yang Fan. "Haha, no problem to slaughter casually, but my hometown is on the beach, and the specialty food is just a variety of seafood, but seafood you should eat anywhere else you want." Yang Fan smiled. "That's different, the seafood in your coastal city will definitely be richer, fresher, and more delicious than the inland, right? Then I'll take you to a seafood dinner." "Hee hee, okay, I'm looking forward to it." Chin Yuxiu smiled. After discussing the seafood dinner next, Yang Fan took Chin Yuxiu and her photographer cousin into a taxi and left the airport. Yang Fan knew that there was a seafood restaurant on the other side of the pier in the city, although the grade was not very high, but the taste was very good, and this time he was ready to take Chin Yuxiu there to solve a meal. It just so happens that the seafood restaurant is on the other side of the pier, and after eating, they can directly take the ferry back to the village. About half an hour's drive. Yang Fan took Chin Yuxiu and her photographer cousin to the destination. The seafood restaurant they came to is called Fisherman's Wharf. Although the area of this shop is not large, the decoration is very distinctive, following the style of the original fishing village style theme, and it looks like a relatively authentic specialty restaurant. "How, just this one, are you still satisfied?" Walking to the door of the store, Yang Fan turned his head and asked Chin Yuxiu with a smile. "Well, I am very satisfied, I like the decoration style of this store." Chin Yuxiu smiled and nodded to Yang Fan. "Okay, let's go inside." Yang Fan smiled. Then, the three walked into the store, and the waiter immediately greeted them warmly and took them to a quiet seat by the window. At this time, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the meal was almost over, but the business in this shop was quite good, and there were many customers. After taking a seat, Yang Fan handed the menu to Chin Yuxiu and asked her to order it casually. Chin Yuxiu smiled and was not polite, so she studied the menu with her photographer cousin Chen Qian. Soon, the two of them ordered a dish. Chin Yuxiu ordered a steamed wild sea bass, and Chen Qian ordered a vegetarian dish of sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Watching the two of them study for a long time and only order such 2 dishes, Yang Fan looked at Chin Yuxiu and joked, "Why, old student, are you afraid that I won't have money to pay the bill? Why do you order these 2 dishes?" "Hee hee, of course not, it's just that we just got off the plane and had a bad appetite, so let's have less." Chin Yuxiu smiled, and then said, "And Yang Fan, you should also know that now our country is vigorously cracking down on food waste, so when Xiao Qian shoots a video for us, there can't be too many dishes in the lens." "Okay, okay." Yang Fan nodded when he heard this. Some time ago, this matter was also on the hot search, and he also had some understanding. Speaking of Yang Fan, he usually watches some food bloggers' videos on Station B occasionally, and he found that since the state advocates the elimination of food waste, those food bloggers make a very small portion every time they make a dish, which is madly ridiculed by fans that they are not enough funds. Yang Fan was not the kind of extravagant and wasteful person. Since Qin Yuxiu didn't want to order too many dishes, then he didn't need to order more, and casually ordered a braised eel and then asked the waiter to serve the food. However, the old classmate finally came to his hometown, and Yang Fan must be received in place. This lunch will be casual, and after returning to the fishing village, he is ready to go to the wild abalone nest he found yesterday to get some good goods, so that Qin Yuxiu can taste the taste of the superb wild big abalone. Soon, the meals were served. The three of them ate with laughter. Since Qin Yuxiu is a full-time up master, her photographer cousin will pick up the camera from time to time to shoot, so that she can record some interesting pictures for post-editing into videos. Inevitably, Yang Fan will also be photographed. He doesn't have any special feelings about this, just shoot it, and his brother is not afraid of being photogenic. However, what Yang Fan didn't expect now was that it was because he appeared in Qin Yuxiu's video in the past few days, which caused him to become unexpectedly popular and gain a large number of little fans. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for all support and encouragement. Chapter 038. During the meal, Yang Fan and Qin Yuxiu chatted very happily. The two talked about some interesting things about their college days and some of each other's experiences after graduation. Inevitably, Qin Yuxiu was also very interested in the topic of Yang Fan's sudden decision to resign and leave the magic capital to go back to his hometown fishing village to fish, so he asked Yang Fan about this in person, and Yang Fan had nothing to explain about it, just said that he was a little tired of the life of the big city, so he returned to the fishing village. Hearing Yang Fan's obviously perfunctory explanation, although Qin Yuxiu was a little unconvinced in her heart, seeing that Yang Fan didn't want to talk about this topic more, she didn't ask more. A pleasant lunch ends with laughter. After eating, Yang Fan took Qin Yuxiu and her cousin Chen Qian on the ferry together. The luxury cruise ship Qin Yuxiu has sit, but this kind of tin passenger ferry is the first time she has sat on it, so she feels quite novel, and she is very interested in letting her cousin help her take a video and record it. After getting off the ferry and coming to the town, Yang Fan took a three-wheeled motorcycle and drove several kilometers of bumpy mountain roads before finally bringing Qin Yuxiu's second daughter to the fishing village. Wow! The natural scenery here is really beautiful. As soon as they arrived at Big Whale Village, Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian's second daughter immediately exclaimed. Although this small fishing village in front of you is very closed and backward, it is surrounded by mountains on three sides and faces the sea on one side, which is really picturesque by the mountains and waters, and it is precisely because of the closure that this small fishing village is very rare to retain the most simple and original rural fishing village style. After staying in a big city full of high-rise buildings for a long time, as soon as she came to this picturesque primitive fishing village, Qin Yuxiu really felt relaxed in an instant, and her breath was smooth. Yang Fan, I kind of understand why you want to go back to your hometown to live. To be honest, if I have the opportunity, I will definitely be very willing to live in such a beautiful small fishing village for a while. After admiring the scenery of the fishing village for a while, Qin Yuxiu turned to look at Yang Fan and sighed with a smile. Haha, it's okay, if your old classmates like it here, you can stay at my house for a while. Yang Fan smiled and said. Hee, it depends. Hearing Yang Fan's invitation, Qin Yuxiu glanced at him and covered her mouth and chuckled. Then Yang Fan took Qin Yuxiu and they walked to their house. Interestingly, they also met several aunts in the same village on the road, and when they saw Yang Fan taking two girls from the city home, they also joked and asked Yang Fan if he was bringing his girlfriend home. Yang Fan quickly smiled and explained that he was just a classmate. Fortunately, these aunts spoke in the local dialect that Qin Yuxiu couldn't understand at all, otherwise she would probably be blushed by the big mouths of these ants as powerful as machine guns. Soon, Yang Fan took Qin Yuxiu and them to his home. "Hey, Yang Fan, your 3-story small bungalow is really good, there is such a big yard." Seeing Yang Fan's home, Qin Yuxiu said with a smile, "If it were in the city, I estimate that your family's Seaview Villa Manor is estimated to be at least tens of millions." "Haha, so. Yang Fan smiled modestly. After taking out the key to open the big iron door, Yang Fan made an inviting gesture to Qin Yuxiu's gentleman, "Old student, welcome to my house." "Thank you." Qin Yuxiu smiled and walked in. As soon as you enter the door, Qin Yuxiu was immediately attracted by the green vegetable field in the corner of the yard, and she suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, isn't it, Yang Fan, you actually planted vegetables in the yard? This yard is too big, bare, and not good looking, so yesterday I reclaimed a small vegetable field and came out when I was fine," Yang Fan explained with a smile. "So what kind of dish are you growing? The turquoise and turquoise are strange, can I go and see it?" Qin Yuxiu said curiously. "Of course." Yang Fan nodded and led Qin Yuxiu to the side of the vegetable field. Then he also pointed to the green cherry tomato seedling and introduced it to Qin Yuxiu. "This is the cherry tomato seedling, it grows quite well, if you come over a little later, maybe you can eat the cherry tomatoes I planted." "Really, they look so good, this leaf is turquoise and green and almost green about to drip water, honestly I don't seem to have seen such a green plant." Looking at the gratifying growth of the saint fruit seedlings, Qin Yuxiu said with emotion, "It's really green." Yang Fan smiled, "This is irrigated by him with gold drops, can it grow green?" Yang Fan, how do I feel that you are also very talented as a vegetable farmer, or do you consider contracting a piece of land to engage in greenhouse planting?" After admiring the green cherry fruit seedlings with interest, Qin Yuxiu laughed and teased Yang Fan. Don't say, when Yang Fan heard her casual ridicule, he was really interested. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Fan felt that this could really be had. Since the golden drop can have such a significant effect on plants, then he can build a greenhouse garden in the future to grow more fruits and vegetables or something, although he does not need to rely on this to make money, but it should be quite interesting to grow and play by himself. And there is another point, greenhouse planting can also give Yang Fan the opportunity to experiment, to see if different fruits and vegetables will produce different effects under the irrigation of gold drops. Thinking of this, Yang Fan really immediately put the matter of greenhouse planting into his future planning. Chapter 039. After thinking about the matter of greenhouse planting, Yang Fan smiled at Qin Yuxiu. Don't say, old student, your suggestion is good, I accept it, and after a while, I will go to a greenhouse garden to grow vegetables. Really fake? When Qin Yuxiu heard this, she blinked her eyes a little confused, thinking that I was joking. You still take it seriously? Of course it's true. Yang Fan smiled and didn't explain much. Well. Then Yang Fan, you are too good, fishing and farming. Qin Yuxiu covered her mouth and chuckled, although Yang Fan said a serious book, she still felt that Yang Fan should be laughing, so she didn't care much. After a few words of laughter, Yang Fan then took Qin Yuxiu into the house. Qin Yuxiu and her photographer cousin didn't bring much with them this time, and the two of them only brought a small suitcase with some clothes and some equipment for shooting videos and cutting videos. Walking into the living room on the first floor, Yang Fan carried Qin Yuxiu's suitcase and asked her, "Old classmate, the second and third floors of my house are all rooms, where do you and your cousin want to live?" Hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yuxiu did not answer directly, but smiled and asked, "Yang Fan, how many floors do you live on?" "I live on the third floor." "Then let's live on the third floor." Qin Yuxiu immediately laughed. "Well, okay, let's go upstairs then." Yang Fan nodded. Saying that, he carried his suitcase and took Qin Yuxiu and them to the third floor. There are only 3 rooms on the third floor, one Yang Fan lives by himself, and the other was cleaned up by him as a study, so there is only the last empty room, and this empty room is next door to the room where Yang Fan lives. Originally, before Qin Yuxiu came, Yang Fan wanted to let her live in a room on the second floor, but since the girl didn't mind living with him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. But think about it, it's actually nothing, living on the same floor is not living in the same room. Taking Qin Yuxiu and her cousin to the room they were going to live in, Yang Fan opened the door of the room and said to the second daughter, "This is the room, the decoration is average but the space is quite large, are you satisfied?" Quite satisfied. Qin Yuxiu and her cousin Chen Qian immediately smiled and nodded after looking at the room. The decoration of this room is actually quite good, although it is not as luxurious as the hardcover apartments in the city, but it is also quite exquisite and warm, plus the area of rural self-built houses is generally very large, so the spatial vision of this room is very good. What's more, this is a sea view room, you can open the window to the sea. I believe that as long as you are not very picky, you will definitely not dislike living here. Okay, then you guys will live here for the next 2 days, I'll bring you the sheets and quilts later. The sheets and quilts are all newly bought on the day I went home, and they were all washed a few days ago, so you can use them at ease. Well, okay, thank you old classmate for your attentive hospitality. Qin Yuxiu smiled sweetly and thanked her. It's okay, it's my honor to have the opportunity to entertain Qin Daxing. Yang Fan joked. Okay, you guy, don't hurt me. Qin Yuxiu immediately gave Yang Fan a roll of her eyes. Haha. Yang Fan smiled, and then asked Qin Yuxiu, by the way, old student. Do you and your cousin want to take a break now? You should be tired after such a long journey. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yuxiu immediately shook her head with a smile and said, I'm not tired, I don't need to rest. Yang Fan, let's clean up and go to the sea, I already can't wait to experience fishing with you. Really don't need to rest. I really don't need to. Okay, you guys tidy up, I'll take you out to the sea to fish. Wow! Really? Are we going fishing? I'm very interested in fishing. Hearing that Yang Fan was going to take herself out to the sea to fish, Qin Yuxiu's eyes instantly lit up. For someone like her who grew up in the inland city of Shi, fishing at sea is undoubtedly a very novel thing. Yes, I'll let you experience it later. Seeing Qin Yuxiu so excited, Yang Fan smiled, thinking that this old classmate is also a big internet celebrity. How come he has never seen the world? It was agreed that they would go out to sea to fish. Qin Yuxiu and her cousin quickly put down their luggage and sorted it out, and then took their shooting equipment. Yang Fan waited for them to be ready, so he took them out and walked towards Yang Hengtao's house. The reason why I want to go to Yang Hengtao's house first is naturally to borrow a boat and a sea fishing rod. Thinking that every time he went out to fish and borrow other people's boats and tools, Yang Fan felt that it was not a matter of going on like this, so he made up his mind on the spot and bought a speedboat and some fishing tools when he was free in the past few days. Now he doesn't have enough money, so it's not time to buy a big tonnage fishing boat, but a speedboat can still be bought. If he has a speedboat, it will be very convenient for him to go to sea after that, and the speed of the speedboat is much faster than the speed of the fishing boat, which can also save a lot of time at sea. Walked for a few minutes. The three soon arrived at Yang Hengtao's house. When Yang Fan went out before, he had already sent a message in advance to contact Yang Hengtao, so Yang Hengtao would have prepared things and was waiting for Yang Fan at the door. Seeing that Yang Fan came with two beautiful city girls, and one of the long-legged girls was still beautiful and bubbling like a big star, Yang Hengtao's eyes immediately lit up. At the same time, a roaring gossip flame was already rising on the face of this goods. No wonder this guy Fanza said that he didn't go to put the row hook today, it turned out to be to pick up a beautiful girl in the city. Last night, Yang Hengtao asked Yang Fan if he wanted to put the row hook again today, but Yang Fan said that he was going to the city to do something today, and Yang Hongtao was still a little curious about what he was going to do, but he didn't expect that he actually went to the city to pick up two beautiful girls back. Hehe, this guy Fanzi is really awesome. Unexpectedly, he soaked such a beautiful long-legged girl. Seeing Yang Fan and Qin Yuxia walking over with a smile, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but show an ant-like smile. Chapter 040. Here, after Yang Fan walked outside Yang Hongtao's courtyard, he asked Qin Yuxia and them to wait here for a while, and he directly entered Yang Hongtao's house. Just walked over. Yang Hongtao immediately came up with a sneer. He nodded towards Qin Yuxia's second daughter outside the courtyard, and asked Yang Fan with a gossipy face, "Hehe, you kid can be a Fanzi." Just a few days after returning to the fishing village, two beautiful girls came to the door. Honestly, what is your relationship with these two beautiful girls? Seeing that this guy came up and gossiped, Yang Fan rolled his eyes. What can it matter? As far as the relationship between ordinary classmates is concerned, one of them is my college classmate and the other is my classmate and her cousin, who came to the fishing village to find me to experience fishing in the sea. Specially come to our fishing village to experience catching the sea? Gee, the people in the city really know how to play. By the way, Fanzi, which is your classmate? Is it that beautiful long-legged girl? Yes, just that leg long. I said your kid's eyes are quite sharp, did you just keep staring at other people's legs? Yang Fan glared at this guy. Hehe, who let your female classmate grow such old legs, you can't look at it twice. Yang Hongtao scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassed. Yes, don't put it on hold, people are still waiting outside, do you have something ready, give it to me when you are ready. Yang Fan scolded with a smile, not wanting to have more to do with this product. Hehe, it's ready, I also specially got you a pot of nest material, just come in handy, you can catch a few more fish later, so as to pretend in front of your beautiful female classmate. Put on a hammer, you don't compare it, just bring me the things. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Haha, okay, Fanzi, wait a minute. Yang Hongtao smiled and went to his living room to take out the two fishing rods, a pot of nest material and a box of sea centipede bait prepared before and handed it to Yang Fan. Okay, thanks, I'll give you a few fish as a reward when I catch it. Yang Fan took the thing and thanked Yang Hongtao with a smile. Thank you for a fart between our brothers. Fanzi, go quickly, don't make people wait for a long time. Yang Hongtao waved his hand and smiled. Well, then I'll go first. After Yang Hongtao came out, Yang Fan took Qin Yuxia's second daughter to the small pier in the village. The light car found the old boat that Yang Hongtao parked at the dock, and Yang Fan invited Qin Yuxia and them to board the boat, preparing to ignite and sail the ship. At this time, Qin Yuxia suddenly looked at Yang Fan with a smile and said, Yang Fan, I suddenly want to broadcast live, you won't mind, right? Live? Okay, just feel free. Yang Fan smiled and didn't care at all. Although he rarely watches live broadcasts, as a young man, his acceptance of live broadcasts is still very high, so he doesn't mind Qin Yuxia broadcasting live in front of him. Hehe, well, after Yang Fan, you must help me catch a few more fish, so that I can grow a long face in front of the fans. Seeing that Yang Fan agreed, Qin Yuxia immediately smiled. Haha, no problem. Yang Fan smiled. He then set off the fishing boat straight off the dock. While driving the boat, Yang Fan opened and hanged, and kept searching the scene in the sea with his eyes, wanting to see which fish had more. At the same time, Qin Yuxia asked her cousin Chen Qian to take out her mobile phone and Yuntai to start the live broadcast. Qin Yuxia chose to live broadcast on the Douyin platform this time, and her number of fans on Douyin is the largest, which has exceeded 8 million. Although Qin Yuxia usually mainly shoots videos and rarely broadcasts live, the traffic in her live broadcast room is still very large, and hundreds of people immediately poured in as soon as the broadcast started. These fans are basically Qin Yuxiu's iron fans, addicted to brushing Douyin day by day, and when they saw Qin Yuxiu start broadcasting, they immediately clicked in. Wow! The little fairy of Yuxiu actually broadcast live. Happy, scatter flowers. Yes. My little fairy is really rare to live broadcast once, this time I will record the whole screen and watch it twice in the future. Upstairs, don't just drink and not eat, you're a little fairy? I see you're thinking about fart eating. Obviously it's my family's good. A group of sand sculptures say every day that my girlfriend belongs to your family, so I really don't want my face. Lean. Upstairs is really one more than one kin blow, who urinates yellow, come and wake up this group of second goods. As soon as it started broadcasting, the barrage of a water began to brush the screen, mostly some male fans were crazy mouthing hi there. Seeing these funny barrages, Qin Yuxiu smiled and saw it for a long time, and then she smiled at the camera and said, "Friends, good afternoon, let's show you the sea, isn't it quite blue?" As soon as Qin Yuxiu's words fell, her photographer cousin Chen Qian very tacitly pulled the lens away and aimed at the endless sea of blue waves. Seeing the beautiful sea, the water friends in the live broadcast room were immediately excited. Wow! What a blue sea! I just watched the little fairy go, but I really didn't notice that the little fairy was on the sea. Indeed. This sea is really blue and clean, much more beautiful than the sea I saw when I traveled to Xiamen before. Really, I think so too. Little fairy, where is the sea so blue? Shouldn't you have gone to Hawaii or Australia? I guess the little fairy might be in the Maldives right now. I guess in Sanya. Seeing that the barrage was guessing where this sea was, Qin Yuxiu smiled and introduced, "Friends, this beautiful sea is neither abroad nor in Sanya. The place where I am now is a beautiful small fishing village in Bahai City, China. As for why the sea here is so blue, I ask my local friends to answer you." Qin Yuxiu finished saying this. The photographer's cousin Chen Qian immediately noticed, and quickly turned the camera to Yang Fan, who was driving at the bow of the boat. Chapter 041. Yang Fan was driving the boat, and seeing the camera girl suddenly turning the lens to himself, he couldn't help but blink his eyes and felt a little sudden. What kind of trouble is this, and this is being broadcast live? Yang Fan, the audience in my live broadcast room are very curious about why the sea here in your hometown is so blue and beautiful, or can you explain it to them? Seeing that Yang Fan was a little confused, Qin Yuxiu smiled at him mischievously. In this regard, Yang Fan rolled his eyes on the spot. Well, it seems that this old classmate of himself is going to use himself as a live broadcast tool. In fact, as early as when Qin Yuxiu first started broadcasting, Yang Fan had already guessed that he might become a tool in Qin Yuxiu's live broadcast room later. Although he rarely watches live broadcasts, he also knows that anchors sometimes find some tool people to enliven the atmosphere during live broadcasts in order to make live broadcasts more interesting. Now that he is left on the ship except for the photographer Xiaomei Chen Qian, Qin Yuxiu does not find him to be this tool man, who will be the one to be. Thinking of this, Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and did not resist, and the tool man was nothing to tool the man. Then, he explained generously to the camera, to talk about why the sea in my hometown is very blue. In fact, I don't think there is any special reason. It may be that my hometown side is relatively remote and not polluted by overdevelopment, so the sea here is cleaner than those overdeveloped popular coastal cities in China. Hearing Yang Fan's explanation, many barrages immediately echoed and agreed. Indeed, this handsome guy is right, the sea in many popular coastal cities in China is too dirty and not good at all. Yes, many cities concentrate a large amount of domestic sewage or industrial water into the seabed, resulting in the coastal sea getting darker. The situation is indeed such a situation. The sea has indeed been polluted too seriously this year, but there is a saying, no snowflake under the avalanche is innocent. The natural environment is destroyed. I think each of us has a certain responsibility, so we should all improve our environmental awareness, protect our sea and protect my earth. +10086. Upstairs perfectly said what I wanted to say. However, after these barrages of discussion of marine pollution and environmental protection, some barrages of discussion of other topics have quietly appeared. Little lowly who loves food, I agree with what you said about protecting the environment, but I asked weakly, are all your attention on the blue or not? Could it be that I alone found this little brother who suddenly appeared? Is it really handsome? Royal sister foodie, no. Sisters, you are not alone. I also found out, hee, this little brother's face is really good. Big beauty girl, +1, this little brother is really prosperous and beautiful. Love. Does the little brother have a girlfriend? If not, I can, // Q. Lovely Xiaojing, sister Yuxiu, who is this little brother? So handsome. Ask for introductions. Number. The barrage chatted, and suddenly it was crooked. Originally, most of the male fans in the live broadcast room were buttoning the barrage at the beginning. After all, Qin Yuxiu had more male fans, but with the appearance of Yang Fan, the female fans who dived in the live broadcast room also began to mouth. They were all attracted by Yang Fan's handsome appearance. Seriously, Yang Fan's current appearance is really not covered. Originally, he had always been a Banco-level existence, and later under the transformation of Dragon Ball, his figure, including his spirit, has been greatly improved, making him now look more handsome and sunnier than before. It can be said that with Yang Fan's current appearance and figure, it is definitely enough to kill a lot of small fresh meat in the entertainment industry, because he is not only handsome, but also heroic and full of strong masculinity. It is no exaggeration to say that if Yang Fan took off the short sleeves on his body now, revealing his six-pack abs and two large chest muscles like a knife and an axe, it is estimated that some hungry female fans in the live broadcast room will lick the screen on the spot. Seeing that the barrage was asking who Yang Fan was, and some female fans also said for introduction, Qin Yuxiu suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. She had actually anticipated this situation for a long time. As a senior self-media practitioner, Qin Yuxiu knows the barrage culture of young people very well, so she knows very well that with Yang Fan's appearance and temperament, as long as he is photogenic, he will definitely attract many female fans to crazy barrage. Looking at the idiot-like barrage of several female fans in the live broadcast room, Qin Yuxiu couldn't help but laugh and ridicule. Sisters in the live broadcast room, this handsome little brother is my college classmate Yang Fan, he is still single. Oh, I want to ask the sisters to introduce. Please send me a private message backstage, remember to attach a full body photo, I'll see if I can match it for you. As he spoke, Qin Yuxiu also got up and sat next to Yang Fan for the convenience of the live broadcast, so that the two can appear in the camera at the same time. And with the two of them in the same frame, the barrage instantly became more lively. Chapter 042. Hey! Did you find out, the anchor sister and this handsome little brother named Yang Fan are sitting together, and they look so well matched. Yes, the two of them are sunny and handsome, the other is beautiful and elegant, and they really deserve a face. Indeed. Seeing the two of them, I immediately thought of a word, long K female appearance. That's right, it's a talented woman. I raise my hands in agreement. I also agree with my feet raised. Sisters, what are you waiting for? Give me the general match on the public screen. Match. Matching plus 10,086. Those female fans in the live broadcast room, looking at Yang Fan and Qin Yuxiu sitting there side by side, really instantly felt that they matched a face. Both of them are high-looking, good figure, temperament is also very good, they appear in the same frame is simply instantly giving people a sense of CP. But the male fans in the live broadcast room don't think so. Well, even if they feel that Yang Fan and Qin Yuxiu match each other in their hearts, they still won't admit it. So when the male fans saw the full screen with the barrage, they instantly felt a little heartbroken, and they immediately refuted. Hey, you guys put a yarn like this. I am against this affair. The little fairy is mine. That's right. I am also against this affair. I raise my hands and feet against this affair. Against plus 99,999. Seeing the male fans collectively buttoning opposition, the female fans immediately mocked. Hey? Are you against? You are against a yarn. People are talented and talented women are opposed by your group of monsters? Ha ha ha. God mends the knife. Poof. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but laugh when I saw the barrage above, and then a mouthful of salt soda sprayed on my table mate's face, and now she picks up a pencil knife to cut me. How can I explain it? Was stunned, and the male fans in front of the screen collectively vomited blood. Subsequently, the two groups of people frantically used the barrage to scare each other in the live broadcast room, and the barrage was like snowflakes for a while. Seeing that the barrage began to reorganize, frantically buckling or opposing, Qin Yuxiu immediately sweated. These water friends in their own live broadcast room are really all talents. Seeing that the barrage was getting more and more crooked, Qin Yuxiu had no choice but to change the topic to guide the barrage. Okay, receive. This topic is over. Let me ask you a question, what do you think I went to see for? Guessed right, there is a prize. Sure enough, as Qin Yuxiu changed the topic, the barrage quickly returned to normal mode. Where to? Little fairy, are you planning to take a boat to a small island to play on a desert island to survive? What a desert island to survive? Why do we little fairies want to survive on a desert island, and the vacation is almost the same? Anchor sister, I guess you should be diving, right? If I were to say, with the adventurous spirit of our little fairy, I guess she should go surfing. I'll go. What are you all guessing? The more you talk about it, the more outrageous it gets. Didn't you notice the rods and nests on board? I guess the little fairy should go out to the sea to fish, right? See this barrage? Qin Yuxiu immediately smiled. Bingo. This little friend observed very carefully. Yes. I am going to go fishing with my friends now. Wow! The anchor sister can still fish? I can't fish, but my friend, the handsome fisherman brother next to me, will teach me how to fish later. Hearing Qin Yuxiu's words, the barrage immediately had some questions. Hey! Anchor, didn't you just say that this handsome little brother is your college classmate? Why do you say that he is a fisherman? Yes, Yang Fan's little brother is so handsome, how can he be a fisherman? That's right, can a fisherman have such good skin as Yang Fan's little brother? Seeing the barrage talking about this topic, Qin Yuxiu immediately turned her attention to Yang Fan, originally wanted to let him interact with the barrage on this topic, but seeing that Yang Fan seemed to be driving the boat intently, it didn't bother him. Then she explained to the live broadcast room, Hehe, you may not know, my classmate is free, he just quit his bank job a few days ago and returned to his hometown fishing village from the magic capital. As soon as Qin Yuxiu's words came out, the barrage was suddenly a little surprised. What? Did I hear you right? This little brother actually quit his good job in the bank and returned to his hometown fishing village from the magic capital to become a fisherman? Why is the little brother like this? It's not at all, could it be that he received some major blow? Probably so. According to this girl's speculation, I guess this little brother must have met a scumbag girl in the magic capital, and since then he has resolutely decided to leave that sad place. Really, little brother, have you met a scumbag? It's okay, the scumbag doesn't want you to be blind, little brother, you come to my arms, my sister will hurt you well. Dragon Boat Reading Channel, charge 100 get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, June 3 to June 5. Chapter 043. Qin Yuxiu was chatting with the live broadcast room, and Yang Fan was scanning the situation in the sea, and he wanted to find a place with more fish to catch a spot. After sailing for about half an hour, finally, he found a place with a lot of fish. It is a sea oyster area about a kilometer ahead, and there are many fish of different sizes hidden under the sea oyster area, including sea bass, green fish, small white shark, black sea bream and yellow sea bream, etc. And the most important thing is that there are also these small fish schools, which look very suitable as fishing spots. Yang Fan immediately turned the bow of the boat and drove the boat to the vicinity of this oyster area. The so-called oyster area is actually a place where others cultivate sea oysters at sea, which is often easy to hide fish, so people often choose to come here to net or fish. No, before Yang Fan came, there were already 2 boats in this vicinity parked around here to fish, but the fishermen fishing should not be from Big Whale Village. Yang Fan did not know. Driving the boat to this side, Yang Fan found a place with the most fish and stopped the boat. Qin Yuxiu, who was happily interacting with the barrage, saw that he suddenly stopped the boat, so he asked, "Yang Fan, why did you stop the boat? Did you get to the fishing place?" Yang Fan nodded, "Well, there should be more fish here in the oyster area, let's fish here today." Saying that, he had already taken out the nest material for nesting, and scattered the nest material into the sea one by one. As soon as the nest was in the water, the large and small fish in the sea instantly gathered around and competed for food. The scene was still very spectacular, but it happened in the sea with a depth of 20 or 30 meters, and only Yang Fan could see it. Seeing that the nest material attracted all the fish, Yang Fan immediately took out 2 sea fishing rods and loaded them with sea centipede bait, and then threw the fishing rods out hard. Of course, he is not throwing around, in fact, the place where he hooks is exactly where the fish gather the most. Placing both hooks accurately in the fish, Yang Fan handed one of them to Qin Yuxiu next to him. You take a fishing rod, you will pay attention to the buoy later, if the buoy sinks, it is on the fish." Qin Yuxiu happily took the fishing rod from Yang Fan's hand and asked, "Yang Fan, this is my first time fishing, how long do you say it will take for a fish to be hooked?" "It should be soon." Yang Fan smiled, "There are so many fish in the place where he took the bait, it is estimated that there will be unlucky eggs to be hooked immediately." This was said for less than a minute. Sure enough, there is movement. The thread in Yang Fan's hand suddenly moved. At the same time, that buoy on the sea surface also sank violently. "Fish!" Yang Fan smiled, and then skillfully lifted the rod and quickly closed the line, and soon a sea bass weighing about 3 pounds surfaced. Watching Yang Fan copy the big sea bass jumping alive with a net, Qin Yuxiu blinked her big eyes and said in surprise, "Isn't it Yang Fan, are you so good at fishing? It's only been less than a minute since you caught a fish this big." "Haha, generally." Yang Fan smiled modestly, and then threw the big sea bass in the net into the living water tank of the boat and raised it. After raising the big bass, he hung the sea centipede again and put the hook down. "Yay! Yang Fan, my buoy also moved." After a while, Qin Yuxiu also found that his buoy suddenly moved violently, and quickly said loudly, Yang Fan, my hook is also fished, what should I do?" What to do, when the fish is served, take the rod and collect the line and pull the fish up." Looking at Qin Yuxiu's panicked look, Yang Fan was a little speechless. "But I won't." Watching the buoy begin to float violently, Qin Yuxiu looked anxious. "Yang Fan, hurry up, come and teach me, don't let the fish run." Okay." Yang Fan smiled helplessly, and then reached out and held Qin Yuxiu's fishing rod, teaching her how to lift the rod, how to close the line, and how to slip fish. Qin Yuxiu looked like a novice fisherman, and her technique was very rusty, but with Yang Fan's patient guidance and assistance, she finally succeeded in slipping up the fish that was hooked. As a large yellow bream weighing more than a pound was pulled out of the water, Yang Fan immediately took out a net and fished the fish up. Qin Yuxiu cheered happily, "Wow! See no Yang Fan! I caught a big fish too." Ha ha ha. I'm amazing. Yang Fan smiled and did not speak. The first time he fished in his life, he caught a big fish that exceeded a pound, and Qin Yuxiu was excited. She immediately put down the fishing rod and bent down to catch the big yellow bream in the net, and then held the fish in both hands and said arrogantly to the camera, "Hee hee. See, this girl caught a big fish as soon as she shot out, you guys say my fishing skills are not powerful." Hearing her words, the barrage immediately brushed up. Ha ha ha. Laugh at me, the little fairy's arrogant little expression is too cute. It's really cute. But one thing to say, little fairy, your fishing skills are not only not powerful, but also too bad. When you were fishing just now, that fish really almost got off hook several times. To be honest, if it weren't for the little brother next to you to help you turn things around in time, that fish would have run away a long time ago. Cut. The first fishing of the little fairy is already very good, okay. That's it, my little fairy is the most beautiful and powerful. After the identification, 2 licking dogs upstairs. It's really licking endlessly. You can also lick hard with such bad fishing skills of the anchor, proper iron licking dog. Cut. Lick the dog. Lick the dog, have it all. Fart. Lick the dog and leave nothing. Chapter 044. Since there are a lot of fish in this spot, Yang Fan and Qin Yuxiu are constantly fishing in the next time. One fish after another was caught, and in less than half an hour, the two had caught more than 10 fish in a row, most of which were large fish of more than 1 pound. This really made Qin Yuxiu happy. For a first-time fishing person like her, it doesn't feel like to be able to catch big fish one after another. But for Yang Fan, in fact, he is already a little numb from fishing. The greatest pleasure of fishing is the unknown and expectation. You never know whether there will be a fish hooked in the next second, but Yang Fan has long seen everything in the sea, for him there is no sense of expectation at all. If you want to quickly quit a game that makes you addicted, then you can go to the hang, because the maximum fun of the game competition will quickly disappear. Yang Fan is almost in this situation now. Opening the hang allows him to know where there are fish and where there are none, but it also makes him feel a little bored. So after catching a few fish, Yang Fan simply came to blind fishing. He no longer got off the hook to go to the fishing spot where he had hit the nest before, but directly threw the hook into the distance. And this time, he didn't see through the situation in the sea, so he didn't know if there were any fish over there. In this way, he did not cheat, and the fun of fishing was regained a little. Qin Yuxiu saw that Yang Fan suddenly changed places and hooked, and immediately asked strangely, "Yang Fan, the place where we hooked just now is not very fishy, why did you suddenly change to another place to fish?" Yang Fan smiled and casually said perfunctorily, "There are many fish over there, but there should be no big fish. I feel a little bored when I fish, so I want to change places to see if I can catch the kind of big fish that weighs more than 10 pounds. Hearing his words, Qin Yuxiu immediately rolled her eyes. "Well, you cow, you are not satisfied with fishing for fish, and you still want to catch a 10-pound big fish." In this regard, Yang Fan shrugged with a smile and did not say anything. In this way, as Yang Fan threw the fishing to the unfamiliar sea in the distance, until 10 minutes passed, he never saw a fish hooked again. Although he didn't get the fish hooked for a long time, he didn't care and continued to wait slowly. Qin Yuxiu's side was still fishing one after another, and after a while, she caught 5 or 6 fish, which made her stunned, and began to laugh at Yang Fan. Yang Fan, I've caught 5 or 6 fish during this time, why don't you move at all?" Looking at Qin Yuxiu, Yang Fan couldn't bear to complain. After waiting for a few more minutes, there was still no movement, and Yang Fan thought about pulling the hook up to see if the bait had been eaten. But at this moment, suddenly, the buoy moved. Then, Yang Fan felt the thread in his hand sink violently. The force is very strong. Big fish. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows, and his eyes subconsciously looked into the sea, and then he saw the sea where he was hooked, and he didn't know when a huge black shadow appeared. "I'll go. What kind of fish is this? So big. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for all support and encouragement." Chapter 045. Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. He has excellent vision in the water, so he can clearly see a huge fish swimming in the sea dozens of meters away. This fish is simply a bit exaggerated, and it definitely looks more than 100 pounds. This really made Yang Fan a little dumbfounded. It stands to reason that it is now in the offshore sea, and there should be no big fish. Like the sea bass he just caught, which weighed a few pounds, it should all belong to the existence of the big brother level here. But if the sea bass weighing a few pounds is compared in front of this fish, it is simply a smelly brother. Yang Fan carefully observed this super big fish, and then he immediately recognized what this super big fish came from. This is a dragon grouper. Dragon grouper alias pig lamb spot, scientific name giant grouper. This giant word says it all. Dragon grouper is often very huge. An adult dragon grouper body size will generally exceed 60 centimeters, weight is generally more than 60 or 70 pounds. It is oblong oval, flattened laterally, with a large mouth and bluish-black spots scattered on its body. The dragon grouper in front of him has a body length of more than 1 meter and weighs more than 100 pounds, which should be regarded as a medium physique in the dragon grouper, because the dragon grouper can grow to more than 300 pounds at large. Looking at this super large dragon grouper in the sea, Yang Fan was really excited instantly. Just said that fishing is not fun. No, isn't the fun coming? Hey, Yang Fan, why are you so excited all of a sudden? Is it a big fish? Seeing Yang Fan suddenly become excited, Qin Yuxiu on the side couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Haha, yes, medium big fish. Oversized. Yang Fan smiled at her, and then stood up directly and started to fish. Like this kind of big fish weighing more than 100 pounds, the power is very huge, and a little carelessness is likely to be disconnected by it and run away. So Yang Fan was ready to have a tug-of-war with this big fish. The protagonist of The Old Man and the Sea, Santiago, didn't he catch a big marlin and fight with it for many days? Of course, the big marlin is bigger, almost 700 or 800 pounds. Hearing Yang Fan say that he hit an oversized fish, Qin Yuxiu suddenly raised his eyebrows. Oversized fish? Yang Fan, how big is it? Yang Fan slipped the fish and replied without looking back, it is estimated that there must be at least more than 100 catties. Qin Yuxiu's eyes widened when she heard this, and her mouth opened into a cute O shape. How much? More than 100 pounds. My god, really fake, how big is a fish of more than 100 pounds? Haha, it's big anyway, you'll know when I catch it. Yang Fan smiled and continued to fish. As a fishing village boy who grew up fishing, he must have caught a lot of fish, but it was really the first time he had seen such a big fish, and the largest fish he had caught before was only 12 pounds. Yang Fan was very excited and a little nervous at the same time. After all, if he wants to successfully catch this super big fish with more than 100 catties, it will be a very big test for his fishing skills. The next time, Yang Fan used the long line control of the fish method to start a hard battle of wits and courage with this oversized dragon grouper in the sea. The so-called long-term control of slippery method is a commonly used method of slipping fish after catching big fish, and the big fish cannot blindly close the line when it is hooked, otherwise the strong line will be broken immediately. To achieve harvest and release, the line is controlled between about 25 meters and 30 meters. If you want to catch a big fish, you must make sure that the fish is tight and I am loose, and the fish is loose and I am tight. That is to say, the control of the fishing line must be in place, not too tight or too loose. Too tight is easy to break the line, too loose fish will not be consumed. To always be tight, always force the big fish in the water to be in a laborious swimming state, so as to quickly consume their physical strength. It took about half an hour of work. After repeatedly slipping fish, Yang Fan finally exhausted this oversized dragon grouper. When the big dragon grouper in the sea was about to run out, he immediately closed the line and slowly pulled the fish towards the boat. After a while, when it was about 5 or 6 meters away from the ship, this huge dragon grouper finally surfaced. P.S. The data does not move much. Weekly ask for a flower evaluation ticket, monthly pass. Do the big guys have it? Chapter 046. Oh my god! This fish is also too big. As the large dragon grouper surfaced, Qin Yuxiu on the side immediately widened her eyes and covered her small mouth and exclaimed. When Yang Fan was fishing just now, she didn't even catch fish, and she kept watching Yang Fan fight with the big fish in the sea. But she couldn't see through the sea like Yang Fan, so she didn't know how big this big fish in the sea was. Now that the fish was sneaked up, Qin Yuxiu finally intuitively felt the domineering power of this large dragon grouper weighing more than 100 pounds. It's just too big. In addition to the sharks she saw at the aquarium, she had never seen such a large fish up close at the scene. The most important thing is that this big fish was still caught by Yang Fan. You can imagine how shocked Qin Yuxiu was at this time. Meanwhile, when the dragon grouper surfaced, Chen Qian, the photographer on the side, immediately focused her lens on the sea after exclaiming. When this slowly swimming dragon grouper appeared on the live broadcast screen, the barrage immediately exploded. My mother! What kind of fish is this? Deep sea behemoths? It's too big. Heavens! Such a big fish! I'm afraid it's not at least 100 pounds. Oh my god! Such a big fish can even be caught. I really obeyed it on the spot. This little brother named Yang Fan, you are awesome. Awesome plus. Well, now I have to admit that this little brother Yang and the little fairy are very compatible. Your strength has conquered me, so you have received my blessing, and I declare that the little fairy will be yours from today onwards. You announce a few. You're a fart. I still don't agree with this affair. The little fairy is mine. Yes. I don't agree either. The little fairy is still mine. But there is one thing to say, this little brother is simply powerful. Such a big fish can also be caught. I am pure and pure. I also served purely. Served plus 10,086. Hey, don't obey. Having said all this, does anyone know what this big fish is about? Yes, what about Kopya-jun? Is there a popular science in the live broadcast room? Hurry up and come to popular science. That's right, that's right. I also want to know where this domineering big fish comes from. Call Kopya-jun. Don't worry, Kopya-jun is in Beidou. You guys wait a minute. Ahem. Good afternoon everyone, I am a postdoctoral fellow at the School of Oceanography of Tsinghua University. I'll give you popular science, after my observation, really no Beidou. The big fish caught by the anchor friend should be the dragon grouper. The dragon grouper is the largest grouper, its scientific name is giant grouper, alias is pig lamb spot, is a large precious food fish. Okay. Thank you Kopya-jun, you can withdraw. Thank you Kopya-kun. Thank you Kopya-kun. However, I ask weekly, does Tsinghua University have an oceanographic college? Also, buddy, you still watch the live broadcast at this point, don't you have to go to the laboratory to engage in scientific research? Hey, upstairs, don't you understand if you see through it? Exactly. You manage whether the popular science is a postdoctoral fellow at Tsinghua University, it is enough for the popular science to be in place. That's right, not sensible at all. In other words, now that we know that this super big fish is called dragon grouper. Is there any other popular science king who tells us how much this dragon grouper is worth? Yes, I am also curious about how much this fish can be worth. Call the next popular science June. Kopya-jun is here. After what I just said about Beidou, honestly not, the price of wild dragon grouper is generally more than 300 pieces a catty, and the larger the more valuable, more than 60 pounds of wild dragon grouper can be sold for about 780,000, more than 100 pounds of dragon grouper price must be at least 2 or 300,000. Groove. In other words, the fish caught by this little brother can be worth at least 2 or 300,000. My mom. Fishing strips sell for 2 or 300,000. I've been paying my salary for several years. Isn't this tricking me into quitting my job to become a fisherman? Don't say it, the ticket has been bought. Go and find Brother Yang to fish immediately. Don't say it. Just now secretly watching the live broadcast was discovered by the boss. He said that he wanted to deduct my salary for one day. I wanted to swallow my anger, but after seeing this fisherman brother catch this fish worth hundreds of thousands, I couldn't bear it. Lao Tzu wants a resignation report to throw the boss in the face, and then go to be a dashing fisherman. Don't brag upstairs. If you really dare to do this to me, I respect you as a man. The barrage in the live broadcast room frantically brushed the screen at the same time. Yang Fan had already slipped this big dragon grouper half dead, and then he continued to collect the thread and slowly pulled the big dragon grouper to the side of the boat. With such a big fish, the net is obviously no longer useful. Yang Fan began to ponder, how could he get this big fish on the boat? Chapter 047. I thought about it carefully. Yang Fan found that he seemed to have only one way to get this big dragon grouper onto the boat. That is, he went directly into the water and used his pair of unicorn arms to carry this big dragon grouper. If not, what else can it be? Yang Fan really couldn't think of any other way. So after making up his mind, he jumped off the boat without saying a word. Fortunately, the big dragon grouper had been struggling for almost an hour after taking the bait, and he was already tired and half dead, and Yang Fan smoothly hugged it after entering the water. Although the great dragon stone spot instinctively used the last trace of strength to forcibly break free after being hugged suddenly, how strong was Yang Fan's body after being transformed by the dragon ball? I saw that he was hugging the big grouper deadly, and then directly threw this dragon grouper onto the boat with a huge ding with both hands. Wow! Yang Fan! You're too strong! Seeing that Yang Fan jumped into the water without saying a word and threw up this large stone group of more than 100 pounds, Qin Yuxiu on the boat immediately blinked his eyes and exclaimed. She was stunned. The group of water friends in her live broadcast room were also stunned. Groove! This fisherman brother is a werewolf. This unicorn arm is awesome. It's really awesome. A large grouper of more than 100 pounds was easily thrown on the boat. This buddy didn't practice weightlifting when he was a kid, right? Ooh! The little brother is not only handsome but also so powerful, he loves love. Yes, yes, yes. If only I could be my little brother's girlfriend, and I would definitely feel safe snuggling under his strong arms. Little fairy sister, please introduce. I'm going to give birth to a monkey for my little brother. You little hooves, don't hit my husband's attention. After throwing the dragon grouper on the boat, Yang Fan then supported it with his hand and jumped onto the boat with great ease. As for the big dragon grouper that he threw onto the boat, after a few violent flutters, he soon slowly stopped struggling. Because of the water, Yang Fan's clothes were already soaked at this time, and it was not very comfortable to stick to his body, so he simply took off his shirt and prepared to wring out the moisture by hand before putting it on. Ah! Yang Fan, you are playing hooligans. Seeing Yang Fan suddenly take off his clothes, Qin Yuxiu suddenly blushed, and subconsciously covered his eyes with his hand. But Yang Fan's charming and sexy six-pack abs and a pair of huge biceps made her can't help but peek a few times between her fingers. Wow! Yang Fan's figure turned out to be so good. It seems to be much sexier than the bodywork I used to see in the gym. Peeking at Yang Fan's almost perfect figure, Qin Yuxiu's face suddenly turned red, and she was about to have a little heart beating faster. She didn't expect that her old classmate was not only handsome, but also had such a sexy body. It's just a male god. And as the picture of Yang Fan undressing and naked upper body was transmitted to the live broadcast room, those female viewers were high one by one. Oh my god! Little brother, what kind of fairy body is this? Love love. Maya. This figure, the old lady took a look, and her legs were almost unstable. Don't say it. Seeing the figure of my little brother. I have secretly taken out the cucumber I put in the refrigerator. The upstairs is so dirty. Say, what are you doing with cucumbers? Hey, what do you say? But seriously, this little brother is not only handsome, but also has such a top figure. If he goes to be a trainee, there will be kun kun fan fan lu what? That's right, then what kind of kun kun fan fan lulu is compared to my Yang Fan little brother? It's just a scum. I declare that from today onwards, little brother Yang Fan, you will be my idol. Idol you have Duyan Weibo no, I want to follow. Gee. Little brother's figure. Don't say anything, I've already taken a screenshot, and when it's quiet and empty and lonely and cold in the dead of night, I can secretly take the photo of my little brother out to soothe my lonely heart. What is a screenshot? The old lady has already begun to lick the screen. Not to mention female fans, some male fans in the live broadcast room saw Yang Fan's figure, and they all said that they were about to be bent. Handsome guy, no? I'm a straight man of steel who has already been bent by you. You are responsible for me. Groove. Upstairs, this driving skill is amazing. I watched it for a minute to understand. What do you mean? Is there a great God to explain? Don't ask if children don't understand, I'm afraid you will go astray. Yang Fan couldn't see the barrage, and naturally didn't know that Qin Yuxiu's live broadcast room was crazy to drive him. Of course, even if he knew, it was estimated that he would not care too much with a smile. But seriously, Yang Fan is also very satisfied with his current figure. Since having Dragon Ball, he found that his figure has improved day by day, and slowly became what he is now. Six-pack abs, male dog waist, vest line, large pectoral muscles. Others have to work hard to go to the gym every day to get a good figure, but he only needs to sleep a few more to naturally have. I have to say, this is really a little infuriating. After wringing out the clothes, Yang Fan quickly put them back on. Seeing Qin Yuxiao blushing and covering her eyes and scolding herself for playing hooligans, Yang Fan smiled embarrassedly and said, well, I'm not playing hooligans, but my clothes are too wet and a little uncomfortable, so I took them off and twisted them. Humph. Then you can't tell me about it in advance. Seeing Yang Fan put on his clothes, Qin Yuxiu lowered the hand that covered her eyes and whispered, humming. I thought you wouldn't mind, it's common for men to be shirtless in our fishing village. Yang Fan shrugged. Humph, that means that your village is a rogue. Yang Fan was speechless. P.S. Guys, smash the flower evaluation ticket in your hand. Chapter 048. The clothes were soaked and a little uncomfortable to wear, so Yang Fan was not ready to continue fishing. Coupled with the fact that such a large dragon grouper has been fished, the live warehouse on the ship cannot be loaded, and it must be necessary to go back and sell it quickly. Thinking about it, Yang Fan asked Qin Yuxiu, old student, or this fishing will be here, let's go back. Qin Yuxiu looked at Yang Fan's wet clothes, and immediately nodded understandingly, let's go back quickly, your clothes are wet and you have to go back and change quickly, otherwise it's not good to catch a cold. Saying that, her gaze looked at the big dragon grouper on the boat board that was no longer struggling, and asked Yang Fan curiously, Yang Fan, this big fish is worth 200,000 or 300,000 in my live broadcast room. Is this really fake? It should be about the same. Wild dragon grouper is indeed quite expensive, such a large one is even rarer. If it is sold to a seafood restaurant, it is estimated that it can be sold for 200,000 or 300,000. Yang Fan nodded. Wow, then, Yang Fan, didn't you make hundreds of thousands just by fishing a fish? Hearing Yang Fan's affirmative answer, Qin Yuxiu blinked her eyes a little shocked. It turns out that being a fisherman is so good to make money, and now I finally understand why you resigned and returned to your hometown to be a fisherman. No, it's just luck. In fact, under normal circumstances, such a large grouper cannot appear in the offshore waters, so today is definitely luck. Yang Fan smiled and shook his head, to say that he really opened the catch of splendid lobster and wild yellow fish before, but today he caught this big dragon grouper that was really luck. Luck is also part of strength. Qin Yuxiu smiled with emotion. Then, she seemed to have suddenly thought of something, tilted her little head and stared at Yang Fan with a smile on her face and said, "By the way, Yang Fan, the so-called seer has a share, since we came out to fish together, then the big fish you caught should also share a little of my money when it is sold, right?" "Haha, no problem, when the money is sold, it will divide you half." Yang Fan immediately smiled. "Really split me in half? Are you so generous?" Qin Yuxiu blinked. "Of course." Yang Fan nodded seriously. "He, then forget it, Yang Fan, if you have this heart, but this fish was caught by you, I'm embarrassed to share the money." Saying that, Qin Yuxiu also stuck out her tongue cutely. "Haha, I really want to divide half of you, but since you don't want it, then forget it, anyway, you are not bad at money as a little rich woman." Yang Fan also smiled, of course he could see that Qin Yuxiu was joking with him. "You know, this little beauty is a full-fledged rich woman. First of all, she herself is now a big internet celebrity, and it is estimated that she can earn millions a year just by shooting videos and receiving advertisements. Secondly, her family background is extremely superior. Her father is the owner of a listed company in Modu, worth more than 100 million, and her mother is a senior executive of a state-owned enterprise with an annual salary of millions. It can be said that Qin Yuxiu, this little girl, has grown up with a golden key since she was a child, plus she can now make a lot of money herself. It is simply a proper super little rich woman, to be honest, with her vision. Don't say that this dragon grouper is only worth hundreds of thousands, even if it is worth millions, she will definitely not pay attention to it. What's more, with Qin Yuxiu's personality, even if she is not a little rich woman, it is estimated that she will not be embarrassed to share this money with Yang Fan." The reason why she said this was to tease Yang Fan. After saying and laughing a few words, Yang Fan lit the fire and sailed back. On the way, he naturally sent the news that he had caught a large dragon grouper to Shen Yafei again, asking her if she wanted to accept it, and Shen Yafei naturally replied to her as soon as she received this news. Seeing that Yang Fan caught another large dragon grouper worth hundreds of thousands, Shen Yafei was really surprised and delighted. She was now completely sure in her heart that Yang Fan could catch the best seafood one after another, definitely not by luck. Yang Fan definitely has special fishing ability, so he can often catch the best seafood. It can be said that in the eyes of Shen Yafei, Yang Fan is definitely her most important customer now. With Yang Fan's supply channel, maybe her family's seafood restaurant will not be short of excellent seafood for a long time in the future. Of course, although Shen Yafei guessed that Yang Fan had special fishing ability, what she didn't guess was that Yang Fan's fishing of this big dragon grouper this time was really purely by luck. Good contact with Shen Yafei. Yang Fan drove the boat directly back to the village. The reason why she didn't go to the city's seafood trading dock was because Yang Fan told Shen Yafei just now that if she wanted to buy this dragon grouper, she would send someone to drive a boat to the wharf of Big Whale Village to collect it. For Yang Fan, his time is very precious, it is impossible to get the best sea goods every day, and he has to run to the city to sell goods twice a day, and spending so much time on the sea is too delayed. Therefore, he had just made it clear to Shen Yafei that if he wanted to trade with him in the future, he would send someone to trade in Big Whale Village, and he would generally not drive his own boat to the city under normal circumstances. When Shen Yafei heard Yang Fan say this, of course, she would not have any objections. In fact, she could simply obey Yang Fan, the god of wealth. Now, and she would definitely agree to any request made by Yang Fan as long as it did not violate her principles. By the time Yang Fan drove the boat back to the village pier, it was already evening when the sun set. The sunset shimmers on the surface of the sea, and a golden ocean is presented in front of you, which is picturesque and not very mesmerizing. Seeing this beautiful sunset on the sea, Qin Yuxia was naturally pleasantly surprised. She took out her mobile phone to shoot wildly, and the audience in her live broadcast room saw this beautiful scenery, and they also shouted to take screenshots as screensavers. After parking the boat, since they had to wait for Shen Yafei to send someone over to collect this big dragon grouper, Yang Fan, and they didn't have to get off the boat for the time being, so they simply enjoyed the beautiful scenery leisurely on the boat. And during the time when Yang Fan stopped the ship and waited, other old fishermen in the village also drove several slightly dilapidated tin fishing boats back to the pier. Needless to say, when these old fishermen in the village noticed this big dragon grouper on Yang's sailboat, they all immediately widened their eyes and showed shocked expressions. Oops! Sailboy, why do you have such a big fish on your boat? Yes. Isn't this fish more than 100 pounds? How did you catch Sailboy? My mother. Sailboy, this big fish on your boat is amazing. If I am not mistaken, this is a dragon grouper, right? This guy is expensive. How much does such a big one have to sell for? For a time, the big dragon grouper caught by Yang Fan caused a stir at the village pier. After the news spread, many people in the village hurriedly ran to the pier to join in the fun. More than 100 pounds of dragon grouper, this is really a rare thing for the villagers of Big Whale Village, who listens to it and does not want to come and take a few looks. Chapter 049. Oh, it's strange. Such a big fish. Yes, this fish is estimated to be more than 100 pounds, and I don't know how the sailboy caught it. I heard what kind of dragon grouper this big fish is. Yes, the old one is worth money. It is said that this one can be worth 2 or 300,000. 2 or 300,000. My mother, isn't that sailboy rich? Who said it wasn't? I didn't expect that Fan Kid was not only good at reading, but also so good at fishing. I heard that yesterday he and Tao Kid went to put row hooks, and also caught dozens of large groupers and sold them for tens of thousands of yuan. And this? That sailboy is amazing. His father was the most powerful fishing in our village. It seems that the sailboy has also learned his father's fishing methods. Yes, Fanboy graduated from a prestigious university, and it seems that he also worked in a bank, but now he has resigned and returned to the fishing village to fish. It seems that he is very confident in his fishing ability. Indeed, the sailboy is really amazing. Reading can be a champion, fishing can also be a champion. The villagers gathered around the pier to watch the bustle, and they all began to discuss Yang Fan. Yesterday, he and Yang Hungtao went to put a row hook and caught dozens of large groupers in the village, and now he caught such a large dragon grouper, and the people in the village were really shocked by his fishing ability when they saw it. At that time, Yang Fan's father was the first good fisherman in Big Whale Village. Otherwise, his family would not have bought a large tonnage fishing boat and built the village's first mansion. These neighbors began to speculate that Yang Fan must have inherited his father's fishing skills, otherwise he would not have come to the fishing village to fish after graduating from a prestigious university. And hearing the villagers talking about themselves like this, Yang Fan not only did not refute it, but even felt a little joy in his heart. With his ability, he will definitely catch good goods often in the future. He is destined to be famous in 10 miles and 8 towns, and now the villagers blame him for learning his father's fishing skills, which is really good for him. That way, he won't have to explain to others why he keeps catching good goods. About 10 minutes later, a speedboat came speeding from a distance and soon arrived at the pier of Big Whale Village. It was Shen Yafei on the speedboat, and after she received Yang Fan's news, she quickly took 2 employees personally and drove the speedboat to the whale village to trade with Yang Fan at the fastest speed. Shen Yafei immediately smiled and waved her hand after seeing Yang Fan, and then asked the employee who drove the boat to slowly drive the speedboat to Yang Fan's boat. After the two ships approached, Shen Yafei smiled at Yang Fan with a smile. "Brother Yang Fan, we met again." "Hello Boss Shen." Yang Fan also smiled and nodded to her. "Hey? Still call me Boss Shen? Didn't you promise me to call me concubine ya last time?" Hearing Yang Fan's name, Shen Yafei Xiu suddenly frowned and pretended to be angry. Okay, Sister Yafei." Yang Fan touched his nose, still a little uncomfortable calling her that. "Cluck, that's right, Brother Yang Fan." Concubine Shen Yafei smiled, and then looked at the big dragon grouper on the boat. Seeing such a large wild dragon grouper, Shen Yafei was surprised and a little shocked at the same time. Her newly recognized younger brother Yang Fan really has the ability, and she can catch such a large dragon grouper that exceeds 100 catties just by fishing. This handsome-looking big boy who looks harmless to humans and animals is definitely not ordinary. After briefly glancing at the big dragon grouper, Shen Yafei didn't think too much about it, and directly gave Yang Fan a very high price. "Brother Yang Fan, I bid 366,000 for this dragon grouper, how do you see this price? If it is not enough, sister can add more." Yang Fan hurriedly smiled and waved his hand. "Enough is enough, this price is already premium, it can be said that I take advantage of you Sister Yafei." "Cluck, is there really no need to raise the price?" Shen Yafei stared at Yang Fan with beautiful eyes with a smile, and then said meaningfully, "Brother Yang Fan, in fact, my sister is very willing to let you take advantage of me." Yang Fan was suddenly a little defeated. This sexy and unspeakable charming royal sister, is this teasing herself? Seriously, Yang Fan is thin-skinned, still a little junior man who has not been in love, where to carry the provocation and teasing of a sexy royal sister like Shen Yafei. Seeing that Yang Fan's face was almost red when he said a word, Shen Yafei quickly covered her mouth and chuckled. "Cluck, okay, sister won't tease you. Since brother Yang Fan, you don't want to take advantage of my sister and me, then come at the price I just said, and my sister will directly transfer the money to you." Saying that, Shen Yafei took out her mobile phone and transferred 366,000 to Yang Fan on the spot. "Well, okay, then thank you Sister Yafei." In this way, the transaction was completed smoothly. After the money and goods were cleared, Shen Yafei did not linger too much, said goodbye to Yang Fan with a smile, and soon left the dock. The villagers who were watching the excitement saw that Yang Fan's big fish had been sold for more than 300,000 yuan, and they all expressed their horror, and then they all began to warmly congratulate Yang Fan and give him a thumbs up to praise him for his ability. Yang Fan just smiled modestly. When everything was done, he and Qin Yuxiu disembarked and walked home. On the way, Qin Yuxiu stared at Yang Fan with a gossipy look and asked, "Hehe, Yang Fan, you seem to be very familiar with that beautiful boss just now? Say, what is your relationship, Yang Fan? You should not be willing to be raised by this rich woman, right?" Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes, and then began to fight back, staring at Qin Yuxiu and smiling lightly. "Seriously, old student, if I really want to be raised by a rich woman one day, then I will definitely find you, a little rich woman, to support me at the first time. In other words, if I really look for you, will you take care of me?" Hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yuxiu's face suddenly turned red. She originally wanted to tease Yang Fan, but she didn't expect to be teased by Yang Fan instead. Chapter 050. When the three returned home, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Before eating so late, Yang Fan felt that Qin Yuxiu and her cousin must be hungry. As the host, he would have to cook a hearty dinner to entertain people at this time. But just as the so-called clever woman is difficult to cook without rice, he will not even have rice at home, how to cook a hearty dinner? There is no way. Tonight Yang Fan can only come down to entertain Qin Yuxiu and her cousin. Of course, not ordinary noodles, but superb wild abalone noodles. Thinking about it, Yang Fan said to Qin Yuxiu, "Old student, you and your cousin will rest at home first, I have something to go out." Seeing that he was suddenly going out, Qin Yuxiu was naturally very strange. "Yang Fan, why are you still going out so late, what's the matter? Let's not talk about it, you'll know later." Yang Fan smiled at Qin Yuxiu, and then went out with a clean outfit. This guy is still mysterious. Looking at Yang Fan's back, Qin Yuxiu pouted. Taking advantage of the night, Yang Fan came to the beach. Without saying a word, he plunged into the water with a fierce sun, and then swam lightly towards the reef area where the nest of wild abalone was found yesterday. Soon came to the abalone nest side. Yang Fan began to catch abalone, and only after catching a dozen large abalone with a head of at least 4 tails did he stop. This time, in order to entertain Qin Yuxiu and her cousin, he not only caught several double-headed abalones, but also caught 2 oversized single-headed abalones. I believe that with the existence of these superb wild large abalones, he will not look shabby even if he gives Qin Yuxiu and them to eat below. After catching the abalone, Yang Fan immediately swam away from the reef area with the abalone in his hands. He went ashore to change into clean clothes, then wrapped the dozen wild large abalone in his freshly taken off short sleeves, and then went home. It's 8:30 in the evening. Qin Yuxiu would have turned off the live broadcast a long time ago. She and her cousin had just gone upstairs to take a shower, and now the two were wearing cute cartoon pajamas, sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the living room on the first floor watching a popular variety show on TV. It is worth mentioning that the big TV hanging on the wall of the living room on the first floor was just bought by Yang Fan a few days ago, which is 75 inches long, and it is 8K picture quality, which cost Yang Fan tens of thousands of oceans. "Sissy, are you hungry?" At this time, Qin Yuxiu, who was almost a little dizzy with a hungry head, touched her shriveled little belly and looked at her cousin Chen Qian on the side and asked. "Of course I'm hungry. My dear cousin, what happened to your classmate? We came to his house as a guest, and he didn't even take care of our food." When Chen Qian heard this, she also touched her deflated belly, looking aggrieved. I don't know what's going on, Yang Fan is usually quite reliable, why this time? Alas, I don't know why he suddenly went out so late, and he didn't come back." Qin Yuxiu was really a little speechless, and she didn't know what the hell Yang Fan was doing. Such a beautiful woman like a flower came to his house as a guest, and he suddenly disappeared and left himself here starving. Is this something that people do? This guy is so unspeakable. Straight man of steel. How can I bear it? After another while, Chen Qian was really hungry and couldn't stand it. She turned her head and asked Qin Yuxiu, "Sister Yuxiu, how about we go to the kitchen and get something to eat ourselves? People are really starving to death." Qin Yuxiu immediately rolled her eyes. "Don't think about it, when you went upstairs to take a bath, I went to the kitchen to take a look, and found that there was nothing in the refrigerator, and I couldn't even find a vegetable leaf clean one." Chen Qian didn't know what to say, and said with a bitter smile, "Then what to do? We can't do this and be hungry, or let's order takeout to eat." When Qin Yuxiu heard this, she immediately clicked Chen Qian's forehead with her hand and rolled her eyes. "Take away. Sissy, are you afraid that you are hungry and faint? Do you think this small fishing village surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and the sea on 1 side can order takeaway? All right." Chen Qian put her hand on her forehead, and also felt that she must be hungry and faint to say this, and then she thought about it and paid attention again. "Sister Yuxiu, how about we go to the hometown's house to get something to eat? The fellows here should be quite hospitable, let's go to Huayuan? Make you big, you think you're a nun? Forget it, if you are hungry, be hungry for a while. I don't believe that this guy Yang Fan really won't take care of us tonight." "Oh, Sister Yuxiu, but people are really hungry now. I'm hungry too, bear with it. Endure it any longer, I'm really going to faint from hunger." In other words, Sister Shuet, your classmate is quite handsome and good at fishing, but why is he such a straight man? Unexpectedly embarrassed to let our two delicate girls starve half to death in his house? Humph! Don't say it. When Yang Fan comes back, I want him to look good. Qin Yuxiu gritted her teeth and snorted. As soon as she finished saying this, the courtyard outside creaked open. Not long after, Yang Fan walked in. Seeing that Yang Fan had finally returned, Qin Yuxiu immediately stood up from the sofa indignantly, and then pointed at Yang Fan with both hands crossed at his waist and complained. Yang Fan! You guy still knows to go home. Say, what did you just do? My cousin and I are starving to death, do you know? You guy is so outrageous that he is willing to leave our two big beauties at home to starve. Big bastard! Big steel straight man! People are really going to be by you. Chapter 051. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Qin Yuxiu standing on the sofa with his waist crossed like a tigress, pointing to himself and counting. Yang Fan suddenly touched his nose and smiled bitterly. However, he also knew that he was at a loss, who let him really not be a good landlord, and he had not cooked for other guests so late. When beaten, he had to stand upright, and Yang Fan silently endured Qin Yuxiu's count. Fortunately, Qin Yuxiu was not a real tigress, and her anger slowly disappeared after she said a few words to Yang Fan. Seeing this, Yang Fan quickly smiled and explained, old student, it's not that I can't buy rice or cook at home, so I went out just now to find you something to eat, but the road is a little far and delayed a little time. The rocky area where the wild abalone's nest was located was still a bit far from this side, and it took a lot of time to go back and forth, which caused him to come back so late. Qin Yuxiu just sat down on the sofa, and when he heard Yang Fan say that he was looking for food just now, he immediately looked surprised. Yang Fan, you just went to find us something to eat. Where to find it? What are you looking for? Of course I went to the sea to find it. No, that's it. Saying that, Yang Fan spread out the t-shirt wrapped in abalone in his hand on the table. Immediately, those dozen wild large abalone appeared in front of Qin Yuxiu. This is wild abalone? Such a big wild abalone! Seeing Yang Fan suddenly take out these dozen wild large abalones, especially the two superb abalones, Qin Yuxiu's eyes immediately widened. She was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Fan to go out for a while, and actually went to the sea to catch so many superb wild large abalone. As a little rich woman, Qin Yuxiu basically has abalone at the family banquet every New Year, and it is basically a double-headed abalone or even a single-headed abalone, so she knows very well how valuable abalone will be after reaching such a large size. Not to mention, these big abalone that Yang Fan found are still wild. Qin Yuxiu looked at the dozen wild large abalone on the table, and then at Yang Fan. She was really a little dumbfounded. What kind of fairy fisherman is this old classmate? In the afternoon, I just caught a large dragon grouper worth more than 300,000 yuan, and now I have caught these superb wild abalone that are also worth a lot. When a fisherman is so bullish, he can catch seafood worth hundreds of thousands of dollars at every turn. Moreover, in just such a moment's effort, where did he find so many wild large abalones? At this moment, Qin Yuxiu's dissatisfaction with Yang Fan has disappeared, and she is only full of curiosity about Yang Fan now. This old man seems to have a veil of mystery. Yang Fan, my god, how the hell did you find so many wild big abalone? After recovering from the shock, Qin Yuxiu immediately stared at Yang Fan and asked in surprise. Well, I was lucky enough to find a wild abalone nest yesterday. There are a lot of wild abalone over there, and I should be the only one who knows about it at present, so it's now a secret treasure land for me. It just so happens that there is nothing to entertain you tonight, so I simply went over there and got a dozen abalones. Seeing Qin Yuxiu's surprised expression, Yang Fan smiled and explained. Wild abalone nest? Secret treasure land? Yang Fan, it's really yours. You can even find wild abalone nests. Hearing Yang Fan's explanation, Qin Yuxiu immediately blinked her eyes and was amazed. Of course, she knows how rare wild abalone is, and wild abalone generally lives in the reef area at the bottom of the sea, which is very difficult to encounter. Yang Fan can find wild abalone nest, that is really rare. Oh, it's just luck. Yang Fan smiled modestly. Well, your luck is really gone. By the way, Yang Fan, do you know how much such a large wild abalone can be worth? Do you know, the double-headed abalone looks like a few thousand pieces? A single abalone should be able to sell for tens of thousands of pieces. Since you know that they are so expensive, then why don't you keep them and sell them? It's not cost-effective to eat more yourself. Hehe, it's just a little money, I'm too lazy to sell. Today, old classmate, when you come to my house, I don't have anything to entertain you, so I can only cook an abalone noodle for you casually. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yuxiu rolled her eyes on the spot. Using wild large abalone worth hundreds of thousands of pieces to cook noodles and eat them is indeed quite casual. Okay, I'll cook the noodles, don't say you're hungry, I'm hungry too. Yang Fan smiled at Qin Yuxiu, and then took these dozen abalone to the kitchen to get busy. Seeing that Yang Fan really took these wild big abalone to the kitchen to cook noodles, the two sisters Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian in the living room looked at each other, and couldn't help but look at each other. Wild large abalone boiled noodles, this. Isn't it too inhumane? Chapter 052. After working in the kitchen for more than 10 minutes, a pot of steaming abalone noodles was ready. Yang Fan brought 3 large bowls of abalone noodles to the restaurant, and then called Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian over to eat the noodles. As the owner, Yang Fan naturally divided the 2 oversized wild single-headed abalone into Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian's bowl, and his own bowl was only double-headed or 3-headed abalone. Of course, in fact, he could have gotten one more single-headed abalone to eat for himself just now. Anyway, there are still a few single-headed abalone over there in the abalone nest. But to be honest, Yang Fan is still a relatively frugal person in his bones, and this kind of single-headed abalone with tens of thousands of pieces is still a little too extravagant, so he only got 2 for Qin Yuxiu to eat. After all, people are guests, so be generous. The 2 sisters, Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian, sat at the dining table, looking at the bowl of noodles in their bowl, as well as the large abalone in the noodles, especially the largest one-headed abalone. Both of them didn't know how to put chopsticks. This bowl of noodles, I'm afraid it can be worth tens of thousands? It's too inhumane, right? Seriously, although the 2 sisters Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian are rich ladies who grew up with golden keys, they really haven't eaten noodles like this that can sell tens of thousands of bowls of noodles. Under normal circumstances, who would cook noodles with tens of thousands of pieces worth of superb wild large abalone? Only Yang Fan, a strange man, can think of it. Seeing that the second daughter did not put down chopsticks for a long time, Yang Fan was curious. Aren't you hungry? Why don't you eat? Is it that I don't have an appetite for the noodles I cook? Seeing Yang Fan say this, Qin Yuxiu quickly shook her head. No, the noodles are quite fragrant, I will eat it. Saying that, she was ready to move her chopsticks. But at this moment, Qin Yuxiu suddenly thought of something, and then raised his head and blinked his eyes and asked Yang Fan, by the way, Yang Fan, you don't mind if I take a picture of this bowl of abalone noodles, right? Take pictures in the group. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then said with a smile, you want to go to the group to pull hatred, right? He, yes, I'm going to let the students see what our Yang the Fisherman used to entertain me. Qin Yuxiu playfully spat out her little tongue at Yang Fan and smiled. Okay, whatever you want, I don't care. Yang Fan shrugged. He, then I'll send it. Seeing that Yang Fan agreed, Qin Yuxiu smiled, and then took a photo of the abalone noodles in front of him, and then sent it directly to the university group chat. And accompanied by a sentence. Today I came to Yang Fan's hometown fishing village as a guest, and Yang the fisherman actually entertained me with a bowl of noodles. Do you say he's very picky? Smiling expression. Originally, it stands to reason that there are few people chatting in the university group after graduation. After all, everyone generally does not have the leisure and elegance to go to the water group every day after work. Yang Fan Qin Yuxiu and their college group chat is also the same situation. This will not be anyone chatting at all. But who is Qin Yuxiu? What an absolute goddess in the class! When she sent a message, many diving monsters were immediately blown up. Needless to say, the sooner the guy who is blown up, the more potential he has to be a licking dog, and they don't even see Qin Yuxiu Fa's picture clearly, and they start beeping. Zhao Tao, hey? Goddess Qin, you actually went to Yang Fan's hometown fishing village to play? Isn't this kid Yang Fan happy to die, and he can actually have the opportunity to get along with the great goddess Qin day and night? Zhang Zhepeng, yes. It's simply 100 envious and jealous hatred for this kid Yang Fan. But Yang Fan, you kid can't do it, our goddess Qin goes to play with you, and you will entertain her with a bowl of noodles. Disdainful memes. Chen Ming, indeed. Goddess Qin go to you, and you will give it to others to eat? Yang Fan, you really got home. Middle finger emoji. Wang Hui, great goddess Qin, Yang Fan's goods will not entertain you, I will entertain you. If you come to my hometown, I will immediately stew the egg-laying old hen that my mother has raised for 3 years. But not everyone licks dogs, and many people are still quite sane. They opened Qin Yuxiu Fa's picture with great interest, and then someone immediately found that the bowl of noodles on the picture was not quite right. Lu Wiki, hey! Let's take a look at what's in the bowl of noodles on this picture. How do you look like there are a few abalone in the face? And it's not small. Qianjiajia, yes. The black oval-shaped things inside the surface really look like abalone. And the biggest one looks like it has a pound, right? Zhang Xin, I'll go. More than a pound of large abalone? Isn't that the legendary abalone? Yu Yan, no, won't it? There are tens of thousands of abalones, how can they be used to make strips? Lu Wiki, the picture is not too clear, let's ask the goddess Qin herself. Goddess Qin, are those black oval-shaped objects in your bowl abalone? At Qin Yuxiu. Here, Qin Yuxiu saw that the university group chat was lively, and everyone was beginning to guess whether it was abalone in the face, and she immediately laughed happily. This is exactly what she wanted. Qin Yuxiu smiled happily, and then replied in the group. Qin Yuxiu, yes, you guys are not mistaken, Yang Fan Yang Fisherman specially went to catch more than a dozen wild big abalone today to entertain me and my cousin. Happy memes. As soon as she sent out this news, the group immediately exploded. P.S. Guys, smash the flower evaluation ticket monthly pass and everything. Chapter 053. Lu Wiki, lie in the groove. Really abalone? And wild. Look at the size on this picture, these abalone in the bowl are at least double-headed abalone. And the biggest one is definitely a one-headed abalone. Sun Muhua, wild double-headed abalone and wild single-headed abalone? Grandmas. According to the current market price of wild abalone, is this bowl of noodles worth tens of thousands of pieces? Zhang Xin, my mother, the best wild big abalone worth tens of thousands of dollars is used to make noodles. Yang Fan, you are also too awesome and arrogant. I don't obey your uncle on the wall. 5 body emoji. Zhao Tao, I am also pure. Tens of thousands of pieces of noodles a bowl, don't say I haven't even seen it after eating. Kneel to Yang Fan. Zhang Zhepeng, I thorough? Really fake, this bowl of noodles is a wild big abalone? Yang Fan, you are more bloody than this, do you want to chase our goddess Qin? Lu Yanyan, I guess it's two. Only goddess Qin has this treatment, if someone else goes to Yang Fan's hometown as a guest, I guess he will definitely not be willing to take out such a precious wild abalone to entertain. Snickering emoji. Qianjiajia, +1. If I go, Yang Fan would definitely be reluctant, Wu Lingling, that's not it, just our appearance, I'm afraid I can only eat noodles, wild single-headed abalone, don't think about it. Seeing Qin Yuxiu say that the bowl was really abalone, and it was wild, the college students in the group were completely stunned. Tens of thousands of pieces of wild abalone used to cook noodles? This is too willful and arrogant. Everyone said that they knelt to the local tycoons. At the same time, seeing that Yang Fan was willing to use so many precious wild large abalone to entertain Qin Yuxiu, the students began to speculate, did he want to chase Qin Yuxiu? Otherwise, why put down such a big blood? There were even some female students who said that they were very sour, saying that if they came to Yang Fan's house as guests, they would definitely not get Qin Yuxiu's treatment. See that the group is getting more and more lively. Qin Yuxiu smiled and bowed. She originally came to the group to pull hatred to do things, of course, it is not a big deal. Suddenly, she thought of something again, and was ready to add fire to the group. Hehe, if I tell Yang Fan about catching a big dragon grouper in the afternoon, the students should be even more shocked, right? Thinking of this, Qin Yuxiu immediately sent a message in the group. Qin Yuxiu, hehe, tell you one more thing, Yang Fan took me fishing this afternoon, and then we were lucky to catch a super big and super expensive fish. Guess what kind of fish we caught this big fish? Snickering emoji. Seeing this news that was obviously hanging people's appetites, the students in the group began to be curious. Lu Wiki, Goddess Qin, what kind of fish did you catch? Don't you have 10 caddies? Zhangzhupeng, super big and super expensive fish? Afraid you didn't catch a big shark? Zhao Tao, shit, shark meat is not delicious, so the price is not expensive. What the Goddess Qin said is definitely not a shark, and how can a shark be caught so fiercely? I guess I caught a big grouper? Goddess Qin, do you say that I guessed correctly? Seeing this news from Zhao Tao's classmate, Qin Yuxiu immediately smiled and chatted with him. Qin Yuxiu. Bingo! Zhao Tao answered correctly, it is a super large dragon grouper, how big do you guess it is? Zhao Tao, dragon grouper? That should be quite big, adult dragon groupers are generally 50 or 60 pounds, Qin Goddess, you won't catch a dragon grouper weighing dozens of pounds, right? Qin Yuxiu, hehe, it's more than dozens of pounds. Zhao Tao, I'm going? More than a few dozen pounds? Isn't it hundreds of pounds? A shocked mim. Qin Yuxiu, yes, at least more than 100 caddies. It's just that we didn't weigh it specifically, so we sold it directly to a seafood shop owner. Zhao Tao, lie in the groove. Did you really catch a dragon grouper of more than 100 pounds? Goddess Qin, don't lie to me, my family is engaged in the seafood business, and I am afraid that the dragon piebald of more than 100 pounds can be sold for 200,000 or 300,000 now. Qin Yuxiu, yes. We sold this fish for 366,000. No, I'll show you a picture of this big dragon grouper. Saying that, Qin Yuxiu sent to the group a few photos that Yang Fan took when she was fishing for dragon grouper this afternoon. Looking at the huge dragon grouper caught by Yang Fan in the photo, the students in the group were undoubtedly stunned again. Zhao Tao. Lu Wiki. Qianjiajia. Everyone was speechless, and a series of ellipses expressed their mood at the moment. The group was silent for a long time before someone slowly spoke again. Zhangzhupeng, I am thorough. Yang Fan, you are awesome. You're blowing up. No wonder you want to resign and go back to your hometown to be a fisherman. It turns out that fishing is so profitable, not only can you cook noodles worth tens of thousands of pieces of superb wild abalone, but also catch a fish can sell for hundreds of thousands. Wang Hui, don't say anything. Yang Fan, we are brothers in a dormitory, right? We don't have to say that we have a friendship in 4 years of college, right? Now brother, I beg you for something, take me with you to be a fisherman, okay? I want to worship you as a teacher. Lu Wiki, Boss Wang, take me. I also want to worship Yang Fan as a teacher. Seriously, it doesn't matter to me whether I make money as a fisherman, it doesn't matter if I can eat the best wild abalone, the main thing is that I want to experience the fun of fishing with my brothers. Lu Yanyan, that's right, I also want to experience the fun of going out to fish. Yang Fan, don't you accept female apprentices? Giggle, laugh me to death. Seeing that everyone in the group began to want to worship Yang Fan as a teacher, Qin Yuxiu in front of the screen was really laughing and trembling. She looked at Yang Fan while smiling and said, "Haha, Yang Fan, you see that I have found so many apprentices for you, and there are female apprentices, you can't accept them. What else can Yang Fan say about this? This chick is obviously doing something. Now the entire university group is talking about him, and it is estimated that there will be many old classmates chatting about him privately later, and they really want to keep a low profile." However, Yang Fan didn't bother to pay attention to these, gave the gloating Qin Yuxiu a roll of his eyes, and silently ate his abalone noodles. P.S. Guys, the data is not very good, weak to ask for a wave of flower evaluation tickets monthly ticket tips to urge more. Chapter 054. After eating abalone noodles, the three of them chatted in the living room. During the period about tomorrow's arrangement, Yang Fan asked Qin Yuxiu if he wanted to go and put the row hook with him tomorrow, and Qin Yuxiu was very interested after hearing this, and immediately agreed happily. Although Yang Fan also said that it takes 5 o'clock to get up at 5 o'clock to put the row hook, Qin Yuxiu said that she doesn't care how early she gets up, she came here to experience catching the sea to fish, what does it matter if she gets up early? In this regard, Yang Fan expressed his appreciation, and then sent a message to Yang Hongtao telling him to go together tomorrow to put the row hook. After arranging tomorrow's planning, Yang Fan and Qin Yuxiu chatted in the living room for a long time, and chatted happily until 10:30 at night, when they said good night to each other and went upstairs to sleep together. Of course, sleeping in different rooms. It is also worth mentioning. Yang Fan guessed correctly, there were as many as 20 or 30 classmates who chatted with him privately this night, even more than the last time they chatted with him privately. Of course, the classmates who chatted in private were nothing more than ridiculing and joking with him, and naturally they would not really plan to worship him as a teacher and become a fisherman together. In addition, there were a few classmates who had a good relationship with Yang Fan in college, and proposed that they would like to come to his hometown fishing village like Qin Yuxiu in the future to experience the fun of catching the sea and fishing. In this regard, Yang Fan naturally agreed with his mouth, saying that as long as his old classmates came, he would definitely welcome him warmly. One night without a word. Fast forward to the next day. At 5 o'clock in the morning, several roosters at the head of the village began to call again in high spirits. Yang Fan was accustomed to the life of a fishing village, and he woke up naturally when he heard the rooster crowing. After getting up, Yang Fan originally wanted to go to the next room to see Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian. They didn't wake up, and if they didn't wake up, they would ask them to get up, but before he could get dressed and go out, there was a loud alarm in the next room, and then he heard a crackling sound of dressing. Obviously, Qin Yuxiu set an alarm clock, and Yang Fan didn't need Yang Fan to wake them up. There is only one public restroom on the 3rd floor, and after getting up, all three people walk out of the room and come to this toilet to wash. Early. Ha! Good morning. The two girls, Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian, obviously haven't slept enough, and both of them are rubbing their eyes sleepily, looking like they are seriously lacking sleep. Looking at the two listless girls, Yang Fan smiled and said, "You guys don't usually get up so early, right?" Qin Yuxiu yawned and pouted, "Of course, my cousin and I usually go to bed in the early morning, and we don't get up until after 10 o'clock in the morning, how can we get up so early? Also, you freelance don't have to clock in at work, it must be easy to be a night owl. Yang Fan smiled. It's okay, in order to feel the fun of fishing at sea, this girl fights. Qin Yuxiu clenched her small fists to cheer herself up. Haha, okay, then you guys wash up here, I'll go downstairs. Yang Fan smiled, took his towel and toothbrush and went to the bathroom downstairs. Within a few minutes he had washed up, and then went to the kitchen to prepare the pot noodles for breakfast. Of course, it's still abalone noodles. The dozen large abalone I got yesterday have not yet been eaten, and today I can use it to cook a pot. The girls must have more time to wash, and when Yang Fan's noodles were cooked, Qin Yuxiu slowly went downstairs. Seeing Yang Fan cooking another pot of abalone noodles, Qin Yuxiu blinked her eyes wide. Yang Fan, your treatment is too good, to be honest, I'm a little embarrassed, should I give you food expenses? Yang Fan waved his hand, hit me in the face, right? Old classmates talk about what food expenses are there, well, let's eat noodles. After a few words of laughter, the three began to enjoy the abalone noodles. After eating quickly, they cleaned up, and then Yang Fan took Qin Yuxiu and them to the dock in the village. Fanzi, over here. At this time, Yang Hengtao and Yang Ziohe had already sorted out the hooks and fishing nets on the boat, and seeing Yang Fan coming over with his long-legged beautiful classmates, Yang Hengtao quickly smiled and waved. Let's get on board. Yang Fan smiled and took Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian onto Yang Hengtao's boat. After getting on the boat, it is inevitable to introduce Qin Yuxiu, Chen Qian, Yang Hengtao, and Yang Ziohe to each other. Fortunately, everyone is a young person, and they can talk together, and they quickly become acquainted. Afterwards, a group of 5 sailed to the open sea. Since it is a lower row hook, it is naturally a familiar formula. Yang Hengtao first drove the boat to an unfamiliar sea, where he laid a floating net to catch some fish as bait. The first time they watched people fishing on the boat, Qin Yuxiu Chen Qian naturally felt that this was very novel, and the two of them looked curious about the baby the whole time. Good luck today. A floating net went down to catch dozens of bait fish such as blue-scaled fish, knife fish. Seeing strings of fish hanging on the net and being pulled up from the sea, Qin Yuxiu was excited, and helped Yang Fan and them pull the net together. The photographer Chen Qian picked up the camera at this time and began to follow the video, preparing to take a video of Qin Yuxiu rushing to the sea. After getting the bait fish, Yang Hengtao turned his head to look at Yang Fan and said with a smile, Fanzi, where are we going to put the row hook this time? Yang Fan glanced at him and said amusedly, what? Why do fishing experts still ask me for advice? Yang Hengtao rubbed his hands and smiled, Hehe, in front of you Fanzi, I am a fart fishing master, now who in the village does not know Fanzi you? Not only can you get into a prestigious university by studying, but fishing is also a no. Yesterday, Yang Fan caught a large dragon grouper of more than 100 catties and sold it for 366,000 glorious deeds has already spread throughout the village, and Yang Hengtao naturally heard about it. Coupled with the fact that Yang Fan caught dozens of large groupers under the row hook last time, Yang Hengtao is now quite convinced of Yang Fan's fishing methods, so this time he put the row hook, he decided to completely obey Yang Fan's command. Okay, you can drive the boat first, and I'll let you put it wherever you want later. Yang Fan smiled and said. Hey, hey. Good. Yang Hengtao grinned and looked forward to it. This time Yang Fan can create another magic and take them home with a full load? Chapter 055. Next, Yang Hengtao drove the boat all the way to the open sea, while Yang Fan kept searching for the fish in the sea with his eyes on the boat. At first, when I was in the offshore waters, there were no decent fish in the sea at all scattered small fish and crabs, which seemed very shabby, but as the boat moved farther and farther away from the continental shelf, the fish slowly increased. However, for a long time, Yang Fan still did not find a place worth letting him go down, because the fish in these places were either too small in number or too small, and there was really no need to go down. The only group of fish found during this period that is more decent is a group of sea wolf fish, which is quite large, but unfortunately the sea wolf fish are too cheap. Even if they are caught, they are not worth much, so Yang Fan has sent them. The ship kept moving, and gradually the continental shelf could no longer be seen, and the sight was full of sea water. This marks the official arrival of the ship. Fanzi, did you choose a place to take the bait? At this time, Yang Hongtao turned to Yang Fan and asked. No, keep going. Yang Fan said without looking back, his eyes still searching for fish in the sea. Still driving forward, Fanzi, now that we have reached the open sea, or can we find a random place to get down? Seeing that Yang Fan still wanted to drive forward by himself, Yang Hongtao muttered. Next Mao, listen to me and it's over. Yang Fan glared at him. Well, your boss listens to you. Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes and continued to sail. After driving for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, I saw Yang Fan wave his hand and shout, Dizzy, stop the boat, just go down here. Hearing his words, Yang Hongtao immediately nodded and hung up the neutral gear to stop the boat. Fanzi, are you sure there are fish here? Hehe, I have a hunch that there should be a lot of fish here. Yang Fan smiled and gave everyone a preventive shot in advance, crediting the credit to his hunch. But in fact, he has seen a large number of fish hidden under the sea, and this school of fish is still a relatively expensive black snapper. Black snapper is a relatively high economic value of sea bream. The market price is generally about 70 to 80 yuan per catty, although this price is not as exaggerated as the price of grouper, but it is already very high in marine fish. The size of the black snapper found by Yang Fan is quite large, the total number is at least 700 or 800 or more, and it is full of size. Basically each one is more than 1 catty, the largest may exceed 4 or 5 catties. You must know that it is very difficult for black snapper to grow to 4 or 5 catties, basically belonging to the existence of a giant. After stopping the boat, Yang Hongtao asked Yang Xiaohei to help him steer, and he himself was ready to get off the hook. Because he is the most skilled and fastest to put the hook, it is much more efficient to let him put it. After all, 3 baskets of hooks add up to 450 hooks. If the hand speed is not fast enough, it will waste a lot of time. Sail, in which direction? Yang Hongtao asked Yang Fan after he was ready. Yang Fan looked at the direction of the current while calculating the trajectory of the underwater black snapper, and after observing for a while, he pointed to the direction of 7 o'clock, Dizzy, 7 o'clock direction. Directly down the hook. Gotta go. When Yang Hongtao heard this, he immediately began to move, and quickly threw one row hook after another into the sea with great skill. After almost half an hour of continuous release, the 3 baskets of hooks totaling 450 hooks were finally released. After putting the row hook, Yang Hongtao flicked his somewhat sore arm and looked at Yang Fan and smiled. Fanzi, this time the row hook can be at your disposal the whole time. If you can't catch the fish, the responsibility can be on you. Hey! For Yang Hongtao's behavior of throwing the pot in advance, Yang Fan only smiled. Of course, in fact, he is not worried about not being able to catch fish at all, but is a little worried about what to do if he catches too many fish and the boat can't be loaded. You must know these 450 hooks, but all of them are in the Black Sea Bream group. When the fresh bait falls in front of the Black Sea Bream will definitely be crazy hooked. I am afraid that I can catch hundreds of large Black Sea Bream. If that's the case, the boat probably won't be able to fit at that time. Of course, the final rate of fish will have to wait for time to give an answer. Yang Fan also did not have the leisure and elegance to keep staring into the sea to see if there were any fish hooked. In fact, when he saw that the row hook was accurately placed in the fish, he immediately withdrew his gaze. Otherwise he kept staring into the sea and his eyes were quite tired. After the row hook is put down, it naturally takes a while to wait. During this period, Yang Hongtao still took out poker like last time. However, this time there were more Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian on the boat, and the landlord couldn't fight, and the 5 people simply gathered around and happily played a card game. For Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian, this is the first time they have experienced this experience of going out to sea to fish and then chatting and playing cards with their friends on the boat, which is undoubtedly very new and interesting, so they all laughed very happily along the way. In addition, Chen Qian has not forgotten her duties as a photographer. She has been following the video almost the whole time, trying to record Qin Yuxiu, the big internet celebrity owner's unique fishing experience. That's it. The 5 people were talking and laughing on the boat, playing cards and chatting about the sky. Pleasant times always pass quickly, and the waiting time passes in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yang Hengtao put down the poker and drove the boat to the place where the first basket of hooks was placed earlier. After finding the buoy that connects the row hook, Yang Hengtao fished up the buoy with a hook, then turned to look at Yang Fan and asked, "Fanzi, will you accept it this time or will I accept it?" Yang Fan first glanced at the situation in the sea with his gaze, and then replied, "You take it first, and then change me when you are tired." After hearing his words, Yang Hengtao immediately pouted, "How can you get tired of collecting 3 baskets of hooks? Sale, you are too lazy to accept it, just say it. Tired of harvesting? Hehe, you'll know when you receive it." Yang Fan smiled and showed a meaningful smile to Yang Hengtao. Chapter 056. Cut. Pulling 3 baskets of hooks will be tiring? Fanzi, I really don't believe it. Brother is not blowing, with brother's unicorn arm to pull a 10 baskets and 8 baskets of hooks is no problem. Yang Hengtao cut it and still didn't believe Yang Fan's words, and even rolled up his sleeves and made a bicep gesture. In this regard, Yang Fan rolled his eyes and scolded with a smile, "Come on, you don't compare with each other, pull your row hook, if you don't pull it, let me come." "No need, I pull me. Hope there are many good goods." Yang Hengtao smiled and stopped idle. He pulled the main line of the row hook and officially began to close the hook. Hey! Not long after pulling, Yang Hengtao felt that something was not quite right. Because the line is pulled more and more heavier, it feels like it is hanging some heavy object pulling very hard. Generally there are 2 possibilities in this situation. One is that there are many big fish in the row hook so it is very heavy, and the other is that the reef where the row hook hangs to the bottom of the sea causes it to not move. "It won't be a stone in the bottom, will it?" Yang Hengtao muttered. His first reaction was that the row hook should be hung on the stone, which is quite common, so he didn't think much about it. The movements in his hand kept stopping. Yang Hengtao continued to slowly close the thread, and soon he received the position of the first hook, and then he immediately felt the thread in his hand sink sharply. The first hook is a fish. And it should be quite big. Yang Hengtao grinned and immediately became energetic. Sure enough, as the row hook was pulled up, an oversized black sea bream surfaced. Whoa! Great start! The first hook hit such a big black sea bream. I'm afraid it's at least 3 pounds. Looking at this big black sea bream jumping alive, Yang Hengtao suddenly grinned. Such a big black sea bream is a good thing, one can sell at least more than 300. The fisherman's favorite thing may be the moment of fishing, which is an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and happiness. Sale, you're awesome. Every time you put the row hook, the first hook will not fall short. Yang Hengtao smiled and turned his head and gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. Oh, it's okay. Yang Fan also smiled, then picked up the net, and cooperated with Yang Hengtao to copy this big black sea bream. After the big black snapper was copied, Qin Yuxiu on the side immediately came over and asked in surprise, "Wow, Yang Fan, this fish is so big, what kind of fish is it? Is it expensive?" Yang Fan cut the thread with a knife to put the big black sea bream into the live warehouse, and casually explained to Qin Yuxiu, "This is a black sea bream, it's quite expensive, and a pound like such a big one can sell for 100 yuan. Qin Yuxiu was a little shocked when she heard it. 100 yuan a pound, that is indeed very expensive, this one can be sold for hundreds, right? Almost 300. Yang Fan smiled. Wow, more than 300, it's really good to make money as a fisherman. Well, of course, if you can catch fish, you can make money, if you can't catch it, you will lose money, and it is precisely because there are few fish that seafood is so expensive. Here Yang Fan and Qin Yuxiu chatted about the sky, and over there Yang Hungtao continued to collect the second hook. Pulling and pulling. He felt that the thread in his hand suddenly sank sharply again. Big fish again. Yang Hungtao raised his eyebrows. Soon, a large black sea bream measuring more than 2 pounds was pulled out of the water. Huo! It turned out to be another big black sea bream. Seeing that he had hit another big black sea bream, Yang Hungtao's eyes lit up. This is all money, and it is 200 or 300 to hand. Then, he put away the third hook. As a result, another large black sea bream with at least 2 pounds was hit. At this moment, Yang Hungtao was suddenly a little shocked. The so-called repeated 2 cannot be repeated, the lower row of hooks 3 consecutive hooks are hit by fish, and the probability of medium and large fish is extremely small. Not to mention, the 3 hooks are all black snapper of similar size. This situation is likely to be that there is a black sea bream nest in the sea area where the lower row of hooks is located. Otherwise, it is impossible to get 3 big black sea bream in a row with 3 hooks. Of course, what frightened Yang Hungtao even more was obviously still to come. As the rows of hooks were pulled up, his eyes widened more and more. After that, he collected 10 rows of hooks in a row, and actually hit 9 fish. And all of them are all big black snapper, each of which is more than 1 pound. Yang Hungtao was a little dumbfounded, and he turned his head to look at Yang Fan. Fanzi, shouldn't you be the same as the last time you found a grouper nest, and this time you found a black sea bream nest? It should be. Yang Fan shrugged. Well. Yang Hungtao nodded dumbly, he really didn't know what to say, he could only sigh that Yang Fan's luck was too against the sky. Taking a deep breath to calm down his excitement, Yang Hungtao continued to collect the hook. And what was discovered next also proved that there is indeed a black sea bream nest under the sea area, because a basket of hooks is collected, a total of 150 hooks, there are 110 to 120 hooks hit the fish, and the vast majority of them are black sea bream. In other words, more than 100 large black sea bream were hit in one basket of hooks. The catch rate is as high as 80%. And these black sea bream are all big guys with more than 1 pound, and many of them even reach 3 or 4 catties, so these more than 100 black sea bream weigh at least 200 or 300 catties. Now even a fool can deduce that there is definitely a huge number of black sea bream hidden under the sea. Wait until the basket of hooks is finished. The live bream on the boat was already full of large black sea bream, and it was almost impossible to fit it. Looking at the big black sea bream that jumped alive and beat the flowers, Yang Hungtao was stunned, Yang Ziohe was also stunned, Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian were also stunned. Fanzi, you really are a god. I am pure and pure. In the future, you will be my eldest brother, okay, I will be your little brother willingly. You tell me to go east, I will never go west, you tell me to pick dogs, I will never pick chickens. Chapter 057. Fanzi, you really are a god. I am pure and pure. In the future, you will be my eldest brother, okay, I will be your little brother willingly. You tell me to go east, I will never go west, you tell me to pick dogs, I will never pick chickens. Yang Hungtao is now really impressed by Yang Fan's fishing ability. That's awesome too. If the last time I caught so many groupers in the lower row hook, it was luck. So this time too? Is it luck to catch a splendid lobster? Catching more than 100 pounds of dragon grouper is also luck? If it's really luck, then this luck can't run out, right? Yu Huang doesn't bring such a European too, right? It's not luck, then it can only be explained by strength. Although Yang Hongtao didn't know why Yang Fan could find fish, he believed that Yang Fan definitely had quite good fishing methods. Then, Yang Hongtao suddenly remembered what Yang Fan had said before. At that time, Yang Fan said that his initial plan to return to the fishing village was to first make some money by fishing in the offshore waters, and then buy an ocean-going fishing boat to fish on the high seas when the money was enough, and open a fishing ground when the money was more. At that time, Yang Hongtao felt that Yang Fan was purely bragging, and it was completely a fantasy. But now he doesn't think so. With Yang Fan's awesome fishing ability that Yang Fan is showing now, this thing is completely possible. No wonder his brother graduated from a prestigious university but resolutely decided to return to the fishing village to become a fisherman. It turns out that fishing is so awesome. With such awesome fishing ability, if you go out to sea to fish in the future, you will not be able to make a lot of money. Thinking about this, an idea immediately appeared in Yang Hongtao's heart. That is to quickly hug Yang Fan's thigh. I saw Yang Hongtao step forward directly, and then hugged Yang Fan's arm without saying a word, and then looked at him with a look of anticipation and said, "Fanzi, it turns out that you are so good at fishing. It's so hanging. I'll mess with you in the future. You must take me flying." Seeing Yang Hongtao suddenly hugging his arm with a look full of emotion, Yang Fan suddenly felt a chill. This guy doesn't have any special thoughts about himself, right? Thinking of this, Yang Fan kicked Yang Hongtao away. "Get out. Talk well when you speak, don't move your hands and feet." Seeing Yang Fan's disgusted expression, Yang Hongtao also realized that he was too pompous just now, and he scratched his head and said with a mocking smile, "Hee, isn't this a little exciting? But seriously, you must take me to fly. When you buy a large tonnage fishing boat, I will go to work for you as a crew, and then you can take me with you to the open sea to fish and make a fortune. Go Fugui, don't forget. Buddy can get rich and marry a beautiful wife in this life, but it's all counting on you." Hearing this product, Yang Fan immediately smiled. "Oh, now I believe I can buy a large tonnage fishing boat. Don't think I'm bragging? Hee, that's for sure. With your awesome fishing ability, you can make a lot of money every time you go out to sea, and it is not only a matter of time before you buy a large tonnage fishing boat." "Oh, maybe." Yang Fan smiled. It seems that his strength no longer allows him to be too low-key. A few idle words. Yang Fan waved his hand and said to Yang Hongtao, "Don't be ridiculous, there are still 2 baskets of rows of hooks confiscated, do you accept it or do I accept it?" Yang Hongtao smiled, "Ahem, you will collect the sales next, I need to take a break, my hands are numb." Saying that, he also rubbed his sore arm. The unicorn arm that he was proud of is now completely useless, and he has no strength to pull the fish at all. Only then did he understand why Yang Fan said before that he would be tired of closing the hook. Can you not get tired? This is more than 100 big Black Sea bream, which weighs hundreds of pounds. Moreover, when the fish struggles in the sea, the strength is great, and the hands are almost wasted when pulled up one by one. Hee, wasn't it quite awesome just now, can't it be so soon? Seeing that Yang Hongtao was provoked, Yang Fan smiled badly and mocked. In the face of Yang Fan's ridicule, Yang Hongtao could only stand up beaten, and he smiled awkwardly and was embarrassed to refute. The next time, began to change Yang Fan to close the hook. And the remaining 2 baskets of row hooks, also began to frantically fish without accident. Basically the fish rate is not much different from the first basket of row hooks, are about 80%. In other words, after all 450 hooks in the 3 baskets were collected, Yang Fan and they caught a total of about 350 fish. This number is really terrifying. In particular, these fish are quite large, adding up to 700 or 800 catties. According to the current market price of Black Sea bream, these fish can be sold for at least 60 or 70,000. Looking at the boatload full of fish, Yang Hongtao was simply happy. Yang Ziohe had been giggling, and as for Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian's second daughter, they were stunned the whole time. Is the fish so easy to catch? Is money so easy to earn? When fishermen are so money. Collect all the hooks. Yang Fan, they went straight back. Since the black snapper caught this time is not a rare and precious fish, there is no need to find Shen Yafei, and it is enough to go directly to the dock in the city to sell it to those fishmongers. Soon the boat came to the city. When the fishmongers above the seafood trading dock saw Yang Fan and the boatload full of black snapper on their boat, they all immediately gathered around and rushed to buy it. Black sea bream. This fish meat quality is very delicious, used to cook soup. Milk white delicious and nutritious, so it has been very popular in the market. These fishmongers see so many fresh large black sea bream is naturally a robbery. After a while, hundreds of pounds of black sea bream were all bought by these fishmongers. In the end, this time the hook made a total of 66,000 yuan. P.S. Ask for flowers evaluation ticket monthly pass various support encouragement. Chapter 058. The fish was sold out, and it was already past noon. At this point, everyone was hungry, and then immediately went to find a restaurant near the pier to prepare for a meal. During meals, Yang Fan still divided the money into 3 points, and gave Yang Hengtao and Yang Ziohe more than 20,000 each. The two were still embarrassed to ask for it at first. After all, the credit was all Yang Fan's, but at Yang Fan's insistence, they had to accept it in the end. When dividing the money, Qin Yuxiu also joked about how not to divide her a little, but when Yang Fan wanted to transfer money to her, she smiled and refused. This little rich woman is just a fun, tens of thousands of dollars are nothing to her. And she came to visit, how can she be embarrassed to share the money? Of course, Yang Fan didn't think about her at all. Everyone ate a great meal. I wanted to go back to the fishing village directly, but Yang Fan suddenly thought that there was no food at home, and if he went back to dinner like this, he would definitely not have landed, so after eating lunch, he took Qin Yuxiu and them to the supermarket first. This time, Yang Fan bought all the firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar tea. I also bought a lot of vegetables, fruits, beef, lamb, and other meats. Anyway, I bought all the tools and ingredients I needed for cooking, so that I could make a good meal at home tonight to entertain Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian. Wait until everything is done. The group of 5 sailed back to the fishing village. Going to sea at 5 o'clock in the morning and tossing around all day at sea is really tiring. Yang Fan, Yang Hengtao, and Yang Ziohe are okay. After all, the teenagers who grew up in fishing villages have long been accustomed to life at sea, but Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian, the 2 rich ladies who have been pampered since childhood, are different. Although going out to sea to fish is fun for them, it is also exciting to go to the city to sell fish to make money. But once the excitement is over, the body can't bear it. Seriously, with their 2 small bodies, they couldn't stand the bumps when they were on the boat alone, and if Yang Fan hadn't prepared seasickness medicine for them in advance, they probably wouldn't have known how many times they would vomit on the boat. After returning to the fishing village, Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian immediately felt as if their bodies were falling apart, and their legs began to swing. So as soon as they got home, the 2 of them immediately went upstairs to their rooms to rest. Yang Fan also took a simple rest, and then there was nothing to do in the afternoon, so he took Big Yellow, an old colored dog, to wander around the fishing village for a while, and when he was almost done, he went home and started cooking. Fishing villages usually eat very early, and after 5 o'clock the village begins to raise cooking smoke. Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian slept very beautifully this time, sleeping directly until Yang Fan was about to finish dinner, and they yawned before going downstairs. Wow, it's so fragrant! Smelling the rich aroma wafting from the kitchen, Qin Yuxiu, whose little stomach was already hungry, immediately lit up her eyes. She hurriedly walked down the stairs and sniffed into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Yang Fan was skillfully stir-frying beef with green onions. This made Qin Yuxiu quite surprised. Wow, I didn't expect Yang Fan. Your cooking skills are so powerful. Yang Fan sprinkled salt with one hand and sprinkled salt with the other, and smiled without looking back. It's okay, I used to watch the video of Wang Quanyu at Station B to learn to cook, and slowly practiced. When Qin Yuxiu heard this, she immediately giggled, Wang Quanyu. Ha ha ha, I have also seen his videos, but Yang Fan, you can't learn him to relax the oil, people lose weight, you can't eat too much oil. Yang Fan shook his head and smiled, that's not it, I don't like greasy either, I rarely put oil in general when cooking. The two talked and laughed. The scallion fried beef in the pot has been fried, and Yang Fan is flowing out of the pot and arranging the dishes to the table. This is the last dish, he has already made 3 dishes and 1 soup before, plus this scallion fried beef, today's dinner is considered a big deal. Stir-fried beef with green onions, mapo tofu, stir-fried meat with chili, stir-fried lettuce, plus a tomato egg soup. Not to mention the color and smell, at least the appearance is very good. Looking at the table of delicacies, Qin Yuxiu's index finger moved, and he gave Yang Fan a thumbs up and joked. Yang Fan, you are really a high-quality warm man, not only good at fishing, but also up and down the kitchen, who will be your girlfriend in the future will definitely be very happy. Hearing this, Yang Fan immediately laughed and laughed at himself, haha, I said so well, then how can I be single so far? Qin Yuxiu was immediately a little surprised when she heard this. Hey? Yang Fan, are you mother fetus single? No, you are so handsome and so good, how can you always be single? Yang Fan shrugged, what's impossible about this, maybe fate hasn't arrived. Qin Yuxiu tilted her little head and stared at Yang Fan for a while, and then smiled, hee, then we are the same disease, you may not believe it, I am also a mother and fetus single. At this moment, Yang Fan was really a little surprised. He stared at Qin Yuxiu in surprise, isn't it, great goddess Qin, you are also single in mother and fetus. Yang Fan was really a little surprised. With Qin Yuxiu's conditions, the suitors from childhood to adulthood can form a strengthened company, and she has never talked about a boyfriend, which is really a little unbelievable. Seeing Yang Fan so surprised, Qin Yuxiu brushed the hair scattered around her ear and smiled bitterly. Yang Fan, you don't know, my tutor is strict, when I was in middle school, my parents didn't let me fall in love at all. If a boy in the class gets closer to me, the teacher will immediately give my dad a small report. After going to college, my parents didn't care much about me, and they chased me a lot, but I always felt that those people were not too pompous and greasy, and none of them could make my heart move. Alas, in the eyes of others, I should not be a girl who lacks love, but only I know that sweet love has never been about me. Hearing Qin Yuxiu's words, Yang Fan suddenly smiled. Haha, then it may be a mistake to say that it is too good. Indeed, sometimes a person is too good to find a partner. For example, Qin Yuxiu, her conditions are too superior, not only has a good appearance, a figure, and money, but also a big internet celebrity, the average man is easy to be ashamed in front of her, not the real rich and handsome estimated that he does not dare to chase her at all. And Gaofu Shui is generally pompous and flamboyant, and it is normal for Qin Yuxiu not to call. It seems that whether it is a boy or a girl, the most popular in the love market is often the middle one, and it is difficult to find an object if it is too good or too dicky. The two were talking. At this time, her cousin Chen Qian on the side suddenly stared at them with a strange look for a while, and then covered her mouth and smiled. Cluck, since you two handsome men and beautiful women are both mother-fetus single, why don't you tie the knot and solve this problem together? P.S. After this plot, Pig's Foot is going to buy a boat, what do you guess Pig's Foot will buy for the first ship? And with Pig's Foot buying his own boat, the plot of this book is really about to unfold. The rest will definitely get more and more exciting. It will be on the shelves in these 2 days. Here is a weak reminder to the big guys who are raising books, remember to subscribe to it. Chapter 059. Chen Qian's words came out. Yang Fan and Qin Yuxiu subconsciously glanced at each other. Yang Fan was very calm, but Qin Yuxiu didn't know what to think, and her delicate little face suddenly turned red. She didn't dare to look at Yang Fan anymore, and quickly turned her head to stare at Chen Qian. "Ah! Sissy, your little nasi is itchy, you dare to joke about your sister." Saying that, she rolled up her sleeves and made a tickling method and rushed towards Chen Qian. Cousin, spare your life. I don't dare anymore." "Humph, now you know to beg for mercy. It's late. I'll go. The surname Qin, you rely on the old and sell the old, I'm going to fight back. You dead girl still dare to fight back, I will scratch you to death." With Chen Qian's counterattack not to be outdone, a tickling battle soon began. The two beautiful girls scratched each other without any image, and the scene was quite chaotic for a while. Even, a little fragrant. Yang Fan always stood calmly on the side, and he did not pull the frame, but squinted his eyes and admired it with interest. The next morning, a red sun rises slowly from the surface of the sea as usual, shining with gold. It was another nice sunny day, and the fishermen of the fishing village had long taken advantage of the sunrise to go out to sea and drive small boats to find the treasures of the sea. Originally, Qin Yuxiu had not been addicted to playing, and he wanted to go fishing with Yang Fan. But no way, last night she received a call, there is a big event on the B station to find some big coffee up with millions of fans to participate, and she also received an invitation, so today she will leave to return to the magic capital. 9:30 in the morning. Bahai International Airport. Yang Fan, thank you, and trouble you to come to the airport to send me off. After getting off the taxi, Qin Yuxiu took the suitcase from Yang Fan and thanked him with a sweet smile. "It's okay, it should." Yang Fan waved his hand, and then smiled, "Old student, if you don't have fun this time, you are welcome to come to my house next time." "Hee, that's for sure, I'll definitely come back. I'm going to go out to the sea with you to catch big fish." Qin Yuxiu smiled with some expectation. "Haha, welcome at any time." Yang Fan smiled. "Then let's go, Yang Fan, see you next time." "Okay, good go." The two smiled and waved, and then Qin Yuxiu and Chen Qian walked into the airport. After sending Qin Yuxiu away, Yang Fan got into a taxi. As soon as he got into the car, the driver's master asked him, "Young man, where are you going?" Yang Fan had already had a plan, so he asked the master, "Master, do you know where in our Bahai is a place to buy fishing boats and yachts?" Yes, this time to send Qin Yuxiu to the city, Yang Fan thought of simply buying a boat and going back. It is still very inconvenient to have no boat, and Yang Hengtao's boat is not very good, it cannot meet his needs, he needs a better ship. When the driver's master heard him ask, he immediately replied, "Young man, are you going to buy a boat? Then you can go to Qingfeng port to see there seems to be an international yacht show is being held now, I sent a passenger over there yesterday, I heard that there are a lot of luxury yachts exhibited there, many people go to join in the fun. International boat show." Yang Fan became interested as soon as he heard it, this is simply sleepy meeting a pillow. Originally, it was estimated that reservations were needed to buy ships at the shipyard, after all, people could not produce too much inventory at one time. But such a yacht show must be in stock, and there are many styles, as long as you have money you can drive away on the spot. This is the same as buying a car. You go to the Ford store to buy a car, most likely the style you want is out of stock, so you need to wait a long time to pick up the car, but if you fancy a car at a car show, you can pick it up on the spot. Although Yang Fan originally planned to buy a fishing boat or a speedboat first, a yacht is also okay, anyway, it is a boat. "Okay, master, then send me to the yacht show." Day. The driver's master nodded, then stepped on the accelerator, and the taxi roared away. Under the superb skills of the old taxi driver, Yang Fan soon arrived at the yacht show in Qingfeng port. As soon as he came to the port, Yang Fan found that this side was very lively. The yacht exhibition is held at the outdoor pier, and many citizens and tourists gather around here, and the exhibition is crowded. There are certainly few of them who are ready to buy yachts, most of them are to make fun. After all, yachts are more than 1 million, expensive can even reach tens of millions, ordinary people where to buy. This is the same as the auto show. Don't many people go to the auto show to see luxury cars and beautiful car models? There are also models at the yacht show, but unlike car models wearing motorcycle suits, the models here are wearing a variety of bikinis, one is better than the other, standing on the luxury yacht and scratching their heads. The scenery is very wonderful. Those old color batches on the shore are constantly taking pictures with their mobile phones, and they are probably thinking in their hearts, how cool it would be if they could own a luxury yacht and take a group of young models to the sea. Get out of the car and pay. Yang Fan walked into the exhibition site. This international boat exhibition is an annual large-scale event in Bahai City, and the venue is divided into 6 exhibition areas, which are divided according to the function of yachts. The 6 exhibition areas are: Fishing Boat Exhibition Area, Business Luxury Yacht Exhibition Area, Charter Boat Exhibition Area, Sports Luxury Yacht Exhibition Area, Luxury Vacation Yacht Exhibition Area, and Trawl Yacht. Located in the center of the show, the Luxury Vacation Yacht Exhibition is also the largest, with a total of 3 yachts, each of which is extremely luxurious. Among them, the most luxurious and largest yacht, the length is definitely more than 100 meters, the upper and lower 3 floors cover an area of thousands of square meters. The ship not only has kitchen, cinema, KTV, bar, gym, and other facilities, but even a large swimming pool. At this moment, there are 5 or 6 beautiful young models in bikinis, playing in the large swimming pool of this super luxury yacht, which makes people can't help but take a few more looks. Yachts, tender models. I have to say that the happiness of rich people is really unimaginable. Even Yang Fan looked a little hot. What's special? This luxury yacht looks exciting, if you buy one and call a few beautiful girls to go to sea to play together. Isn't that beautiful? No wonder the local tycoons are now popular to play Haitian feasts. Chapter 060. What's special? This luxury yacht looks exciting, if you buy one and call a few beautiful girls to go to sea to play together. Isn't that beautiful? No wonder the local tycoons are now popular to play Haitian feasts. However, the eyes are hot, and Yang Fan is still self-aware. Although he is now a small local tycoon with millions of dollars, it is really not enough to see in front of this super luxury yacht. Because this super luxury yacht has a high price tag of 18.88 million. Of course, in fact, Yang Fan does not want to buy a luxury yacht now. After all, he is just starting out, and he can still make money by fishing, far from the time to enjoy. Maybe in the future, when he is worth hundreds of millions, he will also buy a super luxurious yacht and take a group of beautiful girls to the sea to hold a sea and sky feast. Man! There are always such fantasies. After admiring the luxury yacht, Yang Fan continued to visit slowly. Soon, he came to the fishing boat exhibition area. There are about 7 or 8 fishing boats on display here. The size of the fishing boat is not comparable to the previous super luxury yacht. Its length is about 20 or 30 meters, the area is not large, and the degree of luxury is not at all in the same grade. However, after Yang Fan took a look, he found that he was quite satisfied with a fishing boat. Whether it is the appearance or the size, it is more pleasing to the eye. Pleasing to the eye is enough, and he does not know much about the parameters of the yacht, so pleasing is his most important selection criterion. Of course, he did not make up his mind to buy this fishing boat on the spot. After all, there are still many yachts in the exhibition area that he has not seen. Maybe the next one is more pleasing to the eye. Yang Fan was also in no hurry, and continued to stroll slowly, and soon he finished shopping through most of the exhibition area. During this time, he found several yachts that were very suitable for his taste, but not to the extent that they were amazing. so he never decided to buy them on the spot. Walking and walking. Finally, he found a yacht that caught his eye. This is a luxury trawl yacht on display in the trawl yacht exhibit area. The so-called trawl yacht is a modified design from a trawler, which has the function of leisure and entertainment like a luxury yacht, and is equipped with professional fishing equipment for trawling operations. In other words, this is a yacht that combines fishing and leisure. This is too in line with Yang Fan's requirements. Although he is a fisherman, he does not want to fish as hard as other fishermen. Lying down to catch fish, lying down to make money is his ultimate ideal. Therefore, when Yang Fan saw this luxury trawl yacht with both leisure and entertainment functions and professional fishing functions, he was instantly moved. There is a service desk in front of the trawl boat exhibition area. Inside the service desk are several female shoppers in uniform and nameplates, whose job is to introduce yachts to prospective customers. After deciding to buy a trawl yacht, Yang Fan walked to the service desk. Immediately, a female shopping guide greeted her warmly. "Sir, is there anything you need for me to help you?" This female shopping guide politely bent over Yang Fan to say hello. She was wearing a small suit and white shirt, wrapped in black silk under her skirt. Her front and back were curved, and her figure was very proud. Seeing this female shopping guide, Yang Fan's eyes couldn't help but light up. Seeing that this girl is at least 168 tall, she looks tall in professional clothes, clean and neat. In addition to her good figure, her small face is also quite delicate and beautiful. She looks to be in her early 20s, with a small duck egg face. Her facial features are delicate, her makeup is elegant, her skin is supple and super elastic, and she also has a hint of rosy. Yang Fan gave his own evaluation. This is a girl with a comprehensive score of more than 90 points in appearance and figure. Even if it is placed in the university, it should be a beautiful woman at the level of a department flower. This girl may not be as young and beautiful as Qin Yuxiu and has a pair of long legs against the sky, but she also has her own advantages, and her certain capital looks much larger than Qin Yuxiu. It is worthy of the luxury yacht exhibition. Not only the models on the yacht are more tender than the other, but even the quality of the female shopping guide is so high. "I want to know about this trawler, can you introduce me to it?" After briefly glancing at the beautiful female shopping guide, Yang Fan did not ink, and pointed straight to the subject to the luxury trawler yacht he fancied and asked. "Of course, sir, you come with me." The female shopping guide Zhu Xiaoai smiled sweetly at Yang Fan, and then took Yang Fan to the side of this luxury trawl yacht and patiently introduced. "Sir, this yacht in our exhibition area is the latest luxury trawl yacht launched by Faraday Group. Faraday Group does not know if you know, sir, it is the largest luxury yacht design and manufacturing company in Europe, and its products have always been known for safety, luxury, and refinement, and have a high reputation in the world. This yacht, called Faraday Mercury Trawl Yacht, it is not yet mass-produced, only a dozen in the world. Its whole shell is made of aviation material, very corrosion-resistant, impact-resistant and very lightweight, which makes it much faster than ordinary yachts. The yacht is 28 meters long and consists of two parts. The front part is the yacht structure and the latter part is the trawler operation area. It is very cleverly designed, and it naturally combines two different functions, so that it can be used not only as a luxury yacht, but also for professional fishing activities. Zhu Xiaoai roughly introduced Yang Fan to the origin of this luxury trawl yacht and some parameters. Although Yang Fan didn't know much about yachts, he was still very satisfied with what she said, so he asked, "Can I go up and take a tour? P.S. I just brushed the backstage and saw that I don't know which big guy threw more than 18,000 flowers at once, and I was scared to quickly get up from the bed to update the code word. Thank you big guy for encouragement." Chapter 061. Yes sir, please come with me. Zhu Xiaoai immediately smiled at Yang Fan and nodded, and then took him to the Faraday Mercury Trawler yacht. In fact, like this luxury yacht exhibition, the average tourist is not qualified to go up to the yacht to visit, only the staff can take people up. And the staff is not everyone will bring it, they will generally observe whether this person really intends to buy a yacht or is just making a splash. When encountering the kind of person who looks blind and lively, female shopping guides often find reasons to refuse. But Yang Fan obviously didn't look that kind of person, so Zhu Xiaoai didn't have any hesitation and directly took him on the yacht. In Zhu Xiaoai's opinion, Yang Fan's confidence and self-confidence can be seen at a glance that he is very powerful, and he is definitely the kind of high-quality guest who really intends to buy a yacht. The confidence of rich people cannot be pretended. As an excellent professional luxury shopping guide, the most basic ability is to be able to see at a glance whether the customer has money. Follow Zhu Xiaoai to this Faraday Mercury trawler yacht. Yang Fan immediately felt a luxurious aura rushing towards him. Only by looking up close can you truly feel the luxurious details of this luxury trawling yacht. It can be said that with Yang Fan's intuitive feeling, the luxury of the interior decoration of this yacht is not at all lost to the rooms of any five-star hotel. The most important thing is that it is not only luxuriously decorated, but also has the corresponding equipment inside. Kitchen, bathroom, pool, cinema, gym, mini bar. In short, it is a luxury yacht, it has it all. Although it is not as big and awesome as the super luxury yacht he saw before that is more than 100 meters long, it is luxurious enough. Yang Fan immediately fantasized about it. If I drive this luxury trawl yacht in the future, bring a few beautiful girls, and have fun while fishing at sea, the scene must be very beautiful. Think about it, it's beautiful. Yang Fan is fantasizing here, and Zhu Xiaoai over there is also introducing him to this trawl yacht in detail. Sir, as you can see, this trawl yacht has 3 floors, it has a total of 6 guest rooms, 3 toilets, as well as the kitchen and entertainment venues such as the pool bar theater. In addition to the luxurious interior, its power system is the world's top, the overall performance and speed are first class in a yacht of the same price, and its engine is. In addition, as a trawl yacht with trawl fishing functions, its work area is also very powerful, its trawl equipment is imported from ugly countries, can achieve 100% automated operation. You need to fish at any time, just press a button, you can start the operation. Under Zhu Xiaoai's introduction, Yang Fan visited the entire trawl yacht inside and out. Standing on the deck of the 3rd deck of the yacht, Yang Fan looked at the blue sea and felt the gentle blowing of the sea breeze. At this moment, he was really very satisfied in his heart. It must be wonderful to own such a luxury trawl yacht. Bought. Yang Fan now had this one thought in his mind. Making up his mind, he turned his head to look at the female shopping guide Zhu Xiaoai and asked, I am quite satisfied with this trawl yacht, how much is it? The female shopping guide Zhu Xiaoai's beautiful eyes immediately flashed a trace of excitement, and she quickly said, Sir, the official guide price of this trawl yacht is 4.66 million, but if you really want to buy it, I can apply with the supervisor to give you a preferential price. 4.66 million. Hearing this price, Yang Fan was not too surprised, it is normal for luxury yachts to sell for more than 4 million. This price is also just within his acceptable range. The previous 2 times he sold large yellow croaker, about $4 million, and sold splendid lobster and dragon grouper also sold hundreds of thousands, adding up to his total assets of more than 4 million and less than 5 million. Just enough to buy this luxury trawl yacht. Thinking of this, Yang Fan did not ink, and directly said to the female shopping guide Zhu Xiaoai, if you buy it in full, how much discount can you give? I don't like to bargain, you give me a minimum price, if it suits me I will buy. Sir, if you really plan to buy it in full, I can apply for a discount of 95% off for you, which is really the biggest discount we can give. In addition, we will also give you some gifts such as accessories on the yacht. Are you satisfied with this offer? Zhu Xiaoai quickly replied a little cautiously. Yang Fan didn't bother to bargain anymore, and waved his big hand, okay, then so be it, I bought it. Good, good. Sir, wait a minute, I'll go get the contract. Seeing that Yang Fan really wanted to buy this yacht, Zhu Xiaoai's pretty face was full of surprise and excitement, and she got off the yacht without saying a word and went to the service area to get the contract. This little beautiful female shopping guide is undoubtedly happy in her heart now. If this transaction is really successfully completed, she will get a very considerable commission. Half an hour later, Yang Fan spent more than 4 million yuan and signed a contract on the spot to buy this luxury trawl yacht in full. This grand feat immediately caused a sensation at the exhibition site. Many people are gathered around here to eat melons and discuss, wanting to see which local tycoons are so rich. Millions of yachts said to buy it. When the onlookers found out that it was a young man in his early 20s who bought this luxury trawl yacht, they instantly soured. Maid. Lao Tzu is still riding a little donkey in his 30s, and others are driving luxury yachts in their 20s. Thief God is unfair. Yes. This young man looks like a rich second generation, otherwise how could he buy a luxury yacht at such a young age? Don't say it, envy can't come, who let the family have a good father? 2. Some things are born with it, and if they don't, they don't. Like this multi-million luxury yacht, ordinary families born people, basically don't think about it for a lifetime. It's true, it's too difficult to make a fortune on your own this year. Yang Fan couldn't hear the discussion of the melon-eating masses, because he was lying comfortably on the large leather sofa in the sightseeing hall on the 3rd floor of the yacht at the moment. After paying and signing the contract, this luxury trawl yacht officially belongs to him. It really excites him a little. As a child who grew up in a seaside fishing village, one of Yang Fan's biggest dreams when he was a child was to be a majestic captain and own a big fishing boat of his own. Now, childhood dreams have not only come true but also upgraded. Not only did he become a captain and had a big boat that could fish, but it was also a luxury trawler yacht for leisure. Don't mention this feeling. Just one word, cool. Chapter 062. The yacht was bought, but it couldn't be driven away right away. Because you still need to go through some formalities and certificates, of course, these are all handled by the manufacturer to help Yang Fan handle the whole process. He doesn't need to do anything himself, he only needs to wait patiently for 2 or 3 hours. During this waiting time, Yang Fan was not idle. The manufacturer's service was in place, and he was found an experienced old captain to teach him how to operate the yacht throughout the process. Yang Fan spent a lot of time to familiarize himself with the relevant equipment and operation methods of this yacht. Of course, the operation of the yacht is actually not complicated, not to mention that Yang Fan has experience in driving boats before, so it won't take long for him to be able to do it handy. There is another thing worth mentioning. That is, the yacht manufacturer also provides painting services, so Yang Fan simply gave the trawl yacht a name on the spot, and then asked the manufacturer to help him spray the name of this luxury trawl yacht. The name he gave the yacht was also very simple, that is, the Sails. That's right, the name given to the yacht after the homonym of his name. Set Sail. This name is quite appropriate. Soon, 3 hours passed. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the yacht manufacturer finally helped Yang Fan get all the procedures done. The beautiful shopping guide Zhu Xiaoai came to Yang Fan with a document. She half bent over and handed the document to Yang Fan with a smile. Mr. Yang, the relevant procedures and documents are here, we have helped you do it, and now you can sail your yacht at any time. Yang Fan took it casually. Okay, thanks. Zhu Xiaoai then took out her mobile phone and said to Yang Fan with a clever smile, by the way, Mr. Yang, I forgot to add your V-letter, I will make a return visit to you in the future, and then if you have any after-sales problems over there, you can also find me at any time. Okay. Yang Fan glanced at her, and then took out his mobile phone and added the V-letter of this beautiful shopping guide. After getting everything done, Yang Fan can finally drive his Yangfan and set sail. The vast ocean is full of blue waves. The endless blue is pleasant. At this moment, on the vast blue sea, a luxury trawl yacht is sailing fast, setting off white waves. In the cockpit at the bow of the yacht, Yang Fan held the rudder with a look of excitement. The feeling of driving a luxury yacht on the sea is really very cool. This luxury trawl yacht can reach a maximum speed of 18 knots, which is quite fast. Driving it to cut the wind and waves at sea, it feels like conquering the sea under your feet. Wah! Long winds and breaking waves will sometimes, hanging directly on the clouds and sails to the sea. It's like flying. Yang Fan drove the yacht to ride the wind and waves, laughing heartily. For the first time in my life, I sailed in a luxury yacht and this feeling was wonderful. Although Yang Fan has driven fishing boats many times, driving a small and broken fishing boat and driving such a large luxury yacht must be different, which is like the difference between riding an electric car and driving a Ferrari, which is not a concept at all. As the yacht moves away from the coastline, the view opens up. The fresh sea breeze blows, the white waves rise and fall. And from time to time a few seabirds pass by, and the whole world seems to be filled with peace and tranquility. Yang Fan's heart felt extremely satisfied. Just 2 words: comfortable. At the beginning of driving the yacht, Yang Fan was still a little unfamiliar, but after sailing for a while, he became more and more handy. A license is required to open a boat, and the pig's foot is by default for the sake of the plot. After a voyage of more than 2 hours, Yang Fan finally drove the yacht back to the dock of Big Whale Village. At this moment, it is already 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and at this time, many fishermen in the fishing village have begun to return from the sea one after another, so there will be a lot of fishermen on the pier. When Yang Fan drove his brand new luxury trawl yacht slowly towards the pier, those fishermen in Big Whale Village immediately exclaimed and became curious. Whoa! This big yacht looks exciting. It's not cheap at first glance. Yes, such a luxurious and large yacht, at least a few million, right? But no, this big guy doesn't even think about it. I just don't know what this luxury yacht is doing in our village. Yes, who is a rich relative? But I haven't heard of any relatives in the village who has luxury yachts. For a time, the pier of Big Whale Village became a sensation. Many villagers nearby saw a big luxury yacht coming from the pier, and they immediately gathered around to join in the fun. As the luxury trawl yacht got closer and closer to the dock, a sharp-eyed half-sized boy on the shore immediately saw Yang Fan in the cockpit at the bow. He immediately exclaimed loudly, "Wow! It's Brother Fan!" This luxury yacht was driven back by Brother Fan. The villagers next to him all widened their eyes when they heard his words. What? Did the sail kid drive it back? I look. Oh my god! And really? The one who drives the boat in the cockpit is really a sail boy. Oh my god! This luxury yacht was driven back by the sail boy? I'm afraid this is just the sail boy who bought it himself. I guess it was Fan Kid who bought it himself. Otherwise, where to borrow such a new luxury yacht? Amazing, amazing! Fanboy is worthy of being a famous college student. It's only been a few years since I went out, and I actually bought a luxury yacht. Who says it isn't? People with skills have skills no matter what they do. I remember a few days ago Fan Ziazi went back to the fishing village to fish, and some people said that he came back when he couldn't get along in the city, and now he was slapped in the face. Yes. People Fan Kid has been smart and clever since he was a child, and he can also be admitted to a prestigious university. How can he not mix in the city? Gee! Our Big Whale Village has produced a capable person. When those villagers on the pier saw that the luxury yacht was actually driven back by Yang Fan, they all began to talk wildly. Chapter 063. Find a spot for the trawl yacht. Yang Fan came out of the cockpit and walked onto the deck. A middle-aged man immediately shouted at him in the crowd of onlookers on the pier, "Sail boy, you bought this luxury yacht." Yang Fan smiled, tried his best to control his tone to keep a low profile, and said to the man, "Yes, Uncle DeLong, I just bought it. Although there has been speculation for a long time. But when he saw Yang Fan personally confirm that this luxury trawl yacht was bought by him, the fathers and villagers in the village on the dock all widened their eyes in shock. Gee! This luxury yacht was really bought by the sailboy himself. Amazing! Amazing! The sailboy is really amazing. Millions of luxury yachts can be bought, too rich. Or maybe it's good to read. You see that the fan kid is now so productive after going to a prestigious university. How can we smelly fish compare? Yes. You have to read to get ahead. Who says it isn't? But how many cubs in our village can read into the book? Let's say that my kid knows every day what to call the glory of the king with a mobile phone, and if he doesn't play with him, he will go on a hunger strike, and I am really about to be angry with him. Alas, my smelly boy is still the same. No way, not everyone is born with material like fanboy. The crowd became even more boisterous. Many village elders gave Yang Fan a thumbs up and praised in their mouths. The half-old children in the village stared at this luxury trawl yacht with their eyes shining, and they wanted to visit the yacht and play it. As for those fishing village youths of the same generation as Yang Fan, they are envious and ashamed. Speaking of them, they have played with Yang Fan since childhood, but now Yang Fan has bought a big yacht, they are ashamed to die compared with one. The news that Yang Fan bought a luxury yacht immediately spread throughout the village, and for a while the people in the village were talking about it. Soon, Yang Hungtao also learned the news. Shortly after returning from fishing, he was sorting fishing nets in the yard of his house, and when he heard the news, he was stunned on the spot. Without saying a word, he threw down his fishing net and ran to the dock. At this time, although Yang Fan had already disembarked and returned home, many people on the dock still came here to visit his luxury trawl yacht. When Yang Hungtao rushed to the dock and saw the luxury trawl yacht docked in the port, his eyes immediately widened, lying groove. Sale really bought a luxury yacht. Yang Hungtao was really stunned. He has the best relationship with Yang Fan, and he is also the person who has walked closest to Yang Fan after returning to the fishing village, and it can be said that he is the person who knows Yang Fan the most in the entire fishing village. It was precisely because of this that he knew that Yang Fan should not be so rich. He knew very well that Yang Fan had worked in a bank before, with a high salary and good benefits. But no matter how high the salary and how good the benefits are, Yang Fan has only graduated for 2 or 3 years. How can he afford to buy millions of luxury yachts? For the sake of low profile. After Yang Fan parked the yacht, he immediately went back to his house to rest, otherwise he would definitely be surrounded by enthusiastic villagers asking questions. But before he could go home and rest for long, Yang Hungtao, who had finished watching the yacht from the dock, came to the door. Yang Hungtao was an impatient person, and as soon as he entered the door, he put his arm around Yang Fan's shoulder and shouted, "It's a day. Sales. You actually bought a luxury yacht without a word. My mother, how much does that cost? Gan. Talk as you speak, don't move your hands and feet." Seeing that this cargo came up and put his arm around his shoulders, Yang Fan scolded with a smile and threw away his hand, and then said very casually, "That yacht didn't cost much, just more than 4 million. Hearing this, Yang Hungtao immediately glared. Groove. Just more than 4 million. Fanzi, don't pretend like this. I said, where the hell did you kid get so much money? Did you win the lottery jackpot, or did you make a fake account when you worked at the bank before? Hear this guy speechless. Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes. Make fake accounts? I'll be your head. Don't talk nonsense, this is going to squat in prison. So Fanzi, did you win the lottery jackpot? How many handfuls are won? Is the lottery a special insider? Can it be your turn to win the jackpot? Then Fanzi, where did you get so much money? You can't earn money by being a duck in the magic capital, right? Yang Fan flew over directly with a kick. You specially give Lao Tzu the fuck off, you are the duck. No, you are the duck king. Yang Hungtao quickly dodged away and laughed, ha ha ha, Fanzi, you won't be angry by what I said, right? Are you really being raised by a rich woman in the magic capital? Yang Fan no longer wanted to deal with these two goods. Ha ha ha, okay, no kidding. Fanzi, although I don't know how you got rich, as a brother, I am still sincerely happy for you. This is a luxury yacht, Mrs. Tet's strength. Yang Hungtao said, and then seemed to suddenly think of something, only to see him raise his eyebrows, revealing a somewhat lewd expression. Fanzi, let's say it in advance. I'm your best brother. If in the future, like in the movie, you want to take a group of young models to the yacht to open the body, you must not forget brothers and me. Hey, hey! That scene! Think about it! Looking at this product with a lewd expression, he was still smiling there, and he didn't know what pictures were going on in his mind that were inappropriate for children. Yang Fan suddenly rolled his eyes. Okay, you don't compare, if there are good things, I will definitely not forget you. Yang Fan scolded with a smile, and then explained to Yang Hungtao, Daisy, I didn't buy this yacht just for enjoyment or party, it is a trawling yacht that can be used for fishing. What? Can such a luxurious yacht still be used for fishing? Yang Hungtao was immediately shocked. Of course, and the fishing equipment on it is very professional, much more advanced than ordinary trawlers, otherwise why do you think I spent so much money on it? Groove. Then this yacht is big. Doesn't that mean that this yacht can open the body with a tender mold and then fish at the same time? Gan. You can't get by with the young model, can you? Hey, hey! It's not that you have watched too many small movies in the island country. I remember watching a small movie before, which impressed me very deeply. It was the story of a group of beautiful girls on a yacht and Kato-sensei. For this goods, Yang Fan was completely speechless. A few words of gags. At this time, Yang Hungtao suddenly changed his words, and said with a chicken thief's smile, hee hee, that's right. Sail, since this trawl yacht you bought can fish, it must need help, right? Yang Fan glanced at him and smiled, oh? How to say, you want to get on my boat? Yang Hungtao immediately patted his chest and said awe-inspiringly, that's for sure. Fanzi, what is the relationship between the two? That's the iron buddy who grew up wearing open pants together. You need helpers, as a brother I will definitely be the first to go ah. Yang Fan immediately gave this product a roll of his eyes, and said with a smile, depend, I really have you. Obviously, you just want to hug your brother's thigh and sit on your brother's luxury trawl yacht, and the result is so good. Yang Hungtao, who was ruthlessly pierced on the spot and had a face comparable to a city wall, scratched his head and smiled at all. Hee hee, who let you fish so well? I'm definitely going to mess with you in the future. Say yes and take me to fly, sail, you can't leave me. In the future, whether I can make a fortune and marry a beautiful wife will all point to you. Speaking of which, Yang Fan smiled and didn't talk nonsense, he patted Yang Hungtao's shoulder, and said seriously, Daisy, we don't need to talk so much between brothers, in the future, you will follow my ship to the sea, I won't say much else, only if you work steadily, I will definitely not treat you badly. Yang Hungtao was moved when he heard this, okay. Sales, then it's settled. I'll be your man from now on. Yang Fan. What's the point of being my person in the future? How does this sound weird? The next time, Yang Fan discussed with Yang Hungtao and decided to drive a trawling yacht to the open sea tomorrow. The trawl yacht is equipped with various types of trawls, and there is no need to prepare anything, you can go directly out and fish in the net. It just so happens that the weather at sea is good these days, you can try to go fishing in the distant sea. In this regard, Yang Fan is still very excited and looking forward to it. This was the first time he had gone fishing in a mechanized trawler, and it was a completely different feeling than driving a small fishing boat out to sea. After all, the number of fish caught by the row hook is limited, but trawlers are different, as long as you can find a school of fish, you may be able to get thousands of pounds of fish up in one net. As for Yang Hongtao, he was even more excited. The thought of driving that brand new luxury trawler with Yang Fan tomorrow was a tingling of excitement. That's a luxury yacht. Driving a luxury yacht to fish, how cool this Nima is. After Yang Hongtao left, Yang Fan went to the yard to water the vegetable field with some water diluted with gold droplets. After a few days of development, the little cherry tomato seedlings in the vegetable field have completely opened, and the plants are tall and turquoise, and the growth is very gratifying. Yang Fan estimated that they should be able to blossom and bear fruit in less than 2 days. This is actually very unreasonable. It stands to reason that the virgin fruit seedlings have to bear fruit for at least a month, but Yang Fan planted these only takes about a week. I have to say that the gold drop is too against the sky. It's just pulling out seedlings and helping to grow. At the same time, Yang Fan was also curious about how the taste of cherry tomatoes irrigated by golden drops would be different from ordinary cherry tomatoes. It won't be long before there will be results. And just as Yang Fan was focusing on watering the vegetable field, his mobile phone rang suddenly. Taking out his mobile phone and looking at the ID, Yang Fan was suddenly a little surprised. Hey, why did she call? P.S. Sincerity is full of more than 3,000 words of big chapters. One chapter is equivalent to 2 chapters of others. Please order your own first. Chapter 064. See caller ID. Yang Fan was really a little surprised. The one who called him turned out to be Su Xiao Xiao, an old junior high school classmate he met when he went to town to buy vegetable seeds last time. After buying seeds last time, the two left phone numbers and V letters, but they have basically not been in touch in the past few days. So this time I suddenly received a call from Su Xiao Xiao, and Yang Fan was still a little curious about what she was looking for. Hey, old student, hello. Pressing the connect button, Yang Fan said hello with a smile. Immediately, Su Xiaoxiao's sweet and crisp voice came over. Yang Fan, is it unexpected, I suddenly called you? Haha, to be honest, it's a little. Then guess I'm looking for you. Well, I can't guess this, it won't be to invite me to dinner, right? Cut. Think of the beauty of you. Although Yang Fan is very handsome, this girl is not a flower idiot. Haha, what are you looking for me for, old classmate? Hey, good thing. It's definitely a good thing for you, Yang Fan. Su Xiaoxiao's tone was very mysterious. What's a good thing? Yang Fan was a little surprised. I'm not selling it. It's just that tomorrow is not the weekend. There is a sister who played well with me back from the city for the holiday, and then we made an appointment to go out together tomorrow, and in the process of chatting, I casually mentioned to her that Yang Fan you came back from the magic capital. As a result, guess what? What's going on? Yang Fan touched his nose. She heard that Yang Fan is back, and immediately asked me to call Yang Fan and you to come out for a gathering together. Speaking of which, she used to be Yang Fan's little fan sister. Yang Fan, guess who she is? Ahem, forget about the little Fang girl, I'm not a big star. However, old student, who are you talking about? It's Manny. Yemeni. Yang Fan, do you still have an impression? Yemeni. Hearing this name, Yang Fan thought back. At first he didn't remember who it was, but then, he did. Yemeni. Yang Fan's junior high school classmate. As I said before, Yang Fan's appearance back then was definitely a class-level existence in junior high school, plus he studied well and had a personality and was outgoing, and he was simply a proper male god in the class. It can be said that Yang Fan was a fragrant gluttony in junior high school, and basically received a lot of love letters every semester. Yes, mobile phones were not popular in those days, QQ was just emerging, and the mainstream way for junior high school students to express love was to stuff love letters into their desks. And as the male god in the class, Yang Fan received no less than 10 love letters in one semester. There are even girls in other classes who will secretly stuff love letters into his drawer and leave their QQ numbers. As for Yemeni, although she did not stuff love letters into Yang Fan's drawer, she would send Yang Fan music greeting cards every Christmas. And on the music greeting card, she will carefully write down a few lines of blessings and draw a few cute cartoon patterns. Therefore, Yang Fan is very clear that Yemeni has a good impression of herself, but this girl may be a little more subtle and will not say it very directly. Ben said it. There are many little girls who have liked Yang Fan in junior high school. And many of them he has no impression, even if you tell him the name, he will definitely not be able to remember who it is. But Yemeni is an exception. The reason is simple. Because Yemeni is so well developed. It's hard not to be impressed by her. Yes, in junior high school, Yemeni was the best developed of all the girls in the class. Other girls of the same age may only show their sharp corners, but she already has quite proud capital. This made Yemeni in the class that year always been the object of private discussion by the boys, and everyone was curious about what she ate and grew up. How could she develop so well? In addition, the young Yemeni is not only super well developed, but also quite a water spirit. Although the little girls in the town at that time were not as good at dressing up as the post-00s now, everyone looked a little rustic, but from the facial features, Yemeni was definitely very handsome. Proud of the figure of all her peers, coupled with her beautiful and lovely appearance, Yemeni has always been very popular with boys. Although the small-town junior high school of that era was not particularly popular for early love, many precocious boys had intentions for Yemeni. But Yemeni is lukewarm to all the boys who offer her courtesy. Because there is only one boy who really has a good impression in her heart, that is Yang Fan. But it's a pity that Yang Fan is relatively late. When he was in junior high school, his heart was completely rooted in reading and catching the sea to fish, and he didn't have much interest in his sister at all. It was not until the summer vacation after the middle school entrance examination that he slowly began to understand. And by coincidence, when Yang Fan's late puberty finally arrived, Yemeni turned out to be the first girl to appear in his dreams. At that time, Yang Fan actually didn't have any special feelings for Yemeni, and he didn't know why he dreamed of Yemeni at first. It even feels a little inexplicable because of it. But when he grew up and became sensible, he gradually understood the reason. Seriously, after graduating from junior high school, Yang Fan regretted it a little. He hated himself for not maturing earlier. Otherwise, when I was in junior high school, I should be able to have a very young but certainly interesting and sweet relationship with Yemeni. Hey, Yang Fan, are you still listening? Why don't you talk? Su Xiaoxiu's sudden voice pulled Yang Fan back from the memories that were a little unbearable to look back. Ahem. In it. Yang Fan touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. So what do you say? Yang Fan, do you have time tomorrow? Do you want to join my party with Manny? Su asked with a smile. Well, old student, although I really want to join you, but tomorrow I have already made an appointment with my friend to go fishing, otherwise I will make an appointment next time? Yang Fan thought for a moment and said. Well, that's a pity. Hey, that's right. Speaking of this, Su Xiaoxiao seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and she asked on the phone with a little expectation. Yang Fan, I'm very interested in going out to fish, otherwise Manny and I will go to you. You take us out to sea fishing? However, if this disturbs you from fishing, then we will make an appointment next time. You came to me to go fishing with me? Well, yes, it doesn't matter to me here, if you want to come. Then come over tomorrow. Yay! That's great. Then that's it. Hee hee. Yang Fan, you don't know, although my hometown is also from a fishing village, I have grown so big, I have never taken a fishing boat to catch fish. You'll have to take me to experience it this time. As for Manny's side, although I haven't told her yet, I think she will be very interested too. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Yang Fan smiled. Hee, see you tomorrow. By the way, one last word, Yang Fan, I have to give you a preventive injection in advance. Manny is now a goddess-level beauty. Super figure. And she is still in graduate school, a beautiful college student. Yang Fan, don't drool when you see her tomorrow, ha ha ha. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. Yes, then I am looking forward to it. Hee, Yang Fan, don't believe my words, you will definitely be amazed. Manny is really a thief, beautiful thief and sexy now. You'll know when you see her tomorrow. Haha, then it means that I have to pay attention to the image tomorrow, otherwise if I see a beautiful woman like Brother Pig who has never seen the world, I will be dumbfounded, then I will be embarrassed. Yang Fan shrugged and made a joke. Cluck. The phone immediately rang with Su Xiaoxio's silver bell-like smile. Then the two chatted a few more words, and then said goodbye and ended the call. Putting down the mobile phone, Yang Fan narrowed his eyes. Hey, listening to Su Xiaoxiao say this, I really look forward to it for some reason. It's fun to meet old people. Not to mention, Yamani was the first girl to appear in Yang Fan's youth dream. Yang Fan is really looking forward to seeing him again tomorrow, this female classmate who has left a deep impression on his adolescence. P.S. Ask for the first order, ask for the custom order. In addition, Weekly said, the listing is a little sudden, I have no saved the manuscript, and these 2 chapters may be changed in the early morning, you don't have to wait. Tomorrow morning as soon as I wake up I'll get up and codeword and try for a few more chapters. Chapter 065. The next day, early in the morning. The sky is cloudless, and the sea is peaceful. Another good weather with a nice wind and singing birds. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Yang Fan stretched out and got up from the bed. This sleep until natural awakening can be described as quite comfortable. Of course, I was going to drive a newly bought luxury trawl yacht to the open sea to fish today, and I should have gotten up early. But because he made an appointment with Su Xiaoxiao Yamani and them, considering that it was not convenient for the girls to rush over too early, Yang Fan asked Su Xiaoxiao Yamani and they gathered at the entrance of the village at 9 o'clock in the morning. 9 o'clock must be quite late for the fishermen. Even many fishermen go out at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning to release their nets, and this point is almost back. However, for Yang Fan, he does not need to get up too early. Other fishermen get up early to go to sea because there are the most fish in the sea in the morning, and it is easiest to catch fish when the sky is not yet dawn in the morning. But Yang Fan is very casual, he can catch a lot of fish at any time. That's the fun of opening and hanging. With Dragon Ball, fishing is guaranteed, and dashing and casual is over. Simply wash up, cook a noodle for breakfast, and then tidy up your hairstyle in front of the mirror after eating. Well, I have to say, brother is really getting more and more handsome. If I were a girl, I would definitely like myself. Looking at the handsome face in the mirror and the body that was more perfect than the male model, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. The transformation of Dragon Ball is continuous, and while Jindy has been improving his physique, he has also continued to increase his spirit and appearance. Every day when he gets up, Yang Fan will feel as if he is a little more handsome than yesterday. To be honest, this made him a little distressed. I don't eat by my face, why should I be so handsome? No matter how handsome it is, the girls who walk on the road in the future will pounce on it. Finish your hair. Yang Fan looked at the time and found that it was already 8:45. Not long after the appointment with Su Xiaoxiao, he stopped rubbing and walked out slowly towards the entrance of the village. Meanwhile, a 3-car motorcycle slowly came from the town, and it seemed that it would soon arrive at the big whale village. On top of Mo sat 3 young and beautiful girls. These 3 girls have their own characteristics, and their appearance and figure are quite online. Among them, the sweet girl with a big ponytail was Su Xiao Xiao, an old classmate Yang Fan met last time when he was buying fruit and vegetable seeds in town. The long-haired girl with a delicate temperament and a delicate face next to Su Xiao Xiao was naturally the first girl Yamani to appear in Yang Fan's youth dream. As for the girl next to Yamani, who is a little charmingly dressed and has strong makeup, it is Zhang Lingling, a graduate student roommate who came to her hometown as a guest. At this time, Su Xiao Xiao looked at the watch on his hand. She found that it was almost the time agreed with Yang Fan, so she asked Mo's master, "Master, how long until I can get to Big Whale Village?" Mo's master glanced at the road and immediately replied, "I guess I will be there soon, or it will be a few minutes." Su smiled and nodded. And then said with a smile, "Okay, thank you master, how much is the fare? I'll give it to you first." $10. "Okay, here you go." Su Xiao Xiao took out 10 pieces of cash and handed them to Mo's master. After paying for the car, she turned her head to look at Yamani next to her, and said teasingly, "Hee, Manny, it's coming soon. How about it, about to meet the dream lover Yang Fan Yang Taipan Grass, Manny, are you very excited?" Yamani suddenly blushed and gave her a roll of her eyes, "Ah! What do you Nico say? What a dream lover, what a thing! Hee, Manny, it's useless for you to deny it. As your table mate back then, can I still see that you liked Yang Fan before? At that time, when you were in junior high school, you were lukewarm to all the boys in the class, and you tore it directly without reading love letters written to you. But your attitude towards Yang Fan is obviously unusual. And the most important point is that every Christmas you will send Yang Fan a carefully prepared music greeting card. I can see that Manny you are interesting to him, okay?" Seeing that Su Xiaoxiao's analysis was Deo, it was reasonable. Yamani rolled her eyes, shrugged her shoulders and smiled helplessly. Okay, I admit that I liked Yang Fan when I first started my junior high school relationship. Okay. But how many years have this been the matter of Chen Sesame Rotten Grain? Don't mention it when you laugh. Back then, she really had a crush on Yang Fan, a handsome big boy. But after so many years, the throbbing of that girl has long become a youthful memory. Now Yamani just regarded Yang Fan as a bit of a special old classmate in her heart, and she didn't have any other thoughts at all. So for Su Xiao to laugh and tease, she didn't care too much, and admitted it generously. Seeing Yamani generously admitted, Su Xiao Xiao felt a little bored, so he didn't tease her. "Well, I won't mention it back then. But Manny, the last time I saw Yang Fan, I found that he was even more handsome than before." "Yes, how handsome?" "Thief handsome. I feel much more handsome than those popular little fresh meat in the entertainment industry. You'll know when you see you." "Haha, then I'm looking forward to it." Yamani covered her mouth and chuckled. The two old classmates were chatting happily. But at this moment, a somewhat discordant voice suddenly sounded from the side, "Cut! I really laughed, where can a fisherman be handsome?" This rather mocking tone was naturally said by Yamani's roommate Zhang Lingling. This Lingling is touching up makeup in front of the small mirror, constantly pouring powder on her face, although she has a 3-point posture, but the makeup is thick and like a female ghost. As soon as she heard Su Xiao Xiao say that Yang Fan was very handsome, more handsome than the popular little fresh meat, she couldn't help but open her mouth to mock. In her opinion, how handsome can a man who breaks a rural fishing village be? "I'm afraid it's not a dirty, dark, and humble country man." Su smiled and couldn't help frowning. However, she didn't say anything either. After all, Zhang Lingling is Yamani's roommate and can be regarded as a guest, so she naturally can't argue with her. Yamani also frowned. She knows that her roommate has a bit of a bad personality, very snobbish and very pretentious, but after all, she is her roommate for 3 years of graduate school. And it is not good to say anything about her. "Okay, Lingling, make up your makeup. Don't look down on people, my classmate is really handsome. Yamani made a round. Unexpectedly, this Zhang Lingling's sense of superiority is quite strong. Even if you are handsome, what is the use? You are not a fisherman. This year, men have no money, handsome and have a hammer to use. Yamani really didn't know what to say about her roommate. She had to cast an apologetic look at Su Xiao, hoping that she wouldn't mind. Su Xiao understood her, and smiled indifferently to indicate that she was not angry. After this discordant episode, Su Xiao didn't talk much with Yamani, and the annoying Zhang Lingling in the province was crooked. Fortunately, soon Mose arrived at Big Whale Village. After Yang Fan went out, he walked to the entrance of the village within a few minutes. Finding that Su Xiao Yamani had not yet arrived, she picked up her mobile phone and played for a while. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, a motorcycle suddenly came from afar, and the sound of the engine was quite loud. Yang Fan looked up and vaguely saw 3 girls sitting on Mo's top, guessing that it should be Su Xiao Yamani and them, but I don't know who the other one is. But it is estimated that it should be one of their young ladies, and he didn't care. Soon, Mo drove to a stop outside the village entrance. Su smiled at Yamani and they walked down together. Yang Fan, meet again. As soon as he got off the car, Su Xiao saw Yang Fan standing at the entrance of the village, and quickly smiled and waved hello. Yang Fan also smiled and waved at her. But then, his gaze couldn't help but be attracted by Yamani next to Su Xiao. Then, his eyes lit up. Yang Fan didn't expect that the little girl who had a crush on her back then would be so amazing when she grew up. He couldn't help but look at Yamani carefully. With a height of about 1 meter and 7 meters, beautiful chestnut long hair with slight wavy curls, a simple white cartoon t-shirt and denim shorts, it is enough to outline her youthful and energetic S-shaped good body. And it's obvious. The girl who developed the best back then, is still proud, a slim t-shirt on her, it looks very tight and a little supportive. It's not just the perfect figure. This girl, who has not been seen for many years, has a small face and looks very delicate. The facial features are exquisite and beautiful, the eyes are pure as water, the skin is fair, the nose is high, the red lips are small, and there is a faint beauty mole at the corner of the mouth, which is just right to embellish the style of her mouth. The sea breeze blew her hair gently, and the bright morning sun also sprinkled on her white little face, which added a little more brilliance to her. At this moment, Yamani was like a beautiful girl with a big bear who came out of a comic. Yang Fan was really amazed. He didn't expect that among his junior high school classmates, there would be such a beautiful girl. And this beautiful girl, once had a crush on herself. P.S. Another 3,000 word chapter. Please order first. In addition, Chapter 63 was locked up in a small black room for a while, and now it is released. Friends who haven't seen it can look back. Chapter 066. Yang Fan looked at Yamani at the same time. Yamani was actually looking at Yang Fan. At this look, one of her little hearts began to thump and accelerate like a deer. Yang Fan. He's too handsome. Handsome, sunny, tall. The first time she saw Yang Fan, Yamani instantly felt like she was electrocuted. The kind of 100,000 volts. Her beautiful eyes stared at this first love she hadn't seen for many years, and she was a little stunned for a while. It seems that she has changed back to the little girl who was in love in Dochikai, and she is still secretly in love with the sunny and handsome big boy in front of her. Su Xiao on the side noticed that Yamani was staring at Yang Fan in a daze, and immediately covered her mouth and chuckled, "Giggle, Manny, I'm not wrong, is Yang Fan more handsome than before? When you little Nizai sees him, I'm afraid that you immediately relapsed in old love, right?" Yamani came back to her senses and quickly blushed, "Ah! Laugh, don't make such jokes anymore, how embarrassing it would be if Yang Fan heard it." Su Xiao grimaced at her, slightly. "Well, knowing that Unizai is thin-skinned, I won't tease you." Let's go and make peace with Yang Fan. Saying that, Su Xiao Xiao took Yamani's hand and walked towards Yang Fan. Seeing Su Xiao Xiao Yamani, they got out of the car and walked towards their side. Yang Fan did not stand stupidly, and greeted him with steps. Approaching quickly. As soon as Su Xiao Xiao came over, he took the lead in joking at Yang Fan. No. Yang Fan, I brought a big beauty over to introduce you to know. After that, she stopped by herself and gently pushed Yamani forward. In this way, Yang Fan and Yamani came face to face. The two looked at each other. Yang Fan's eyes were very calm and normal, so he generously held an appreciative gaze, and looked at Yamani, a beautiful junior high school female classmate, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. As for Yamani, there couldn't help but suddenly appear a trace of strangeness in her eyes. Yamani, long time no see. Yang Fan took the lead in speaking, and stretched out his hand to Yamani with a smile. Old student, welcome to my house as a guest. Yang Fan, long time no see. Yamani also smiled and stretched out her hand to shake Yang Fan. Her little hand was very comfortable to hold, making Yang Fan want to hold it all the time. Of course, in order not to be regarded as a disciple, he still touched the point and let go of Yamani's little hand. Su Xiao Xiao on the side immediately laughed at this time. Yuhi! Why did you still shake hands when you met? Yang Fan didn't shake hands when you met me last time. Yang Fan suddenly sweated. Then do you want to make up for it now? Su Xiao smiled and pouted arrogantly. Cut, this girl is not rare. When old classmates meet, they naturally have to greet each other. The three talked and laughed for a while. After the chat was almost over, Yamani introduced Zhang Lingling to Yang Fan. Yang Fan, this is my roommate Zhang Lingling. It just so happens that she is fine on this holiday. Just come with me to play, we won't disturb you when we come over, right? Haha, of course not. Three beautiful women come to the door, I am very welcome. Saying that, Yang Fan also stretched out his hand to Zhang Lingling out of the workplace social habits he had developed before. Hello beauty. I'm Yang Fan, it's nice to meet you. Originally, according to Zhang Lingling's personality, she must be reluctant to shake hands with a fisherman. The fisherman must be fishy and dirty every day. How disgusting should it be to shake hands with them? But if this fisherman were such a handsome and sunny handsome as Yang Fan, that Zhang Lingling's attitude would be immediately different. Hello, I'm Zhang Lingling. Seeing that Yang Fan took the initiative to stretch out his hand, Zhang Lingling shook him warmly, and even showed a somewhat sweet and greasy smile. It has to be said. Handsome can really do whatever you want sometimes. Originally, in the eyes of Zhang Lingling, an extremely snobbish gold-worshipping woman, the fisherman must be shabby and dirty, and she despised the peasants, fishermen, workers, and other crowds in her heart, but under Yang Fan's prosperous beauty and perfect figure, she ignored the identity of Yang Fan's fisherman. The moment she just saw Yang Fan, Zhang Lingling's heart began to plop wildly, and her legs were almost a little unstable. So handsome! Two man. Compared with Yang Fan, several of her ex-boyfriends, including several of her gold lords, are simply scum. If she could, she would even be willing to post it backwards. Zhang Lingling secretly glanced at Yang Fan several times, and there was an unusual taste in her eyes. Su Xiao Xiao on the side noticed that she was peeking at Yang Fan, and immediately felt a little funny. Cut. This dead woman, who didn't believe what I said before, is now being slapped in the face. A few small talks. Yang Fan asked Yamanasu and smiled at them. By the way, did you eat breakfast? The two shook their heads. Not yet. Yang Fan smiled. You can't go to sea on an empty stomach. You go to my house first. I'll give you food below. As soon as these words came out, Yamani nodded and didn't feel anything wrong, but Su Xiao Xiao, the hidden little dirty girl, immediately wanted to be a little crooked. Ahem, give us something to eat next. How does it sound weird? It turned out that Su Xiao Xiao, this girl looks quite pure and sweet on the outside, but in fact, in private, she is a big dirty girl who is addicted to beautiful novels. Oops! So laughs at you, filthy girl. How can you be so cranky? Su Xiaoxiu's face suddenly turned red, and he felt that he was a little too dirty. Yamani noticed her abnormality and asked, "Hey, smile, why did your face suddenly become so red? Isn't it a fever?" Su Xiaoxiao quickly shook his head and explained, "Ahem, no, I just feel that this day is a little too hot." Subsequently, a group of 4 walked into the village. Not long after, Yang Fan took Yamani and them to his house. Seeing that Yang Fan's house was a 3-story large bungalow, Su Xiaoxiao immediately smiled and said, "Wow, it turns out that Dabanko's hometown house is so well repaired, rich people." Yang Fan smiled, "A country house is not worth much. Open the door of the yard." Yang Fan just wanted to reach out and invite Yamani and them into the door. Wang! Woof! Woof! But at this time, Big Yellow, who did not return at night, did not know when it appeared, and it sneaked out of the house and pounced directly on Yang Fan's body. "Rhubarb! You still know to go home." Yang Fan picked up Big Yellow and patted its head. "This old dog doesn't return home all night. Now the mother and dog in the village all revolve around it, and every day is the same as the emperor. I don't know how domineering and happy. Wow! What a beautiful dog!" Seeing the rhubarb in Yang Fan's arms, Yamanisi smiled and they couldn't help but exclaim. "Rhubarb now looks quite good, majestic, and strong, and the hair on his body is more and more golden and smooth, and he looks quite dominant. Yang Fan, this is your dog, can you touch it for me?" Yamani is a person who loves animals. She also had a pet dog when she was a child, so she has a lot of feelings for dogs, and when she sees the golden and majestic rhubarb, she can't help but want to pet this dog. Of course. Yang Fan smiled naturally, did not refuse. He pointed to Yamani and ordered Big Yellow, go, play with this beautiful young lady." Big Yellow was originally very human, and after being fed the golden drop, it was even smarter, and as soon as Yang Fan's command came out, it immediately wagged its tail and rushed to Yamani's feet. Seeing that Big Yellow was so human that he could still understand Yang Fan's words, Yamani's beautiful eyes lit up, and she liked this dog even more in her heart. "Wow, its hair is so smooth, it's so comfortable to touch, it feels much better than the hair quality of my hair." Yamani touched Big Yellow's golden retriever, and felt more and more that this dog was simply amazing. She hugged Big Yellow affectionately, and kept teasing this dog to play. This guy Big Yellow also seems to be a recognizable beauty, and soon mingles with Yamani. Finally, it even began to rub around in Yamani's arms. This scene, Yang Fan who watched it was quite jealous. "Nima! Old! Cesium! Dog! This treatment is also too good." Looking at rhubarb rubbing around in Yamani's arms, Yang Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Rhubarb, I really want to change places with you." Chapter 067. Over there, Yamani was teasing rhubarb. At this time, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed the small vegetable patch in the corner of Yang Fan's yard. Seeing the cherry fruit seedlings that grew happily and immersiously in the vegetable field, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. "Yang Fan, don't tell me that those cherry tomato seedlings were cultivated from the seeds you bought from my shop." "Yes." Although this was very unreasonable, Yang Fan did not specifically find a reason to deny it. "Oh my god! Really? But how is this possible? It's only been a few days, how can they grow so big?" Hearing Yang Fan's affirmative answer, Su smiled in disbelief. Her family is a flower shop and must know very well how long it takes for cherry tomato seeds to grow so big. In just a few days, how could it have grown so big? This is completely unscientific. Maybe my land is very fertile and suitable for plants. Yang Fan shrugged with a smile and casually found a plausible reason. "Well, okay, that's probably it. Su Xiaoxiao really couldn't think of any other reason, so he could only explain it this way. Okay, stop standing outside, let's go inside. Yang Fan took Yamanasu and smiled, and they entered the house. Then he asked them to wait for a while on the living room sofa, and he himself went under the kitchen. This time there was no wild abalone. They could only entertain Yamani and them with ordinary noodles. It didn't take long for a pot of hot noodles to cook. Yang Fan packed 3 bowls and brought them to the table for Yamani and them to eat. Hehe, Yang Fan, your craftsmanship looks good. Looking at the very good look, Su Xiaoxiao gave a thumbs up to Yang Fan. Yang Fan just smiled. Taking advantage of Yamani and their noodles, Yang Fan went upstairs to get some new sheets and quilts to cover them. These sheets were all newly bought and washed, and they were taken out because they were taken to the yacht for later. The luxury trawl yacht I bought, the basic equipment is there, but the sheets are not available. Yang Fan thought that he would bring a few sets with him this time, so that if he then drove a trawl yacht to fish in the open sea and then spent the night at sea, these would come in handy. In addition, firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar tea also need to be brought. These are not available in the galley of the yacht. After bringing it, you can cook and eat on the yacht. Seeing that Yang Fan was taking the bed sheet and quilt cover, and taking firewood, rice, oil, and salt, Yamani and Su Xiaoxiao were very curious. Yang Fan, what are you doing with these things? Yang Fan casually explained, these are to be taken to the ship. Now Yamanasu smiled and became even more curious, take it to the ship. Are we going to live on a ship? This depends on the situation. I may go fishing in a farther sea this time, so I may spend the night at sea. Yang Fan explained. Wow! Will you spend the night at sea tonight? Really? Sounds fun. Yamani and Su Xiaoxiao's eyes couldn't help but light up when they heard this, and they were all a little looking forward to it. Although the two of them live in a seaside town, neither of them has ever gone out to fish, let alone spent the night at sea. Hearing Yang Fan say this, they were all very excited and longing, and their minds began to fantasize about what it would be like to spend the night at sea. That would have been fun. Right? However, there is one person who does not find it interesting in the slightest. This person is naturally Zhang Lingling. Hearing Yang Fan and Yamani's conversation, a picture immediately appeared in Zhang Lingling's mind. On the windy and rough sea, a small fishing boat that was dilapidated and old was shaking in the wind and rain, and she squatted alone in the corner of the fishing boat, shivering there with a smelly quilt. As soon as she thought of this picture, Zhang Lingling was a little unacceptable. She immediately exclaimed, "What? Probably overnight at sea tonight? Then I'm not going, I don't want to spend the night on a broken fishing boat." Yamani had a little headache when she heard her say this. "Lingling, don't you want to experience the fun of fishing at sea?" Zhang Lingling said, "Cut. I didn't want to experience it in the first place, did you have to call me here? Come and come." I didn't say anything, and ended up preparing to spend the night at sea? I don't want to spend the night on a broken fishing boat. Hearing her say that she broke the fishing boat, Yang Fan immediately smiled. However, he did not explain that there was no need to tell him about owning a luxury trawl yacht at this time. Yang Fan had already seen it. The roommate brought by Yamani with heavy makeup and dressed like a fox spirit is definitely a green tea and snobby gold worshipper. After spending so many years in the drunken metropolis of the magic capital, Yang Fan had seen this kind of woman who was greedy for vanity and acted a lot. He wished that this kind of goods could not be on his luxury yacht. Su Xiaoxiao didn't want to stay with this Zhang Lingling more, so she persuaded Yamani, "Mani, since your classmate doesn't want to go to sea, otherwise let her go back first." Yamani was also helpless. "Okay. Lingling, then you go straight back to school?" Zhang Lingling nodded, "Well, I'll go back to school by myself, Mani, you can play by yourself." In this way, Zhang Lingling left alone. Yang Fan had an elder in the village who should be called the second uncle by generation, and Yang Fan gave him 200 yuan, bothering him to send Zhang Lingling to the county. After sending this annoying Zhang Lingling away, Yang Fan then made a phone call and called Yang Ziohe and Yang Hungtao to assemble. Yang Hungtao and Yang Ziohe had been waiting for Yang Fan's news for a long time, and they rushed over immediately after receiving his call. As soon as he entered the door, he saw two new beautiful girls appear in Yang Fan's house, and Yang Hungtao's eyes immediately widened. Groove! Fanzi, you are really awesome. Just sent away two beautiful girls yesterday, and today I found two new ones. This trick is also too strong. If you don't convince, you can't do it. Yang Hungtao cast an envious and adoring look at Yang Fan. Yang Fan knew what he was thinking as soon as he saw this product, and did not bother to explain, and then briefly introduced Yang Hungtao and Yang Ziohe to Yamani and Su Xiao Xiao. Once everything is done, Yang Fan and the five of them took the sheets and quilt covers, firewood, rice, oil and salt and walked towards the dock. P.S. I originally wanted to use the character of Zhang Lingling to design a little face-punching plot, but it was written that I found that I really hate writing vulgar face-punching routines. I don't know why I fainted in the morning and suddenly added this kind of role. I'm such a sand sculpture. Now I directly gave this character a box lunch, and I won't write this kind of some or nothing in the future. I'm sorry. Chapter 068. Yang Fan's house is not far from the dock. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning, and most of the fishing boats docked at the pier had gone out to fish, leaving a few left alone. And the most conspicuous of them, naturally, it is the brand new trawl yacht that Yang Fan bought yesterday. Among the several small dilapidated fishing boats, this luxury trawl yacht stands out from the crowd. It's really hard not to notice it. Therefore, when Yamani and Su Xiao Xiao approached the dock, they naturally immediately noticed this domineering luxury trawl yacht docked in the harbor. Wow! Yang Fan, who in your village is so tyrant that he actually owns such a big luxury yacht? Are the people in the fishing village so rich now? Can you even buy a luxury yacht? Yamani and they immediately exclaimed. It's really a little strange, in a very backward and remote fishing village, you can still see such a luxurious big yacht. Faced with Yamani Su's surprise with a smile. Before Yang Fan could speak, Yang Hungtao immediately spoke a little strangely, two beauties, you don't know whose luxury yacht this is. Yamani smiled and immediately wondered, of course I don't know, how do we know who this luxury yacht is? Yang Sangtao was suddenly a little surprised. He originally thought that Yang Fan bought a yacht and wanted to pretend to be a girl, so he specially invited these two beautiful girls to play on the yacht, but he didn't expect that this was not the case. It seems that he misunderstood. Yang Hungtao immediately smiled and said, hee, two beauties, in fact, the owner of this luxury yacht is far away, close at hand. Yamani smiled, and they immediately looked at Yang Hungtao in surprise, far away in the sky, near in front of you. Could it be that this yacht is yours? Wow! I didn't expect you to be so rich, I can't see it. Yang Hungtao immediately smiled awkwardly when he heard this, ahem. Beauty, you misunderstood, it's not mine, how can I have so much ability to buy a luxury yacht? Millions of them. It's not yours, doesn't that mean it is? Speaking of this, Yamani and the others immediately looked at Yang Fan, wow! Isn't it Yang Fan, this luxury yacht is yours? Yang Fan smiled low-key, that's right, I just bought it yesterday, and it just so happened that you came to play with me today. Hearing Yang Fan's affirmative answer, Yamani blinked her eyes with a smile and a look of disbelief. Oh my god! It turns out that Yang Fan, you are a big local tycoon, you even bought a luxury yacht. Cow, real cow. Yamani smiled and they didn't expect Yang Fan to be such a trench. To be honest, after Su Xiao Xiao saw Yang Fan go back to her hometown a few days ago, she was guessing whether Yang Fan was a little frustrated in the magic capital, so she returned to her hometown lonely. Otherwise, why would a good young college student think about going back to the fishing village to fish? But unexpectedly, he even bought a luxury yacht. Can this be called frustrated by the bastard? I'm afraid that if you haven't made a fortune in the magic capital, go back to your hometown for a leisurely vacation and enjoy. Yamani also felt very stunned. Yesterday, when she heard Su Xiao say that Yang Fan had returned to the fishing village and started fishing as a fisherman, she was actually a little worried about Yang Fan. She and Su Xiao had the same idea, thinking that Yang Fan would return to his hometown fishing village in discouragement after suffering a major setback in his career or a major emotional injury in the magic capital. That would be in her heart. In fact, she felt quite distressed for Yang Fan. After all, this is a boy she had been secretly in love with for a long time when her love was first opened. He was originally so good and had a bright future, but for some reason he gave up his great future and returned to the fishing village to fish. Therefore, when she heard Su Xiaoxiao's suggestion to come to Yang Fan for a get-together, Yamani agreed at the first time. She wanted to see if Yang Fan had really been hit by a major blow and became discouraged. If this was the case, she would be mentally prepared to comfort Yang Fan. However, I didn't expect it. Yang Fan not only did not suffer a blow, but mixed very well, and even bought a luxury yacht. It seems that I am worried about him in vain. After coming back from the shock, Su Xiao immediately gave Yang Fan a roll of his eyes. Humph! Yang Fan, it seems that you are a big liar. Didn't you tell me before that you came back to your hometown to be a fisherman? Why did you all start buying luxury yachts and enjoying life? Yang Fan suddenly smiled. I didn't lie to you, my profession now is a fisherman. As for this yacht, in fact, it is a trawling yacht, it can be used for fishing, I bought it mainly for fishing, and enjoyment is only secondary. Su Xiao was shocked when he heard it. Isn't it, Yang Fan? Such a luxurious yacht, you actually plan to use it to fish? What a pity to get dirty. Yang Fan said with a smile, what does it matter if you are dirty, fishing can make money, my entire worth is spent on this trawling yacht, and I still expect to make a fortune by fishing on it. What they specially bought a luxury yacht to fish. This. Too rich and capricious, right? Su Xiao didn't know what to say. Yamani also blinked Shui Lingling's big eyes, and her face was in a trance. Okay, let's get on board. After a few small talks, Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile and led everyone to his luxury trawl yacht. In addition to Yang Fan himself, Yamani Su Xiao, Yang Hengtao, Yang Ziohe, they are all on such a luxurious yacht for the first time. At this moment, the four of them were like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Look here, glance there, and from time to time there are a few exclamations, exclaiming that this luxury yacht is too luxurious. As the tour came down, all four were a little stunned. My God, this luxury yacht is too proud. Not only are there large bedrooms comparable to the specifications of five-star hotels, but also kitchens, small bars, home theaters, KTV, gyms. There's even a big yacht. Is this the life that rich people can enjoy? It's like heaven. Looking at the four people who were making a fuss, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel funny. But this is also normal, everyone is an ordinary fisherman's town growing up children, when have they seen such a luxurious big yacht? Manny, smile, Ziohe, the three of you sit here for a while, Dizzy, you and I will go to the bar to get some drinks. There were several deck chairs on the deck of the yacht, which were used for sunbathing, and Yang Fan invited Yamani and them to sit down, and then took Yang Hengtao to the small bar inside the yacht. This small bar has a wine cooler. There are also several bottles of valuable foreign wine and some imported high-end fruit drinks. These are all things that Yang Fan had above when he bought this luxury yacht. It can also be seen from this small detail that luxury yachts are premium, and it makes sense that they are so expensive. At this time, Yang Hungtao noticed a bottle of foreign wine on the wine cabinet and immediately exclaimed. Groove! Isn't this Louis XIII of the Remy Rebutus? This wine needs at least 20 or 30,000 bottles. Yang Fan immediately smiled. Oh, you kid still knows man Louis XIII. Yang Hungtao immediately glared. Why, Fanzi, you look down on people, don't you? I haven't eaten pork and can't I see pigs running? The last time one of my brothers went to the county club for his birthday, that guy got a bottle of Remy Louis XIII, and what Hennessy pretended to be. As a result, it was ruthlessly debunked on the spot by a girl who likes to mix bars, and this special meow is fake wine. Yang Fan smiled, haha, then isn't this pretending to be crooked? Yang Hungtao also laughed, that's not it, my buddy's face was green at that time. While talking, Yang Hungtao also curiously took out the bottle of human head Louis XIII from the wine cabinet and carefully played with it to admire it. Speaking up. In addition to playing cards, Yang Hungtao also has a big hobby of drinking. When he usually comes back from fishing, he likes to take 2 mouthfuls when he is fine, and he is quite obsessed with wine. Now seeing this bottle of human head Louis XIII, this product immediately began to swallow. Fanzi, you should be the real thing, right? Hehe, do you want to open it up and taste it? Let buddy me stain your light, lick a sip of 20 or 30,000 bottles of foreign wine, what does it taste like? Seeing that this product wanted to drink in the morning, Yang Fan immediately laughed and scolded, you girl! I told you to come up to help me fish, you drink a fart wine. Yang Hungtao immediately smiled ruefully when he heard this, ahem, it's the same thing, it's more important to fish and make money. Yang Fan gave this product a roll of his eyes, and continued, it's not suitable for drinking in the morning now, let's drink some drinks first, and open this wine when you eat in the evening, and give you kid a taste. Yang Hungtao was overjoyed when he heard this. I'll go. It's true? Yang Fan, you are too good buddy. Saying that, this product excitedly wanted to pounce and give Yang Fan a warm bear hug. Yang Fan immediately felt a little chilly, and directly kicked these 2 goods away. Lean. You don't move your hands and feet when you speak, I don't know what kind of foundation I think we have. Hey, hey, hey. I'm not excited. 20 or 31 bottles of human head Louis XIII. Later, I have to send a circle of friends to pretend to be good in the evening. Looking at this guy's excited eyebrows, Yang Fan pouted. Look at your little bit of interest. In the future, follow my brother to fish well, a bottle of human head Louis XIII is a fart. Chapter 069. Wow, this life, it's so comfortable. Yamani was half lying on the deck chair, drinking the drink that Yang Fan had just poured for her, and her eyes were smiling into a crescent moon. Yes, I have to thank Yang Fan for letting us experience the luxurious life of a rich person. Su Xiao also took a sip of the drink, smiling happily. The sun is shining and the sea breeze is blowing. Relax on the deck chairs of a luxury yacht, look at the endless blue sea, and drink a sweet juice. Don't say that you have experienced this picture yourself, just thinking about it can make people feel extremely comfortable. Smile, you should send a circle of friends at this time, what do you think? Manny, I think you're right. Ha 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 ha. Yamani and Su Xiao looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. After laughing, they took out their mobile phones. Click. 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 The shutter sounded continuously, and the 2 kept taking photos. After shooting, start the picture, and then you are ready to edit the moments. Suddenly, Su Xiao thought of something. Manny, you said that if you posted a circle of friends saying that you were on a luxury yacht, what kind of expression would your roommate Zhang Lingling look like when she saw it? Su Xiao smiled badly, and seemed to have imagined Zhang Lingling's angry and corrupted look. Yamani has a kind personality, and when she heard Su Xiao's words, she felt very reasonable, in order not to let her roommate Zhang Lingling lose her face, she said, then I'd better shield her. Su Xiaoxiao was anxious when he heard it. Don't block. You block people and don't let people see your circle of friends, don't you treat people as friends. Yunizai, you have a bad stomach. Yemeni rolled her eyes. But in the end, she still didn't block Zhang Lingling in the end. This kind of thing is actually not much need to hide, not to mention that Yemeni also feels that her roommate is too snobbish, and she looks down on others with a sense of superiority at every turn, just borrowing this matter to remind her. The two girls were enjoying the sunbathing on the deck and making a circle of friends. Yang Fan took Yang Hungtao and Yang Xiaohei to the cockpit of the yacht. Dizzy, I announce, now you are the first mate of this trawl yacht. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the operation of this yacht later, and the task of sailing the boat will be handed over to you later. Yang Fan smiled at Yang Hungtao as soon as he entered the door, and naturally handed over the position of the yacht's first mate and the heavy responsibility of driving the boat to him. The so-called first mate. It refers to the person whose status is close to that of the captain on the ship, and is also the main assistant of the captain. Of course, in Yang Fan, there is actually not such a vain red tape. He just wanted Yang Hungtao to help him drive the boat. Otherwise, he can't drive the boat himself, right? It's not fun to drive the boat for a long time, and besides, he still has to look for fish in the sea, so naturally he can't stay in the cockpit all the time. This arduous task can only be entrusted to Yang Hungtao. As for Yang Hungtao, he couldn't help it. To be able to drive such a luxury yacht, how awesome and windy. It's a dream. Who has never dreamed of becoming a majestic captain and riding the waves on the sea in a big boat? Now, an opportunity to drive a luxury yacht is in front of him, how could Yang Hungtao refuse? Yang Hungtao quickly patted Yang Fan's chest, hee. Don't worry, Fanzi, this yacht will be handed over to me. Haha, I don't worry about leaving it to you. Yang Fan patted Yang Hungtao's shoulder with satisfaction, thinking to himself, someone took over, and there is no need to drive the boat yourself in the future. Xiaohei, usually you are fine and learn a little on the side, when the time comes, you will open and take turns with Dizzy. Yang Fan then ordered Yang Xiaohei. Okay brother Fan. Yang Xiaohei listened and immediately nodded. Okay, let's get down to business. At this time, Yang Fan suddenly changed his tone, and then his expression became serious. Dizzy, Xiaohei, just the so-called brother clearly settles the account. Since you two want to fish with me after you get on my boat, then I must explain the treatment to you in advance. I also thought about this problem last night, and the preliminary decision is to give you two guaranteed wages of 10,000 per month, and according to the net profit of each fishing trip, I will give you the corresponding bonus dividends. What do you think of this treatment? Hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hungtao immediately shook his head. Fanzi, 10,000 is too much. How can the two of us be embarrassed to take so much money from you? Yang Xiaohei also shook his head. Brother Fan, I don't want you to pay a salary, it's enough if you can take me out to the sea to fish. Seeing both refused, Yang Fan suddenly waved his hand and slowly spoke. Well, don't talk about those who have and don't, they all said that their brothers have settled the account. My fishing methods, you two should be clear these days, right? I can earn tens of thousands at a time with the row hook, and now with a trawl yacht, I will definitely earn a lot more. Give you a guaranteed salary of 10,000 a month, that is, the real big head is still dividends. I don't dare to guarantee anything else, as long as the weather is right, we can go to sea, and we can earn a lot of money by going out a few times a month, and then your dividends will definitely be much more than this guaranteed minimum salary. Well, this matter is so decided, let's not talk about those fake and polite between our brothers, since you are willing to help me, I will definitely not treat you badly. But what else did Yang Hungtao want to say? But Yang Fan glared at him directly. it's nothing, Daisy, if you say a word more, let me get off the boat. Well. Fanzi, don't say anything about being a brother, I will hold your thigh tightly in the future. That's all for that. Yang Hongtao naturally couldn't say anything more. As for Yang Ziohe, a taciturn teenager. At this time, he also nodded heavily to Yang Fan, Brother Fan, I will definitely work for you in the future. Yang Fan suddenly smiled and patted him on the shoulder, haha, boy, I don't need you to work for me, it's enough to work hard. The issue of treatment that should be discussed has been negotiated. Yang Fan took Yang Hongtao and Yang Ziohe to familiarize themselves with the yacht cockpit, and explained to them the various equipment of the yacht and their specific operation methods. Yang Hongtao is an old fisherman, and he is stronger than Yang Fan in terms of technique and understanding of driving boats. With a little talk to him, he basically mastered the operation of the yacht. Wait until the explanation is almost done. Yang Fan said to Yang Hongtao, Daisy, start the yacht, prepare to set sail. Yang Hongtao touched the delicate rudder of the yacht and looked excited, hee, buddy never dreamed that I would be able to drive a luxury yacht one day. Saying that, Yang Hongtao started the yacht with a somewhat trembling hand. Thundered. The sails officially set sail. It started its first fishing trip. Fish of the sea, tremble. P.S. Please. Customize yourself. Chapter 070. The vast sea is endless. The turquoise sky is as pure as wash. On the vast blue sea, the sails roared and set sail, stirring up white waves. This is the first time that the Yangfan has gone fishing at sea, and it is also Yang Fan's first step in conquering the sea. With this modern trawler, he can truly sail into the deep sea and make a big difference. As a large trawler yacht with a length of more than 20 meters and a tonnage of more than 300 tons, the Yangfan has the ability to continue to operate in the deep sea. Before there were no large tonnage mechanized trawlers, so they could only put row hooks and make a small fuss. Now with this large trawler yacht, Yang Fan can completely let go of his hands and feet. Of course, a ship of more than 300 tons is not very big. Although it can operate deep into the open sea, it cannot do the ability to go to the open ocean, and only super distant water fishing vessels with more than 1,000 tons can go to the distant sea to fish. But for Yang Fan now, this tonnage trawl yacht is enough. First as a springboard, when he has accumulated enough original capital, he can consider buying a super distant water fishing boat to meet the world. Wow! Yacht start yay! On the deck, Yamani and Su Xiao Xiao, who had just finished posting a circle of friends, found that the yacht had started, and they were immediately a little excited. They immediately got up from the deck chair and walked to the bow of the boat, and then opened their arms like in the movie, feeling the sea breeze gently blowing over their bodies. Oh my god, this feeling is amazing! The two of them immediately showed an extremely comfortable and enjoyable expression. Manny, I think you should also post a circle of friends at this time. What do you think? Smile, I think you're right. Ha 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 ha. The two looked at each other and laughed again, and then took out their mobile phones and took a small video and sent it to the circle of friends. And this, it's only been a few minutes since the circle of friends they just posted. Sure enough, women like to show off their circle of friends no matter what they do. After posting the moments, Yamani just wanted to put the phone away. But at this moment, her mobile phone suddenly rang, and a video call was played for her. Yamani immediately glanced at the caller ID. It turned out that it was roommate Zhang Lingling who called. Yamani blinked her eyes suddenly, smile, my roommate called me for a video. Su Xiao Xiao immediately laughed badly when she heard it, ha ha ha, shouldn't she have seen the circle of friends you just posted? Yamani also thought so. I guess it should be, you said I can't take it. Su smiled and said as a matter of course, then you must take it. Hehe, I'm really curious what her face will be when she sees that we are now on a luxury yacht. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's schadenfreude expression, Yamani couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, after thinking about it, she finally connected Zhang Lingling's video call to ask for help. After all, when her roommate called for a video, she had no reason to refuse. When the video is turned on, the camera immediately saw Zhang Lingling's face with heavy makeup, and at this moment her black question mark face. "I'll go. Manny. I just saw your circle of friends. You're on a luxury yacht right now?" "Yes." Yamani nodded. "Really on a luxury yacht? Then you turn the camera and I'll see." Zhang Lingling was obviously a little incredulous and wanted to confirm it. Well, Yamani was originally a little unbearable to overstimulate Zhang Lingling, but since Zhang Lingling asked for it herself, there was no need for her to hide it anymore. Then, she turned the camera around and presented the entire picture of the luxury yacht in front of the camera in an all-round way. At this moment, Zhang Lingling in the lens suddenly widened her eyes. "Oh my god! How is this possible? Manny, aren't you going to go to sea in that broken fishing village on the broken fishing boat of your fellow fishermen? How come you are now on a luxury yacht?" Zhang Lingling's expression of horror caused the thick layer of powder on her face to begin to fall down. Heard her words. Yamani was not happy. "Lingling, why are you talking so badly? Who said that my classmate's boat should be a broken fishing boat?" Zhang Lingling was even more shocked. "Isn't it? Manny, don't you tell me that this luxury yacht belongs to your fellow fishermen?" Yamani rolled her eyes and said, "Yes, it's his. Call you always okay and always like to look down on others." Unexpectedly, although my classmate is a fisherman, he is a fisherman who drives a luxury yacht to fish. At this moment, Zhang Lingling was completely petrified. Fishing on a luxury yacht? Are the current fishermen so awesome and hanging? Zhang Lingling immediately regretted it. "Manny, do you say it's still too late for me to go back? I also want to go out on a luxury yacht." Yamani immediately shook her head and said, "Then it's definitely too late, we have already set sail for the sea. Besides, Lingling, you should all go to the county, right?" Zhang Lingling's face immediately collapsed. She hasn't gone out on a luxury yacht yet. Such a good opportunity, so missed. She really wanted to cry without tears. Wait until Yamani ends the video call with Zhang Lingling. Su Xiao immediately laughed happily, "Giggle, what a miserable woman." Seeing Zhang Lingling's look of wanting to cry but unable to cry just now, "Why am I so happy?" Yamani also didn't know what to say. Her roommate is indeed too snobbish. If it is not really impossible, she actually does not want to have too much intersection with people with this personality. Just at this time, Yang Fan also returned to the deck from the cockpit. He saw Su Xiao smiling with a schadenfreude smile, and couldn't help but be a little curious. "What's the matter, smiling so happily?" Su Xiao hurriedly said, "Ha ha ha, Yang Fan, didn't you see how funny the expression of Lingling and Manny was when they made a video call just now? It was just like eating a fly." Hearing her say this, Yang Fan probably guessed what had just happened. He smiled and didn't care. A powerful woman with a sense of superiority, he didn't pay attention to it at all. The next time, the sails sailed all the way towards the open sea. After driving non-stop for 2 or 3 hours, the yacht finally completely left the coastal continental shelf and came to the vast deep sea. During this period, Yang Fan did not explore the fish in the sea much. Instead, he had been laughing with Amantha on the deck, and they were enjoying the sunbathing and chatting happily. This is not because there is a beautiful girl that Yang Fan forgot to fish. It's really because the offshore resources are too scarce, there is no need to look at it. After years of overfishing, it is basically impossible to form large fish schools in China's coastal waters, so Yang Fan feels that he really does not need to waste a trace of energy here. Of course, if you just open a small fishing boat and put the row hook or something, then Yang Fan can barely endure the bad catch in the offshore waters, and use his magical ability to see if he can find precious grouper yellow croaker and the like to make a profit. But now that he has bought a large tonnage trawl yacht, he naturally does not have to waste time wandering around the offshore at all. Therefore, as early as before setting sail, Yang Fan instructed Yang Hungtao in the cockpit, let him directly drive to the far sea, and only when he went to the deep sea could he have a chance to find that kind of super large fish. As long as you can find a large school of fish, this trip is basically full. And as the yacht finally reached the deep sea, Yang Fan also began to explore the fish on the bottom of the sea with his sight. But then he was a little surprised. He found that although the yacht came to the deep sea, the fish in the sea did not seem to be particularly good. He did find a lot of small fish, but the large fish that scaled up did not even see the shadow. However, when Yang Fan noticed that some large fishing boats were passing around him from time to time, he immediately knew it. There are so many fishing boats in this area. Even if there are large-scale fish schools, they must have been caught by others a long time ago. Speaking of which, in recent years, there have been more and more large tonnage fishing boats in China's waters, resulting in more porridge and less meat, and even if there are more fish in the sea, there is not enough to catch. Even because the fish in their own waters are not good, many fishermen have to take risks and run to the high seas to fish in boats that are not equipped for distant water fishing. As a result, from time to time, there will be reports on the news, where our fishing boats have encountered a storm and capsized. Therefore, the combat effectiveness and toughness of our fishermen are famous all over the world. Some people even joke that the most awesome thing about China's maritime power is not aircraft carriers or nuclear submarines, but China's tough fishermen's fleet. It can be seen that it is not easy to make money this year. If you want to get rich, you have to fight with your life. Fishermen are like this: if they don't fight, they can't make money, and if they fight carelessly, they may wreck the boat and die. It seems that when you go fishing in the future, you should pay attention in advance to avoid the waters where fishing boats come and go. This experience also made Yang Fan can't help but draw such a valuable experience in his heart. Since there are still no fish to catch in this sea area, Yang Fan let Yang Hungtao continue to drive the boat to deeper seas. Anyway, this time he was already ready to spend the night at sea, so naturally he didn't worry that the yacht was too far away and he couldn't go back at night. What Yang Fan thought in his heart was that in any case, this was the first time that his Yang Fan went out to fish, so it must be fully loaded. Otherwise, you can't hang on to your face. That's it. The yacht drove into the deep sea for several hours. At this time, the time had already come to 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. A golden sunset slowly descends towards the sea level, and the shining sea is spectacular. It was at this time Yang Fan finally found a scene in the deep sea that interested him very much. I'll go. I actually ran into these big guys eating here. When Yang Fan saw the scene happening in the sea ahead, he immediately stood up from the recliner in surprise. Hey? Yang Fan, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yang Fan's abnormality, Yamanasu on the side smiled and immediately looked at him curiously. Yang Fan did not answer directly, but pointed to the sea in front of them and grinned at them. See for yourselves, what's over there? P.S. Please customize yourself. Chapter 071. What? Yamanasu smiled and looked in the direction of Yang Fan's finger. But after looking at it for a long time, they saw nothing but an endless sea water. Yang Fan, are you teasing us? There is nothing. Seeing their dazed expressions, Yang Fan suddenly slapped his forehead. Forget that not everyone has as good eyesight as themselves. You should be able to see it in a moment, they are swimming fast towards us. Yang Fan said with a smile. What are they? Yamani, they were puzzled. A bunch of big guys. You'll know when you see it. Yang Fan smiled and sold a pass. Although Yamani and they couldn't see the scene happening in the distant sea, Yang Fan saw it clearly. A school of fish is swimming from the sea ahead, and the swimming trajectory is exactly in the direction of the yacht, so they should be in everyone's sight immediately. The size of this fish school is not large. Even very small, it only adds up to a dozen or 20. However, although they are small in number, they are giants. And these dozen giants are killer whales known as ocean overlords. That's right, what Yang Fan found was a group of killer whales. Killer whales, also known as killer whales and orcas, are known as the tigers of the sea, and they are worthy of the ocean overlord. They are bold, cunning, cruel, greedy, unscrupulous in the ocean, and natural enemies of almost all marine life. How hanging are killer whales in the sea? A simple comparison will tell you. When it comes to ferocious creatures in the ocean, the great white shark is definitely the number one in the ranking, and it can be called the top of the food chain of marine life. But the fierce great white shark in front of killer whales, that is a smelly brother. If great white sharks encounter killer whales in the sea, they will immediately be frightened and flee, otherwise they will be swallowed alive by killer whales on the spot. Speaking of which, as the most ferocious shark, the combat ability of the great white shark is actually not much weaker than that of killer whales. But great white sharks have an Achilles heel, that is, they faint as soon as their belly is up. And killer whales happen to know this weakness. So whenever a great white shark encounters a killer whale, the killer whale will knock the great white shark over with one tail. As long as the great white shark is hit with the belly facing up, they are finished. This also makes killer whales nicknamed shark killers, the only natural predators of fierce and brutal great white sharks in the sea. Some experts have investigated that in the sea area where killer whales generally appear, it is almost impossible to find great white sharks. In addition to the great white shark, which is known for its ferocity and fury, it can't kill killer whales. Even the supergiant in the ocean, the world's largest animal, the blue whale, is no match for killer whales. Although the size and strength of the blue whale are much larger than the killer whale, it is simply not a grade in terms of combat ability. Killer whales are brutal and gluttonous by nature, and their teeth are extremely sharp. Most importantly, of course, they are social animals that often appear in groups to attack their prey. So when a blue whale encounters a group of killer whales, it must immediately retreat. Otherwise, if you accidentally run late, the killer whales will rise up in groups and directly divide the blue whales into corpses and eat. It is precisely because killer whales are so awesome and invincible in the sea that they are called ocean overlords. You can occasionally encounter a group of killer whales here. Yang Fan was really a little surprised. Aside from having seen domesticated killer whales in the aquarium before, he had never seen wild killer whales at sea. It has to be a deep sea and interesting, you can see a variety of marine life. This time you can meet killer whales, and next time you may be able to see blue whales. Killer whales parade through the sea very quickly. It didn't take long for them to swim quickly, only a few hundred meters away from the yacht. Of course, this group of killer whales did not come for the yacht, they were just passing by. In addition, killer whales are whales, not fish, they belong to mammals, so they need to surface from time to time to spray water for ventilation. Boom! I only heard a loud noise, and one after another water columns rose from the sea, and it was spectacular in an instant. This is killer whales spraying water for ventilation. Wow! Yang Fan, what do you see over there? At this time, Yemenisa smiled and they finally noticed the strange appearance of the sea, pointing to the huge water column spewed out by killer whales and exclaiming. Seeing the second daughter's surprised expression, Yang Fan smiled and said, "Haha, this is the big guy I told you about." Yamani is a college graduate student, and her knowledge is quite rich, and she immediately said, "Is it a whale? Only whales can spew out such a large column of water, right?" Yang Fan nodded and smiled, "That's right, it's a whale, and it's the most domineering killer whale among whales." Yamani immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Wow, it's a killer whale? Killer whales are the overlords of the ocean, but I didn't expect to be luckily touched by us." The two of them talked. Just at this time, two lively killer whales took advantage of the ventilation and directly came to a fish-jumping dragon gate and jumped up from the sea. This scene is undoubtedly quite spectacular. Yemenisa smiled and the second daughter was instantly excited. Oh! Killer whales are out of the water. It looks really big and domineering. After exclaiming, they immediately took out their mobile phones excitedly and took a video of the killer whale jumping to breathe. And at this very time, a juvenile killer whale only 2 or 3 meters long playfully emerged from the water. It looks very cute, revealing around half of its head, and swimming forward a little awkwardly. This baby killer whale is estimated to have been born only a few months ago, and it does not look as fierce as adult killer whales, but looks a little cute. Speaking of which, although the killer whale is cruel by nature, its appearance is similar to that of a giant panda, and it is precisely because it is very cute that it will be used by the aquarium to domesticate and perform to attract the majority of children. Women, like children, always can't stand cute creatures. When Yemenisa smiled, they saw this cute baby killer whale. They immediately felt like they were about to be cute. Wow! What a cute baby killer whale! Yang Fan suddenly wanted to laugh when he heard this. You call it a cute little baby? Believe it or not, it can swallow you both alive in one bite. Yemenisa smiled and smiled. Hee hee, although people are big, they still belong to cute babies in killer whales. While talking, they did not forget to shoot videos at the same time. It wasn't until the group of passing killer whales finally disappeared that they finally retracted their gaze. Hee hee, smile, I think I have to send a circle of friends again at this time. What do you think? Hey, Manny, I agree with you. Ha 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 ha. Yamani and Su Xiao Xiao looked at each other and smiled. I began to edit the killer whale picture I just filmed again, ready to post it to the circle of friends. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. These two are simply crazy devils in the circle of friends. In the short few hours of getting along on the boat, Yang Fan found that Yamani Su smiled and the two actually posted 7 or 8 friend circles in a row. This really makes him can't bear to complain. What a cruel creature a woman! The next time, Yang Fan was not idle either. He stood at the bow of the boat and began to carefully search the fish in the sea. It's already 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, and I haven't found an opportunity to get off the net, which is really a bit too much. Why do you have to catch an internet before it gets completely dark? With this belief, Yang Fan became serious. Like a state-of-the-art radar, he scanned the fish in this sea in all directions. Facts have also proved that the fish in the deep sea is indeed incomparable to that of the offshore water. In this deep sea area, Yang Fan found a lot of fish, and many of them were species that he could not see in the offshore waters. For example, mega fish, red fish, lantern fish, hood fish, multi-treasure fish, etc., and very, very many fish Yang Fan can't be named, or even don't know them at all. There are also significantly more fish here. You can often see some large and small schools of fish swimming together happily. Their colors are colorful and very beautiful, forming a colorful landscape in the sea. Of course, not all schools of fish are worth Yang Fan's net. As a man with Dragon Balls, his requirements for schools of fish are quite harsh. In addition to the number of fish and the size of the body, this fish must also be very valuable, otherwise he will not have the idea of going to the net at all. And this time it is a trawler yacht to fish in the deep sea, which must be stricter on the fish to be caught. After all, space in the refrigerated compartments of trawl yachts is limited. If some cheap fish were also hit, wouldn't it fill up quickly? In order to maximize the harvest of this trip to sea, Yang Fan has been waiting for a more worthy opportunity to get off the net. And with the passage of time, and unremitting efforts, he finally waited for this opportunity. After sailing deeper for about half an hour, he finally found a very large and valuable school of fish. Dizzy, 9 o'clock ahead. Stop the boat for me immediately after 5 kilometers. P.S. Please. Be self-determined. The results are not bad, I will try to speed up the update. Chapter 072. Dizzy, 9 o'clock ahead. Stop the boat for me immediately after 5 kilometers. After discovering this large group of fish, Yang Fan immediately walked quickly to the outside of the cockpit and shouted to Yang Hungtao inside. Yang Hungtao immediately smiled when he heard this. Fanzi, can you finally get off the net? Yang Fan nodded and smiled. That's right, you can get off the net, you kid is holding back, right? Yang Hungtao immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Who let you keep sailing from getting off the net? My boat was about to fall asleep. After 7 or 8 hours of continuous driving, they have all driven to such a deep sea, and they have not been caught in the net. Yang Hungtao was already suffocated. Now that he can finally get off the net, he is more positive than anyone. Quickly followed Yang Fan's command and drove the yacht to the designated position. After the yacht has been temporarily stopped, Yang Fan took Yang Hungtao and Yang Xiaohei to the storage compartment on the bottom of the yacht. In the corner of the storage compartment, there are several nets of different sizes, as well as dozens of large crab cages, which are prepared in advance by the yacht manufacturer. Yang Fan rolled up his sleeves and walked to the few fish nets stacked in the corner, and after casually flipping through them, he quickly picked out a net. Then he picked up the thick rope on the net and said, Dizzy, Xiaohei, let's move this fishing net out together, and we will use it to fish later. Yang Hungtao looked at the fishing net selected by Yang Fan, and immediately became a little puzzled. Fanzi, the mesh of this net you are holding is also too big, right? I'm afraid that only big fish over 2 or 3 catties can be caught by this net, right? How about we change to a net with a smaller mesh? There will definitely be more catches that way. Yang Fan immediately shook his head when he heard this. No need, just this net. Yang Hungtao, this is a little incomprehensible. Why Fanzi? I tell you, this mesh is really too big, it's hard to catch too many fish. I look at other boat bosses who open trawlers, and the nets under them are all nets with a mesh diameter of less than 1 centimeter, and the mesh of this net you chose is probably more than 5 centimeters, right? With such a big mesh, you can catch woolen fish. Hearing Yang Hungtao's words, Yang Fan immediately glared at him. Others are others, we are us. That kind of extinction net with a mesh of less than 1 centimeter can even catch small fish and shrimp cubs, we can't do that kind of rotten fart and eye-catching thing. As soon as he mentioned the matter of Jihu net, Yang Fan was a little angry. The reason why the fishery resources in China's offshore waters have reached such a bad point today. To a large extent, it is because some ship bosses who have lost their conscience use the kind of extinction net with a very small mesh when they get off the net. This kind of peerless network is also called severing children and grandchildren. Fishing with such nets is a devastating fishing method that causes great harm to the marine ecosystem. Because the mesh of the extinction net is too small. Under one net, even small fish and shrimp the size of a fingernail can be caught in one net. As a result, as long as it is dragged by the extinct net, basically for a long time, fish and shrimp are extinct. And there is no grass. Basically, the fishermen on the edge of Shanghai do not hate the kind of boat boss who secretly fishes with a net. Everyone eats by the sea, but you have used the cut-off peerless net to fish out all the little fish cubs, what will everyone eat in the future? Seeing Yang Fan glaring, Yang Hungtao immediately smiled ruefully, and said bitterly, Fanzi, I'm not saying that you should use the Jihu net, that is indeed a bit unconscionable. But we have to at least use a smaller mesh net, right? Otherwise, it is very likely that you will not be able to catch a few fish in one net. Yang Fan didn't want to hear this product compare anymore, so he directly interrupted him with a wave of his hand. How can you compare so much? Listen to me and you're done. Understand? Yang Hungtao saw that he was a little hairy, so he had to shrug his shoulders and smile awkwardly. Ahem, okay, Fanzi, you are the captain and you are the boss, I listen to you. Although this product did not say anything, the expression on his face was obviously unimpressed. He felt that Yang Fan used such a large mesh net to fish, and the catch would definitely be quite dismal later. Yang Fan naturally saw the mind of this goods, but he was too lazy to explain. Anyway, he would soon be able to hit the face of this goods when he got off the net. The next time, the three of them removed the largest mesh and installed it on the trawl machine in the yacht operation area. Dizzy, you go and sail the boat, Ziohei, and I will put the net here. Okay. As Yang Hungtao went to the cockpit, the yacht started. Yang Fan and Yang Ziohei threw down the big fishing net in their hands. This fishing net is a deep water net with a heavy plumb on it, which can be directly sunk hundreds of meters underwater. And the big fish group that Yang Fan found was moving about 70 or 80 meters below the sea area. In other words, as long as you can open the boat and drag the fishing net with the appropriate orientation, you can catch the big fish school. The power of machinery is strong. With the start of the trawl winch, the large fishing net that was cast gradually opened, and it fell behind the yacht like a huge pocket. And as the yacht keeps moving forward, the area covered by underwater fishing nets is also getting bigger and bigger. This makes the fish and crabs in this sea area have nowhere to escape, and they are all slowly caught in the fishing net. Yang Fan watched the swimming trajectory of the large fish in the sea with his gaze, and timely directed the direction of Yang Hungtao's boat. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Right now. Yang Fan suddenly waved his hand at Yang Hungtao in the cockpit. Dizzy, stop the ship. It's time to close the net. Yang Hungtao immediately became a little confused when he heard this. This is the end of the net? Fanzi, I'm afraid you're not teasing me, are you? It's only been a few minutes. Originally, according to common sense, once the trawl is started, it should be dragged continuously for at least an hour or two to ensure that there is more catch in the net. But now it has only dragged on for 10 minutes, and Yang Fan actually let the stopped ship close the net. Yang Hungtao is not stunned. Don't compare so much. Let you stop, you stop. Come out and help as soon as you stop. Seeing that this product had committed another crooked problem, Yang Fan directly scolded him. Well. Yang Hungtao touched a nose of ash, and had to obediently stop the boat. The next time, Yang Fan began to operate the trawl equipment and slowly collected the fishing nets. It is necessary to mention the advanced features of this luxury trawl yacht. Its operating equipment is really advanced and can be fully automated. With the simple push of a few buttons, you can effortlessly pull the fishing net up with the winch. With the roar of the winch, the large fishing nets in the sea gradually converged. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, the fishing net was slowly pulled up from the sea tens of meters deep. And as the fishing net is constantly pulled out of the water, the catch in it finally appears in everyone's sight. Whoops! When the whole big fishing net was pulled into the sea, it turned out to be a huge droplet shape. Because at this moment, inside the fishing net, it is full of big fish. These big fish are at least hundreds at sight, all of them are big guys. Each of them is at least 3 catties or more, and some are super large goods with more than 10 catties. Hundreds of big fish jumping alive, piled up in the fishing nets and pulled out of the water. The scene is really spectacular. There is an electronic weigher on the winch, and the numbers displayed above at this moment show that the total weight of this net of big fish exceeds 5,000 pounds. At this moment, except for Yang Fan, the yacht was still calm. Everyone else was stunned. Yamani and Su Xiao Xiao, who were watching on the deck, widened their eyes and looked shocked. My God! Hitting so many big fish is too much. Yang Ziohei, this kid, also looked at this big fish in a daze, and the whole person was dumbfounded on the spot. As for Yang Hungtao's goods, after a brief shock, he immediately shouted with great excitement. My mom! I'll take your second uncle's rice fish. It turned out to be all rice fish. This net caught so many rice fish. This is a big deal. Get rich! Get rich! Sales, we're going to get rich. So many rice fish, at least hundreds of thousands of his mothers can be sold. Yang Hongtao was excited to dance with his crazy hands, and the chrysanthemums were almost bursting with laughter. It's no wonder he's so excited. In just 10 minutes, I caught more than 5,000 pounds of rice fish in one net, which is even more exciting than robbing a bank. Rice fish, one of the top 10 famous fish in China. It not only has great nutritional value, but also has considerable medicinal value. Its swim bladder can be made into fine fish gelatin, and its otoliths are rich in calcium carbonate, which can clear heat and drain diuresis. It is precisely because of the good nutrition and medicinal value of wild rice fish, which makes it a fairly expensive seafood fish. Now the market price is generally more than 80 yuan a pound. And that's only the price of relatively small rice fish, because rice fish have precious swim bladders, so the larger the rice fish, the more valuable it is. Rice fish over 5 catties must be at least 100 catties. Not to mention the kind of more than 10 pounds, the price is even more expensive. Other words, the hundreds of rice fish caught in this net are estimated to be worth at least 500,000 or more. Chapter 073. Look at the stunned and excited look of everyone. Yang Fan smiled, still light and breezy. He methodically controlled the winch and smoothly unloaded the full net of rice fish onto the boat. As the nets were spread, the freshly oiled rice fish immediately began to flutter and jump on the deck. Seeing these rice fish jumping alive, Yang Hongtao immediately came to Yang Fan and gave him a thumbs up. "Fanzi, your fishing methods are really superb. Don't say anything. I am really pure this time. In the future, if you give me any instructions, I will definitely execute them directly without saying a word, and I will not dare to compare a word again." Yang Fan immediately smiled, "Hee, didn't you just say that I can't catch a few fish? Punched in the face now?" Yang Hongtao touched his head and smiled ruefully, "Hit the face. What a slap in the face. Fanzi, you are simply a fishing master, a fishing expert, can't do it. Okay, don't blindly pull those who don't get it, get ready to work, we have to get these rice fish to the freezer as soon as possible." Yes. It's gotta hurry. This rice fish is a deep-sea fish, and it is estimated that it will burp immediately as soon as it comes out of the water, and we don't have enough manpower to get it quickly. The next time, Yang Fan, they began to work sloppily. Since rice fish are deep-sea fish that cannot be fed, there may not be a living water tank, so they must be quickly put into the freezer tank while they are still alive to keep them fresh. This project is undoubtedly enormous. 3 people carry hundreds of big fish, and if you think about it, you know how tired it must be. Of course, Yamani and Su Xiaoxiao also offered to help move fish together, but Yang Fan directly refused. How could he be kind enough to let the girls work? Kept moving for more than an hour. Yang Fan, they finally moved all the hundreds of rice fish on the deck into the freezer. It was already 7:30 in the afternoon. It was already dark, and only a trace of the sun was still shining on the sea. "Fanzi, how about we go to the next net? You might even catch a lot of rice fish." After moving the fish, Yang Hongtao immediately walked to Yang Fan and suggested with a little expectation. In his opinion, the fact that so many rice fish can be caught in that net just now means that there must be a school of rice fish underneath. At this time, while the fish have not yet run far, if you go to the next net, won't you be able to make another steady profit? But Yang Fan shook his head, "Forget it, what kind of net is there when it's dark? Prepare to make dinner and eat." Yang Hongtao still felt a pity, "Fanzi, really can't get down. It's all money." Yang Fan gave him a roll of his eyes, "Can you catch all the fish? Can I make enough money? Fishing can't be too greedy, rest when it's time to rest, and give the fish in the sea a little time to recuperate." Yang Hongtao sighed and sighed, "Okay. Fanzi, you not only have higher fishing methods than me, but also have much higher consciousness. I listen to you. The moon is born on the sea, and the end of the world is at this time. When the sun has completely set, a bright moon rises slowly from the sea. The full moon hangs high and the stars are all over the sky. It is a beautiful scenery that cannot be seen in a big city shrouded in smog. On the yacht, brightly lit, Yang Fan, Yamani and they sat around the table, chatting and laughing while enjoying the freshly prepared seafood dinner. The net just now caught not only rice fish, but also a lot of other superb seafood. For example, 2 or 3 pounds of oversized safflower crabs, 1 pound of giant Minotan shrimp, and delicious oversized coconut snails and so on. These are all rare and delicious seafood, especially when caught and eaten fresh on board. In addition to the superb seafood dinner, Yang Fan also fulfilled his promise in the morning and gave Yang Hungtao the bottle of Louis XIII, worth tens of thousands of dollars. Yang Hungtao was immediately excited, and drank most of the bottle in one breath. The amount of alcohol in this goods is really unspeakable, and drinking most of the half bottle of brandy is nothing at all. If Yang Fan had drunk for so long, it was estimated that he would have been drunk long ago. He was basically dripping alcohol, and he didn't drink much beer. Yang Fan remembered that the first time he went out to dinner with his roommate when he first went to college, he only drank 2 or 3 bottles of beer, and then fell asleep directly on the table. Feast on a seafood meal on a luxury yacht. It is undoubtedly a great pleasure. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted until 10 o'clock in the evening, and finally had a good time. Then it's time to pick a room and sleep. As the captain, Yang Fan naturally owned the luxurious master bedroom on the top floor of the yacht. Yang Hungtao and Yang Ziohe picked a room on the second floor. As for Yamani and Su Xiao Xiao, after some discussion, they also chose to live on the third floor, that is, in the room next to Yang Fan. This made Yang Fan a little confused. Obviously there are a lot of empty rooms, why do girls like to live next door to him? Qin Yuxia was like this a few days ago, and Yamani and them were the same this time. Do they have any thoughts about themselves? Of course, Yang Fan also had doubts in his heart, and would not ask them in person why they chose to live next door to him. If this kind of question can be asked, isn't it a proper straight man of steel? After picking out the room, Yang Hungtao and Yang Ziohe stayed on the second floor of the yacht. Yang Fan and Yamani Su smiled and the three came to the third floor. At this time, Yang Fan suddenly thought of something, so he asked Yamani Su to smile at them. By the way, you shouldn't have brought clothes, right? How will you take a bath later? Yamani and Su Xiao Xiao looked at each other, and they also felt a little helpless. The two of them didn't know that they would spend the night at sea when they went out fishing today, so they didn't bring their clothes in advance, making it a little troublesome now. Of course, this trouble is actually quite easy to solve. If you don't change your clothes, you won't get it. Yamanisa smiled and smiled helplessly. Then what else can be done? You can only not change your clothes tonight. Who let Yang Fan? You don't tell us in advance that you may spend the night at sea tonight. Yang Fan smiled, haha, my pot. The three of them laughed a little. Then they said good night to each other and went back to their rooms. Because he had moved the fish for more than an hour before, Yang Fan was sweating a little, so as soon as he entered the room, he quickly walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Open the shower head, and the cold, clean fresh water flows down. Yang Fan hummed a ditty while happily rubbing his bath. As a result, just 2 minutes after washing, he suddenly heard a clear conversation from the next room. Wow! Manny, luxury yachts are really different. There is a large bathtub in the bathroom of this room. Really? Let me see. Really? Yay! Awesome! Hey! Manny, you see, there is a bottle of dried rose petals next to this bathtub. Really? This is also too intimate. Isn't this to let us take a rose petal bath? Hey, hey! Come on, I haven't soaked in a bathtub when I'm this big. Me too. So do you soak first or do I soak first? Of course it's a soak, anyway, this bathtub is big enough. Soak together? That's okay. Then, I heard the sound of undressing. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but blink a little confused. Is the sound insulation of this yacht so bad? How can you even hear the conversation of Yemenisa smiling next door? But soon he felt that something was not quite right. It seems that it is not that the sound insulation of the yacht room is not good, but that his ears have suddenly become very sensitive. He found that as long as he listened attentively, he could hear even the smallest sounds clearly. For example, now, he listened attentively, and even heard the sound of Yang Hungtao cleaning up the sheets in the downstairs room. Oh my god! Could it be the change brought about by Dragon Ball? Yang Fan immediately figured this out. It must be that under the continuous transformation of Dragon Ball and Golden Drop, his hearing has been greatly improved. At this moment, Yang Fan was a little excited. Dragon Ball is 2 against the sky, maybe he can keep evolving in the future. Of course, simply strengthening the body is enough, you must not make him a Super Saiyan or something, he doesn't want to be caught and sliced for research. Just when Yang Fan was happy about the change in his hearing, there was another conversation in the next room. I'm going to go. Manny. You're exaggerating too, aren't you? How did you grow so big? Isn't it supposed to be secretly eating papaya every night? What kind of papaya to eat? It's naturally good. Alright. That's really enviable. If only I could be as old as you, Manny. What's good? Laugh, you don't know, it's too big and not good, there will be a lot of distress. Hee, is the burden too heavy? That's just one of the little troubles, the most important thing is that there are too many wolves this year, and they have been staring at you. I only dare to wear very loose clothes when I go out. Haha, that's also the trouble of happiness. By the way, don't talk about this, Manny, what do you think of Yang Fan? P.S. Guys, it's not that I'm floating to update slowly, it's my handicap. I really work hard every day to code. Chapter 074. Ahem. In the bathroom, hearing Yamani and them talking about themselves, Yang Fan subconsciously pricked up his ears. Although he knows that you should not listen to this truth if you are rude, and morally you should not listen to other people's whispers, but this feeling of eavesdropping is really a little bit of a different kind of prick exciting. Only to hear the conversation continue in the next room. What, Yang Fan, how is it, what do you mean by laughing at you? Hee, it's literal, after many years to see the first love of the year, Manny, you don't have any other ideas. Oops. What are you talking about, how did Yang Fan become my first love? Cut. How is it not? Didn't you tell me when you were in junior high school that he was the first boy you liked? Yes, I was secretly in love with Yang Fan. But that's just a simple good feeling, and in the end we haven't been in love, how can it be considered a first love? Okay, then it's not a first love, then I ask you to see Yang Fan so handsome and excellent now, Manny, do you have any thoughts about him? Well, how do you say that? Tell you the truth. To be honest. Perhaps, there is a loss? Heck, I don't know very well. Hee, I know. But it's normal, Yang Fan is so handsome and so rich now that he is still good at fishing. It's the perfect male god. It's normal for Manny to like him too. What? I didn't say I liked it, I just had a good feeling. Hee, it's enough to have a good feeling. Manny, I support you to chase Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan is very good, Manny, you are not bad. With Manny your figure and looks, especially your figure, men probably love your figure. I believe that as long as you use some small means to actively provoke him, I promise that he will be killed by you. Oh, laugh at what nonsense you are talking about. Why should I take the initiative to provoke Yang Fan? Cut, not proactive. Don't you take the initiative to believe it or not, Yang Fan was quickly snatched away by other girls? Snatch it, he wasn't originally me. Elmhead. Manny, why are you so stupid? Yang Fan is the first boy you liked. And you shouldn't have been in a relationship in years, right? Now is not the right time. After many years, the boy who had his first crush on the first time when his relationship first opened, and finally became a dependent, how romantic should this be? Smile, you're too good at talking. Then you say that what I said makes sense. The truth is true, but Yang Fan is too good now, I don't know if he will like on me. Oops, let's not talk about this, let's take a bath. Hey, Manny, Yang Fan will definitely like on you. Listen to me, just take the initiative. Okay, Smile, let's talk about this later. Take a bath now. Okay. Oh, by the way, Manny, can you let me grab a handful? Catch what? What do you say? Hey. Female Seville. Let it go. Wow. It feels so good. Hearing this, Yang Fan immediately had a picture in his mind. Almost nose and blood didn't come out. No, can't listen anymore, I can't stand listening to it anymore. Yang Fan quickly finished taking a shower and dressed and walked out of the bathroom. But come out, the sound of Yamani and Su Xiao Xiao playing in the bathtub next door can still be heard clearly. Although this is a bit prickly and exciting, it is also very torturous. As a hot-blooded young man who has not yet broken the gong, Yang Fan said that he really can't stand it. Forget it, the room can't stay for the time being, I'd better go to the sea to play. See what is the difference between the seafloor and offshore in the deep sea. Thinking about it, Yang Fan went out directly and quietly. In order not to be discovered by others, he went into the sea late at night, he walked to the first floor deck with very light steps, and then gently jumped into the sea. Into the water. Yang Fan immediately felt that the cells in his body seemed to be active. The whole person was immediately refreshed and in a full state. The dragon balls in the Danshan also began to run wildly, absorbing the abundant water vapor energy around them. Cool. Yang Fan grinned. Then he began to dive and swim to the bottom of the sea. The water depth in this sea area is actually not particularly exaggerated, it is only about 200 or 300 meters. Of course, 200 or 300 meters of deep sea is already an exaggeration for humans. Ordinary people may only dive to tens of meters, will not be able to stand the strong water pressure, even if professional divers with the most advanced diving equipment, generally can only dive to 100 or 200 meters, if you go deeper into the sea, it is estimated that you will hang on the spot. But Yang Fan was different. Under the continuous transformation of Dragon Ball, he is simply like a fish in the sea. After diving to a depth of more than 200 meters, he could not feel any abnormality in his body, which meant that the strong water pressure of the deep sea had no effect on him. After coming to the bottom of the sea more than 200 meters, Yang Fan has seen the richness of the marine ecosystem here. The colorful coral reef is full of colorful fish, schools of large fish and small fish of various colors swimming happily inside. Next to you can see oversized jellyfish, large octopuses with tentacles as thick as a baby's arm, and manta rays larger than an open umbrella. In addition, there were so many fish that Yang Fan couldn't even name. This underwater landscape is undoubtedly very beautiful and mysterious. Yang Fan enjoyed here with great interest for a while, during which many fish swam past him, not afraid of him at all. Swam some distance further. Yang Fan also found a lot of crabs here, such as red flower crabs, pike crabs, and the like, and even saw a few Chinese splendid lobsters. However, they are still a little small, estimated to be only 1 or 2 pounds, and they are not particularly valuable, so Yang Fan did not attack them. Swim and swim. Suddenly, Yang Fan had. He stared in amazement at a reef in front of him, on which there was an oversized coconut snail. Coconut snail, also known as papaya snail, shell yellow-brown, like papaya, smooth all over the black-brown spots, is a common economic edible snail in China. Because of the delicious and refreshing has been a popular snail in the seafood market. The price is also relatively high, generally around 120 to 150 yuan a pound. Yang Fan stared at the coconut snail in front of him, really a little surprised. Because this coconut snail is so big and exaggerated, it looks much bigger than a basketball. I am afraid that it is at least a dozen pounds. He has seen and eaten a lot of coconut snails. But I've never seen such a huge coconut snail. And what surprised Yang Fan the most was that coconut snails generally like to live in relatively shallow seas. How can leaf snails be seen at such a deep seabed? Could it be that this coconut snail has mutated? Otherwise, how did you grow so big and still live in the deep sea? Forget it, what about it? Such a big coconut snail is a superb product, collect it. Yang Fan didn't want to figure it out, he grinned, and then quickly swam over and pocketed the big coconut snail. I came to the bottom of the sea to take a look casually, but I didn't expect to harvest such a large coconut snail, which is really a bonus. But what Yang Fan doesn't know now is that the bigger surprise is actually yet to come. Chapter 075. Soon. Yang Fan smoothly boarded the yacht. As soon as he came up, he put the big coconut snail he had just accidentally found into the living water tank of the yacht and raised it. It can be used for breakfast tomorrow. Coincidentally, Yang Fan has liked to eat coconut snails since he was a child. Whether it is stir-fried or used to roll soup, the taste of coconut snail meat is very good. Although such a large coconut snail is very rare, it can definitely sell for a lot of money. But he doesn't care so much now. There are good things and they are good things that he likes to eat, so they must be given priority to taste for themselves. After getting it done, Yang Fan returned to his room lightly. At this time, it was almost a little in the morning, and the next room was quiet, and it seemed that Yamani and her family had slept. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Yamani and Su Xiao hadn't slept yet, it was estimated that these two chicks would have to whisper something there, and when he listened, he would definitely want to fall asleep. A little rejoicing, Yang Fan smiled and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Coming out of the sea, it is natural to wash it with fresh water. After washing, he casually played with his mobile phone, and then quickly fell asleep. It may be the reason why there is no rooster at the head of the village to chirp on time. Yang Fan slept very fragrantly, sleeping directly until 3 days in the morning, before stretching out and getting up from the bed. Open the curtains. Looking at the blue sea and sky outside the yacht, the mood is immediately happy. Then I went to the bathroom to wash up briefly. Yang Fan went downstairs. Come on. I found that Yamani Su smiled, as well as Yang Hungtao and Yang Ziohe, and the four of them had already got up. And Yamani and Su Xiao, the two girls were still busy in the kitchen, obviously preparing breakfast. Fanzi, wake up. Seeing Yang Fan come down, Yang Hungtao on the sofa immediately smiled and said, "Hee hee," in other words, your two beautiful female classmates are quite virtuous, and they came together in the morning and were busy making breakfast in the kitchen. Yang Fan directly gave him a roll of his eyes. So you're still sitting here and not going to help? People are good guests, do you let others cook for you to eat? Yang Hungtao was immediately a little aggrieved. Lean. Fanzi, you can blame me for this? I also said that I don't need them to do it, but they themselves said that they want to show their craft, what can I do? Yang Fan smiled, in this way, well, brother blames you for mistake, and I will peel a crab leg for you later to apologize. A few idle words with Yang Hungtao. Yang Fan then walked to the kitchen. As soon as I came in, I smelled a rich fragrance. Yamani and Su Xiao are making a steamed safflower crab, and there is crab millet porridge stewed in the pressure cooker. It seems that as a girl who grew up in a seaside town, their seafood skills are quite good. Yang Fan, you're awake, good morning. Seeing Yang Fan coming, Yamani immediately smiled at him and said hello. Su Xiao also immediately laughed, haha, Yang Fan, you woke up really coincidentally, we just happened to make breakfast and you came down. Yang Fan also smiled, well, as the host, I should have entertained you, but now that you are making breakfast, I am really a little careless. Yamani waved her hand and said, what's so bad about this, it's actually fun to experience cooking on a luxury yacht. Said and laughed for a while. At this time, Yang Fan suddenly thought that the big coconut snail he caught yesterday was still in the living water tank. He smiled at Yamani and said, by the way, show you a good thing, just enough to use it to stir-fry another dish. Yamani smiled and was curious, what good thing? Yang Fan temporarily sold a pass, let's not talk about it, you will know later. After that, he quickly walked to the living water tank, and then took the super large coconut snail. When Yamani and Su Xiao saw Yang Fan's kung fu for a while, they didn't know where to get such a big coconut snail. Both of their eyes widened instantly. Oh my god! Yang Fan, where did you catch this coconut snail? It's too big, right? Yes, I have never seen a coconut snail that big. Can a coconut snail grow this big? Seeing the two of them look surprised, Yang Fan smiled and casually made an excuse, haha, I caught the coconut snail, I couldn't sleep a little last night, so I thought about going to catch the fish, but the fish was not caught, but I caught this coconut snail. Yamani and they immediately blinked, isn't it? Can snails also be caught? Yang Fan smiled, of course, snails are also carnivores, so they will eat bait. I have fished several times before, but this is the first time I have caught such a big one. At this time, Yamani and them sighed a little, well, then Yang Fan, your luck is really nobody. Yang Fan smiled, and then changed the topic, then let's fry this coconut snail, I still like to eat the meat of coconut snail. Yamani immediately smiled and said when she heard this, that's a coincidence, I also like to eat coconut snails. Every time I come home my dad makes me a stir-fried coconut snail, and then every time I can eat it on a disc haha. Yang Fan smiled, yes, that's just right, you will eat more later. Yamani said at this time, but Yang Fan, this coconut snail is so big, it should be worth 1 or 2,000 yuan, otherwise you still keep it and sell it, right? Yang Fan immediately waved his hand and smiled, what is this little money? Good things must be kept for themselves to eat. Yamani put out her tongue cutely and said, well, I forgot Yang Fan, you are a big local tycoon, you really won't put this little money in your eyes, then I'll stain your old classmates' light and taste whether this big coconut snail is delicious or not. Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and smiled, they all say that they are old classmates, they just eat a snail, and they say that they are stained. After a few small talks, then the three of them got busy. Yamani smiled and they were responsible for cutting the side dishes for stir-frying coconut snails, and Yang Fan was responsible for getting the coconut snail meat out. Since the flesh of the coconut snail is tightly hidden inside the shell, it is not easy to get it out. Yang Fan took a fruit knife, carefully picked the meat of the coconut snail, and it took the boss's effort to finally dig it out slowly. Once the meat is dug out, it begins to slice. The meat of the coconut snail is very crispy, so it can't be cut too thick. Yang Fan holds the meat of the coconut snail with one hand, and cuts the thin slices of meat one by one with a knife with the other hand. Cut and cut. Yang Fan suddenly felt that something was wrong. He found himself holding the hand of the coconut snail, as if he had suddenly pressed on something very hard. This feel is obviously not the feel that coconut snail meat should have. There should be something else in the snail meat. And what is found in the snail meat is generally pearls. At this moment, Yang Fan was immediately a little shocked, I'll go, there seems to be a pearl in this coconut snail meat. Yamani smiled and listened, and immediately came over in surprise, really fake? Pearls in this? Yang Fan nodded and said, yes, you guys touch it, is there something inside? Yamani quickly reached over curiously and touched the coconut snail meat. As a result, she immediately exclaimed, "Wow! Really, there's a hard thing in it." Su Xiao listened to it and touched it, and immediately she was also excited. "I'm going, it's really like there's a pearl." "Yang Fan, you're going to get rich." Yang Fan smiled and said. "How expensive can a pearl be? Support the death of 1,800, what kind of fortune is this? At most it is 2 yul to please a good head." Su Xiao heard Yang Fan say this, but immediately disagreed. "That's not necessarily, Yang Fan. I remember the last time I saw a report, it was said that a seafood shop owner accidentally found a merlet bead in a coconut snail. Yang Fan, do you know how expensive this merlet bead is?" Yang Fan really didn't have any concept of this pearl, so he asked, "How much?" "Thousands of pieces?" Su Xiao immediately shook his head, "A few thousand yuan want to buy merlet pearls. Don't even think about it. I remember it seemed to have been sold for hundreds of thousands." Yang Fan was a little surprised at this moment. A pearl can sell for hundreds of thousands. "Fake, right?" Su Xiao immediately explained, "That depends on what kind of pearl it is. The merlet beads I'm talking about are the best in pearls. If you don't believe in whiteness, you will know it at once." Yang Fan was also a little curious about the origin of this merlot pearl, so he took out his mobile phone and searched for the information of merlet pearl. And the information is introduced like this. Merlet pearl. Also known as dragon ball or flame ball. It is a kind of natural sea pearl, which will occasionally occur in the body of the conch, and it is temporarily impossible to achieve artificial breeding. The composition of merlet beads is similar to most shellfish. The color is orange, yellow and white, with a ceramic-like shiny appearance. Its pattern is flame-like, very beautiful. Merlet beads are very rare. The chance of finding a conch is less than 1 in 10,000, especially the large size and excellent quality of the best merlet beads are extremely rare. In the collectibles market, Melody Pearl is known as a rare royal jewel and has always been a collector's treasure that collectors from both the East and the West have paid attention to and explored. It was worth a lot, and at the 2003 Xiangjiang auction, a 100.4-carat merlet bead was bought for a whopping $2.7 million, setting a world record for the price of a single pearl. Also in Xiangjiang, at Christie's auction in 2007, a 91.29-carat merlet bead sold for $125,000. See the information on Perfect Ball. Yang Fan was a little dumbfounded in an instant. A merlet bead sold for $2.7 million? This Nima is also too exaggerated, right? Is a broken bead so expensive? Yang Fan really didn't expect merlet pearl to be so precious. Moreover, such a precious pearl can only be found in coconut snails. In other words, the pearl in his coconut snail is 100% a merlet bead. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but be a little excited. This coconut snail can grow so huge, I don't know how many years it has lived. Now that there are merlet beads growing in it, then this merlet bead should not be small, right? If only this merlet bead inside was really big and of good quality. Isn't he going to make a fortune?